World's Best Martial Artist Chapter 475 to Chapter 502. In the reception hall, Qin Yaoting was chatting with Huang Jing and the others when he saw Fang Ping jogging through the door. As soon as he entered, before anyone could say anything, Fang Ping said with a face full of smiles, "Congratulations to old Chen for breaking through to rank 8 and forging a golden body. You're immortal and indestructible, and your might is known throughout the world." Qin Yaoting glanced at him and smiled faintly. "Forget about the flattery. You're already a rank 6, so you should have the bearing of a powerhouse." This kid's breakthrough speed was beyond imagination. It was July of year 09 when he first met Fang Ping, a rank 3 martial artist. Now, only 8 or 9 months had passed, and he was already a rank 6. Some people didn't keep track of the speed. Otherwise, they would be so shocked that their jaws dropped. However, he had already reached rank 6, and this kid did not seem to have the demeanor of a powerhouse. Qin Yaoting did not know what to say. Fang Ping smiled ingratiatingly. "Even if I'm a rank 8, I'm still a child in front of old Chen. Besides, I'm only 19 and a half years old." "I'm indeed a child," cough cough cough. At the side, Huang Jing coughed softly. Even if they were shameless, MCMAU was. Qin Yaoting could not help but laugh. Chen Haoren, who was standing behind him, looked even more embarrassed. Yes, he was very embarrassed. He felt that what Fang Ping said made him blush on Fang Ping's behalf. Fang Ping could not be bothered with Chen Haoren. This fellow looked so awkward that Fang Ping felt that there was no need to remind him. Initially, he wanted to remind him that Qin Fengqing was going to cause trouble for him. Now it seemed that it was better to let old Qin beat him up. After saying a few words of congratulations, Fang Ping took out a transparent crystal box from his arms. He grinned and said, "Old Chen, you've broken through to rank 8. I didn't prepare anything. This is a small gift from me. Take it as a token of my appreciation." Having said that, Fang Ping placed the box on the table. Qin Yaoting glanced at it and raised his eyebrows slightly. Beside him, Huang Jing and Tang Feng could not help but glance at this fellow. Is this kid going to betray us? Tang Feng and Lu Fengger's breakthrough. Alright, he had given them the divine weapon, so he would not talk about it. Old Chen is an outsider. Didn't you say that you didn't have many 100 honing fruits left? What's more, Qin Yaoting didn't need it. Wasn't it a waste? Qin Yaoting was slightly surprised. This kid Fang Ping had become more generous now. As he was thinking about it, Fang Ping chuckled and said, "Old Chen broke through to rank 8, and I also entered rank 6 at almost the same time. This is really fate." Hearing this, Qin Yaoting's face stiffened. "So, you want me to give you a gift to congratulate you on achieving rank 6, this brat first gave some gifts, and now he wants to get more back." At the side, Huang Jing and Tang Feng had the urge to cover their faces. Was it necessary? Fang Ping saw that Qin Yaoting's expression was stiff. He coughed dryly and said, "Old Chen, I still owe you half a heart essence that day. Why don't you just give it to me?" Qin Yaoting couldn't help but laugh again. So this was what it was all about. He had only been joking back then. If he really wanted it, he would have taken it long ago. Why would he have waited until now? However, this kid was a straightforward person. He still remembered this matter. A few 100 tempering fruits were worth more than half a heart pith. In reality, the difference wasn't that great. However, the 100 tempering fruits were slightly harder to obtain. Thinking of this, Qin Yaoting smiled and said, "Since you mentioned it yourself, I'll take it as a gift for your breakthrough." "Thank you, old Chen." Fang Ping thanked him hurriedly. Huang Jing and Tang Feng were a little surprised. Did this kid really take it seriously? 100 tempering fruits. Even if you wanted to give it to me, you shouldn't have given me so many. Fang Ping did not care about this. He said casually, "Old Chen, Xianxia achieved middle stage rank 4 2 days ago. Her cultivation from now on will mainly be honing her internal organs. The 100 tempering fruits are quite effective." Everyone understood what he meant. "Don't think that I'm giving it to you. In reality, I'm not giving it to you. The 100 tempering fruits should be given to Chen Yunqi. As for Chen Haoren, who's drooling with envy, don't even think about it." This time, Qin Yaoting laughed for real. He said, "Alright, stop fooling around. I'll give these 100 tempering fruits to Yunqi later. Behind him, Chen felt lost. The old man had spoken. This meant that there was no more for him. Fang Ping did not care what he thought. Old Chen's debt had been repaid, and he had one less worry to worry about. Without thinking too much, Fang Ping chuckled and sat down beside Tang Feng. The grandmasters did not say anything. Chen Haoran, on the other hand, felt that he really needed to leave. It was too hurtful, he was the junior of the juniors here. Not to mention sitting, even if he stood, he had to stand up straight. As for Fang Ping, people could not be compared to each other. Fang Ping came in and talked and laughed. He even sat down so naturally. Everyone looked as if it was only natural. This attitude. Chen Haoran felt that he should go out and get some fresh air. It was really difficult to feel Fang Ping's influence in MCMAU without going to MCMAU. Chen Haoran's emotions were fluctuating, but Fang Ping really did not care. At this time, Fang Ping stopped fooling around. He listened to the Grandmaster's conversation with a serious attitude. Seeing his attitude, Chen Yaoting and the others did not bother with him anymore. They continued the previous topic. Chen Yaoting said, "I'm afraid the opening of Tiannan's catacombs this time will be a fierce battle. Currently, the number of martial arts universities' high ranks that have been recruited is close to 30. Huang Jing frowned. That means that at least 100 high ranks will be gathered when Tiannan's catacombs opens. Martial arts universities were not the main force of the catacombs battle. The main force was the military department. Martial arts universities had already recruited 30 grandmasters. The military department would only have more. In addition to the House of Guardians, the hundreds of grandmasters gathered when Tiannan's catacombs opened was not considered a lot." As they were talking, Fang Ping could not help but whisper, "Old Chen, Vice-Chancellor, the military department is recruiting martial arts grandmasters?" Huang Jing nodded slightly. "I didn't tell you about yesterday's matter regarding our recruitment order. This time, MCMAU. 3 people are being recruited. Old Wu must go. The other 2 will be decided by MCMAU. MCMAU wants 3 grandmasters?" Fang Ping was a little surprised. Then, he said with some dissatisfaction, "That's too much." It was not that MCMAU did not want to contribute. It was just that recruiting 3 people at once was indeed too much. In Magic City's catacombs, MCMAU also needed grandmasters to hold the fort. Lu Polu would probably go to Magic City's catacombs. In this way, excluding Old Li, out of the 5 high grandmasters, 4 were directly recruited. Huang Jing did not care too much about this. Instead, he said in a low voice, "It doesn't matter how many people there are. But this time, the scope of the recruitment order is wider. Martial arts universities currently have a total of 62 high-ranked people. This time, when Tiannan's catacombs opened, half of them were recruited. This ratio only happened during the capital city's catacombs battle back then. Gathering 100 high-ranked people, that only happened during the capital city's catacombs battle back then. I'm worried, this time, the situation in Tiannan's catacombs is worse than expected. It might turn into an all-out war." Chen Yaoting also sighed. This is indeed a possibility. Tiannan's catacombs has a total of 11 cities, 11 rank 9 castellans, 11 guardian monster plants and beasts, and about 100 rank 7s and 8s. Among the 23 catacombs in Sino Nation, it's considered one of the weaker catacombs. And now, since so many people have gathered, I'm afraid the government and the military department will most likely judge that an all-out war is going to happen. Under normal circumstances, if it was not an all-out war, the number of human grandmasters would be slightly fewer than the other party to avoid unnecessary conflicts. But now, Tiannan's catacombs had not opened yet, and the military department was already mobilizing. Fang Ping deduced in his heart. Could it be that those paragon progenitors had received news that the situation this time was extremely bad? "Old Chen, are you going too?" Chen Yaoting nodded slightly. South Capital Martial Arts University's strength was not considered strong. At least, in terms of grandmasters, he was the only one. He had just broken through to rank 8. In martial arts universities, he was also one of the peak combat strength. With so many grandmasters being recruited, and SCMAU being one of the top 10 elite schools, he had to go. Fang Ping's heart felt slightly heavy. It seemed like Tiannan's catacombs opening was going to be a big deal. 100 grandmasters had gathered. This time, how many people would not make it back? In Sino Nation, there were currently more than 450 grandmasters in rank 7, 8, and 9. So many people were guarding 23 catacombs. Now, 100 grandmasters had gathered in Tiannan alone. It was terrifying. Qin Yaoting and the others did not care about Fang Ping's thoughts and continued chatting. After a while, Fang Ping interrupted again. Vice-Chancellor, will the Paragon progenitors make a move this time? Huang Jing muttered, usually not. The possibility is not high. Including the capital city catacombs battle, there was no situation where the Paragon progenitors fought. I wasn't very clear about the Paragon progenitors in the past, but now I have a rough understanding. Both sides are mostly facing off and restraining each other. And the catacombs restricted zone's attitude is only one thing. We can't outnumber them. If we outnumber them, on one hand, their restricted zone will send reinforcements. On the other hand, they will also encourage the cities in other areas to exert pressure on us. That's why every time there is a war, our numbers are actually fewer than theirs. Of course, it won't be by too much. This is also some of the rights that the Paragon progenitors have fought for us. Otherwise, just from the perspective of the Paragon progenitors, I'm afraid we would have been wiped out a long time ago. There was a huge difference in the number of powerhouses between humans and the catacombs. If it were not for those Paragon progenitors restraining them, they might have really been wiped out. Thinking of this, Fang Ping rubbed his chin and said, even if our Paragon progenitors are fewer than theirs, it should not be by much. If that's the case, we're not considered too weak. Why is it that when we've reached the high-rank stage, the gap is so big? Qin Yaoting chuckled. Do you know which era our Paragon progenitors are from? It's hard to say. Maybe it was a few hundred years ago, maybe it was a few thousand years ago. That's also hard to say. As for the martial artists today, they're all modern martial artists. There was a period of nirvana in the world of martial arts. I don't know if human martial arts were prosperous before that, or if they were stronger than the catacombs. However, there are traces of a period of nirvana in the human martial arts. It's not the same for the catacombs. They've always been in a period of martial arts prosperity. Their city lords are all hundreds of years old. Some rank 7 martial artists are also more than 100 years old. When it comes to cultivation speed, they're actually not as good as us. It's just the accumulation of time. In the past 100 years, Sino Nation has accumulated close to 500 high-ranked martial artists. If we stretch this timeline out to 300 years, then the number of Sino Nation's high-ranked martial artists would have exceeded 1,000, or even thousands. Fang Ping also knew that martial arts had a period of nirvana. In the era of the sects, there was a period when rank 3 dominated. He knew that the others did not really understand this, so he did not ask too much. Instead, he asked curiously, can Paragon progenitors really live for thousands of years? Qin Yaoting laughed. I'm not sure. I don't want to find out either. There's no point in asking so much. Fang Ping heard that and did not ask any more. He continued to listen to their conversation. This time, martial arts grandmasters were recruited. There were no middle-ranked or low-ranked ones. It seemed that the government had no intention of recruiting middle-ranked and low-ranked martial artists. The order given to the grandmasters was to arrive in Tiannan before May. As for how many people there were, the grandmasters were not sure. After chatting for a while, Qin Yaoting looked at Qin Haoran and Fang Ping. You two shouldn't stay here all the time. Fang Ping, bring Haoran to see Yunqi. Let Haoran spar with the MCMAU students, lest he's a frog in a well who doesn't want to improve. The old man was still very strict with his grandson. Recently, a few prodigy martial artists had performed very well. This made Qin Yaoting even more dissatisfied with Qin Haoran. He was only a peak rank 4 now. Too weak. Qin Haoran felt a little helpless. Peak rank 4, in SCMAU, it was already very strong. Okay, in all these years, SCMAU had only produced a few peak rank 4 graduates. He had hopes of breaking through to rank 5 in the next few months. He might even become SCMAU's first rank 5 graduate. In the end, his grandfather was still very dissatisfied. Fang Ping did not say much after hearing that. He gave Chen Haoran a look and walked out of the hall. After the two of them left, Chen Yaoting suddenly sighed softly. This time, after going to Tiannan. I don't know if I can come back. I'm not too worried about the others, but I'm a little worried about Yunqi. If Yunqi stays in MCMAU, please take care of her in the future. Huang Jing said in a low voice, Vice-Chancellor Chen doesn't need to remind us. Chen Yunqi is an MCMAU student. We will take care of her. As he said that, Huang Jing exhaled. I'm more worried that after the outbreak of the war in Tiannan, other areas will also be in danger. That will be troublesome. This is not up to us. The government will think about it. That's true, Fang Ping did not hear the Grandmaster's conversation. He did not need to hear it either. Just the fact that 100 Grandmasters had gathered in Tiannan was enough for Fang Ping to understand that the opening of the catacombs in Tiannan would be worse and more dangerous than the other catacombs battles he had seen. Fang Ping understood, and so did Chen Haoran. Both of them did not speak until they found Chen Yunqi in the southern area. Only then was the silence broken. Chen Yunqi, who was cultivating, had just found out that her grandfather was here. She seemed a little excited. At this moment, Chen Yunqi had already built the last celestial bridge and entered middle stage rank 4. In the end, after a few words, Chen Yunqi's words made Chen Haoran want to cry but had no tears. Brother, why are you still rank 4? Chen Haoran looked helpless. After his sister entered MCMAU, she looked down on rank 4 martial artists now. After coming to MCMAU, did they all become arrogant? In the past, his sister was so obedient and worshipped him. Now, it was better not to mention it. The siblings chatted. Fang Ping did not stay for long. He actually had a lot of things to do. He let Chen Yunqi show Chen Haoran around first. After Fang Ping left, Chen Haoran chuckled. How is it? How far have you progressed? Chen Yunqi blushed slightly. Then, she shook her head. He said he only wants to focus on martial arts now. He doesn't want to talk about relationships. Chen Haoran chuckled. I think this guy still has some ideas. Previously, at Grandpa's side, after briefly explaining the 100 honing fruit, Chen Haoran laughed. I've asked around about Fang Ping's character. He's not the kind of person who gives out gifts casually. This kid is very shrewd. The meat is already rotting in the pot, but he's still beating around the bush to give you something. Hearing Chen Haoran say this, Chen Yunqi was a little excited. In her excitement, she suddenly said, Didn't Grandpa give him a gift in return? Chen Haoran suddenly felt a little tired. What was this girl thinking? Did she really want Grandpa to give him something good? Chen Yunqi did not accompany Chen Haoran for too long. Soon, she arrived at the Martial Arts Society. In the office, Fang Ping was checking the guest list with Zhang Yu. When he saw Chen Yunqi enter the door quietly and start packing, he could not help but laugh. Why didn't you spend more time with your brother? President Qin took the initiative to accompany him. Halfway through Chen Yunqi's words, Fang Ping and Zhang Yu looked at each other. After a while, both of them looked at Chen Yunqi strangely. Are you selling your brother? Don't you know Qin Fengqing's personality? You're just throwing your brother to Qin Fengqing? Qin Fengqing, that bastard, wanted to cause trouble for Chen Haoran since the second championship. Now you're taking the initiative to send your brother into the tiger's mouth? Chen Yunqi was embarrassed by their stares. She blushed and said, It's okay. President Qin will at most beat him up. My grandpa also said that my brother lacks motivation. I think it's good that he gets beaten up. If he got beaten up, he would naturally have motivation. Chen Yunqi felt that she did not do anything wrong. Look at MCMAU. Everyone grew up being beaten up. Without pressure, where would there be motivation? Fang Ping laughed. Alright, since you said so, and your grandpa had the same plan, then there's no need to say anything else. After looking at the guest list, Fang Ping thought for a while before saying, I forgot to invite some people. He had seen this list once before, but he had been busy these days, so he only glanced through it. Tomorrow was the Grandmaster banquet. Now that he looked through it again, he realized that something was missing. When Zhang Yu heard this, he said hurriedly, "We've invited everyone. Who else is missing?" This could not be ignored. Whether they came or not was one thing. Whether they were invited or not was another. Fang Ping pondered for a moment and said, "The families of the instructors and students who died in battle. The Grandmaster banquet is a compliment and an honor. It's not just a banquet for a few Grandmasters. It's MCMAU's honor. I didn't think about this before, so I made a mistake. In that case, I'll arrange for someone to receive them personally. Also, we'll personally pick up the disabled instructors from the old section tomorrow." Beside him, Xianxia whispered, "Should we arrange for a few representatives to attend the banquet for MCMAU's instructors and students' families?" Noticing Fang Ping's gaze, Xianxia said softly, "To increase everyone's sense of belonging, letting your family attend the Grandmaster banquet is also an affirmation for everyone." Zhang Yu pondered for a moment, then said, "Actually, someone mentioned it before, but I considered that there were too many people coming this time. Since we're all on the same side, it wouldn't be too late to celebrate in private." Fang Ping exhaled and said, "Please. Invite them all. I haven't had much time to care about this for the past few days, so I've neglected it. For example, Teacher Tang's family, the Grandmaster's families, the director's children, the instructors' families. Please invite all of them." "What about the students? Parents of outstanding students can come. Is Fang Yuan coming too?" Xianxia asked excitedly. Fang Ping's expression stiffened. He could not help but ask, "She? Why did you think of her?" Xianxia snickered and said, "Sister Fang Yuan is very cute. I think it'll be livelier if she's here." Fang Ping was speechless. He did not dwell on this and continued, "We've sent invitations to the central government, the 3 ministries, the 4 houses, the houses of governors, the other 98 martial arts universities, the 3 major military schools, including Polaris City. The 3 major companies and some MCMAU graduates have also sent invitations. The sects have also sent some invitations. Take a look and see if anyone has been left out." It was not too late to remember now. It would be too late to remember when it started tomorrow. Xianxia heard this and quickly looked at the list. As she looked, she said softly, "Will we receive a lot of gifts tomorrow?" There were so many people, and they were all from big forces. The 3 high Grandmasters were holding a Grandmaster banquet together. No matter how stingy they would not be too stingy, right? Fang Ping rubbed his forehead. Zhang Yu held back his laughter and did not say a word, looking at the list in silence. Xianxia did not seem to notice anything wrong. Fang Ping looked at her a few times and could not help but say, "Yunxi, you weren't so Philistine in the past? What are you thinking? We're discussing the guests, and you're saying that you'll receive a lot of gifts. Is this what you should be thinking?" Xianxia raised her head, her eyes slightly dazed. "What's wrong?" Fang Ping saw her expression as if she did not know what was wrong and said weakly, "It's nothing. This woman has been led astray. Qin Fengqing, that bastard, is not allowed to appear in the martial arts society next time." Just as Fang Ping was talking about Qin Fengqing punched Chen Haoran in the eye. Chen Haoran's eyes turned purple in an instant. Qin Fengqing's expression was solemn. He frowned and said, "There's something wrong with your combat techniques. The openings are obvious. As a middle-ranked martial artist, the brain is the part that we need to defend the most during defense. It's also the most dangerous weakness of middle-ranked martial artists. I've easily broken through the defense of your brain. Once you're in a battle, you'll be killed quickly." Chen Haoran rubbed his eyes and resisted the urge to cry. He nodded and said, "You're right, but..." Chen Haoran paused and said, "You're rank 5 and I'm rank 4. My defense being broken through by you isn't entirely a problem with combat techniques." Qin Fengqing shook his head and said, "That's where you're wrong. I'm only early stage rank 5. Don't tell me that you've reached peak rank 4 just to fight same-ranked martial artists? As the president of SCMAU's Martial Arts Society and the #1 among the students, is your goal only to fight same-ranked martial artists? If that's the case, then the gap between you and the others will only grow. You don't need to jump ranks to kill the enemy, but you should at least not be killed instantly, right?" Chen Haoran's expression turned serious. He said solemnly, "What Brother Qin said makes sense. As a prodigy martial artist, it was indeed a little shallow to always set his sights on same-ranked martial artists. Seeing Chen Haoren's serious expression, Qin Fengqing nodded slightly. He was ecstatic. He had learned something again. Fang Ping, that kid, loved to stand on the moral high ground and say things that sounded reasonable but would cause others to suffer a great loss. In the past, when he beat someone up, he would usually be retaliated against. Now, look, after beating up Chen Haoren, this kid still had to thank him for teaching him. Qin Fengqing reflected on himself for a while. Some things still needed to be learned. Thinking of this, Qin Fengqing rubbed his palms together and chuckled. You're welcome, Brother Chen. Let's continue. When you can block my fist that hits your head, then this match will be meaningful. Then let's continue. Chen Haoren exhaled. Let's continue. Only by enduring more hardship during the training period would there be a higher chance of winning between life and death. By the time Qin Fengqing was beating up Chen Haoren, Fang Ping was almost done with the guest list. Finally, Fang Ping looked at Zhang Yu and thought for a moment. Tomorrow, all rank 3 and above students will gather at the school gate to welcome the guests. We'll also let everyone know that MCMAU is not hosting a Grandmaster banquet. The foundation of martial arts universities is still the students. All of them? Zhang Yu was a little surprised. Fang Ping nodded. Zhang Yu paused. After a while, he said, currently, there's 1 rank 6, 3 rank 5s, 48 rank 4s, and 412 rank 3s. Are we really going? Fang Ping was stunned. He had not asked about this for a few days. Only now did he know that so many people had entered rank 3. More than 400 rank 3s? Zhang Yu nodded. Yes, more than 400 now, and it's still growing. That many? Fang Ping rubbed his face. Recently, the number of people breaking through had increased. He was a little surprised. Zhang Yu's expression was slightly complicated. He said softly, at the end of August last year, when we took over, the school had 9 rank 4 students and 51 rank 3 students. Now, less than a year has passed. Fang Ping. You're the most suitable person to lead MCMAU. Fang Ping shook his head. He was not in the mood to show off. He said casually, it doesn't have much to do with me. MCMAU's explosion is actually the accumulation of 60 years. The ones who truly led MCMAU to where it is today are the old Vice-Chancellor and those old MCMAU people. You don't know how many resources MCMAU has stored. They're all prepared for this moment. The older generation live frugally. When they're injured, they refuse to heal themselves. They break a pill and use it. It's not that they can't afford it, but they want to save it for people like us. These people are MCMAU's soul, MCMAU's spirit. After a few simple sentences, Fang Ping said again, it's the same for so many people. Tomorrow at 6 a.m., gather at the school gate. Get into uniform and keep your spirits up. Don't let outsiders look down on MCMAU. At times like this, we have to show our strength. The more dangerous the situation, the stronger we are, the more we have the right to speak, and the more people will pay attention to us. The weak have no right to participate in these. You have to know what I mean. At times like this, the ecological chain of the survival of the fittest becomes more and more obvious. Zhang Yu nodded. At this moment, he had also reached rank 5. Although it had only been a few days since he broke through, the stronger he was, the more he could understand this principle. The more chaotic and dangerous the situation was, the more power the powerhouses had the right to speak. The Grandmaster banquet held by MCMAU this time was also a fight for the right to speak. Even if MCMAU did not have a rank 9 paragon or a rank 9, there were many middle and low-ranked powerhouses, and they were all so young, so they would also have more power. April 1st, Magic City began to bustle with activity. People arrived in Magic City one after another. Various forces gathered. Even in society, ordinary people knew that Magic City Martial Arts University was holding a Grandmaster banquet. Many ordinary people began to discuss it. April 2nd. Early in the morning, MCMAU was decorated with lanterns and streamers. The atmosphere was joyous. Martial arts universities were schools, but they were also not schools. They could even be seen as modernized, New Age sections. When a school teacher broke through to Grandmaster, it was also the glory of the entire school. No one was unhappy. In a hotel not far from MCMAU. On the hotel rooftop. A few Grandmaster powerhouses looked at MCMAU from afar. When they saw a group of students in neat clothes gathered at the school gate, a Grandmaster powerhouse could not help but sigh softly. MCMAU is becoming more and more powerful. MCMAU's strength does not lie in having a few more high ranks. Beside him, a female Grandmaster nodded slightly and said, "Indeed. Just the quality of the students is comparable to our school's instructors. Dozens of middle-ranked students and hundreds of rank 3 students. In normal martial arts universities, rank 3 instructors were the instructors. Hundreds of students with the strength of instructors were even stronger than some non-full-time martial arts universities." A few people discussed in low voices. Someone laughed and said, "We're fine. It's always been the same." CCMAU, on the other hand, might be a little uncomfortable this time. Who's coming from CCMAU this time? Su Zhan. Him? Someone instantly laughed and said, "Isn't he afraid that Li Chongqing will cause trouble for him?" "I don't think so. After all, this is a big event for MCMAU. No matter how unruly Li Chongqing is, he won't cause trouble at this time." "It's hard to say, but I heard that Li Chongqing has been in closed-door cultivation recently. I heard that he wants to materialize his mentality, but he might not come out. Su Zhan might not be afraid of him. Su Zhan obtained a divine weapon earlier and his strength increased greatly. Li Chongqing, a fake rank 8, might not be able to defeat him. Dogs bite each other. These two old things were not good people when they were young. If Li Chongqing did not suppress Su Zhan, with that bad temper of his, Su Zhan's reputation might not be any better than Li Chongqing's." "That's true. We'll just watch the show." A few Grandmasters talked and laughed, looking forward to Li Chongqing coming out of closed-door cultivation. MCMAU's entrance. The main gate was wide open. Hundreds of students held their heads high and chests out, their faces full of joy. Fang Ping stood in the middle, the students lined up on both sides. In front, a few rank 5 martial artists were leading. On the left, Zhang Yu was the leader. On the right, Chen Wenlong was in the lead. As for Qing Fengqing, who was also a rank 5, Fang Ping used his poor image as an excuse, worried that his big bald head would ruin the school's image, and arranged for him to be at the back. Qing Fengqing did not mind. At this moment, he was chatting with Lu Dali, who was in charge of photography. As they chatted, he found out that Lu Dali was also in debt and was forced to work for Fang Ping. Qing Fengqing could not help but sympathize with him. "How much money do you owe him?" "Not much, a few million." "A few million? Then how many years did you sign a contract with him?" 10 years. Qing Fengqing suddenly felt extreme sympathy for Lu Dali. A few million, and he was sold for 10 years. Compared to him, Qing Fengqing suddenly felt that selling himself for 100 years was nothing. This guy was really miserable. How could a few million be considered money? At the same time, Qing Fengqing also looked down at Lu Dali. They were not the same kind of people. Lu Dali sold himself too cheaply. Qing Fengqing felt that he was much better than him. As they chatted, Lu Dali, who was filming, suddenly lowered his voice and said, "Mr. Feng's sister is here." "Hmm?" Qing Fengqing tilted his head and looked toward the school gate. He saw a group of more than 20 people, walking toward the gate with some nervousness. There were old and young people, martial artists, and aspiring martial artists among them. In front of the crowd, a few young girls were looking over, their eyes darting around. They were a little nervous, but also a little excited. Qing Fengqing grinned. Fang Ping's sister? Fang Ping was his biggest creditor. This kid was also a real tycoon. Should he consider it? In front of the crowd. Fang Ping saw Fang Yuan too. He felt a little helpless when he saw the girls' excitement. He had not specifically arranged for Fang Yuan to come here. However, it was said that the family representatives of the instructors and students would be invited. Naturally, Fang Ping's family members were invited. Fang Mingrong and Li Xiuying heard that there would be many people, including many grandmasters. When they heard this, their legs turned to jelly. In the end, the Fang family's representative became Fang Yuan. Seeing that Fang Yuan had deliberately straightened her back when she saw him, pretending to look straight ahead, Fang Ping laughed in his heart. Ignoring the girl, Fang Ping took a few steps forward. With a solemn expression, he placed his right hand across his chest and performed a martial arts salute. He said loudly, "Welcome, MCMAU's instructors and students' families. On behalf of MCMAU, Fang Ping would like to thank everyone for their contributions over the years. You have nurtured countless talents for MCMAU." Fang Ping saluted. At the school gate, hundreds of students straightened their backs and performed a martial arts salute. Some of the family members who came to attend the banquet had tears in their eyes. Some were at a loss and did not know what to do. Among these people, some of their relatives had died in battle in the catacombs. Inside the school, in the distance, a group of old people also had tears in their eyes. Today belonged to MCMAU. Soon, the instructors and students' family representatives were led by others to the banquet venue. Fang Ping did not talk to Fang Yuan, but he could vaguely hear the girl's conversation with the little girl next to her. "Xianxia, this is my brother. Isn't he handsome? I told my brother not to bully your dad anymore." "Your dad hasn't said that he's been bullied by my brother, has he?" The girl next to her said worriedly, "My dad came home a few days ago and said that he would fight to the death with your brother sooner or later." Yuan, can my dad defeat your brother?" "Probably not. My brother has killed a peak rank 6 before." "What should we do, then?" "Why don't you buy me some delicious food and bribe me? I'll ask my brother to give in." Fang Ping did not know whether to laugh or cry when he heard the two girls' conversation. This old man Xianxia was a rank 6 powerhouse. Did he have to go home and complain to his daughter for no reason? He even wanted to fight to the death with him. Had he really been provoked to the point of insanity? Laughing aside, Fang Ping did not have time to think about this. As soon as the family group arrived, the other guests began to arrive one after another. On the military department's side, Tian Mu came to congratulate them on behalf of the military department. As an MCMAU graduate, Tian Mu had deep feelings for MCMAU. When he saw the lineup of MCMAU students, he beamed with joy and patted Fang Ping for a while, almost making Fang Ping fall apart. It was just that he was a little stingy. The military department also sent a congratulatory gift this time. It was not resources, but a piece of calligraphy. Commander Li Zhen of the military department personally inscribed the words, "Brilliant for 1,000 years," although it was not a pill or an energy fruit, a piece of calligraphy by a top powerhouse was more precious than these. The moment Tian Mu opened it, Fang Ping did not see 4 words, but a sword glow that pierced through the sky. Fang Ping even suspected that it was an illusion. However, after a closer look, he confirmed that it was not an illusion. Ordinary martial artists saw only 4 words, but martial artists with strong mentality like Fang Ping saw mentality pressure that condensed and did not dissipate. When Tian Mu entered the door, he reminded him in a low voice, "This piece of calligraphy is for MCMAU, but it's mainly for Li Changxing's breakthrough. Give it to Li Changxing later. They're all powerhouses who use swords." These 4 words were condensed by Commander Li's mentality. It'll be of some help to him. Fang Ping was overjoyed and stunned at the same time. Had a top powerhouse reached this stage, mentality condensed into words and left the body, yet it could still exist and not dissipate? One had to know that mentality materialized by grandmaster powerhouses was not bad, but once mentality left the body, it would dissipate very quickly. Back then in gigantic Willow City, that rank 9 big willow tree could not condense mentality without dissipating and maintain it forever. Otherwise, the big willow tree would not need to guard the fountain of life all this time. The fountain of life was sealed by mentality. If the big willow tree did not maintain it, very soon, the mentality barrier would dissipate, and the life essence would flow away. Fang Ping did not think too much. Very quickly, he arranged for someone to send this piece of calligraphy to Old Man Li's closed-door cultivation place. Perhaps with this piece of calligraphy, Old Man Li could complete his breakthrough in no time. The military department sent Tian Mu, the education department sent Minister Wang, and the Department of Investigation Services sent Minister Hu, whom Fang Ping knew. Not all the people from the 4 houses of guardians were grandmasters. However, from the Southern House of Guardians, Wu Chuan specially rushed over. Initially, Wu Chuan was still guarding the Nanjiang catacombs, but now that the Nanjiang catacombs was guarded by Zhao Xingwu, Wu Chuan also specially rushed over. So far, he was also the only rank 9 powerhouse who rushed over. Under normal circumstances, rank 9 powerhouses would not participate in Grandmaster banquets. However, Wu Chuan had a close relationship with MCMAU. Specially rushing over was also expected. When Wu Chuan arrived, a few Grandmasters also personally came to welcome him. On Magic City's side, Magic City's governor personally came over, giving enough face. On the sex side, Fang Ping also saw a few familiar faces. The Qingtian Mountain Golden Body female powerhouse who quarreled with Old Manly that day came with a few young female martial artists. A skinny monk from Wanshan Temple had arrived with Jessa the monk. On Mount Wangwu's side, High Grandmaster Zhao Xingwu's son brought people to congratulate them. On the Martial Arts University's side, people from each school came, including Li Hansong, Wang Jinyang, and the others. In the business world, there were also some Grandmaster powerhouses who came to attend the banquet. In an instant, the number of Grandmasters who gathered in MCMAU exceeded 30. Including the 3 major companies, there were people who came too, but Jing Minghong was not seen. On Star Town's side, someone also came this time. It was not Liu Mo, but a rank 7 martial artist. He did not bring young people with him, but sent a car full of things. Including some information and combat techniques collected in Star Town, it was considered as returning the favor of MCMAU opening the combat technique room last time. The number of people increased. The banquet was also about to officially begin. At the Grandmaster banquet, it was now divided into 2 parts, the inside and the outside. The Grandmasters and some representatives from other forces were in the inside. That was their place. Most people did not participate. The outside consisted of elite students from various schools and normal guests from other worlds. Fang Yuan was sizing Chen Yunqi up curiously. After a while, she asked, "Sister Yunqi, did you give me that crystal doll for Chinese New Year?" Chen Yunqi smiled and nodded. She whispered, "Fang Ping said you like it a lot. Is that true?" "Yes, I really like it." Fang Yuan's eyes narrowed as she smiled. She said slyly, "Sister Yunqi, do you want to be my sister-in-law?" Chen Yunqi blushed slightly. She said nothing. Fang Yuan giggled, "Then you have to please me. My brother listens to me. If you want to bribe me, I'll put in a good word for you." "Bribe? What do you like?" "Sister Yunqi, can you give me a few more of those crystal dolls?" "Sure. I want lots and lots of good food. Can you buy them for me?" "Yes, no problem." "Then, your bank card. Can I keep it for you?" "Huh?" The 2 of them chatted enthusiastically. Fang Ping, who had just arrived, heard Fang Yuan's last sentence. His face darkened. He walked over and pinched her face, glaring at her without saying a word. Fang Yuan looked aggrieved. She begged, "Brother, I was just joking with Sister Yunqi. There are so many people here. Stop pinching me." What a shame, with so many people around, she had lost all her face. Fang Ping pinched her face for a while more before letting go. He looked at Chen Yunqi and said, "Ignore her. She's always messing around." Fang Yuan looked helpless. "I'm not messing around. Isn't it good that I'm managing your finances for you?" Chen Yunqi giggled. She nodded slightly but said nothing. Fang Ping ignored Fang Yuan. He looked around and walked away. Fang Yuan was about to follow when Fang Ping turned around and said, "Play by yourself. Don't follow me." Fang Yuan pouted. She was a little disappointed. She had wanted to go with her brother and see if she could get some Grandmaster's autographs. She did not plan to sell it this time. It had been a long time since she did something like that. The most important thing was her face. Grandmasters were the biggest stars in the world. There were so many Grandmasters here today. If every single one of them were to give her an autograph. Just the thought of it made Fang Yuan excited. Fang Ping ignored her. Fang Yuan suddenly looked at Chen Yunqi and whispered, "Sister Yunqi, can you take me there to get the Grandmaster's autograph?" Chen Yunqi asked curiously, "You want an autograph?" Yeah. I have a personal collection room. There are already many autographs and photos in there, but the best one is my brother. There are so many grandmasters today. Sister Yunqi, is that okay? Chen Yunqi looked toward the inner circle. When she saw her grandfather, she quickly nodded and said, I don't know if I can get the others, but I can get a few. Really? It's true. Sister Yunqi is the best. Once you get your autograph, you'll be my sister-in-law. Fang Yuan sold Fang Ping out without any pressure. Her brother was a bachelor anyway. Sister Yunqi was pretty and good at coaxing people. How nice would that be? Chen Yunqi's eyes narrowed into a smile. Fang Ping's sister had been easily bought over. If he had known it would be so simple, he would have gone to meet him earlier. Fang Ping did not pay much attention to what Chen Yunqi and Fang Yuan were doing. At this moment, Fang Ping did not go to the inner circle either. Instead, he went to the outer circle where the elite students gathered. There were many people here, and everyone had their own circles. The 98 martial arts universities and the 3 big martial arts schools had sent representatives. They had brought 1 or 2 elite students from their schools. On MCMAU's side, some elite students were also there to accompany the guests. When they saw Fang Ping, many people greeted him. Li Hansong was in high spirits. When he saw Fang Ping, he chuckled and said, I thought you were going over there. Why are you here? Fang Ping heard that and laughed. That place is full of old men and old women. We don't have a common language. Why would we go there? If we juniors go there, we'll be tied down. As he said that, Fang Ping glanced at Chen Haoren beside him. Was there something wrong with this guy? He saw Chen Haoren and Qin Fengqing with their arms around each other's shoulders, chatting happily. Chen Haoren's eyes were still a little purple. Was he addicted to getting beaten up? Ignoring the 2 of them, Fang Ping greeted the others. Many of them were familiar faces. He had met them at the championship before. After a while, Fang Ping smiled. Since everyone is here today, I have a small suggestion. How about you guys consider it? What suggestion? Let's hear it. You, Fang Ping, are the #1 martial arts university student now. We naturally have to consider what you say. Everyone laughed for a while. Fang Ping coughed softly and said, It's like this. MCMAU, CCMAU, and NMAU have launched an e-commerce platform. Does everyone know about it? I've heard about it. Many people nodded. Fang Ping smiled. With the progress of society and technological development, martial arts exchanges have become easier and more relaxed. The purpose of the e-commerce platform's existence isn't to make everyone travel less. That's meaningless. Everyone still doesn't understand the true meaning of the e-commerce platform. You might not know this, but because of the e-commerce platform's launch, the few of us have been growing very quickly recently. Everyone is in different positions, suppressed different catacombs, and obtained different treasures. There are some things that you can't use, but it doesn't mean we can't. There are some specialties that we have, but it doesn't mean you have them too. For example, MCMAU's bodybuilding pill. I think many of the schools here don't have it, right? Someone nodded. That's right. The bodybuilding pill requires the blood of high-ranked monsters. Among the pills that the pill company distributed to our schools, there isn't a bodybuilding pill. Even if there is, it's very little. Even the instructors don't have enough. Yes, the big companies gave us basic pills, such as vitality pills, bone-honing pills, and viscera shielding pills. These pills are enough for martial artists in the 3 lower ranks. However, for us, for instructors, and for some students with ambitions, it's far from enough. Resources must be used rationally and maximized. This is the embodiment of martial arts progress together. Beside him, Wang Jinyang smiled faintly. If you have something to say, just say it. Fang Ping smiled. Everyone here is a student representative from each school. The older generation may not understand, or perhaps they don't care about these changes. We're all young people, and we can't stick to the rules. My suggestion is to go online on all the university's e-commerce platforms. Everyone can exchange what they need. Beside him, Zhou Qiyu was not interested. She said casually, We're not MCMAU. Our resources are limited, and many of the pills and weapons come from the two big companies. What's the point of exchanging what they need? Fang Ping was about to speak when Qin Fengqing scolded, long hair, short brains. What do women know? Zhou Qiyu was furious, she was not the only one. Even Fang Ping was speechless. Are you here to help or cause trouble? Zhou Qiyu was not the only female martial artist here. Ignoring Qin Fengqing, Fang Ping smiled. Everyone, let me finish. Having said that, Fang Ping said softly, up until now, haven't you all felt it? I'll give you the simplest example. In MCMAU, a normal vitality pill costs 3 credits. In SCMAU, it might be 4 credits. In NMAU, it's 5 credits. The value of credits is equivalent, but a school like MCMAU can get the most benefits with the least cost. What about you guys? You can't do this, can you? Don't you feel indignant? Don't you want to change? We're all human, and we put in the same effort. Why is it harder for you to get resources than the elite schools? Normal martial arts universities don't have many resources, and progress is slow. Now, it's getting slower and slower. Don't you all think about changing all this? Now, the opportunity is here. As soon as he said that, many people frowned. Even Li Honsong could not help but say, Fang Ping, the difficulty of getting resources can't be changed by an e-commerce platform. Fang Ping smiled. You're right. I know. Let me finish. Fang Ping continued, this time, the first thing we need to do when the platform goes online is to unify. Unify? Yes, unify credits. Fang Ping nodded and said, before this, every school had their own standards. You used your credits, I used my GPA, and the value was uneven. 1 credit for you was worth 10,000, and 1 credit for me was worth 50,000. This was actually disadvantageous to the exchange of martial arts resources. Why does a country unify its currency? It's a problem of circulation. Why did the schools use credits instead of cash instead of replacing them with credits? On one hand, it's to let the students rely on themselves more. On the other hand, it's just martial artists. When they reach a certain level, the demand is too high. If they use money, it's not appropriate. It's easy to cause economic collapse. That's why martial arts universities use credits instead of cash, Fang Ping said and continued, this time, I want to unite everyone to go back and work hard to make some changes. First, unify the credits and GPA of each school. Unify the value, unify the name. This was not a difficult thing to do. It was just a matter of habit. As Fang Ping said that, he took out a small notebook and said, this is a simple unified standard that I've come up with. 1 credit is equivalent to 10,000 in cash. Students can use credits to exchange for cash, and they can also use cash to exchange credits. Both are 10,000 to 1, seeing that everyone had something to say, Fang Ping said immediately, there's a limit to using cash to exchange credits. It's not unlimited. For example, for rank 3 martial artists, the annual limit is 500 or 1,000 credits. This way, we don't have to worry too much about those rich people exchanging credits for cheap resources from the school. Yao Qingjun frowned slightly. What's the point of unifying? Fang Ping chuckled. Listen to me. The unification of credits between schools is just the beginning. Next, unifying the pricing. Wang Jinyang's eyes moved. What you mean is that if MCMAU uses 3 credits to exchange for a normal vitality pill, you won't discriminate on the e-commerce platform, but will use the same 3 credits? As soon as he said that, everyone else was shocked. How was that possible? The difference between normal martial arts universities and famous schools lay in the difficulty of obtaining resources. If they were all 3 credits, it meant that the credits they used to buy a pill could be exchanged for 2 pills. Who would make up for the difference? This was not a small number, but an astronomical figure. Perhaps the difference caused every year could be as high as hundreds of billions. Who would pay for this? MCMAU. That was obviously impossible. At this moment, everyone's gaze was focused on them. Beside them, Qin Fengqing pursed his lips. He had seen it yesterday. He had said that Fang Ping was not doing well and that this was completely meaningless. Where would MCMAU find the money to pay for it? Moreover, even if they had the money, there was no need to let the other schools benefit, right? The president of Beijing Martial Arts University's Martial Arts Society said hurriedly. Fang Ping, you're not talking about unifying the pricing according to our school standards, are you? If that's the case, then there's not much meaning to it. Or maybe we can compromise and follow the standards of the other famous schools? Someone asked tentatively. If they followed the standards of the other famous schools, they would have earned a lot, Fang Ping grinned. No, we'll follow MCMAU and CCMAU standards. 3 credits for a normal vitality pill, then everyone will get 3 credits. Wang Jinyang's expression was solemn. Fang Ping, this is not a joke. If that's the case, then the demand from the other schools will increase greatly. Even if we distribute our own pills and weapons, it will still not be enough. There will be a huge deficit. Will MCMAU make up for this deficit? Fang Ping shook his head. Of course not. The government will pay for it. Fang Ping, there's no point in saying this, some people were dissatisfied. If the government really wanted to do this, they would have done it long ago. It would not be Fang Ping's turn to fool everyone. Fang Ping grinned. Don't doubt me, everyone. The government is actually preparing to do this. It's just that it's still in the middle of negotiations. From the previous enrollment expansion, it can be seen that some resources must be reduced, and the supply to each school will be increased. The reason why I'm proposing unifying the pricing and the online platform is to push the government to complete this decision as soon as possible. If we don't work hard ourselves and completely rely on the government to push it, how long will it take? If we work hard ourselves and get things done, then it'll be easy for the government to kick the can down the road. If we work hard ourselves and get things done, it might be done in 3 months, or even a month. Martial arts must fight. This is a saying that we martial artists all know, but now, has everyone thought of taking the initiative to fight for it, Muddle through. Our predecessors did so, and so do I. This is what many people think. However, the predecessors are the predecessors, and the past is the past. The situation is different now. Everyone here is the elite of martial arts universities. Have you not noticed the deterioration of the situation? Even if many of you are about to graduate, just because you are about to graduate, do you feel that there is no need to fight for the benefits of martial arts universities? Martial arts universities do not only represent martial arts universities. This is a platform that openly recruits students from all walks of life. It is not a sect, a clan, or a completely militarized military department. We represent the entire society, the entire population. If we push for all of this, then some things will be much easier to handle. Now, we need to let the government see our attitude. Honestly, for martial arts universities like MCMAU and CCMAU, pushing for all of this is meaningless. We are already enjoying these benefits. We are the beneficiaries of these benefits. Logically speaking, I would rather you guys not do it and continue to let us enjoy these benefits. However, martial arts universities are one, and everyone is a student. We stand at the top of the student body, so we have to consider the benefits of all martial arts university students. SNMAU Lu Shiji had been silent until now. He said, if we unify the pricing and the online platform is unable to be pushed for by the government, then the platform will still be a decoration. Fang Ping laughed. This requires us to try and work hard. In the later stages, my idea is to let the few major companies become the biggest suppliers and let them participate personally. Every year, they don't have to allocate pills and weapons to each school, but will be given a quota of credits. This way, we can save a lot of trouble, and it will be more open and transparent. The purpose of the platform is actually a channel for display. Other than that, I have a little immature idea. Fang Ping laughed. Nowadays, everyone's gains in the catacombs are directly purchased by the few major companies. My idea is to set up individual exclusive areas on the platform in the future. Now, do you see the normal e-commerce platforms? When there is competition, there is pressure. When we have gains in the catacombs, we will no longer specifically sell them to the few major companies, but conduct private transactions through the platform. Or we can conduct transactions with some enterprises, then the situation will be completely different. We can use resources that we do not need to exchange for things that we do need. Many people actually have some things that they do not need in their hands, but they do not want to sell them. Why? Because of money and credits, sometimes they may not be able to buy what they want in their own school. However, with the existence of the platform, everyone can even conduct barter. To put it in a more exaggerated way, everyone can even conduct divine weapon to divine weapon exchange. Or, they can use large amounts of energy stones to exchange for some life essence. Exchanging energy stones for energy fruits. These are very normal operations. Why don't these transactions happen now? Because our circle is still too limited. It is limited to one place, one school, and one catacomb. Fang Ping exhaled and continued, in the past, we did not have this condition. It was difficult for the government to promote it even if they wanted to. But now, we have this condition. Why don't we do it? Don't rely on the government for everything. All the departments are very busy defending against the catacombs attack. For this small matter, I think it is more suitable for us to do it ourselves. Everyone has seen the e-commerce platforms in society. It is because there are people who try that people will change their current habits. If everyone does not try, then would e-commerce still exist today? In the past, martial arts resources were scarce. But now, the number of catacombs has reached 23. Are resources really that scarce? It is you who save it, I who save it, don't take it out. Save it for retirement? When something that everyone needs appears on the platform, these resources will naturally be taken out and circulated. When that time comes, everything can be put to good use. Everyone fell silent for a moment. After a long time, someone asked, then who will be in charge of operating the platform? Fang Ping was speechless. He smiled and said, the current operator will be in charge first. In the future, we may hand it over to the government. Of course, the government is the most suitable for this kind of thing. Moreover, the platform is only a channel. It does not mean that the platform controls the resources. Do you understand what I mean? Someone said lightly, that is hard to say. If something good appears, the operator of the platform will naturally find out immediately. They may even directly detain it and not let others exchange it. This is very normal, right? Fang Ping raised his eyebrows and said, you are not even full yet. Isn't it too early to think about this? Of course, if everyone is really worried, then we can operate it together. This is what I mean. Each school will contribute 3 to 500 million and take 1% of the shares. Then, the platform will be entrusted to one party to operate. Each school will supervise it, or the government will supervise it directly. Is that okay? To a martial arts university, 3 to 500 million was actually not much. Fang Ping had also said that it was just what he meant. However, someone still questioned, then why not each school just contribute a few million? Fang Ping almost cursed. He put on a fake smile and said, that won't do. Each school will contribute 3 to 500 million. The total is actually used as a deposit. No one will take this money for themselves. It is mainly to prevent future troubles, compensation, or actual losses. After that, we will use this money to make up for it. Moreover, without this amount of money, it will be difficult for the schools to be at ease. We can find a third party to notarize it. We can even directly deposit the money into the account provided by the government for future needs. 3 to 500 million in exchange for the same treatment as the famous schools. If you are still conflicted about this, then just forget it. There is no point in continuing this discussion. Everyone, please touch your conscience. Is there a need for MCMAU to promote this on purpose? Some people may think that I, Fang Ping, have reaped benefits from this, but think about it. Is it really that great of a benefit? If it's great, I can let my company be in charge of express delivery and earn some hard work. This is probably the biggest benefit I can earn, right? Beside him, Qin Fengqing looked at him suspiciously. It seemed like there was not much benefit. Even the shares of the platform had to be distributed to the schools. At most, Fang Ping could get a little more, but what was the point of this? Fang Ping continued, or this way, for example, we can set the price of the platform at 100 billion and divide it into 1,000 shares, 100 million for one share. Each school will subscribe to a portion. As I said, the subscription money will be mainly used for the platform's operations or other expenses. No one will take this money. However, as the one who proposed and advocated this, I will take 1 or 200 shares and not pay. This is just a gesture. What does everyone think? Fang Ping saw that they did not speak and said, the platform itself is worthless. We also have to sign an agreement in advance that we are not allowed to buy or sell shares. This way, the number of shares is meaningless. It is just a name. If we really let everyone take more, you will not have the right to convince the public. Fang Ping spoke until his mouth was dry. If not for the fact that he could not go to the catacombs in the near future, he would not even bother to talk to them. His wealth was almost 100 billion. Otherwise, he would not be bothered to play with these guys. Someone muttered, is there a need to set the price at 100 billion? Fang Ping said with a straight face, I've said it before. This is to show how much we value the platform. It's also to urge the government to quickly implement the policy. The more deposits we provide, the more the government can feel our urgency and sincerity. And this money will ultimately be used for the students of the schools, not embezzled by anyone. Someone else said, then if the promotion can't be completed in the end, and the prices of pills and weapons are not lowered, the platform's existence is meaningless. What should we do with this money? Fang Ping said lightly, then return it to the schools. Does anyone have any objections? Spending a little money in exchange for cheap access to resources in the future, I think everyone should not have any hesitation at all. Everyone discussed in low voices. After a while, someone said, we still have to consult the school leaders on this matter. Fang Ping smiled and said, everyone can go and consult now. While the people from the government and a few departments are here, we can also test the waters. The reason why I did not tell them directly is that we are all young people, and everyone is more open-minded. An individual's power is limited, but everyone's power is limitless. We do not represent ourselves, but more than 100,000 martial arts university students, and even the entire society's ordinary people who aspire to martial arts universities. If you want to obtain something, if you do not fight for it yourself, are you expecting a pie to fall from the sky? I believe that everyone here will not be so selfish and only care about themselves. If that is the case, the education of martial arts universities will be a failure. Wang Jinyang chuckled. Since you've already put the big hat on us, then we naturally have to fight for it. Oh well, since all the school leaders are here today, maybe we can quickly come to a conclusion. Inner area. As Fang Ping and the others entered one after another, they attracted the attention of many people. Soon, students from each school reported the news to their school leaders. With so many people talking, it could not be hidden from the Grandmaster powerhouses. Middle-ranked martial artists could hear most of it, let alone Grandmasters. After listening, the scene suddenly fell silent for a moment. Wu Kuxian glanced at Fang Ping. Why did this kid advocate for this? To put it bluntly, it was indeed an arduous and thankless task. However, if it was really done, he could increase his reputation. If MCMAU's initiative could really be pushed to completion, it would also be a good thing. MCMAU's position as the #1 elite school would be further confirmed. Other than CCMAU, the other 97 martial arts universities would almost all benefit. For this kind of thing, they had to consider their relationship more or less. Thinking of this, Wu Kuxian suddenly smiled and said, Minister Zhou, Minister Wang, you are all the heads of the core departments. Regarding the reduction of martial arts resources, has the government made a decision so far? As soon as this question was asked, everyone looked at the grandmasters of the government agencies. The grandmasters looked at each other. After a while, a rank 7 martial artist smiled and said, we have been talking about this recently, but it has not been officially confirmed yet. Because the impact is very big, we still have to consider whether it will lead to some unexpected factors. However, martial arts universities may become the first pilot unit. Wu Kuxian smiled and said, if that's the case, if the e-commerce platform goes online, the unified pricing system has a high probability of being realized in the end? You can say that. Minister Zhou nodded, but he still frowned slightly and said, it's best to let the government promote this matter. After all, some things can't be guaranteed, especially now, the early stage may not be approved quickly. Wu Quishan smiled and said, martial arts universities also have to put in some effort to fight for it. What do you think, Minister Wang? Minister Wang chuckled lightly and said, fighting for it is not a problem, but MCMAU is so proactive. Vice-Chancellor Wu, for MCMAU, this is not very beneficial, is it? Wu Quishan smiled and said, it's just fighting for the interests of martial arts universities. At our level, we don't need to be limited to one place anymore. Young people can see the long term. There's no reason for us to be left behind. Minister Wang said no more. Instead, it was the vice president of the pill company who frowned slightly and said, there's not much meaning in making such a platform. Moreover, private trading of martial arts resources is also extremely inappropriate. Indeed, it is inappropriate. Since there is a shortage of resources, we naturally have to focus on supplying them. Wu Quishan interrupted, it's just a personal transaction, not a large-scale transaction. Before the emergence of enterprises that could openly sell elixirs and weapons, increasing private transactions was still beneficial to the reasonable use of martial arts resources. Actually, before this, some of us would also make some private deals. We've all done this before. Everyone had done bartering before. The platform's role was to act as a transfer station, or as a valuation agency. President Zhao, do you think that such a deal will affect the operations of the major companies? I don't think so. Nowadays, many of us have things that we can't use, but they're not easy to deal with. We can't bear to sell them, but it would be a waste if we don't sell them. We don't know what good things the others have, so we can't exchange them for specific things. Now that we have this platform, isn't it good? This isn't just a trading platform for martial arts universities. I think it can be open to all middle and high-ranked martial artists. Of course, I'm talking about the private trading section. Beside him, Fang Ping quickly said, the platform can also act as a security agency. If one party commits fraud, the platform will pursue the responsibility and compensate the party's interests. This way, everyone can trade with peace of mind. Actually, since the emergence of social e-commerce, I've always had this idea. In terms of martial arts, we also need a unique platform like this. Seeing that the CEOs of the major companies were still frowning, Fang Ping immediately said, saying it's a martial arts university platform doesn't mean to exclude everyone. We actually hope that the government and the major companies can enter and supervise it together, building the largest martial arts resource exchange platform in the country, even the world. This includes exchanging, and communicating with some foreign resources. In the past, everyone went through the government level, through the higher-ups. Now, we can participate through individuals, making the resources flow more smoothly. The vice president of the pill company frowned. This way, those evil sect martial artists can easily take advantage of the loopholes. Fang Ping laughed. You can't say that. Without the existence of the platform, they can't buy elixirs and weapons? If that was really the case, the evil sects would have been destroyed a long time ago. The evil sects' offline transactions are harder to supervise. It's different online. Those who have done transactions in this area should understand that as long as it's online, there will be traces left. As long as the real name authentication system is online, it can completely stop the evil sect's access to resources. Through data monitoring, if a registered rank 5 martial artist exchanged for 100 times more cultivation resources than a rank 5 martial artist, then there's a problem. We can follow the clues and quickly find out where the problem lies. Now, the pill company also does registration, but it's the simplest registration. If a person buys 5 million resources in Magic City, goes to Capital City and buys another 5 million, going everywhere, can the pill company make a complete accounting? It's actually easier to find the evil sect's whereabouts through data. CEO Zhao probably doesn't understand the internet very well. If he did, he wouldn't have said things that let the evil sect take advantage of the loopholes. As soon as he said this, the vice president of the Department of Investigation Services raised his eyebrows. So, if we put an end to offline transactions and transfer all resources to online transactions, the evil sect will have nowhere to hide? Fang Ping laughed. This depends on whether the evil sect martial artists have a legitimate identity. If they have a legitimate identity, then it's useless. However, if an illegal resident wants to buy large amounts of martial arts resources, then it's impossible. However, previously, the black market has been banned repeatedly, creating opportunities for the evil sect martial artists. Fang Ping continued, the offline shops can actually be closed in the future. Pills and weapons are not daily necessities. Ordinary people can't buy much. Places with many martial artists like martial arts universities and the military department have stocks. Casual martial artists can also buy through the internet. As long as the delivery is fast enough, it's safe and affordable. Of course, it doesn't have to be closed. We can keep it, but it's still necessary to go online with the online platform. The vice president of the pill company said again, since you said real name registration, including monitoring these data, then we can't let MCMAU operate it. Fang Ping laughed. This isn't a big secret. It's just how many pills and weapons they buy. Of course, this is also considered personal privacy. I said that everyone will monitor it together, not MCMAU alone. Actually, MCMAU won't be involved in the specific operation. These things will be done by Distance Platform. Distance Platform used to be my private enterprise. Now, I mean that it will become everyone's. The operation will be handed over to the platform. The resources will still be where they were originally. It's just using the platform to carry out turnover transactions. Things like price and value will all be standardized. Everyone looked at each other. Wu Quishan opened his mouth again. It's just a test for now. As for the final result, if we find that it's harmful and not beneficial, then we'll just ban it. Fang Ping also quickly said, indeed, it's just a test. It doesn't mean that this platform will eventually become an officially recognized martial arts resources trading platform. I just want to break down the trade barriers between martial arts universities. I'm not talking about replacing the functions of a few major companies or the government. The platform can't do this either. Before the monopoly on pills, weapons, and energy stones is lifted, the platform's purpose is only to facilitate communication. Minister Zhou, who spoke earlier, laughed. If that's the case, then it's your private matter. It doesn't involve government affairs. However, you have to do a good job in reporting. When it comes to the circulation of resources, sometimes it still needs to be supervised. Of course. Fang Ping said quickly, we're also working hard to help the government solve some of the problems in the early stages, in preparation for the next policy push. At this point, beside them, CCMAU Su Zhan said mildly, if you really want to go on the online platform, does every school have to pay a security deposit? Fang Ping laughed. It's not a security deposit. My idea is that everyone is the master, the owner of the platform. It's to prevent some martial arts universities from not being able to participate in the decision-making and operation, causing everyone to have no intention to promote it. Investing and buying some shares will help everyone take the initiative and promote it, instead of waiting to reap the fruits of others' labor. 3 to 500 million is not a big problem. The question is it necessary? Fang Ping said seriously, it is. After all, there are a lot of things involved. If an accident happens, at least the platform has the conditions to handle it. For example, if a student buys resources worth millions and millions and ends up losing them, the platform will investigate and pursue this responsibility. However, it can't affect the student's cultivation, so we have to use these security funds to fill this hole. Also, the platform itself needs to pay a certain amount of security funds to the 3 major companies, and then obtain pills, weapons, and energy stones from the 3 major companies. We can't wait until the transaction is over before we pay these funds, can we? Fang Ping smiled at the CEOs of the major companies. Martial arts universities won't do things like putting things on credit first and then paying. Please rest assured, the 3 major companies. We will pay a deposit in advance to buy these. Beside him, Lu Fengru said impatiently, it's not a matter of much money. At this stage, if the school doesn't pay, it won't be much of a problem even if you pay personally. I'm most annoyed by you people. You make such a small matter sound like it's a big deal. Someone did not know whether to laugh or cry. Dean Liu, you have to say, personally, we really can't fork out this amount of money. Fang Ping pretended not to hear that and continued, my idea is to divide the platform into 1,000 shares, 100 million per share. Everyone can subscribe as they please. If you subscribe more, you will get more benefits in the future. If you subscribe less, you will get less in the future. This is also normal. The upper limit is 10 shares, and the lowest is 5 shares. As the initiator, my company will be in charge of the operation in the future, and everyone will supervise it. My company will hold 200 shares. Actually, it's just for show. Because it can't be traded, it doesn't really matter whether it's 200 or 300 shares. The main thing is that it's more in line with the company's operating standards. As soon as he said that, someone was speechless. In other words, MCMAU won't pay? Fang Ping smiled. No, MCMAU will pay too. I'll subscribe for 10 shares, which are not part of the 200 shares. Everyone, I've already said that it's only for the sake of complying with the company's operating standards. At least let the company operate in this name to avoid wrangling in the future. Don't tell me that everyone wants me to invest 20 billion to subscribe for this empty shell of a company's shares? If that's the case, then whoever is willing to do it, then let them do it. If there's really someone who is willing to do it, forget about 200 shares, even 500 shares won't be a problem. Even if you pay 50 billion, it won't be a problem. Beside him, Xianxia smiled faintly. That's what you say. It's not a problem to really give it to you, but let's make an agreement in advance. If you really want to sell, then take it as an unconditional withdrawal. We won't give you a single cent. Fang Ping smiled bitterly. At least give me some operating fees, right? That's not a big problem. Since we're letting you do it, we won't care about the operating fees. Fang Ping nodded. He looked at the others and asked, Seniors, what do you think? Many people nodded slightly. They did not have much of an opinion. Taking out 300 to 500 million. It was not impossible to give it a try. If it succeeded, it would really achieve the desired goal in the end. It would be a good thing for everyone. On CCMAU's side, Su Zhan raised his eyebrows slightly and said, Must Fang Ping's company operate it? Among CCMAU's affiliated enterprises, there are also a few in the e-commerce business. Fang Ping's company is more suited for this. This was not a problem of money. It was a problem of sovereignty. If Fang Ping... No, if MCMAU really took the leadership away, CCMAU would really have a hard time making a comeback in the future. Fang Ping smiled and said, Instructor, this is my initiative, my suggestion. It's not appropriate to kick me away now, is it? I'll just tell you the truth. MCMAU is the top elite school, and I, Fang Ping, might be the future vice-chancellor of MCMAU. As for me, I do indeed want to take the leadership this time. To put it more seriously, this is also to increase my qualifications. At least if this is done, everyone will think of me in the future. If I want to be MCMAU's vice-chancellor, at least no one in martial arts universities will think that I, Fang Ping, am not qualified. When these words came out, everyone could not help but laugh. Many people looked at Wu Kuishan. Old Wu had not even warmed his seat yet, and there were already people in MCMAU eyeing his position. Wu Kuishan did not know whether to laugh or cry, but he was not angry. He only laughed and said, If you have the ability, how about letting you be the vice-chancellor? Beside him, Minister Wang said impatiently, Enough. You guys, do you really think MCMAU is your private territory? You dare to say this in front of me. Minister Zhang is not here, otherwise, you'll have a hard time. These two fellows, did they really think that MCMAU's vice-chancellor could say who he was? Without the permission of the Education Ministry, their words did not count. Fang Ping said happily, Minister, I'm working hard in this direction, right? Now that I'm doing more for martial arts universities, the Education Ministry will be happy too. When the time comes, considering my contributions, maybe I can become the vice-chancellor. Martial artists must fight for it. I want to fight for it too. Everyone could not help but laugh one after another. Putting his selfish motives on the surface, some things were easier to talk about. On MCMAU's side, Wu Kuishan did not say anything, so naturally, the others had nothing to say. Su Zhan still wanted to say a few more words. No matter how nice Fang Ping's words were, CCMAU would not be willing to let MCMAU take over the leadership. Other schools were not qualified to fight for it, but CCMAU was. Just as he was about to speak, the next moment, everyone's expressions changed, and they looked into the distance. In the distance, a giant bridge as long as 100 meters suddenly appeared in the void. In an instant, 3 giant doors landed. Everything happened in an instant. In the next moment, 3 beams of light shot out from the 3 doors. The 3 beams of light merged into one in an instant, turning into a giant sword that reached the heavens. In the blink of an eye, the giant sword turned golden. The golden rays illuminated the entire sky. Everything happened so fast that it could not be any faster. Only then did someone exclaim, "Li Chongqing's mentality has materialized. How is it so fast? Wasn't it released not long ago?" Before these people had finished exclaiming, the next moment, a shocking scene happened again. In the void, 4 small golden people appeared suddenly. Their silhouettes were faintly discernible, but each of them was holding a sword, fighting with the giant sword in the sky. This time even Fang Ping was stunned. What situation was this? 4 small golden people, holding small swords, were attacking the giant sword in the middle in a frenzy. As for the giant sword, it was also fighting back continuously. The giant sword was getting smaller and smaller. In the crowd, Wu Chuan was slightly shocked. Desperate swordsmanship will. This is Commander Li's swordsmanship will. He's helping Li Chongqing sharpen his sword. Tian Mu also frowned. He's helping him sharpen his mentality sword. I thought it's just the sword intense mentality body. I didn't expect it to be like this. Commander Li thinks so highly of Li Chongqing? This guy's talent is only average, right? He's a rank 6 who killed a rank 8. As soon as these words came out, everyone was silent. Indeed, a rank 6 killing a rank 8, since ancient times. Li Chongqing seemed to be the only one who had done it. He was a true swordsmanship prodigy, long-life swordsman Duan Chongqing. This guy had gone against the grain to defeat a rank 8. In the air, the 4 small golden people were still holding their swords and attacking the giant sword. The giant sword became smaller and smaller, smaller and smaller. However, everyone could feel it. As the giant sword became smaller, the sword became more condensed. From a state of nothingness, it was showing signs of becoming solid. Just as everyone was watching, a silhouette soared into the sky. In the next moment, everyone was shocked again. Old Man Li, who soared into the sky, shone with a golden light. The golden light surged into the giant sword instantly. This time, Wu Kuxian's expression turned ugly. He roared, "Stop!" Fang Ping's expression changed. He quickly looked at Qin Yaoting who was beside him. Qin Yaoting said with a solemn expression, "I don't know what's wrong with Li Chongqing. He wants to unite 10,000 paths." "Old Chen, what do you mean? Is it very dangerous?" "The so-called unite of 10,000 paths is. Let's put it this way. He wants to combine his mentality and golden body into one, forging them as one. Legend. I mean legend. Rank 8 martial artists, if their mentality or matter is indestructible, that means they are immortal. Including rank 7 martial artists, if their mentality is indestructible, rumor has it that they can be resurrected after death. Li Chongqing wants to combine the mentality materialization and golden body now. From now on, he will be one with 10,000 paths. The mentality materialization is him, and he is that sword. Once the sword is destroyed, he will be destroyed, even if the golden body exists. Also, there will be no chance of resurrection." Fang Ping frowned. Why is instructor doing this all of a sudden? At this moment, Li Chongqing, who was in midair, turned a deaf ear to him. He continued to merge with the giant sword. Chen Yaoting frowned slightly. Actually, only he can do this. Of course, maybe you and Li Hansong. Mentality materialization and golden body at the same time. This is actually just a rumor. At least, it has never happened before you guys. Rumor has it that when 10,000 paths unite, combat strength will be stronger. However, this is just a guess, not a real case. Maybe, he wants to step into true rank 8 as soon as possible? What do you mean? Combining the golden body and mentality. In the future, he doesn't need to cultivate mentality. He can just focus on cultivating the golden body. This way, his mentality shackles will not exist. While cultivating vitality and golden body, his mentality will also grow. This was also the only method in the ancient records that clearly indicated that one could cultivate psychic energy. However, this method, on one hand, almost no one can do it. On the other hand, it is also easier to die. Xianxia sighed. Beside him, Wu Quishan said with a gloomy expression, if he does this, once he gets injured in the future, he will suffer more pain. Moreover, it will be difficult for him to recover from his injuries. Even the imperishable substance can't heal those injuries. It will be easier for him to be killed. Not only is it difficult to recover, the key is, after 10,000 paths unite, can he really still produce imperishable substance? As soon as he said that, Fang Ping's expression changed. He said hurriedly, can't produce imperishable substance? How is that possible? He's walking on the extreme path. It's an extreme path. There are some unclear records in the ancient records about this path. I'm not sure about the specifics. However, it can indeed allow people to unleash stronger combat strength, a few rank 8 powerhouses were discussing in low voices. Far away, in midair, Old Manly suddenly swallowed the greatsword in one gulp, then, using his body as a sword, he started fighting the 4 golden midgets. Boom boom boom, a series of booming sounds rang out. Then, something that surprised Fang Ping even more happened. Old Manly suddenly pulled the Celestial Bridge and Sanjiao Gate that were standing in midair into his hands. The Sanjiao Gate and the Celestial Bridge shrunk instantly. Then, he swallowed them in one gulp. This, Fang Ping was stunned. What was Old Manly doing? Did he think of himself as Jiao? He was swallowing everything into his stomach. Qinyao and Wu Quishan were not surprised. Wu Quishan said coldly, since it's 10,000 paths unite, then there's no need for other external factors to exist. From today onwards, Li Chongqing will only cultivate his body and not his life cultivation. The grandmasters fell silent one after another. Although martial artists did not cultivate for immortality, among martial arts powerhouses, did none of them care about life and death? Obviously not. Ultimate powerhouses could live for so long because they cultivated their life cultivation. Li Chongqing, on the other hand, did not cultivate his life cultivation. Under 10,000 paths unite, no one knew what would happen when he cultivated to the end. One had to know that there was a life gate in the Sanjiao Gate. Now that he had fused it, who knew what would happen? In the next moment, Old Man Li's body erupted with extremely powerful energy waves. The 3 gates and the celestial bridge collided continuously in his body, erupting waves of energy tides. Old Manly waved both his arms and slashed at the golden midgets, laughing loudly. Do you think I'm the last in rank 8? I was born to be first. 1 bridge and 3 gates enter my stomach. Only Li Chongqing is left in this world. As soon as he finished speaking, a sword gleam that seemed to tear the void apart erupted from his body. In an instant, the 4 golden midgets turned into dust, vanishing into the void. In the next moment, as if teleporting, Old Manly appeared in front of Su Zhan in an instant, striking with a palm. Bang, Su Zhan sank directly into the ground. Old Manly laughed maniacally. Son of AB****, how dare you suppress me? I can crush you with 1 finger now. Having said that, Old Manly looked around disdainfully, saying in an extremely savage manner, who's not convinced? If not, then come and fight me. Wu Chuan, what are you looking at? You want to hit me? I still remember that 40 years ago, you hammered me. Wu Chuan's expression was pitch black. If it were not for his reservations, he would have killed him with a slap long ago. He really had reservations. It was not an issue of ability. He was worried that if he hurt Li Chongqing, he would not be able to recover. Wu Chuan ignored him. Old Manly became even more savage, laughing loudly. There's no one in this world who can match me. Last in rank 8? Motherf *Ker, who made the ranking? I'll hack him to death with a sword. Enough. Wu Quishan barked coldly, his gaze icy. What are you trying to do? Who are you trying to hack to death? Who allowed you to unite 10,000 Daos? Old Manly coughed dryly, looking indifferent. I cultivate my own, you cultivate yours. Why do you care how I cultivate? Bastard! Wu Kuxian flew into a rage. His eyes were suppressing the endless rage, his anger was mixed with endless worry. If Li Chongqing cultivated recklessly, he might really cut off his path to immortality. Swordsman longevity breaking longevity. Was he trying to destroy his own path to longevity? The gate of life was swallowed. He could feel the life force in Li Chongqing's body slipping away. As for rank 8 powerhouses. No, peak rank 6 powerhouses, it was difficult for them to feel the slipping away of their life force. How many more years could this bastard live? Although martial artists were precarious, at Li Chongqing's level, he would not die so easily. At this moment, everyone was silent. Fang Ping's face was full of worry. He was no longer in the mood to calculate whether those fellows wanted to invest or not. Old Man Li, why did he choose this path that had no future for no reason? He did not forget that Old Man Li once said that the path of martial arts could not be tampered with. When Fang Ping's celestial bridge mutated, Old Man Li even berated him. But now, he did not even have a celestial bridge. Old Man Li was still laughing and scolding, not caring about Wu Kuxian's berating. He conveniently kicked Su Zhan, who was struggling to get up, chuckling. Yo, where's the Grandmaster banquet? Why are you all looking at me? Eat and drink. If there's wine today, get drunk today. Who cares who's going to be buried tomorrow? Having said that, a bottle of white wine flew through the air. Old Man Li drank it in one gulp, laughing. What are you looking at? Drink. At the Grandmaster banquet. As Li Chongqing's mentality materialized and 10,000 Dao became one, the atmosphere became slightly quiet. The silence was only limited to Grandmasters. Most people did not understand what was happening at all, and no one was in the mood to explain anything. In the venue, Old Man Li was indescribably cool and romantic. Wine. That was a bottle of wine that was blown out. Fang Ping only watched in silence, not saying a word. Beside him, Qin Fengqing muttered, Old Man Li is good. Fang Ping, 10,000 Dao becoming one, is it really that awesome? Fang Ping glanced at him, saying lightly, you want to try too? I have some ideas. Qin Fengqing touched his bald head, grinning. It feels very awesome. Look, Old Man Li is so arrogant, even daring to provoke a rank 9. He has some ability, is he ready to fight a rank 9? Beside him, Wu Kuxian glanced at him, suddenly infuriated. The next moment, Wu Kuxian seemed to be venting his anger, kicking over, bang, a soft sound. Qin Fengqing turned into a black shadow instantly, disappearing without a trace. Fang Ping glanced at Wu Kuxian, sighing. Why did you bully Qin Fengqing? Should honest people be bullied? Besides, Qin Fengqing did not have the qualifications to become one with 10,000 Dao. You beat him up just to talk. Old Wu was too cruel. Seeing Wu Kuxian looking at him unkindly, Fang Ping chuckled. Good kick. Vice-Chancellor's kick was just right, get lost. Wu Kuxian was not in the mood to joke with him, looking annoyed. Fang Ping laughed. Vice-Chancellor, take it easy. Look at Old Man Li, how romantic. Say, how long can he live? He could feel Old Man Li's vitality fading away. Normal martial artists could not sense it, but his mentality was strong, he could still feel it. Being a tortoise for 8 to 10 years. If you fight too much, 3 to 5 years at most. Wu Kuxian's expression was ugly. Li Chongqing was not old, only 60. At Li Chongqing's level, he would almost never die of old age. As for Li Chongqing, he might become the first rank 8 martial artist to die of old age. Fang Ping suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. He chuckled. It's been so long. I thought it would only be 3 to 5 days. If that's the case, then I'll have suffered a huge loss. I'm afraid he won't be able to repay the trillions he owes me. As soon as he finished speaking, Old Man Li walked over with an arrogant look on his face. He chuckled and said, Return what money? Do I owe you money? Fang Ping's face was full of disdain. He could not be bothered to say more. After thinking for a while, he asked, What are the benefits of combining 10,000 Daos into one? Old man, don't be muddle-headed and foolishly think of the unification of all Daos. What can it do if there are no benefits? You know nothing. Old Man Li had a smug look on his face. He said savagely, Old Wu, I'm considered powerful, right? Which old Wu? Principal or guardian? Ahem. It's old Wu beside you. Wu Quishan looked at him silently, not saying a word. This made Old Manly a little uncomfortable. What was he looking at? Old Manly shifted his gaze to Fang Ping, chuckling. Him? Don't think he's strong. In a few days. I'm still getting used to it. In a few days, I'll beat him up until he calls me grandpa. Do you believe me? So powerful? Of course. Old Manly said smugly, 10,000 daos into one. Do you know what that means? It means that it's very awesome. Do you know how much celestiality outbursts a rank 8 martial artist can unleash? Old Manly said gleefully, let me calculate for you. 10 Hz mentality plus 100 Hz vitality, 1C celestiality outburst. Peak rank 7 martial artists usually have mentality above 3000 Hz. In other words, they can unleash 300C celestiality at most. In reality, most martial artists who can't reach this stage and achieve 100% control of their strength are only geniuses like me. Rank 8 martial artists are slightly stronger. Their mentality is as low as 4 or 5000 Hz, and the highest is probably less than 10,000 Hz, in other words, the most powerful kind. Even a peak rank 8 like Old Wu, if he really used all his strength to unleash a 1000C outburst, he'd be dead. I'm different. Fang Ping chuckled. How so? Are you stupid? 10,000 daos into one. In the future, my mentality will be vitality force, and vitality force will be mentality. There's only one power. Vitality force and mentality will fuse and become one. Based on this, my vitality force is 100,000 calories, that's 100,000 Hz mentality. Cough, of course, that's the general calculation. Old Manly coughed dryly. Of course, it was not that powerful, but he still had to brag. As he said that, he continued, in other words, if my control of strength is 100%, I can unleash 10,000 celestiality in one move. Do you understand now? 10,000 times stronger than him, enough mentality, vitality is not a problem. Tell me, do you think I can defeat him in one move? 10,000? How is it compared to a rank 9? Old Manly continued to cough dryly. Then it's definitely not much worse than a rank 9. So, in a few days, I'll be the first rank 8. So powerful? Isn't it amazing? Then why don't you try fighting Guardian Wu now? Cough, cough, cough. Old Manly was speechless, too lazy to say anything. From the side, Lu Fengru and the others also walked over. Lu Polu glanced at Li Chongxing and sighed softly, this old man has lived longer than you, but he didn't even think of seeking death. Why do you have to? Old Manly chuckled. Who's looking for death? Am I courting death? It was better to control one's fate in one's own hands. Old Lu, to put it bluntly, how many years have you been stuck at rank 7? You know better than me how difficult it is to cultivate mental power. Don't look down on me just because I'm pretending to be an 8th stage cultivator now. Once I'm truly an 8th stage cultivator, it'll take at least a year or two, and at most, a lifetime. Now that the situation had reached this stage, who knew how long they could survive? Now that he was stronger, he would earn more. 70 was a rare occurrence since ancient times. If one really wanted to live a peaceful and stable life without any battles, living to 70 was already long enough. What else could one want? If he couldn't live to 70, then even if the war came, it wouldn't be a big deal. It's a profitable business. Don't you know how to do accounting? All of you act like their fathers died. Those who don't know might think that I'm dead. Old Manly looked indifferent. He grinned and said, 10,000 Dao unification is good. From now on, 10,000 Dao will be one. I'll only cultivate the body, not the mind, and not the life. If the body is strong, the person will be strong. Vitality is easy to cultivate. If I can cultivate 1,000,000 cal vitality, I'll be stronger than a rank 9. Even a paragon might not be able to defeat me, the realm barrier is gone. Such a good cultivation path can only be cultivated by geniuses like me. You want to cultivate, but you don't have the qualifications. Fang Ping chuckled. I should have the qualifications. Old Manly glanced at him. After a while, he said, "You'll talk when you live to my age. I'm 60 years old, after all." "You've remembered wrong. You're 61. The new year is over." "Is that so? I'm already 61? "Yes, the key is that you're still single." "It's none of your business. I'm just afraid that you won't live long and can't pay off the trillions you owe me. Get a wife and let your oldly family's descendants pay off the money." Beside them, a few people glanced at the two of them. After a while, Wu Quishan said, "You've already unified 10,000 Dao. I won't say anything then. I'm just reminding you, don't go to the catacombs too often in the future. It's none of your business whether I go or not." Old Manly said arrogantly, "If I go, can you still bite me?" Wu Quishan glanced at him. Suddenly, he said to Fang Ping, "Every time he fights, his vitality will drain faster. If he wants to replenish this vitality, he'll need a lot of life essence to maintain it. Fang Ping, I'll leave him to you from now on. The more he fights, the faster he will enter the aging stage. At that time, you can go to the royal city and steal some life essence to replenish his vitality. Can you do that?" Fang Ping smiled. "No problem. I'm familiar with the royal city. I'll go there when I'm free." Old Manly curled his lips. Mother Asterisk Kerr, an old schemer was an old schemer. Wu Quishan did not say anything else. After thinking for a while, he suddenly cursed, "Bastard. Commander Li specially helped you forge the mentality sword. You, Mother Asterisk Kerr, I really want to kill you." Commander Li had high hopes for Li Chongqing. That was why he specially sent that piece of calligraphy. That piece of calligraphy was not something that could be given away easily, even to a peerless powerhouse. That was used to help Li Chongqing sharpen his sword. In the end, Old Manly walked on the path of unified 10,000 Dao. Commander Li's painstaking efforts were almost wasted. If Old Manly did not walk this path, after mentality materialization, his mentality would be forged by absolute sword intent. His ability would not be weak, and his future would be brighter. Old Manly said nonchalantly, "That will take time. Commander Li is also a guy who makes decisions based on the person. If he had sent me this piece of calligraphy 10 years ago, I would not have walked this path. Look at the situation now, who has the time to sharpen it?" "You," Wu Quishan snorted, cursing in his heart. Commander Li sent this piece of calligraphy. It represented a lot of things. It even included, at the last moment, others could die, but Old Manly would be protected. It was not a problem for a peerless powerhouse to protect a rank 8. But now, was a rank 8 who did not have long to live still worth protecting by a peerless powerhouse, as for 10 years ago? 10 years ago, Li Chongqing did not have the qualifications to be noticed by the peerless powerhouses, even the current Fang Ping was not qualified. There were many geniuses. In the past 100 years, all kinds of geniuses had appeared. As long as Fang Ping did not become a grandmaster, unless he could kill a rank 8 and rank 6, those peerless powerhouses would not pay too much attention to him. While they were talking, the other grandmasters had also distanced themselves from this place. Fang Ping did not want to say much now. The others were not in the mood to say much either. In the silence, Fang Ping suddenly laughed. "Old Manly, that person from CCMAU is staring at you." Hearing that, Old Manly first glared at Fang Ping. Then, he turned his head to look at Su Zhan, who was not far away, looking annoyed. He said arrogantly, "Look again. If you look again, I'll knock you out halfway and bury you in a manure pit." Su Zhan's expression was dark. After a while, he said, "Why?" "Why what?" Old Manly sneered. "Do you think I'm as cowardly as you? When I am a rank 6, I will kill a rank 8. When I am a rank 8, I will kill a rank 9. As long as I can suppress you for one day, I will suppress you for the rest of my life. What does an old turtle like you know? If you can't do something big, how can you be called a martial artist?" Su Zhan remained silent. Seeing this, Fang Ping suddenly laughed. "Teacher Su, about the platform, you don't have any objections now, do you?" Su Zhan looked at him for a long time before saying, "As you wish," but, halfway through his sentence, Su Zhan didn't want to continue. At this moment, MCMAU had reached a point where it was close to insanity. In his opinion, it was a little too impatient and too eager for quick success. However, this was MCMAU's own choice. Since MCMAU wanted to go this way, he had nothing else to say. Li Chongqing was walking the path of the unification of all Daos. He was willing to risk his life. This matter was much more important than the platform. A small e-commerce platform was completely insignificant at this moment. Su Zhan did not have any objections, which meant that CCMAU had given up on this idea. Then things would be much easier to handle. The Grand Master banquet continued. However, at this moment, the minds of the Grandmasters present were drifting away. Li Chongqing's unification of all Daos, before coming, almost no one would have thought that this would happen. It was hard to say whether it was worth it or not. If there was an all-out war in 3 to 5 years and everyone died in battle, then the unification of all Daos would naturally not matter. However, others might not die, but Li Chongqing would definitely die. It was just a matter of time. Just as the Grandmaster's thoughts were in a mess, Fang Ping seemed to have forgotten about this matter. He was holding out documents for everyone to sign. Nanjiang Martial Arts University only bought 5 shares? So stingy? CCMAU is a famous school. 1 billion is nothing. I'll just buy 1 billion for you. Grandmaster Su, would you like to sign? Old Chen, SCMAU is also a famous school. How about 10 shares? FMS is the top military school. 10 shares isn't a lot. Fang Ping took advantage of the uncertainty in everyone's minds to patiently hold out the documents for everyone to subscribe. Some martial arts universities felt that there was still a need to discuss. Fang Ping did not waste time and did not pester them. His words implied that if they did not sign, they would be isolated by the martial arts universities in the future. Only those martial arts universities that signed their names were a family. Those that did not were not a family. After going around, there were 77 martial arts universities that had signed, including the 3 military schools. The least subscribed for 3 shares, and the most subscribed for 10 shares. After some calculations, they had subscribed for almost 400 shares. Fang Ping did not care. He quickly amended the rules and continued to ask everyone to sign. This time, he did not count the 1,000 shares. There were only 500 shares in total. He left 100 shares on Distance's platform as a sign. Whether it was 500 shares or 1,000 shares, to Fang Ping, it was the difference between 10 billion and 20 billion. Whether it was 10 billion or 20 billion, he would be able to meet the requirements for the system upgrade. Now, he was afraid that the system would not approve of it. Fang Ping did not know if this would work, but 10 billion wealth was not easy to earn. Currently, this was the fastest way to earn money, and it was only on paper. It was relatively easier to earn money on paper. He said that he could earn 50 billion in one go in the catacombs. However, if he did not go to the royal city to mine in the catacombs, it was almost impossible to earn that much money. It was not like energy mines could be found anywhere. The first 2 times were also due to luck. If he was unlucky, it was normal to return empty-handed in the catacombs. Fang Ping did not know how long he would have to wait for nearly 10 billion wealth. Moreover, he had to use his wealth. If he encountered some big items next time and could not bring them back, he would have to expand his storage space. If he did not have 100 billion wealth, he would not be able to accumulate so much after spending it. After busying himself for a while, the agreement was finally settled. As for the money, when the platform went online, these fellows would only send the money over. It would still take some time. I hope there's no problem. Fang Ping exhaled. If he succeeded this time, the next system upgrade would be 1 trillion. When he thought of 1 trillion, Fang Ping felt that he should not think about it anymore. Unless he really robbed the rank 9 monster plant's life essence, otherwise, if he went to the royal city's giant mine, it would not be a problem of digging a little, but a lot. If he dug so much, unless the guardian monster plant and monster beast were dead, he would definitely be discovered. 100 billion. If I upgrade, what new functions will the system have? Fang Ping fell into deep thought. After he was done, Fang Ping began to eat and drink with everyone. On this day, Fang Ping drank a lot. The few MCMAU grandmasters also drank a lot, so much so that their eyes were not very clear. It was not until the banquet was about to end that Fang Ping saw Qin Fengqing rushing back angrily. This fellow did not seek revenge on Wu Quishan, but found Chen Haoran, smiling and inviting Chen Haoran to continue sparring at night. As Fang Ping listened, he could not help but laugh. The banquet lasted for a long time. It was not until 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon that the guests dispersed. As the guests dispersed, the news about Li Chongqing's 10,000 unification spread among the Grandmaster's circle. No one in MCMAU paid attention to any of this. Fang Ping also sent everyone away, including Fang Yuan, who was full of rewards. Mekmao. 3 days before the end of the Grandmaster banquet. Martial Arts Club. Fang Ping held the phone and said loudly, "President Zhang, isn't Huaxi Martial Arts University's efficiency too slow? Out of all the martial arts universities, you're the only one who hasn't received any money yet. Do you want to participate or not? It's fine if you don't want to participate. When the platform goes live in the future, Huaxi Martial Arts University students don't have to buy things on the platform anymore. Just be self-sufficient." Did they just fight? Alright, I'll check the accounts. The bank probably hasn't transferred the money yet. After hanging up, Fang Ping glanced at Qin Fengqing in front of him and said impatiently, "Why are you here again?" Fang Ping, help. Qin Fengqing was a little dispirited. He wanted to cry but had no tears. "I didn't want to come, but I had no choice." Fang Ping was speechless. He could not be bothered to respond. Seeing that he was ignoring him, Qin Fengqing looked at Chen Yunqi, who was tidying up the documents, and whined, "Junior sister Yunqi, please, can you send your brother away? I admit defeat. If worst comes to worst, I'll let him beat me up. I admit defeat." Qin Fengqing really wanted to cry. Everyone had left except Chen Haoran. This guy had masochistic tendencies. After being beaten up by Qin Fengqing, he had developed feelings. "I'm not leaving." These few days, he would drag Qin Fengqing to spar with him whenever he had nothing to do. Beating him up felt good. It felt good to be beaten up twice. But when the number of times became 10 or 20, and he still couldn't beat that bastard to death, Qin Fengqing really wanted to cry. He wanted to cultivate. The more you beat him up, the less fun it would be. Now that Chen Haoran refused to leave and looked for him every day, he was about to collapse. Chen Yunqi whispered, "President Qin, you're the one who said that I wanted to spar with you. I'm just saying." Fang Ping interrupted her directly. "Stop talking nonsense. Go wherever you want. Yunqi, urge the bank to transfer Huaxi Martial Arts University's money over as soon as possible." Alright. Chen Yunqi started making phone calls. Qin Fengqing was helpless. He could not be bothered to continue this topic. He asked, "I heard that the Tiannan catacombs is about to open?" "Yes." "When are we going?" Fang Ping glanced at him and frowned. "Why are you going?" "Now, only grandmasters are being recruited. Do you have the qualifications to go?" "I don't care. I'm going anyway." At this moment, Qin Fengqing was about to enter middle stage rank 5. The life essence that Fang Ping had promised was also in his hands. However, looking at the situation, if he cultivated for a while longer as a middle stage rank 5, he would go bankrupt again. When Tiannan's catacombs open, Magic City will no longer seal you. "You can go to Magic City." Qin Fengqing immediately shook his head and said, "There's nothing good in Magic City now. Go to Tiannan. Tiannan is going to have a big war. Fish in troubled waters. Maybe you can pick up a rank 9 monster plant's corpse." Fang Ping was speechless. "You wish." She could not be bothered with him. Beside her, Chen Yunqi hung up the phone and nodded. "The bank said to transfer the money to our account immediately. That's good." Fang Ping felt a little uneasy. This was the final debt. Previously, when the other schools transferred money, the system did not react, and his wealth did not increase. This time, there was some suspicion of taking advantage of a loophole. He didn't know if the system counted and if it approved of him. If there was still no movement after this debt was paid, it meant that he had failed this time. Qin Fengqing saw that he was very anxious and whispered, "Fang Ping, are you preparing to cheat them of their 40 billion? If that's the case, why don't you count me in?" From his point of view, Fang Ping would not benefit from doing this. However, if he cheated these martial arts universities of 40 billion was also a very big fortune. Fang Ping said nothing. This guy's IQ was getting worse. Including the military schools, there were as many as 80 participating schools. There were dozens of grandmasters. If he cheated them of their money for these tens of billions, he would be digging his own grave. Seeing that Fang Ping was ignoring him, Qin Fengqing whispered again, "Fang Ping, I'll tell you a secret. Do you want to hear it? If there's nothing else, then scram. I'm busy." "It's true. If you help me get Chen Haoran out of here, I'll tell you." "Say it first." "I'll think about it after you're done." Qin Fengqing looked gloomy. After thinking for a while, he said, "Yesterday, I was chatting with Fatty Jiang. Fatty Jiang told me that when the Yang family's elder ancestor fell, his corpse still hasn't been found." Fang Ping's expression changed slightly. "What does that mean? Are you stupid?" "It means that the Yang family's elder ancestor's corpse might still be in Tiannan's catacombs." Seeing that Fang Ping was interested, Qin Fengqing whispered, "A paragon powerhouse. Of course, it's our own people's corpse. We can't do that." "But the paragon ancestor, doesn't he have anything good on him? If we find it and send the ancestor home, we'll keep his belongings. Maybe Polaris City will give us a lot of benefits. When Tiannan's catacombs opens this time, Polaris City will also send people there." Fang Ping frowned. "The paragon ancestor has fallen. Since it's confirmed that he's fallen, why hasn't the corpse of such a big shot been transported back?" Qin Fengqing whispered, "I heard that the Yang family's elder ancestor fell when he was crossing boundaries. His corpse seems to have fallen into the bounded boundaries. Later, a great war broke out in Tiannan's catacombs. The other paragon ancestors couldn't leave at all. Or to put it bluntly, they're also afraid of death. If one can fall, then a second can fall. If that's the case, then it'll be troublesome. That's why the paragon ancestor hasn't gone there to search. This time, Polaris City has arranged for some people to search. Under the paragon, it's no big deal if he dies." Fang Ping frowned. "What does that have to do with you?" "Polaris City has arranged for at least rank 7 and 8 martial artists to search. You're just a rank 5 martial artist. Do you want to go and die? The bounded boundaries are so dangerous. Even the paragon ancestors have fallen. Do you, Qin Fengqing, really think you're that lucky?" Qin Fengqing's eyes were burning. "I heard that there are ruins in the bounded boundaries. There are even ruins of humans from the ancient martial era. During the ancient martial era, humans entered the catacombs. Fang Ping, have you ever thought that humans were stronger than they are now? Also, the passageways are open now. I've said before that these passageways might have existed before, but now they're being opened by someone. This means maybe a long time ago, our people entered the catacombs on their own initiative. Later, they retreated and sealed the catacombs. These catacombs passageways. I even suspect that they were opened by our human ancestors themselves. Opening passageways between two realms, what kind of ability is that? At least the current paragon can't do it. Of course, I don't know the specifics, but that's my guess. If that's the case, then what's in the ruins in the bounded boundaries? Cultivation methods from the ancient martial era? Combat techniques, or even a mental energy cultivation method? Or perhaps, treasures that pile up like a mountain? Fang Ping, aren't you interested in taking a look? Beside him, Xianxia suddenly scolded, "Qin Fengqing, can you go further away?" Every time Qin Fengqing instigated Fang Ping to go to dangerous places, Xianxia had tolerated him for a long time. At this moment, she exploded and said angrily, "Fang Ping is already rank 6. As long as the Sanjiao gate is sealed, my grandfather said that he can reach rank 8 very soon. When he reaches rank 8, Fang Ping will be the most talented martial artist among humans, the youngest rank 8 grandmaster. You're always making him go to dangerous places. Don't you find it annoying?" Xianxia's sudden outburst was something Qin Fengqing did not expect. Hearing that, he looked gloomy and said helplessly, "Junior sister Yunqi, I'm just saying. Fang Ping is not a child. If he wants to go, I can't stop him. If he doesn't go, and I'm not his opponent, how can I force him to go?" Chen Yunqi did not care about this. She said angrily, "Anyway, you're not allowed to talk about this anymore. Or else I'll ask my grandfather to settle the score with you." Qin Fengqing was too much. It was like this every time, Fang Ping would be in danger. This made Chen Yunqi want to beat him up very badly. It was only because she was not as strong as him that she did not take action. Fang Ping did not care about them. He tapped the table lightly, thought for a while, looked at Qin Fengqing and said, "It's useless even if you say it. I only do some things because I'm confident. You're completely relying on luck. You can't even go to the bounded zones." Qin Fengqing. Do you think that you can pass through the forbidden areas of the major cities and enter the bounded zones? Qin Fengqing chuckled and said, "We'll see. Anyway, this time when the Tiannan catacombs opens, I want to go and take a look. Also, old Wang will go too. Didn't his teacher fall into it 2 years ago? This guy. Maybe he'll go to the bounded zones too. We'll see. As for you, it's up to you whether you bring me or not. I don't want to be with you anyway." Fang Ping was about to speak when his eyes suddenly moved. He waved his hand and said, "You break through to middle stage rank 5 first. Don't bother me if there's nothing important. As for Chen Haoren, let Zhang Yu spar with him." After saying that, Fang Ping ignored him and began to check his data panel. Wealth, 102. 2 billion, converted, vitality, 6,999 calories, 6,999 calories, mentality, 929 Hz, 929 Hz, bones honed, 177 bones, 100%, 29 bones, 90%, storage space, 32 cubic meters, plus, energy shield, 10,000 wealth/minute. His wealth had increased less than 10 billion, but the difference was not big. It was about 9 billion. Fang Ping could understand. After all, he had invested some capital into the website. No matter how much it was, his wealth was now more than 100 billion, Fang Ping was overjoyed. Finally, it was more than 100 billion. The system had recognized the platform's value increase this time. Out of the 500 shares, Fang Ping owned 100 shares. The other 400 shares were valued at 40 billion. This money was said to be the price of the platform's shares, but in reality, it was not the platform's value. But the system still recognized it. Fang Ping saw the system panel turn black instantly, but he did not care. This was necessary for the system to upgrade. It was a good thing. At this moment, Fang Ping was thinking about whether he should pay more attention to the company's matters. This kind of literal money was actually easier to earn than real money. 1 trillion. Maybe it was in the company. 1 trillion, when converted into resources, was an astronomical figure. But a company worth 1 trillion. Although this was also difficult, it was not impossible. Even if it was not 1 trillion, it would increase his book wealth by 3 to 500 billion. That was also a good thing. Thinking of this, Fang Ping tilted his head and looked at Chen Yunqi, saying, "If you have time, help me manage Distance Company. Anyway, just expand as much as you can. Later, I'll make a company with a market value of 1 trillion to play with." Qin Fengqing, who had not left, was a little speechless. This guy. He was always doing these ridiculous things. Sometimes, money was useless. For example, if you had 10 billion, you might not be able to buy a divine weapon. Of course, money was not useless. At least things like pills and energy stones could still be bought. For big forces, money was also very useful. But Fang Ping, was it necessary to make his own company? It was not like he was too short of resources. Qin Fengqing could not figure it out, but Chen Yunqi did not care too much. She nodded, feeling a little excited. Fang Ping actually let her manage the company. What did this mean? Did he trust her? Or did he hand over all his assets? Fang Ping did not stay long in the martial arts society. For the rest of the day, Fang Ping did not even have the mood to cultivate. The system upgrade lasted for a long time this time. It was not until the 7th of April that the system upgrade ended. In the dormitory, Fang Ping hurriedly checked the upgraded system. Wealth, 102. 2 billion, converted, vitality, 6,999 calories, 6,999 calories, mentality, 929 Hz, 929 Hz, bones honed, 177 bones, 100%, 29 bones, 90%, storage space, 32 cubic meters, plus, energy shield, 10,000 wealth/minute, plus, aura simulation, 100,000 wealth/minute, plus, what's going on? When he saw the updated data on the system panel, Fang Ping's face was gloomy. That was it, 100 billion upgrade, that was the result? There was an additional aura simulation. This time, Fang Ping could roughly guess the function of this function. Aura simulation, or energy simulation. Before this, the energy shield was only responsible for shielding energy, not converting auras. Before this, Fang Ping could only do some sneaky things like digging holes. He could hide some energy fluctuations from the average catacombs martial artist, but when he reached the higher ranks, his little bit of energy fluctuations could actually be seen through very easily. Now, the new function could be considered to have made up for this. Maybe it could simulate the energy fluctuations of real catacombs martial artists. This function was very good. His camouflage skill could be considered fully accomplished. However, an upgrade of 100 billion wealth only added this point. Fang Ping's expression turned slightly ugly. If he were to upgrade again, it would be a trillion. How many years and months would it take to reach a trillion? That's not right, there's a plus sign at the end. Fang Ping suddenly realized something was wrong. He murmured, a plus sign, even the energy shield has a plus sign. What does this mean? After thinking for a while, Fang Ping silently said to add an energy shield. In the end, this time, some more data was actually given. Energy shield, 10,000 wealth/minute, plus 100,000 wealth/minute plus, a strange look flashed in Fang Ping's eyes. In the next moment, Fang Ping pressed the plus sign again. Energy shield, 10,000 wealth/minute, plus 21 million wealth/minute plus, Fang Ping touched his chin and murmured, the plus sign is still there. I can continue to add. Gritting his teeth, Fang Ping tried to press the plus sign again. After a while, the data changed again. Energy shield, 10,000 wealth/minute, plus 1,000 million wealth/minute plus, Fang Ping hurriedly stopped. Very quickly, the data behind it disappeared. And in this short period of time, Fang Ping had spent more than 10 million wealth. This plus sign, could it be? Fang Ping thought of something. His eyes lit up instantly, and he said in shock, could it be, this is to add an energy shield for others? Plus sign, does it mean that there are a few people? If that's the case, Fang Ping suddenly thought of an extremely important matter. If his guess was right, then was there a limit to the strength of the martial artists who added the energy shield? If there was no limit, if he added an energy shield to the peerless powerhouses and had 3 to 5 peerless powerhouses to ambush the catacombs powerhouses, would he not be able to kill the other party quickly? There should be a limit, right? Fang Ping's heart was beating wildly. If there was no limit, then this insignificant function could even change the entire situation of the human race. Why did the peerless powerhouses not surround and kill them? More than 10 peerless progenitors should not have a problem killing a catacombs peerless powerhouse, right? It was not that they did not want to do it, it was that they could not do it, and there was no other way. If more than 10 human peerless powerhouses gathered together, just that kind of aura alone could not be concealed. Ordinary people might not be able to discover it, but same-rank powerhouses would definitely be able to sense it. Therefore, this kind of thing was useless. Not to mention nearby, even if a rank 9 peerless entered the periphery of the catacombs, they would be sensed by the peerless powerhouses in the depths, even if they were thousands of miles away. Is there a limit or not? Also, not only the energy shield, there's also aura simulation, also with the plus sign. If it can really simulate the catacombs martial artist's aura, then bringing a few rank 9 peerless powerhouses to simulate their own family. No, bringing Old Man Li and the rest to pretend to be catacombs martial artists, wouldn't it be easy to kill them all? Thinking of this, Fang Ping could not sit still anymore. These two functions might really change the entire situation of the human race. There was never a moment when Fang Ping felt that he was this important. Martial Arts Society. The moment Fang Ping dashed in, he pressed the plus sign on the energy shield. As expected, a blurry image appeared in his mind. Fang Ping instantly thought of Xianxia. The next moment, the dazed Xianxia in front of him, her aura disappeared. Xianxia herself did not feel anything. She only looked at Fang Ping somewhat blankly. She would be embarrassed if Fang Ping stared at her blankly the moment he entered the door. It really works. Fang Ping's expression was overjoyed. Without another word, he immediately ran outside. A few minutes later, Fang Ping found Huang Jing, who was in the office, and pressed the plus sign again. No? No way. Fang Ping's expression changed again and again. He could not help but scold, I knew it. Mother ***, you're cheating my feelings again. Huang Jing's expression changed too, Fang Ping. His arrogance had reached the point of no return. He was sitting in the office, and Fang Ping dashed in, first glared at him, then scolded him. This was too much of a **king bully. Even if you wanted to seize power, I didn't provoke you, did I? Did you really not take me seriously? Huang Jing's lungs were about to explode. His expression was livid. Without another word, he waved his palm. Fang Ping subconsciously raised his hand to counterattack. Huang Jing flew into a rage and scolded loudly, how dare you fight back? I didn't even cause trouble for you. You scolded me the moment you entered the door, and you still dare to fight back. Are you trying to turn the world upside down? Huang Jing was furious. He really could not tolerate this. Fang Ping, on the other hand, had come to his senses. His expression changed drastically, and he was so wrong that he was about to break down. He quickly said, Vice Chancellor, I didn't scold you. Really, I promise, even if you gave me 10 guts, I still wouldn't dare to scold you. Huang Jing was not willing to listen to his explanation. In the next moment, the enraged Huang Jing no longer attacked through the air. He personally went into battle, grabbed both of Fang Ping's arms, gathered all his strength, and directly threw him out the window. This time, Huang Jing used all his strength. Fang Ping shot out, as fast as lightning. His half-golden body almost created sparks in the air, exploding all the way as he broke through the air. At this moment, Huang Jing let out a humph, slightly satisfied. He had roughly guessed that Fang Ping was not scolding him. No matter how unreliable that kid was, he would not be so savage as to run into his office to scold people. However, since he had already hit the wrong person, he might as well make the best of it and take the opportunity to teach this kid a lesson. Southern District, on the sea. Fang Ping floated on the sea, thinking about life. He did not think much of being thrown to the beach by Huang Jing. After all, it was not a small piece of meat. At this moment, Fang Ping felt a little sad. The heaven-defying ability was gone, the energy barrier was useless against Huang Jing. Since that was the case, the imitation of aura would be useless. So there's a limit to my strength? Are there any restrictions for rank 5 and 6 martial artists? He had only tried Xianxia before, and Xianxia was only rank 4. At the thought of this, Fang Ping wasted no time. Very quickly, he crawled out of the water, shook off the water, and instantly evaporated his body. Then, he quickly ran toward the crowded place. Half an hour later, in the corner, Fang Ping mumbled, at most, they can only be of the same rank as me. He gave it a try. At most, he could only conceal the aura of an early stage rank 6 martial artist, not even a middle stage one. Damn, I've been happy for nothing. Fang Ping cursed under his breath. What a pity. Otherwise, he would have brought a few rank 9 paragons to the catacombs. He could have turned the catacombs upside down. When the 14 paragons of China gathered together, they would be able to slay gods and Buddhas alike. Even if he did not need 14 of them, just one of them would be able to quickly pacify the catacombs and secretly kill those rank 9 city masters, monster plants, and monster beasts. What a pity. Fang Ping's heart was filled with regret. According to the current trend, he would only be able to bring along a desperate realm powerhouse to go out and have fun when he had achieved rank 9 paragon. This was a little unreliable. Who knew when he would be able to reach this realm? As for the maximum number of people the energy shield could carry, Fang Ping did not try. Carrying 3 of them would cost 10 million per minute. 1 hour would cost 600 million. 1 day and 1 night would cost more than 10 billion. Fang Ping felt that he would go bankrupt. The plus sign was still there, so he should be able to continue increasing the number of people. However, with 4 people, based on 10 times the consumption, 100 million per minute, that would be 6 billion per hour. Thinking of this, Fang Ping immediately dismissed the idea. What a joke, he had more than 100 billion wealth, but he was carrying 4 people. If he used it all up in less than a day, he could cry himself to death. There's also aura simulation. Can it simulate a high-ranked aura? Fang Ping continued trying out the new functions. After a while, Fang Ping sighed again. As expected, the system still had restrictions on him. He could only imitate the strength of the aura of someone of the same level or lower grade. However, Fang Ping's eyes lit up slightly. This function was getting interesting. When Fang Ping tried to simulate his aura, many people's auras flashed across his mind. They were all people that he had come into contact with before. However, he could not simulate a high-ranked martial artist's aura. But the others could still do it. Mekmao. Southern Blood Chi Pool. Song Yingji was chatting with a teacher when he heard footsteps behind him. Song Yingji sensed the aura and turned around with a smile. Qin Feng Qing, why did you come to the vitality pool today? Before he could finish his sentence, he was stunned. The person behind him, who was wearing a mask, suddenly stretched out his hand and flicked his forehead. Hee, instructor, I'm Fang Ping. I'm here to beat you up. With that, the person fled. Quickly, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye, beside him, the instructor in charge of guarding the blood vitality pool asked with a dazed look on his face, Old Song. Did someone flick your head? I think so. Song Yingji was stunned, did I get flicked in the head? Fang. Not Fang Ping. The next moment, Song Yingji was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He cursed, Qin Feng Qing, that bastard, he's looking for death. Mother asterisk cur, do you think I'm an idiot? You think I can't recognize you just because you're wearing a mask? You think I can't recognize you just because you're pretending to be Fang Ping's voice? Since when did martial artists recognize people based on their voices? A martial artist's vitality force had its own unique aura. When this guy came, he could already tell that it was Qin Feng Qing. Not to mention, when he ran, that rich vitality force, Song Yingji flew into a rage. The instructor beside him held back his laughter and said, Don't be angry, don't be angry. Calm down. Recently, Qin Feng Qing is probably under a lot of pressure from cultivation. He's a little out of his mind. It's just a flick in the head. Don't be calculative with him, get lost. Song Yingji was furious. He said angrily, that bastard Fang Ping keeps saying that he wants to beat me up. He's a rank 6 after all. I might not be his match. That bastard Qin Feng Qing is only a rank 5 and he dares to provoke me. I'm going to beat him to death today. Song Yingji left in a huff. The monk could run, but the temple could not. He would find Qin Feng Qing and beat the bastard to death, flick his own head until it swelled like a watermelon. Actual combat building. Tang Wen was cultivating combat techniques when someone suddenly appeared behind her, grabbed her shoulder and tossed her up. Tang Wen could not control herself at all. She could not even step on air. In the next moment, she landed on the ground directly, then was tossed up again, then landed again, and tossed up again. Below her, a man wearing a hood laughed in a low voice. Big Lion actually dared to bully me, Fang Ping. I said I would take revenge. Tang Wen was about to cry. What was going on? Did President Fang not make peace with her dad? Why did he come to bully her again? And he did it himself. Did he have no shame? As she was thinking, the masked man seemed to have used a little too much force. Vitality force leaped. At this moment, Tang Wen instantly gritted her teeth. Qin Feng Qing, you're good. If I don't let my dad beat you to death today, I'm not Tang Wen anymore. How dare you pretend to be the president? I knew it. How could the president do something so senseless? So it was you. Did you think that I wouldn't recognize you just because you pretended to be the president? Tang Wen was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. Qin Feng Qing was already a rank 5. Yet, he still did something so senseless. Did he have no shame? He even purposely framed her. That was too much. Tang Wen did not say a word. Keep throwing. I'll get my dad to throw you too. After a while, the masked man noticed that the people around him were dumbfounded. He suddenly laughed. Luoxing? You're here too. That's great. I'll teach you a lesson too. The next moment, both of them were tossed around like rubber balls. They were tossed around until they were about to puke. This bastard was too much of a bully. After a while, the masked man left. Luo Xing was dumbfounded. He put on a long face and said, "What did the president do? I didn't provoke him, did I? Idiot. That's not the president. It's that bastard Qin Fengqing." Tang Wen gritted her teeth and retched. She said angrily, "Let's go. We'll complain to my dad." "You go to your dad. He's such a bully. Beat him to death." When Luo Xing heard that it was Qin Fengqing, he breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he said angrily, "I knew the president wouldn't be so senseless. Brother Qin is too much. I'll go and reason with my dad." The next moment, both of them left to find their own fathers. On the 7th of April. Something unexpected had happened in MCMAU. Qin Fengqing was crazy. This guy wore a mask and ambushed many people in MCMAU. There were rank 6 instructors, rank 5 students, Zhang Yu, rank 2 Tang Wen and Luo Xing. Ambushing rank 5 and rank 6 people was one thing, but this shameless guy even bullied rank 2 people. Moreover, this guy deliberately pretended to be Fang Ping. All the victims were indignant. Even if you wanted to pretend, you had to be more convincing. Who could not feel your vitality force, energy room? When Tang Feng, Luo Yichuan, Song Yingji, Zhang Yu, a lot of people came to his door and blocked Qin Fengqing in the celestial cultivation room, Qin Fengqing looked confused and angry. "I didn't do it. You're still so stubborn." Song Yingji was choking with anger. He said angrily, "Good boy, Fang Ping has reached rank 6, but he didn't dare to do something like deceiving his master and destroying his ancestors, and you did it first. I was guarding against Fang Ping, but I didn't guard against you. You're good." He was guarding against everything, but he was guarding against Fang Ping. That kid Fang Ping had said long ago that he would find an opportunity to beat him up. But Qin Fengqing actually dared to bully him. This was simply too much to the point of no return. Song Yingji was furious. Tang Feng's face was also dark. Qin Fengqing really needed to teach him a lesson. Fang Ping was also there, asking Zhang Yu about what happened. After understanding what happened, Fang Ping said with a serious expression, "Qin Fengqing, you've gone too far, you actually flicked the instructor's head. This is too much, you even bullied Tang Wen and Luo Xing. You even bullied rank 2 martial artists. Do you have any humanity left? Apologize immediately." Qin Fengqing's grief and indignation could not be any greater. He said with a long face, "No, I didn't do it. I was framed. Someone must have framed me." Fang Ping said seriously, "Did I frame you? You even impersonated my voice. Am I as stupid as you?" Qin Fengqing suddenly thought of something. He looked at Fang Ping suspiciously. Seeing that the others were looking at him, he immediately shouted, "I'm framed. I have proof." After saying that, Qin Fengqing immediately said, "It must be Fang Ping. He's the most sinister guy. Instructor Tang, I've been cultivating in the celestiality cultivation room today. I didn't go out at all. Instructor Zhang can be my witness. He's been here the whole time." Beside him, an instructor who was newly transferred to watch over the energy room said, "Was it today? Qin Fengqing didn't go out at all today. I thought it was because of what happened before." As soon as he said that, everyone suddenly looked at Fang Ping. Fang Ping's expression stiffened. "Qin Fengqing didn't go out in closed-door cultivation, I thought he went out." This was not easy to explain. Song Yingji also looked suspicious. Qin Fengqing didn't move that fast. Zhang Yu also pulled away from Fang Ping. He gritted his teeth and said, "Qin Fengqing and I are the same rank. It doesn't make sense that he could suppress me so quickly. I couldn't even fight back. I was still wondering how his strength improved so quickly." Fang Ping's expression did not change. He coughed softly and said, "Don't look at me. I'm not that kind of person. Moreover, why would I bully a kid like Tang Wen? I'm a rank 6 martial artist. I'm also a person who cares about my reputation." Qin Fengqing scolded, "You don't care about your reputation. It's not like you haven't done this before. You used to bully Zhao Lei and the others every day. You haven't done it recently, but that doesn't mean you won't do it forever. You're a shameless person deep down. There's no way to hide it. He definitely did it. If I did it, I'd be stupid to leak my vitality aura on purpose. Others might not say anything, but I can still hide it from Tang Wen. He even played hard to get, saying it was Fang Ping on purpose. It's not on purpose, it's this bastard. This bastard has a lot of things to do. He came right after you guys arrived. He's obviously here to watch the show. Instructor, beat him to death. Beat this bastard to death. He deceived his master and destroyed his ancestors. He actually flicked the instructor's head. This is a great humiliation. Instructor Song, if you don't beat him to death, you won't have the face to be a teacher anymore. Qin Fengqin cursed for a while, then looked at Tang Feng and said, Instructor Tang, you should beat him to death while you still can. Beat him to death first. He hasn't reached rank 7 yet. If he had, you'd still be beaten up today. Shameless. Despicable and despicable. Qin Fengqin scolded loudly. This was too infuriating. Fortunately, he did not go out today. Otherwise, he would have to bear a huge blame. Song Yingji and the others would definitely beat him up. 100%, this bastard Fang Ping had no conscience at all. How dare he deliberately make him bear the blame and get beaten up? Where was his humanity? Tang Feng and the others looked at Fang Ping dangerously. Fang Ping pretended to be calm and said, Vitality won't hide from others. My vitality is different from Qin Fengqing's. Tang Feng looked at Qin Fengqing suspiciously again. Qin Fengqing said gloomily, Don't look at me. This guy has a lot of tricks. He can even hide his aura. Since he can hide his aura, it's normal for him to disguise other people's vitality. Others can't do it, but he definitely can. At this moment, everyone looked at Fang Ping. What Qin Fengqing said was absolutely right. It was hard to say for others. After all, vitality was a martial artist's foundation. It was almost impossible to change. But Fang Ping. That might not be the case. Fang Ping was all smiles and said quickly, How is that possible? Tang Feng pondered for a moment. Suddenly, he said, Whether it's you or not, you're the biggest suspect. Don't say anything else. These two are not good people. It's either Qin Fengqing or Fang Ping. Beat them up together. Anyway, beating them up together was definitely not wrong. In MCMAU, only these two were not good people. At the side, the grinning Qin Fengqing's face froze. He was really King innocent. Trouble came from the sky, after a while. Tang Feng and the others left. They left, satisfied. Fang Ping and Qin Fengqing looked at each other. In the next second, Qin Fengqing was furious. He said sullenly, I'll fight it out with you. If you didn't do this, I'll kill myself. Tang Feng and the others might not be sure, but as the person involved, Qin Fengqing was 100% sure that it was Fang Ping who did it. Fang Ping sent him flying with a kick. He rubbed the dark circles under his eyes and said gloomily, These guys wanted to beat me up for a long time. I made a mistake this time. If I had known, I wouldn't have come to watch the show. Qin Fengqing snorted. Then, he asked slyly, You can change the aura of your vitality force? Actually, Tang Feng and the others wanted to ask about this. However, after thinking about it, they decided not to ask. They would beat him up first. If they found out that Fang Ping could not do it, then he was innocent. Then, they would have no reason to beat him up. Fang Ping grinned and said, Guess. Guess my ass. You tricked me this time and caused me to get beaten up. Tell me, how are you going to compensate me for my losses? Compensate? I'll give you a 10 million interest discount. Is that enough? I'm a generous person. 10 million for a beating. Where are you going to find that? Fang Ping's face was full of generosity. He thought for a while and suddenly laughed. What do you think? Next time, I'll pretend to be you and rob a grandmaster. Qin Fengqing's face darkened. Then, his eyes lit up. Can I disguise myself as a grandmaster? Nonsense. I can only imitate you because your vitality force is too lousy. I can just imitate you casually. Qin Fengqing was dubious. He was not too sure. Only imitate me, did that not mean that when this bastard did bad things in the future, he would have to be the scapegoat for him? When he thought of this, Qin Fengqing was about to break down. What made him break down even more was that Qin Fengqing thought deeper. He said in grief and indignation, "You're not going to F***king accuse me, are you? If I F***king married someone and you sneak in the middle of the night. F***ck, I'll kill you today." Qin Fengqing decided to fight it out with him, this bastard Fang Ping. If he did not die today, he would not rest. However, his strength was not as good. After a few minutes, Qin Fengqing was beaten black and blue. He finally chose to give up. If worst came to worst, he would not marry anyone. If this bastard Fang Ping did not die, he would not marry. Fang Ping did not care what he thought. After experimenting for a while, he was in a good mood. Although this aura simulation consumed a lot of wealth, 100,000 wealth for a minute, it was indeed a good thing. Imitating Qin Fengqing's aura today had almost caused Qin Fengqing to be beaten to death. Then, if he imitated a catacombs martial artist's aura, would it cause internal strife in the catacombs? Of course, today they were on the same side. His acting was more important. However, when he was in the catacombs, if he put on a good show, maybe, he could really reap the benefits. If I had this ability last time, I could directly imitate the Skygate City martial artist's aura. Then it would be even more realistic. After framing Qin Fengqing once and getting himself beaten up, Fang Ping was not interested in wasting his wealth points on this anymore. In the next few days, Fang Ping began to attempt rank 6 cultivation. He sealed the Xianxia gate. The Xianxia gate. Early stage rank 6 had to seal the gate of vitality. The stronger a martial artist's vitality was, the harder it was to seal it. In the cultivation room, there were 3 doors above Fang Ping's head. He stared at the first door on the left for a long time. This door seemed to have come from ancient times. Rather than saying that it was closed, it was more appropriate to say that it was closed. A door actually had a door. Now that the door was wide open, Fang Ping needed to close the door bit by bit. And this required him to expend a large amount of energy to move it. When he moved the door, Fang Ping felt that his speed had slowed down to its limit. The invisible door seemed to weigh billions of kilograms. After expending a tremendous amount of effort, Fang Ping had only moved a little. He was still a long way from closing the door. No wonder everyone spent so much time sealing the Xianxia gate. Rank 6 martial artists almost did not have any means to accelerate cultivation. Of course, if he had sufficient vitality, he could still transport it a few more times. Fang Ping, for example, could continue to replenish his vitality and continue to transport it. Other rank 6 martial artists could transport for 2 to 3 hours a day, but he could do it continuously. This was his advantage. However, in Fang Ping's eyes, it was still too slow. Based on the current speed, it would take at least a year or 2 for the Xianxia gate to be completely sealed. 1 or 2 years is too slow. If outsiders knew what Fang Ping was thinking, they would probably break down. Who did not spend endless time and effort to seal the Xianxia gate? Was it very slow for Fang Ping to take a year or 2? Others might think it was fast, but Fang Ping really thought it was slow. In the following period of time, he tried to use his mental energy and the power of the heavens and earth to move the energy. In the end, he discovered that the power of heaven and earth was quite helpful in sealing the Xianxia gate. The stronger the power, the easier it was to move it. But the consumption is also great. Celestiality consumed too much of his wealth. However, with 100 billion wealth in hand, Fang Ping felt that it was acceptable, albeit reluctantly. The faster it was done, the better. Moreover, Fang Ping even tried using his mentality to explore the Xianxia gate. In the end, he discovered that it was empty inside. It was just a stretch of nothingness. No matter how much he explored, it was the same. Fang Ping was actually quite curious about the Xianxia gate. This gate? Where did it come from? He knew about the celestial bridge. It was built by himself as a rank 4. However, the Xianxia gate had indeed appeared out of thin air. It was as if it had been pulled into reality from another dimension. Villa 8. Fang Ping revealed the Xianxia gate, asking curiously, "Teacher, Can I send people into the Sanjiao Gate? Lu Fengru shook her head and said, the Sanjiao Gate lies between reality and illusion. Although it has materialized, it does not actually exist in this space-time dimension. It's a very complicated concept. It was even more complicated than the existence of divine weapons. Although divine weapons exist in between reality and illusion, in reality, divine weapons can also be used as ordinary weapons. Moreover, divine weapons are forged with materials that actually exist. It's just that they've been transformed by our mental power. Divine weapons can enter the Sanjiao Gate, and so can mental and vital energy, but other objects can't. Fang Ping thought for a while and said, as martial artists become stronger and stronger, the Sanjiao Gate will become clearer and clearer. Teacher, when one reaches the true peak, can the Sanjiao Gate materialize and appear in the real world? I don't think it's possible, right? Lu Fengru was not too sure. After thinking for a while, she said, if it appears, then there's a desperate realm powerhouse in existence now. It's impossible that no information has leaked out. If it materializes, where do these 3 doors lead to? Every martial artist, even ordinary people, might have the Sanjiao Gate. Then, with so many doors, do they lead to the same place, or do they lead to different directions? Besides, the Sanjiao Gate is still related to the human body itself. The empty zone that you see might be a zone that exists in your body. Lu Fengru spoke for a while and finally said, don't think too much. Although martial arts cultivation requires you to understand what you're cultivating, the human body is indeed an incomparably huge treasure. It also hides many secrets. Sometimes, if you don't understand something, you can only put it aside for now. The research on the Sanjiao Gate had never stopped. It was the same for the research on the brain nucleus. However, after so many years of research, there was still no substantial progress. Today, although there were still organizations researching it, they did not pay much attention to it. That was because there were countless investments, but the returns were far away. The Sanjiao Gate and the brain nucleus were only possessed by martial artists above rank 6. These martial artists had a lot of things to do. They did not have so much time to waste and be researched by others. Fang Ping nodded. He still had some lingering thoughts. If I could let someone enter the Sanjiao Gate and find a powerhouse to help me push the door and seal it directly, that would be awesome. It was difficult for him to move it himself, but if a powerhouse could enter, would it not seal it in an instant? At the thought of this, Fang Ping's eyes suddenly lit up. He said, Instructor, previously Wang Jinyang used his celestial bridge to smash someone else's Sanjiao Gate. This means that the celestial bridge can actually enter the Sanjiao Gate. Why don't you use your celestial bridge and stuff it into my Sanjiao Gate and help me push it? Lu Fengru said impatiently, don't always have sudden ideas. Do you want your Sanjiao Gate to explode? Our vitality is different, our energy attributes are also different. Under such circumstances, once my celestial bridge comes into contact with yours, it will only cause a big explosion. Fang Ping's eyes really lit up this time. He said immediately, what you mean is that as long as our attributes are the same. No, I mean, as long as our vitality force roots are the same, your celestial bridge can enter my Sanjiao Gate? Fang Ping suddenly shook his head, mumbling, yes, I have to try using my celestial bridge first. Use my celestial bridge and stuff it into the door to see if it can help me push the door open. If it works, Fang Ping's heart suddenly thumped violently. If it worked, what did it mean? It meant that he could get someone to help him quickly close the door. No, those who were of a higher rank than him would not work. At most, they would be rank 6 martial artists. Even so, the strength of many people would still be much stronger than him alone. Moreover, he could also help others change their aura. You help me, I help you. Perhaps they could all quickly pass this rank 6 hurdle. Can it? If it works, in the future, the path of a rank 6 martial artist will be very fast. If it really works, then the function of the system upgrade this time will really be a god-level function. But, this matter needs to be discussed. I can't tell normal people. Old Wang and Iron Head, can I tell them? Fang Ping was a little uncertain. If this matter was spread out, it would really be a big deal. Being able to help each other to close the Sanjiao Gate together almost subverted the martial arts cultivation path. It was even more subversive than Old Man Li's 10,000 Dao unification. Lu Fengru saw Fang Ping mumbling to himself and could not help but frown. Don't mess around. Fang Ping, your own celestial bridge can indeed enter the Xianxia gate, but the power originates from one body. The vitality force that you produce is supplied by the celestial bridge. Therefore, it's the same whether you use the celestial bridge or not. Moreover, although they are all one body, you have to be careful of colliding with each other and causing irreversible injuries. Understood, Fang Ping nodded. This matter indeed needed to be discussed. However, with this idea in his mind, Fang Ping really felt a little restless. If he gathered the strength of many people and closed the door, the time would be shortened a lot, right? It would take a few years for one person. What about 2 people? What about 3 people? What about more people? There was strength in numbers. One person might move 1 millimeter at a time. 3 people might be able to move 10 millimeters, not 3 millimeters. If I really gather the strength of many people, maybe I can close the door in 3 to 5 months. Once the Xianxia gate is closed, my vitality and vitality will merge in an instant. When my mentality appears again, I can achieve rank 7 in an instant. If my mentality is nurtured for a period of time, I can even achieve rank 8, or should I take the path of 10,000 Dao unification? No, I don't want to die so quickly. I have the system. My mentality will increase very quickly. I don't have to learn from old Manly. At this moment, Fang Ping's thoughts were full of thoughts. He was considering whether Wang Jinyang and the rest were trustworthy. It did not matter if Fang Ping told them about normal things. Just based on the fact that old Wang risked his life to save him last time, Fang Ping really had nothing to hide. However, this kind of thing, Fang Ping's eyes flickered. He mumbled in his heart, actually, I'm not afraid of telling them now. Instead, I'm worried about them after they've revived. Fang Ping knew what his concerns were. If old Wang and the rest were not powerhouses who had revived, he probably would not have too many concerns. What was scary was that if these people were really powerhouses who had revived and recovered their past memories, then it would be hard to say. Today, Fang Ping still trusted people like Wang Jinyang and Li Hansong quite a lot. Qin Fengqing, this fellow. His celestial bridge has also mutated. It's quite powerful. However, this idiot. I'm worried that his celestial bridge will enter my Xianxia gate and rob me. Fang Ping complained in his heart. Seriously, he believed that Qin Fengqing would do it. Once this fellow's celestial bridge entered, he would put on a posture of mutual destruction. The probability of him robbing him was not low. Should I give it a try or not? Fang Ping was hesitant. This matter was indeed a little difficult for him. The temptation of accelerated cultivation made him tempted. Not only would his cultivation speed up, but everyone would also help each other. After achieving rank 6, they could all speed up. If he achieved rank 7 one step earlier, he could even invite some rank 7 powerhouses to help them after they achieved rank 6. For example, Lu Fengru, or Old Manly, right? What rank was Old Manly? Fang Ping felt a little dizzy. To be honest, it was really difficult for him to clearly say what rank Old Manly was. Rank 7 or rank 8? Fang Ping. Lu Fengru shouted, frowning slightly. What are you thinking about? Fang Ping came back to his senses, suppressed the restlessness in his heart, and smiled. Instructor, I'm thinking about Tiannan's catacombs. It's none of your business. You're not allowed to go this time. Lu Fengru frowned. When the catacombs open this time, there will be a large-scale battle between high ranks. Although you've stepped into rank 6, you're still a little short. Right now, Tiannan has already started making evacuation arrangements. When the catacombs really open, except for high-ranked martial artists, those below high ranks will not stay. This time, Tiannan was also prepared for people to rush out. Now, Tiannan had already started a large-scale evacuation. The announcement to the public was that Grandmaster powerhouses felt the fluctuations of the earthquake, and an earthquake might break out soon. 2 years ago, Tiannan did an evacuation once. After that, there was indeed a large-scale earthquake. This time, when the government announced it, the people were very cooperative. After all, in their eyes, Grandmaster powerhouses were omnipotent. They could fly in the sky and burrow into the ground. If there was an earthquake, there was an 80 to 90% chance of it happening. No one was willing to joke around with their own lives. Fang Ping smiled. Of course, I won't be so stupid as to rush over and fight with high ranks right away. I'm thinking of waiting for things to calm down a little before I go. Seeing that Lu Fengger wanted to say more, Fang Ping said softly, this time, I'm not going for resources. I'm returning a favor. I owe Wang Jingyang a big favor. During the battle on New Year's Eve, he, an early stage rank 5, helped me block a peak rank 6 martial artist. Instructor, martial artists know how to repay favors. I promised him to go to Tiannan to look for his instructor. Since I promised, I won't go back on my word. That's why I must go to Tiannan. Lu Fengger frowned slightly. After a while, she said, that'll have to wait for the catacombs to calm down. Also, the probability of Zhang Qingnan's survival is extremely low, or almost impossible. It's not a few days. It's almost 2 years since the last time it was closed. For such a long time, even rank 7 martial artists would find it hard to survive. Speaking of this, Lu Fengger thought of her father. Her father had disappeared for 2 years. Was he still alive? Without thinking too much about this, Lu Fengger continued, this time, Wang Jingyang going to the catacombs is mainly for comfort. If you really want to go down, don't make finding him your first goal. The key is to protect your own life. Understood. Fang Ping nodded and said immediately, oh right, from MCMAU this time, who's going over? Are you going? Yes, Wu Quishan and Lion Tang will go with me. As she said that, Lu Fengger humphed. Li Chongqing still wants to go? Does that old thing think he's not dying fast enough? Fang Ping said softly, instructorly, if you unleash your full power in a battle, will you lose a lot of your vitality? Lu Fengger's expression was solemn. She nodded and said, let's put it this way. Although we don't know how long a rank 8 martial artist can live, according to our speculation. Rank 8 martial artists have a general idea of how long they can live. I don't dare to say much more, but 300 years is not enough to kill them. Right now, Li Chongqing's vitality is depleting more than 30 times faster than the average rank 8. Once he fights, his vitality is depleting at least 100 times or even 1,000 times faster than the average rank 8. After a battle, he might lose decades of vitality. If he really fought with all his might 8 to 10 times, he might age prematurely and face death. Is there no way to stop this vitality depleting? No. At least, we don't know yet. After all, the myriad Dao unification is only recorded in the ancient books. It's not clear. However, what Wu Quishan said before was right. Life essence can replenish this kind of depleting. As she said that, Lu Fengger looked at Fang Ping and said, I'm not telling you to steal the life essence. I'm telling you, don't go. If you get your hands on the life essence, putting your own safety aside, with this, Li Chongqing will have nothing to worry about. That old thing can't wait to kill a few rank 8s to show his existence. Giving it to him would be a waste. Can Instructor Li really kill rank 8s? Yes. Lu Fengger paused and said softly, absolutely. These few days, he's adapting. His vitality is very strong. Back then, he swallowed too much life essence. His vitality force skyrocketed. It's comparable to a peak rank 8's vitality force, close to the 100,000 mark. When he said that he could go all out and explode 10,000 celestiality, that was a bluff. However, if he goes all out, there's still hope for him to explode 2,000 to 3,000 celestiality. Wu Quishan holds a quasi-rank 9 divine weapon. His explosiveness might not be comparable to his. Wu Quishan killed some rank 8 martial artists. As long as the other party did not have a divine weapon and did not hone many skulls, killing them would be very easy. If he can do it, then Li Chongqing can too. If Instructor Li has a divine weapon, can he nurture it? If you give him a rank 9 divine weapon longsword, will he become more powerful? Lu Fengger said again, he can use a divine weapon. Right now, his body is the Sanjiao Gate. He uses his body to nurture the sword. However, it's best not to give him a divine weapon. The more power he unleashes, the faster his vitality depleting. If you really give him a rank 9 divine weapon, he will dare to find a rank 9 to fight. When that time comes, even if he kills the other party, he will also die of exhaustion. Fang Ping's pupils constricted. He whispered, Instructor Li has a rank 9 divine weapon. Can he really kill a rank 9? It depends on the other party's strength. I'm talking about the weakest rank 9. They don't have a divine weapon and their strength is average. If he holds a rank 9 divine weapon, the probability of him killing the other party is not low. So powerful. Fang Ping took a deep breath. 10,000 Dao unification had directly made Old Man Li the first among rank 8 martial artists. One had to know that Wu Kuxian was ranked second among rank 8 martial artists in the world. Even he might not be able to kill a weak rank 9. Defeating him was a possibility. Lu Fengru said impatiently, exchanging one's vitality for combat power is powerful. But what's the use of this kind of consumable item no matter how powerful it is? It's a waste to give it to him. But as Lu Fengru said that, she sighed softly. This is actually a trick that only geniuses have. People like us can't do it even if we want to. Otherwise, if it were to be popularized, a bunch of old grandmasters might be eager to exchange their vitality for combat power. 10,000 Dao unification could not be popularized. If that was not the case, those grandmasters who died earlier would have done it long ago. These grandmasters had a clear memory of 10,000 Dao unification, which was only recorded in a few words in the ancient books. Actually, there were rank 8 old grandmasters who had tried it before. Unfortunately, it did not work. 10,000 Dao unification could only be carried out at the stage where mentality had just materialized. Fang Ping suspected that even he could not do it. His mentality might materialize in advance, but his golden body might not reach the standard. After chatting with Lu Fengru for a while, Fang Ping walked out of Villa number 8. When he walked out of the villa, Fang Ping thought of the matter of sealing the door together again. Should I say it or not? I'm so conflicted. Fang Ping sighed. Maybe he could try it out with Old Wang first. After leaving the villa, Fang Ping called Old Wang. In the end, before they could talk about sealing the door, Old Wang said that he was going into seclusion to achieve upper stage rank 5. He would probably not come out until the catacombs opened. With that, Fang Ping gave up on the idea of talking about this for now. Currently, even if they could work together to seal the door, it would only benefit Fang Ping. Since Old Wang was going into closed-door cultivation to break through to upper stage rank 5, Fang Ping could not bring this up again. Ever since his instructor had fallen into the catacombs 2 years ago, Wang Jinyang had been thinking about it. Now that the catacombs were about to open, he wanted to increase his strength too. Naturally, Fang Ping could not mention helping him anymore. However, Fang Ping was still very surprised that Old Wang had achieved upper stage rank 5 so quickly. Upper stage rank 5 required the reconstruction of more than 200 meridians in the entire body. Even if it was one per day, it would still take more than half a year. Wang Jinyang had returned to NMAU after the new year and had broken through to middle stage rank 5. It had not even been 2 months since then, and he was already preparing to break through to upper stage. He wasn't like Li Hansong, who directly attained half a golden body in one day. However, Fang Ping usually did not ask too much about matters related to cultivation. Everyone had their own secrets, and it wasn't a good thing to ask too much. However, he could roughly guess what was going on. It was nothing more than self-mutilation to revive the indestructible substance and reconstruct his meridians time and time again in order to speed up the process. He did not think about sealing the door anymore. Since he was going to the Tiannan catacombs for the first time, he should start making preparations. Information was the most basic. Fang Ping collected a lot of information from MCMAU, the military department, Polaris City, Tiannan Martial Arts University, Tiannan House of Governors, and various other places. He began to search for detailed information about the Tiannan catacombs. The information provided by the military department was the most detailed. However, Fang Ping had asked Qin Fengqing to keep in touch with Fatty Jiangchao in Star Town, so he had obtained some information that was relatively confidential. In the middle of April, Wu Kuxian and the other two were the first to leave for Tiannan. They had been recruited by the military this time and were not considered independent martial artists. They still had to listen to the military's battle plans. After the three of them left, Lu Polu also went down to the Magic City catacombs. When the Tiannan catacombs opened, he still had to prevent the other catacombs from taking the opportunity to cause trouble. Huang Jing began to oversee MCMAU, just in case. Among the grandmasters, only Old Man Li was free and could move around as he pleased. However, Huang Jing was keeping a close eye on this old man, forbidding him from entering the catacombs. Library. In late April, Qin Fengqing officially entered middle stage rank 5. Right now, he was researching information about the catacombs in Tiannan with Fang Ping. The Tiannan catacombs are among the 23 catacombs in Sino Nation. They're not that strong. They have 11 cities in total, 2 less than the Magic City catacombs. Moreover, the strength of Tiannan's catacomb cities, relatively speaking, they're slightly weaker than Magic City's catacombs. As for the geographical distribution, it's more or less the same. The original Tiannan city was also at the edge of the southern Forbidden Sea. The catacombs are in the north, and there are other cities on the east and west sides. Furthermore, there are some forbidden areas for demonic beasts and demonic plants. At the end, it's probably the domain of both sides. At this moment, Qin Fengqing was drawing. One had to admit that this guy was really good at drawing. As he spoke, a simplified map of the Tiannan catacombs was quickly presented before Fang Ping. Fang Ping also had a map with him. This map was provided by the military department. Qin Fengqing insisted on hand-drawing it himself to deepen his impression. This fellow was much more familiar with maps than Fang Ping. As Qin Fengqing drew, he said in a low voice, "There are 2 domains. One in the east and one in the west." I asked Fatty Jiang. The Tiannan catacombs should be the 11 southern territories. If the division of small territories is done in a regular order, then one of the 2 domains leads to the 10 southern territories, and the other leads to the 12 southern territories. Fang Ping glanced at him and frowned slightly. "Are you really going to the domain of the domain? I can't go to the cities. I can't hide my aura. I can't go to the forbidden areas either. The monsters are too strong. As for the other places, I don't know if there are good things there. There's no one in the domain of the domain." According to Fatty Jiang, the average person can't enter the domain of the domain. If there are good things there, there should be more domain of the domain. Taking advantage of this war, I'll sneak over and take a look. Whether there are benefits or not, I'll know once I take a look. Fang Ping tapped the table lightly. There are forbidden areas on both the east and west sides, similar to Magic City's catacombs. It's extremely dangerous to cross them. If you really want to go, the most convenient way is to walk along the forbidden coast on both sides. But the Forbidden Sea is also extremely dangerous, even more dangerous than the cities. At this point, Fang Ping shook his head. "We'll see. The main purpose of me going in this time is to help Wang Jinyang find his instructor. Even if he's really dead, I hope to find his remains. When the catacombs martial artists fight with us, most of the time, they collect the spoils of war, kill people, and bury them on the spot. Let's see if we can find him. The catacombs martial artists and humans have been fighting for so many years. Everyone has a set of rules. Under normal circumstances, when the enemy dies in battle, someone will collect the corpse, even if it's a mutilated corpse. However, Zhang Qingnan did not manage to evacuate during the Great Evacuation. If he really died, no one would collect his corpse. Therefore, the probability of him being buried is higher." As he said that, Fang Ping stretched out his hand and drew a line on the map. Tiannan City faces Rose City in the northwest. The distance between the two is 170 miles. The area in between is relatively large. If we want to find someone, we'll search in this area. The probability of finding him is the highest. Qin Fengqing raised his head. "Are you sure that he's dead?" "If he was not dead, naturally, he would not stay here forever." Fang Ping sighed softly. "What do you think?" "I think he's dead too. A rank 5 martial artist who stayed in the catacombs for 2 years. He's not me, Qin Fengqing." Fang Ping could not be bothered with him. He thought for a while and said, "Back then, the Yang family's old ancestor died while crossing territories." "Which territory did he want to cross?" Probably to 10 southern territories. As Qin Fengqing said that, he added, 7 southern territories, Magic City Catacombs. 8 southern territories, Donglin Catacombs. 9 southern territories, Nanjiang Catacombs. 10 southern territories, North Lake Catacombs. I heard that 2 years ago, North Lake Catacombs was in turmoil. Pudgy Jiang doesn't know the details, but if the Paragon Old Ancestor wants to cross territories, he should go to 10 southern territories. The 12 southern territories are West Sea Catacombs. West Sea Catacombs have not been very active these years. Fang Ping exhaled. I asked. Is this the first time he crossed territories? Logically speaking, he's been in charge for so many years. He should have crossed territories before, right? Why did he fail this time? Qin Fengqing shook his head. I don't know about that. Other than those Paragon Old Ancestor, not many people know about these things. Fang Ping did not ask further. He continued to look at the map. Not only the map, but also some introductions of the strength of some cities, some special treasures of Tiannan catacombs, and so on. Although he did not enter the catacombs for resources this time, if he could get some, it would be good. After looking at it for a while, Fang Ping said, I'll prepare some things these 2 days. I'll leave for Tiannan on the 25th. Qin Fengqing, it's your freedom to go wherever you want, but I still have to remind you that your life is your own. There are many catacombs. If you really want to enter the catacombs, Tiannan is not the best choice. I know. It's up to you. I'll leave first. Fang Ping did not say much. It was Qin Fengqing's freedom to go wherever he wanted. If he really died, he could not blame anyone else. The night of April 24th. In the dormitory. Fang Ping was packing his things when Xianxia knocked on the door and entered the room. After helping Fang Ping tidy up the room quietly, Xianxia bit her lip and said suddenly, Fang Ping, I want to go back to South Capital. Fang Ping looked at her and asked doubtfully, go back to see your parents? No. No. I want to go back to South Capital for a while. I might not go back to MCMAU for a few months. Xianxia took a deep breath and said, before Grandpa went to Tiannan, he called me and said that he left something for me to improve my strength. He left it at South Capital Martial Arts University. When I go back this time, I'll take the things first. Then I want to go to South Capital Catacombs to train. In MCMAU, it'll be very difficult for me to have a chance to train, including the Magic City Catacombs. Nowadays, people like us don't have many opportunities to show off. The situation at South Capital Catacombs is not as bad as here. High-ranked martial artists rarely fight. Middle and low-ranked martial artists have more opportunities. Fang Ping tidied up the documents on the table and said, Yunqi, don't put so much pressure on yourself. You're different from us. What we have, you might not have. Whether it's me or Li Hansong and the others, we're all different from you, I know. But I also know that hard work will reap rewards. Xianxia bit her lip. After a moment of silence, she continued, Senior Qin's talent isn't good, but he still entered middle stage rank 5 quickly. Although he can't compare to you, he's not far behind. My talent is much better than Senior Qin's, and I have Grandpa's support. I've been left behind because I haven't worked hard enough. Martial artists who were close to being thrice-honed. Although martial artists who had been thrice-honed when they reached the 3 middle ranks, other than the advantages of vitality and physique, their cultivation was no different from others. However, the number of bone-honing times was actually the strength of one's talent. The stronger one's talent, the higher the efficiency of energy absorption and conversion. Honing a few times was not just a matter of the degree of bone honing in the 3 lower ranks. Xiaolei and Xianxia, compared to people like Qin Fengqing, if they ate the same pill, Xiaolei could convert 80% for his own use. Xianxia could convert at least 70%. As for Qin Fengqing, he could only convert about 50%. This was the difference in talent. Of course, modern martial artists did not place too much emphasis on talent. A higher efficiency of absorption and conversion did not mean that one's achievements were higher than others. Many grandmasters were actually only once-honed martial artists. Many twice-honed martial artists were also stuck in the 3 lower ranks for the rest of their lives. Fong Ping put away the information, looked at her for a while, and said again, "You've also reached middle stage rank 4 now. Martial artists at this stage are not defenseless children. If I were a rank 9 paragon, I would definitely say don't go because I can protect you. It's not bad for you to be a vitality martial artist. It doesn't matter if you're weaker. But I'm only rank 6. I can't make these promises and guarantees. If you want to go, then go. Protect yourself." As he said that, Fong Ping turned around and went back to his room. After a while, he took out a bag and handed it to her, saying, "There are some energy stones and 300 honing fruits in here. I can't use them now. The 100 honing fruits have been completely used up. I don't know if it's enough for you to cultivate to peak rank 4. Also, there's a little life essence. If you're injured, use it sparingly. Just use pills normally. Go to the logistics department and get more pills. You don't have to rely on your grandfather. After all, he's in charge of South Capital Martial Arts University. You're not the only descendant of the Qin family. Deduct credits from me. I have a lot of credits anyway." As Fong Ping said that, he smiled and said, "Don't reject it," Xianxia said weakly. "I didn't reject it." Fong Ping choked for a while. He laughed and said, "You're quite straightforward. Fine, let's do it this way. Also, get a set of rank 6 armor and wear it. Grandfather prepared a set of rank 7 monster armor for me," Xianxia added in a low voice. Fong Ping was speechless again. He said with some anger and embarrassment, "Next time, don't interrupt when I'm talking. I'm talking nicely. I'm showing off my manliness. But your grandfather prepared a rank 7 monster armor for you. What's so great about that? You think I don't have it? Alright." Fong Ping didn't have it. However, his half-golden body was not necessarily weaker than a rank 7 monster armor. A rank 8 one was more like it. Armor made from the skin of a rank 8 golden body monster was still very useful to him. Unfortunately, MCMAU didn't have it. The old vice-chancellor had killed one before. However, the leather armor was exchanged for materials to forge a divine weapon. Normal items could not be exchanged for these precious materials. In the end, Wu Kuxian's divine weapon was obtained. Those fellows in Star Town did have it. However, Fong Ping had taken 5 of their divine weapons. If he took their armor, it would be hard to explain. Thinking about it, Fong Ping said arrogantly, "Your grandfather only prepared a rank 7 armor. In a few days, I'll give you a set of rank 8 armor. The one your grandfather prepared, it's not a problem even if it's lost." Xianxia's face broke into a bright smile. She nodded quickly. After a moment of hesitation, she said in a low voice, "Rank 7 armor is also very valuable. It's not good to lose it, right?" Fong Ping was speechless. "I'm just saying. You can really lose it. Moreover, I'm just saying a rank 8 armor. If you have it, you won't buy it. If you don't, you won't be able to buy it. Unless I kill it myself, or MCMAU kills it. In MCMAU, only Wu Kuxian and Old Manly had this ability. Old Manly was not in a position to do it. Whether Wu Kuxian could kill a rank 8 monster or not depended on luck." Fong Ping did not say anything more. Xianxia did not continue either. After helping Fong Ping tidy up the house, Xianxia left Fong Ping's dormitory and returned to her own. She packed her luggage and prepared to return to South Capital overnight. On the dormitory's balcony, looking at the slightly thin figure downstairs, Fong Ping's heart was filled with mixed feelings. In this era, female martial artists did not just have to take care of their husbands and children. At Xianxia's level, she would also pursue her own martial path, carry out her own missions, and search for her own opportunities. This time, he was the one who saw Xianxia off. Would she be safe in the South Capital catacombs? Would she be in danger? Fong Ping did not know. At this moment, Fong Ping suddenly understood how Xianxia felt when she saw him off again and again. In the dim light, Xianxia's figure gradually faded away. The entire dormitory area fell silent. More and more people left the school to search for their own opportunities in martial arts. Since Magic City's catacombs were sealed, many people had left the school to go to the catacombs in various places to participate in their own battles. Xiaolei had left. He had left for a long time. Since the beginning of this semester, Fang Ping had not seen him much. Senior Liang Fenghua, Yi Qing, Liang Huabao, and the others had also gone their separate ways to the catacombs in various places. They had not returned yet. Zhao Lei and Fu Chongding had also entered rank 4 a few days ago and left together. Fang Ping had not seen Yang Xiaoman for a long time. He did not know if she was in closed-door cultivation or had gone to the catacombs. Zhao Xueme, who had always been so determined that she did not seem like a woman, also carried an alloy staff 2 days ago and did not look back. When she left, Fang Ping did not send her off. Instead, he watched her leave from the balcony, just like today. The martial artists of this era, at this moment, Fang Ping suddenly did not know how to describe it. Were the martial artists of this era sad, maybe also happy? How many people left and never returned, and how many people, in this era, shone brilliantly? Compared to the martial artists of hundreds and thousands of years, they shone even more brilliantly. There was no martial artist of any era that could be compared to the modern era. 25th of April. Tiannan. Tiannan International Airport. When Fang Ping walked out of the airport with a Chengdao at his waist, dressed in martial arts attire, the surroundings erupted in an instant. That's Fang Ping. Magic City Martial Arts University's Fang Ping, the #1 in martial arts universities, a rank 6 powerhouse. He's so young. So handsome. The airport staff, including some passengers, exclaimed when they saw Fang Ping. Fang Ping smiled and nodded slightly at the crowd around him. Behind him, Qin Fengqing was a little jealous. Motherf *Ker, showing off again, was this bastard here to enter the catacombs or to pretend to be 13? The distance between Magic City and Tiannan was not short. It was tiring for martial artists to fly. Driving would take a day and a night. Taking a plane was naturally the most convenient choice. Fang Ping had just caused a commotion when someone exclaimed again, "That's Wang Jinyang. So cool. Why are these people in Tiannan? I heard there were earthquakes around Mount Qingmeng recently. Don't tell me evil sect martial artists are coming? Look, that looks like CCMAU's Li Hansong. It's really him. He's here too." The exclamations came one after another. The arrival of a few prodigy martial artists caused the entire airport to be in an uproar. Qin Fengqing mourned silently. No one recognized him, Qin Fengqing. How sad. Even if he shaved his head bald, no one noticed him. It was even sadder. Fang Ping did not have time to care about him. He turned his head and glanced at Wang Jinyang and Li Hansong, who were walking from afar. Everyone had agreed to arrive together today. The flight time was about the same, so it was not surprising that they appeared at the airport together. After a while, Wang Jinyang walked over. He was not in a hurry to speak. When Li Hansong arrived, Wang Jinyang said, "Why are you here?" Li Hansong grinned. "We're brothers. Your instructor is our instructor. Of course, we'll help you find it." Wang Jinyang chuckled. "It's very dangerous." "It's okay. We're brothers in this life. Moreover, I, Li Hansong, am not weak." Li Hansong looked confident. Fang Ping glanced at him and laughed suddenly. "Iron Head, you're almost rank 6, right?" Li Hansong grinned. "You can tell?" "Just a little bit more. I've already located the location of the Sanjiao Gate. Now, all that's left is to materialize it. Compared to before, I'm even stronger now. I can see it." His bones seemed to have recovered a little. "Great eyesight." Li Hansong grinned. After a while, he seemed to notice Qin Fengqing and asked in surprise, "Why is he here?" Qin Fengqing's face was extremely dark. "Did you just see me? I'm standing right here, and you just noticed me? Did you just notice me when I was bald and shiny? Why am I here? Why is this guy here?" These fellows had obviously left him behind when they were talking. They had only seen each other a few times, and they were already brothers for the rest of their lives. When did these fellows wear the same pair of pants? Qin Fengqing could not understand. Qin Fengqing did not utter a word. Fang Ping laughed and said, "Ignore him. Let's go. We still have to take a bus to get to Qingmeng Mountain." "They've evacuated already, right?" The entrance to Tiannan's catacombs was in the vicinity of Mount Qingmong. It was unrealistic to evacuate the entire province. However, this time, Tiannan still stirred up a huge commotion. All personnel in the 2 cities and 1 county near Qingmong Mountain had been evacuated. This was also a huge project. Now, people could only leave Qingmong Mountain but not enter. However, martial artists like Fang Ping would not be a problem if they went over. Although middle-ranked martial artists were not recruited, if middle-ranked martial artists really wanted to go, they could stay as long as they followed the arrangements. As expected, Wang Jinyang and Li Hansong did not bother with Qin Fengqing anymore. Wang Jinyang said as he walked, "The ordinary people have already evacuated. Some martial artists are still maintaining order. The opening will probably happen in these 2 or 3 days." Fang Ping nodded slightly. After thinking for a while, he suddenly asked, "Right, does that child bride of yours know that you're here?" Wang Jinyang's expression stiffened instantly. He turned his head to look at Fang Ping. After a while, he said, "This mouth of yours, sometimes I really want to tear it apart." Qin Fengqing grinned and said, "Tear it apart? What kind of ability is all talk and no action?" Wang Jinyang ignored him and continued walking. He opened his mouth and said, "Is he following us? He's weaker. He'll drag us down." Qin Fengqing was a little annoyed. He gritted his teeth and said, "Don't I have a name? I'm standing right next to you." What do you mean?" After saying that, Qin Fengqing said proudly, "I'm also middle stage rank 5, the same rank as you." "Why are you so proud?" Fang Ping glanced at him and sighed. "You don't even have this little bit of insight. You think you're a middle stage rank 5? Brother Wang is already upper stage rank 5. He'll probably reach peak soon. I see that his flesh is already a little golden. Rank 5. Upper stage?" Qin Fengqing's expression was livid. He had fallen behind again, the gap had widened again. Every time he thought that everyone had closed the gap, he realized that he was overthinking. This time, in order to achieve middle stage rank 5, he signed a 100-year contract to sell himself. In the end, Wang Jinyang had actually reached upper stage rank 5. Qin Fengqing's heart was filled with grief. He suppressed his bitterness and said, "Where's Yao Qingjun?" Before Fang Ping could speak, Li Hansong said, "Old Yao's mentality seems to be materializing soon. He's still in closed-door cultivation this time, so he didn't come. But, once this guy's mentality materializes, Fang Ping might not be stronger than him." As he said that, Li Hansong said with some envy, "I thought I was strong enough. Golden bones are so good. But now I realize that mentality is still awesome. He's only rank 5 and he's about to materialize." "He's about to materialize?" Fang Ping was also slightly surprised. It was indeed very fast. Actually, these guys' progress was quite fast. After the last Grandmaster banquet, they had not made this much progress. As they were talking, they had already arrived outside the airport. When they arrived outside the airport, it caused another commotion. For ordinary people, it was still a rare sight for a few prodigy martial artists to appear at the same time. Fang Ping and the others did not interact with these people. They looked around. Fang Ping nodded toward the distance and walked in that direction, smiling. "My high school classmates. You know them, right, Brother Wang? Yang Jian and Lu Ruoqi?" Wang Jinyang's memory was not bad. He remembered these 2 and frowned slightly. They haven't evacuated yet? Tiannan Martial Arts University was not far from Qingmong Mountain. It was also within the evacuation range. Although they were martial arts university students, their abilities were too weak. There was not much use in staying. Both of them were peak rank 1 martial artists. Their sophomore year had not ended. It was not bad for a normal martial arts university to reach this stage. However, at this moment, they were indeed a little weak. Fang Ping explained, "I asked earlier. Tiannan Martial Arts University students are now maintaining order around Qingmong Mountain. They will probably only evacuate at the end. I asked them to pick me up. I don't want to fly there." Wang Jinyang did not say anything else. Qin Fengqing curled his lips and said, "Your classmate is only rank 1, and you're already rank 6. There's no justice in this world. This was a normal person, okay, peak rank 1 sophomores. This was the norm. Fong Ping could be a rank 2 or 3, but he was a rank 6. There was no justice in this world. They boarded the car very quickly. Yang Jian was still a little excited when he saw Wang Jinyang, Li Hansong, and the others. Even when he saw Qin Fengqing, he greeted him excitedly, "Hello, Senior Qin." This time, Qin Fengqing felt much better. "See, I'm not really a nobody. There are still people who know me." Qin Fengqing could not find a sense of presence in front of Fong Ping and the others, so he sat in the passenger seat and chatted with Yang Jian. Fong Ping ignored them. He glanced at Lu Ruoqi and chuckled. "Ruoqi is getting prettier and prettier. Yang Jian, that idiot, hasn't he taken you yet?" Lu Ruoqi smiled and said nothing. Yang Jian, who was driving, laughed and said, "I can't. Ruoqi has high standards." Many seniors from Tiannan Martial Arts University are also pursuing Ruoqi, but none of them have succeeded. Qin Fengqing heard that and said disapprovingly, "It's all because you guys are spoiling her. She's a woman, after all. Female martial artists are asking for a beating. Look at me, then look at Fong Ping. After beating those women into submission, they came to us voluntarily. Big guy, I see that you're not small, but you're not brave enough. If you want to pursue her, then beat her up." As soon as he said that, the car fell into silence. Wang Jinyang closed his eyes and did not listen. Li Hansong was also speechless. Could this idiot really find a girlfriend? Yang Jian laughed awkwardly, not knowing how to respond. Lu Ruoqi was not embarrassed. She took the opportunity to change the topic. "Fong Ping, you guys coming here this time, has something to do with the lockdown of Green Mang Mountain?" "Yes." "The catacombs?" Lu Ruoqi asked suddenly. Fong Ping turned his head to look at her and smiled. "You know about it?" Lu Ruoqi nodded slightly. "I know a little, but not much. The school didn't tell us officially, but some rank 2 martial artists know about it. When more people know about it, it can't be hidden anymore. We're all in the same school. Plus, the school is evacuating recently. Many grandmasters have come to Green Mang Mountain. When we're maintaining order, we've also interacted with some people from the military department. I know a little in general. Can you tell me in detail?" In the front seat, Yang Jian continued, "Is the catacombs really dangerous?" "Yes. At least for you guys, it's extremely dangerous." Fong Ping said a few simple sentences. In the end, both Yang Jian and Lu Ruoqi fell silent. After a while, Yang Jian suddenly smiled sheepishly and said, "Tiannan Martial Arts University is on holiday this time. Zhihao and the others invited us to go to Nanjiang Martial Arts University together. I heard that Nanjiang also has a catacomb that's opened." Zhihao said that it's just opened. "Fong Ping, can we go in? I heard that you're very close to the governor of Nanjiang." Fong Ping could not help but laugh. "Both of you, Nanjiang's deputy governor is here. Why are you asking me?" As soon as he said that, Yang Jian was instantly embarrassed. He had forgotten. Wang Jinyang seemed to be the deputy governor of Nanjiang. Wang Jinyang opened his eyes and smiled faintly. Rank 1 is still too dangerous. However, Nanjiang is building a new city recently, so there aren't many battles. You guys can go to the new city to help out and understand the catacombs. You don't have to leave the city." At this point, Fong Ping thought of something and asked, "Has the new city in the Nanjiang catacombs been named yet? Did you use the names of the cities I suggested last time?" Wang Jinyang did not reply. He was too lazy to reply. How could this be, using your name to name the city? Fong Ping really dared to say that. Everyone chatted and laughed along the way, so they did not feel too nervous. Yang Jian and Wang Jinyang were a little nervous, but when they saw them talking and laughing, they were not so nervous anymore. These few days, the atmosphere at Green Mang Mountain was very tense. The people from the military department and martial arts universities were all nervous. Even they were nervous. After seeing these guys, Yang Jian suddenly felt that these people's reputations in martial arts universities did not come out of thin air. They did not look nervous at all. Just as Fong Ping and the others arrived at a small town at the foot of Green Mang Mountain. Inside Green Mang Mountain, in a huge valley. At this moment, the valley had already become a huge military base. In a meeting room in the military base, Nan Yinhua suddenly said, "Vice-Chancellor Wu, why are those two brats here again? They're everywhere." When Nan Yinhua said this, she was a little speechless. She had just come out from Magic City catacombs. As the number one person below the absolute peak, it was necessary for her to be here when the Tiannan catacombs opened. However, she did not expect that the moment she arrived, those two MCMAU brats would come right after. As soon as Nan Yinhua said this, someone in the crowd laughed and said, "Chief Nan, who's here?" Nan Yinhua's strength was extremely powerful. Everyone was quite interested in the people she paid attention to. Nan Yinhua said lightly, "Fong Ping, Qin Feng Qing." As soon as she said this, some people were surprised. Someone laughed and said, "These two brats? Vice-Chancellor Wu, what are these two brats doing here? Don't tell me they want to stage a scene in Tiannan and direct the catacombs' internal strife? Get them out of here as soon as possible. This isn't their battlefield." Other than some people from the military department who are responsible for staying behind and forbidding others from entering the quarantine area, everyone else should evacuate. Yeah, it's useless for them to come now. It's better to leave them for a few more years. Right now, everyone present was a Grandmaster powerhouse. However, speaking of these young people, they were not impatient. These people were the current generation's prodigies, the hope of the future. No one wished for these people to die here prematurely. Wu Kuxian chuckled and said, "Don't worry about them. We do our thing, and they do theirs. This time in Tiannan, they can do whatever they want. Anyway, Tiannan is destined to erupt into an all-out war. If they have the ability, then they can turn Tiannan upside down. Vice-Chancellor Wu, aren't you afraid that these two will die here? Everyone has their own fate. They're all rank 5 and 6 martial artists. We can't really be their babysitter. Not to mention," Wu Kuxian said and laughed, "not to mention, instead of letting them run wild in other catacombs, it's better to leave them here. No matter how much trouble they cause, we don't have to be afraid. If they really go to other catacombs and cause a big commotion while we're here, then it'll be troublesome." As soon as he said this, Nan Yinhua suddenly said, "That's true. Don't worry about them." What old Wu said made too much sense. Tiannan was now the main battlefront. Even if these few fellows really caused a big commotion here, it would not matter. In other places, it was mainly to delay. If they caused a commotion, then it would be troublesome. Someone laughed and said, "From what you guys are saying, these few fellows can really cause some commotion." It's hard to say. Everyone discussed animatedly. After a while, Nan Yinhua returned to the main topic. She said with a serious expression, "The passageway will open in these 2 days." As expected, on the other side of the passageway, there are many powerhouses gathered in the Tiannan catacombs. The moment the passageway opens, we'll enter and defeat the other party. The first task is not to kill the enemy, but to chase the other party out of the passageway and not allow them to enter the ground to fight. Everyone, this battle, we will not retreat. Understood? Everyone responded. Nan Yinhua nodded slightly and looked around, looking at everyone one by one. In her heart, she sighed softly. Once she gave the order not retreat, then there was no room for discussion. No matter how dangerous the situation was, retreat was not allowed. The meeting ended quickly. These past few days, such meetings had actually been held many times. What was said now was just a cliché. The meeting ended. Tang Feng and the others walked out of the conference room. As they walked, Tang Feng said helplessly, "These few brats messed around blindly. Zhang Qingnan is probably already dead. NMAU didn't even stop them. Isn't this nonsense?" Wu Kuxian shook his head and said, "They can't stop them. Who from NMAU will stop them? Don't worry too much. These few brats won't die so easily. Besides, we went in first and attracted attention. They'll be relatively safer. There's no need to worry too much." As he said that, Wu Kuxian glanced at Liu Mo and the others not far away and said in a low voice, "Instead, this group of people from Star Town. I'm afraid they have other motives. Lu Fengru saw that Wu Quishan had activated the mentality barrier and said casually, to find the body of the fallen apex. Wu Quishan was a little surprised. Lu Fengru said lightly, Fang Ping said it. The people from Star Town said it themselves. Among the group from last time, there was a little fatty with a big mouth. Some of Star Town's secrets were revealed. Wu Quishan was a little speechless and did not know whether to laugh or cry. He said helplessly, this group of people from Star Town thought it was a secret. So it was already leaked long ago? Laughing aside, Wu Quishan thought for a while and said, logically speaking, when a paragon powerhouse has fallen, it's reasonable to find his body. However, if a paragon has fallen, it must be extremely dangerous. To put it more realistically, he's already dead. Is it worth risking the lives of so many rank 7 and 8 martial artists? There's even a rank 9 leading the team. If these people also fall, it'll be a huge loss. Lu Fengru swept a glance over there and said in a low voice, there should be a reason. Maybe the corpse of a paragon powerhouse is related to something. Maybe it's related to the secrets of a paragon powerhouse. Maybe a new paragon can be born if the corpse is found. What do you think? Wu Quishan nodded slightly. This was possible. For so many years, the only paragon who had truly walked out from the outside world was Minister Zhang. Perhaps there was a reason why it was so difficult for a paragon to be born. Nowadays, there were actually quite a number of rank 9 powerhouses. There were dozens in Sino Nation and hundreds in the world. However, in the past 100 years, the number of paragons who were born could be counted on one hand. Desperate straits, Wu Quishan murmured. This realm was too far away from them. He would not think about it for now. As for Star Town, there was no need to care. Let them be. Fang Ping and the others who had just arrived at the town at the foot of the mountain did not know that they had already been noticed. The town was now under military control. The ordinary people had all evacuated. Only some people from the military department and martial arts university students were patrolling. Fang Ping and the others showed their martial arts licenses. No one made things difficult for them. These people were the living signboards of martial arts universities. Most people knew them. After walking for a while, Fang Ping looked at Yang Jian and Lu Ruoqi and said, you guys should leave early. You don't have to accompany us. We'll go up the mountain in the afternoon. All right. Be careful. The two of them did not say much. The martial arts universities had indeed started to evacuate today. They were only rank 1 martial artists, so they were also included in the evacuation. After watching the two of them leave, Fang Ping smiled and said, I'll go see the MCMAU instructor later. Everyone, do as you please. We'll enter when the passageway is cleared. The few of them nodded. Wang Jinyang glanced at the green glow mountains, his gaze slightly complicated. Ever since he left Tiannan 2 years ago, he had not been back. That day, he said that he would open the passageway and rescue his instructor when he became a grandmaster. Now, 2 years had passed, but grandmaster was nowhere in sight. He had to wait until the passageway's seal automatically dispersed. April 26th. Within empty Qingmeng. At this moment, the entrance to the catacombs in the middle of the valley had been excavated. Around the valley, countless cannons were aimed at them. Further outside, countless modern military equipment was ready to strike at any time. Once someone really manages to charge out, Qingmeng Mountain will no longer exist. Tang Feng said softly. Then, he shook his head slightly and said, but when that time comes, we won't be able to stop them. That means there's more than 1 rank 9s. Actually, it won't be of much use. With modern technological weapons, it was not difficult to deal with powerhouses below rank 7. Against some rank 7 powerhouses, there was actually a chance. On the military department's side, they even had real energy stone cannons with unparalleled power. If countless energy stone cannons were fired in unison, it would not be difficult for them to get rid of rank 7s. But when one reached rank 8, these things were practically useless. A rank 8 golden body was said to be immortal. Although rank 8s could also fall, powerhouses would only be killed by powerhouses. Even if these people were at the center of the nuclear explosion, unless they were stupid enough to not move at all, they would have already run away before their weapons even landed on them. The temperature at the center of a nuclear explosion was enough to vaporize all indestructible substances. The crux of the matter was that he was too mobile, and it was impossible to hit him. The destructive power of the border area might not be able to kill these rank 8s. Fang Ping did not pay too much attention to this. Instead, he looked around and was speechless. Grandmasters are everywhere. I've seen more than 80 of them. There are even 5 or 6 rank 9s. As he said that, Fang Ping whispered, "Instructor Tang, you're only a rank 7, and you've just achieved it. You won't take the lead, will you?" In terms of danger, the people in front were more dangerous. Tang Feng shook his head and said softly, "From MCMAU's side, the Vice-Chancellor is at the front. We'll follow behind." As he spoke, he added, "Rank 9 powerhouses, a total of 12 have come this time." So many? Fang Ping was shocked. He had never seen 12 rank 9s before. No, he did not even know that many rank 9s. Today, the only level 9 powerhouses he knew were Wu Chuan, Zhao Xingwu, Nan Yunyue, Zhang Weiyu, and Elder Fan. Fang Ping saw Nan Yunyue and Zhang Weiyu. Wu Chuan, who had always been everywhere, was not here this time. It was normal for Zhang Weiyu to be here. He was the guardian of the West. The Tiannan catacombs were located in the southwest region, which was under his jurisdiction. These people were all stationed around the valley, and had yet to leave. Tang Feng whispered to Fang Ping, gesturing, "Do you see the square-faced middle-aged man in the north?" "Yes." Top powerhouse from the central government, grade 9 Great Grandmaster Wang Yu, ranked 10th in China. Him? The one behind Guardian Wu? Fang Ping hurriedly cast a few mentality barriers, whispering, "Old Wu is already so weak, why did the central government send this Grandmaster here?" Tang Feng's expression darkened, F***CK, "What rank do you think you are? He was the 10th rank 9, and you despised him for being weak." "No, even Wu Chuan was despised." Tang Feng gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "Don't talk nonsense. Grandmaster Wang Yu isn't weak." With his sky-piercing spear, he made a name for himself as the Northern Spear King at rank 6. Northern Spear King? Fang Ping whispered, "Is there another Southern Spear King?" "Yes, but he didn't come this time." Tang Feng continued, gesturing, "The one in the northwest, the one next to Grandmaster Wang Yu, Dragon King Lin Long, is also a Grandmaster powerhouse from the central government." Fang Ping nodded, continuing, "I think I've seen this person's information before, the one ranked 17th in the rank 9 ranking." "Yes, that's him." Tang Feng continued, "The one with white hair and long hair in the west," Fang Ping said hurriedly, "I've seen the photo, Axe King Xing Kaiwen, ranked 21st in rank 9. I heard that he used a sword when he was young, but he was beaten until he broke down and switched to using an axe." Tang Feng coughed softly, saying in a low voice, "Don't talk nonsense. Guardian Wu beat him up." "Ah?" When Guardian Wu was young, he was also quite arrogant. The old Vice-Chancellor was a swordsman. At that time Axe King called himself the Sword King. Anyway, it was just a casual remark, but Guardian Wu wasn't too happy about it. He sparred with him a few times and forced him to switch to using an axe. Cough, 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 Fang Ping chuckled. "There's such a thing? I didn't expect that. There are many things you don't know." Tang Feng also laughed. "Right, there's another swordsman here. The one in the east, the one in the military uniform. Do you know him?" Fang Ping stared at him for a while. In the end, he seemed to have been discovered. The stern-faced middle-aged man glanced at him, nodded slightly, and was still considered polite. Tang Feng and Fang Ping hurriedly nodded as well. Fang Ping said in a low voice, "I'm not too familiar. His clothes are similar to Commander Zhou's." "The military department's deputy commander?" "Yes, the military department's second-ranking deputy commander." Fang Ping immediately understood. "I know, High Grandmaster Li Daong. Old Man Li mentioned him once. He's considered half a disciple of Commander Li. He's also a distant relative of Old Man Li." Tang Feng glared at him. This kid had never been well behaved when he called people. Too lazy to correct him, Tang Feng explained, "They're unrelated relatives. The surname Li is a common surname, but he's indeed from the same hometown as Old Li." Dean Li, this time, he's the person in charge of the military department. Fang Ping nodded. This time, he knew many rank 9 grandmasters. One of the 3 ministers came. One of the 4 main guardians came. The few grandmaster powerhouses in the central government, the grandmaster powerhouses in the military department, the grandmaster powerhouses among the people. To say that they were among the people, they had high or low positions in the government. After calculating for a while, Fang Ping was slightly speechless. Martial arts universities actually don't have rank 9, the education department does. Martial arts universities have not been established for a long time. There are some rank 7s and 8s, but not many rank 9s. However, strictly speaking, Dragon King Linlong and Guardian Wu of the South are all martial arts university students. Dragon King graduated from CCMAU, Guardian Wu from MCMAU. They're also the most outstanding graduates of the 2 famous universities. The others are actually not young anymore. Some of them are from the sect. Fang Ping said in surprise, from the sect? Isn't there only one rank 9 in the sect, Alliance Leader Zhao? I'm talking about their previous identities. Before the establishment of CCMAU, the sects were the only source of martial arts knowledge among the people. Among these people, some of their martial arts foundations were learned in the sects, and they left the sects later on. Tang Feng said with a smile, where do you think those powerhouses and instructors came from when martial arts universities were first established? The government trained some of them, and some of them were actually converted from the sect. Even MCMAU recruited some people from the sect to be instructors at the beginning of the school's establishment. My instructor actually came from the sect world. I see. Fang Ping understood and asked again, Instructor, does CCMAU only have one rank 9 graduate? More than that, but he died in battle. Tang Feng sighed softly. During the capital city catacombs battle, many of CCMAU's grandmasters died in battle, including a rank 9 powerhouse. Compared to CCMAU, MCMAU's foundation is still not as good. Fang Ping did not ask any more, looking around. He also saw quite a few familiar faces. Qin Yaoting, Su Zhan, and some grandmasters who had participated in the grandmaster banquet before. He also saw Liam O. There were also many grandmasters with Liam O. Fang Ping glanced at them. There were 7 or 8 of them, the grandmasters of Star City. Seeing Fang Ping looking in the direction of Star City, Tang Feng said again, Star City also has a rank 9 grandmaster here, Grandmaster Yang Daohong. Someone from the Yang family? The descendant of the fallen apex? Should be. Fang Ping muttered, according to Pudgy Jiang and the others, in Star City, among the 13 families, not every family has a rank 9 grandmaster. Even if there is, it's the limit for each family to have one. If that's the case, is the Yang family's strongest powerhouse here? The Yang family's ancestor had fallen, and now even the strongest rank 9 had come. It was obvious that this matter was extremely important. As they were talking, Lu Fengru came over in the air, bellowing, all of you retreat first. Fang Ping asked hurriedly, is it going to open? Soon, within the next few hours. At this moment, the rank 9 grandmasters outside the passageway were also whispering. Fang Ping did not delay. He turned his head and said to Wang Jinyang and Qin Fengqing, let's retreat first. Dig a hole on the nearby hill and hide. As soon as he said that, Lu Fengru's eyebrows twitched continuously. Tang Feng's expression was also dark. He bellowed, retreat to the bottom of the hill. What was this guy thinking? Dig a hole to hide, Fang Ping coughed dryly. It's dark under the light. If they really rush out, it's actually safer here. Besides, it's also convenient to observe from here. Besides, they might not be able to rush out. Tang Feng wanted to say more. Below, Nan Yunhua shouted, in position. As soon as she said that, Lu Fengru quickly said, later, no one will care if you live or die. Protect yourselves. After saying that, Lu Fengru and Tang Feng quickly landed in the valley. The grandmasters from other places also landed one after another, including the powerhouses from Polaris City. On the surrounding hills, there were still a few grandmasters who had not landed. Instead, they were guarding the 4 sides. Some middle-ranked martial artists from the military did not leave either. They were each deployed. In the huge valley, including the surroundings, there were only a few idlers like Fang Ping. On CCMAU's side, Li Hansong quickly ran over. He said with slight worry, "Our vice-chancellor is here too. Dean Su is here too. I hope it's okay." This time, CCMAU had sent two grandmasters, the peak rank 8 vice-chancellor and the rank 7 Su Zhan. After hearing that, Fang Ping walked toward another hill and said, "It's okay. There are so many grandmasters. There are a lot of rank 9s. How can something go wrong so easily? Let's find a place to hide first, lest we get killed by our own people." Fang Ping scanned his surroundings. He could sense a sense of danger. This was not the lock-on of a powerhouse, but the lock-on of a technological weapon. If there was an accident in the passageway, this place would be razed to the ground. Fang Ping did not want to be killed by his own people before he died in the hands of the enemy. If that happened, the government would not give up on the military attack just because they were here. After a while, the four of them quickly dug a hole on another hill. They crawled into the hole. The top was covered with a huge rock, revealing a gap. They could see the situation at the passageway entrance. Li Hansong said unconfidently, "Is there any use in digging a hole here? If they really rush out, they can find us with just a sweep of their mentality. Stop talking nonsense. I have my ways when the time comes." Fang Ping said softly, "Besides, do you really want the enemy to rush out? There are almost 100 grandmasters guarding here. If they rush out, then we're done for." "I know. I don't want the catacombs martial artists to rush out either. I'm just worried." Li Hansong was still a little nervous. He was really nervous. He did not see the battle that gathered more than 100 grandmasters, even when the 6 cities in capital city joined forces. Previously, in the capital city catacombs battle, there were a few rank 9s who participated in the battle of the high ranks. There were not many rank 7s and 7s, just more than 10 of them. It was unlike Tiannan's side, where more than 100 people gathered directly. The few of them spoke softly. Time passed by slowly. Fang Ping could sense that in the alloy house, the energy fluctuations of the vortex were gradually getting stronger and faster. It looked like the passageway would open soon. At this moment, Fang Ping also saw the movements of the grandmasters below. A few rank 9 grandmasters had their own divine weapons in their hands. Wu Quishan and the others also had their divine weapons in their hands quickly. However, there were not many rank 7 and 8 martial artists who had divine weapons. There were about 80 to 90 rank 7 and 8 martial artists present, but only 10 or so had divine weapons. However, when he saw the group of people from Star City, Fang Ping could not help but say in a low voice, "Star City is really rich. Everyone has a divine weapon." Qing Fengqing said in a low voice, "I heard from Fatty Jiang that there are almost 100 divine weapons over at Star City. When you think about it, it's normal. They have more than 10 old ancestors who have been suppressing the catacombs for hundreds of years. Killing one monster a year is already that many." As he spoke, below, Nan Yunyue, who was holding a short saber, shouted, "Rank 9 martial artists, get ready to enter." As soon as she said that, the rank 9 martial artists took a step forward one after another. The atmosphere was extremely solemn. In the sky above the valley, even the white clouds were instantly crushed by the powerhouse's qi, disappearing without a trace. Fang Ping and the others did not speak anymore. The huge Qingmong mountain was dead silent at this moment. In this environment that was so quiet that it could make one collapse, Nan Yunyue suddenly let out a roar. "Enter!" In the next moment, more than 10 rank 9 powerhouses leaped and stepped directly into the vortex. In less than 3 seconds after stepping into the vortex, the mouth of the vortex fluctuated violently. A wave of extremely dense energy erupted from the mouth of the vortex. The explosion of energy almost instantly deformed and collapsed the alloy house. Fang Ping's expression was extremely solemn. A great battle had erupted in the passageway. There were too many powerhouses participating in the battle. The energy overflowed directly, causing the alloy house made of A-class alloy to explode. The toughness of A-class alloy could not withstand the explosive power of these top-notch powerhouses at all. The moment the energy tide erupted, not only did it explode the alloy house, but the valley was also split open in an instant. Some small hills were directly flattened. Outside the passageway, the Grandmasters did not attack to defend either. After waiting for about 10 seconds, a middle-aged rank 8 in military uniform shouted, "Rank 8, enter." As soon as he said that, more than 20 golden body powerhouses leaped out, stepping into the mouth of the vortex in an instant. Fang Ping saw Wu Quishan and Chen Yaoting. Boom, the energy tide from the mouth of the vortex erupted even more violently. The entire valley was swept away again and again, directly sinking a few meters deep out of thin air. Fang Ping and the others' expressions were solemn. The great battle in the passageway was more intense than expected. More than 10 rank 9s and more than 20 rank 8s had entered, yet they still could not chase the enemy out of the passageway. It could be seen that the strength of the enemy in the passageway should not be weaker than here. Has the catacombs mobilized in full force? At this moment, the few of them had the same thought. If not, the tutelary plant monster was incomparably huge, it might be difficult for them to enter the passageway. Some of the tutelary beasts were also incomparably huge, they might not be able to enter. 11 cities, 11 city masters, that was also only 11 rank 9 powerhouses. After all, on Tiannan's side, Nan Yunyue, Zhang Weiyu, and the others were all top-notch powerhouses below the Paragon. However, even with so many people, they still could not defeat the other party. It could be seen that the other party had more than 11 rank 9s, or perhaps there were also top-notch powerhouses like Nan Yunyue. Outside the vortex, there were still a large number of rank 7 martial artists who had not entered. Among them, there were many military grandmasters dressed in military uniforms standing in front, waiting for the right time. Just as Fang Ping and the others were worrying, the vortex suddenly fluctuated. The next moment, a few figures stepped out of the vortex. The grandmasters at the periphery did not seem to see who it was. At this moment, Fang Ping saw Lu Fengger's saber, Tang Feng's fist, Su Zhan's spear. The moment the other party stepped out, these grandmasters attacked one after another. Boom, countless celestiality intertwined. An earth-shattering explosion resounded throughout the entire Qingmong Mountain. The few figures that dashed out of the vortex were reduced to dust almost instantly. In the pit, Li Hansong said in disbelief, "How did they rush out? So many rank 9s and rank 8s had gone in, how could the enemy still rush out?" Fang Ping growled, "Shut up. It's okay. Our people probably let them out on purpose. Didn't you see that these grandmasters were prepared? The grandmasters below were orderly, killing the enemies that rushed out in an instant. After these people were killed, there were no more movements in the vortex. They continued to wait for a while. The fluctuations of the energy tide had already eased. After waiting for a while more, a middle-aged man in military uniform shouted, "Enter." As soon as he finished speaking, the rank 7 grandmasters stepped into the vortex one after another. Lu Fengger walked at the back. Before she left, she turned around and shouted, "Enter at least an hour later." After saying this, Lu Fengger stepped into the vortex and disappeared from the spot. Fang Ping clenched his fists, not saying a word. After these people left, there was no one below. There were only a few grandmasters guarding the surrounding mountains who did not enter. They would not enter this time either, to prevent the evil sect from attacking outside. Fang Ping and the others did not walk out of the pit, continuing to wait. The energy riot at the mouth of the vortex was getting weaker and weaker. Fang Ping knew that the intensity of the battle in the passageway must have weakened. Most of the powerhouses should have rushed into the catacombs. However, the energy tide had not completely calmed down. There might still be some powerhouses fighting in the passageway. The Battle of the Catacombs. This thought rose in Fang Ping's mind. It must be like this, otherwise, it would not have come to this. Hundreds of grandmasters actually could not drive the enemy out of the passageway completely. After another half an hour or so, the energy tide of the vortex had completely calmed down. Fang Ping growled, go down." In the next moment, they rushed out one after another, running toward the mouth of the vortex below. On a nearby mountain, a powerhouse in military uniform shouted coldly, "Enter and don't come out. You are not allowed to leave the catacombs within 24 hours. Whoever steps out of the passageway, kill without mercy." At this moment, they could enter but not leave. Anyone who came out of the vortex would be treated by the catacombs martial artists. This was also the reason why those grandmasters showed no mercy when someone came out of the vortex previously. Fang Ping and the others turned a deaf ear, stepping into the vortex in an instant. After these people left, someone sighed softly. These kids just had to get involved in this mess. The rank 9 powerhouses broke out in a great battle in the passageway. They could not defeat the enemy. These people outside understood that the worst situation had happened. Tiannan catacombs had gathered more than 10 rank 9s. Not long after Fang Ping and the others left, a stalwart figure appeared out of thin air outside the mouth of the vortex. Commander! On the surrounding mountains, some powerhouses greeted one after another. At this moment, the figure in the valley was faintly discernible. He stared at the mouth of the vortex for a moment, as if he had seen through the vortex and seen everything. Suddenly, he sighed softly. Magnificent! As soon as he finished speaking, the virtual figure seemed to have seen something again. He murmured, "Who are those few teenagers?" MCMAU's Fang Ping, Qin Fengqing, CCMAU's Li Hansong, NMAU's Wang Jinyang. Someone reported loudly. Everyone was not surprised that Commander Li had seen through the vortex. Ultimate powerhouses were so powerful that they could not be estimated. Currently, among the 4 paragons, the strongest powerhouses were not the 2 guardian patriarchs. Li Zhen was ranked first among the rank 9. It was not because the patriarchs were biding their time. Rather, they admitted that they were no match for them. Li Zhen had just broken through a few years ago. Perhaps he was not the strongest in the past, but now, he was Sino Nation's #1 in name only. Compared to the extremely famous Li Zhen, Zhang Tao did not seem to be famous, nor was he mysterious. He often appeared in some public places, including on television. However, Zhang Tao was ranked second among the rank 9 in Sino Nation. His strength was also extremely powerful. These 2 modern paragon powerhouses were not weaker than those patriarchs. Hearing these names, Li Zhen seemed to be deep in thought. After a long time, he said, "I'm going to North Lake Catacombs." Before he finished speaking, Li Zhen waved his hand casually. A sword gleam sliced through the void and went far away in an instant. Li Zhen did not seem to care about all this. His figure also faded away instantly, disappearing from the spot. Tiannan Catacombs was the ultimate paragon. It was the same for humans and the catacombs. This battle only relied on those martial artists who had entered previously. If they won this battle, humans could still delay for a few years. If they lost this battle. Just as this thought appeared in Li Zhen's mind, it was extinguished instantly. Humans, undefeated, Sino Nation, undefeated, Qingmong Mountain, 30 li away. A sword gleam suddenly pierced through the void. A white-haired old man's eyes were filled with terror. With a roar, his entire body flashed with golden light, like a Buddha. However, the moment the indestructible golden body touched the sword gleam, it collapsed instantly. The golden light was extinguished. In the catacombs passageway. The crystal-clear energy passageway was now stained with blood. The 1,000-meter-long passageway was stained with blood. Li Hansong's eyes were bloodshot. He punched the passageway barrier hard. The other 3 did not make a sound. They remained silent. Fang Ping looked around. After a while, he said in a slightly hoarse voice, "Help to collect the bodies." Bodies. Li Hansong's eyes were red. He said bitterly, "There are no bodies." In the passageway, there were only some incomplete body parts. There were no complete bodies to speak of. How many human powerhouses had died? No idea. All they knew was that most of the blood on the ground was left behind by human powerhouses. The vitality of humans and catacombs martial artists were different. In the passageway, there were also some incomplete golden bones. That was proof of the fall of a golden body powerhouse. They did not say anything else. They began to collect the bodies of the dead. More than half an hour later. Wang Jinyang sighed softly. Dongwu Martial Arts University's Vice-Chancellor. Donghu Martial Arts University's Vice-Chancellor. These 2 are definitely dead. He found these 2 people's half-destroyed bodies among the remains. Fang Ping sighed softly. He had met these 2 vice-chancellors at the Grandmaster banquet on the 2nd. Although he did not have a deep impression of them, these 2 grandmasters still had many praises for this martial arts university prodigy like him. He did not expect that their next meeting would be their last. Sino Nation Martial Arts University's Vice Chancellor Liu is dead, Tiannan's commander Jing is dead. As the crowd identified some of the bodies, their hearts sank to the extreme. They could not tell if they were sad or sad. They only felt endless indignation and anger. There were a total of 9 people who were identified. This meant that at least 9 grandmasters had died in a short period of time. Some of them might have been completely annihilated. Not even their bones were left. In a short period of time, Sino Nation might have lost more than double the number of grandmaster powerhouses. Among the people who were identified, there were 6 rank 7s and 3 rank 8s. There were less than 100 rank 8s in Sino Nation. Rank 9s. Did anyone die? Everyone was speechless. They did not know. The rank 7 powerhouses were the last to enter, but so many had died. It was obvious how intense the battle in the passageway was. The martial arts universities had recruited 30 grandmasters this time. In the passageway alone, they had discovered the remains of 3 martial arts university powerhouses. Qin Fengqing suddenly chopped a corpse into pieces with his saber. He gritted his teeth and said, "Nothing. Our grandmasters are dead, but more of them are dead. At least dozens of high ranks have died in the catacombs." In the passageway, there were not only human remains but also catacombs martial artists' remains. A lot. Fang Ping did not speak. He held a giant beast claw in his hand and said in a low voice, "Monster Life Clan has joined the war." This was not the claw of a rank 9 monster, but a rank 7 monster. The Monster Life Clan did not only have rank 9 monsters and plants. Some cities had also domesticated rank 7 and rank 8 monsters and plants. Exhaling slowly, Fang Ping said, "I remember that among the rank 9 humans, there were people who tamed high-ranked mounts before. Why didn't anyone bring mounts to the battle this time?" Li Hansong said gloomily, "In this kind of large-scale battle between grandmasters, people usually don't bring their mounts into battle. Humans don't have enough control over their mounts, so it's easy for them to rebel." Having said that, Li Hansong looked at the broken remains in front of him and sighed. "What should we do with these seniors? The military department will keep it in check. Broken weapons, relics, none of them are allowed to take." Fang Ping glanced at Qin Fengqing. Qin Fengqing said angrily, "I'm not that low class." Fang Ping did not say anything more about him. He looked around and said after a long time, "I wonder how the instructors and the others are doing?" Lu Fengru and Tang Feng had only just entered rank 7. Although they had divine weapons in their hands, this was a battle royale between high ranks. No one knew if they had encountered rank 8 or 9 powerhouses. Although their remains were not found, it was not impossible for high-ranked powerhouses to leave nothing behind when they self-destructed. Wang Jinyang said in a low voice, "We still have the upper hand. Otherwise, we won't be able to defeat the enemy. It's useless to think about these things now." The seniors risked their lives. Did you notice? The seniors who perished were all older. As soon as he said that, everyone's heart sank even more. Yes, the fallen experts that had been discovered were all of the older kind. Obviously, these people's deaths were not because they were unlucky. Perhaps they had already prepared to die. When the battle reached a critical moment, they stepped forward bravely and chose to perish together with the enemy. Wang Jinyang did not continue talking about this. He said in a solemn tone, "The 3 of you. This time, it's very dangerous. This time, I came to the Tiannan catacombs for my own selfish reasons. We are not grandmasters. Once we enter the other side, we will most likely die. We haven't left the passageway yet." Before he finished speaking, Fang Ping looked at Li Hansong and Qin Fengqing and said, "Both of you better stay in the passageway. Wait for the military department to come in, then leave together." Li Hansong said gloomily, "Although I'm not strong, my golden body and golden bones are half-formed. Even if I encounter a peak rank 6, I can still hold them off for a while." Qin Fengqing humphed. "I won't drag you guys down. I don't need you guys to save me either. If you encounter a crisis, just leave me behind. Life and death are up to fate." Wang Jinyang took a deep breath and nodded. "I, Wang Jinyang, will not say any more pretentious words. If that's the case, then let's go together. If the 4 of us work together, we can even fight a powerhouse who has achieved mentality-vitality fusion." Fang Ping's eyes were cold and sharp. It's not a battle. I'll kill as many as they come. If we encounter a powerhouse like that, you guys help me hold them off for a while. Kill as many as they come. At this moment, Fang Ping made up his mind. If he really encountered a powerhouse who had achieved mentality-vitality fusion and was about to achieve high rank, he would blow them up. After achieving rank 6, his own strength was comparable to a typical peak rank 6. If he went all out, combined with celestiality, he would not need to turn himself into a skeleton like last time. It was enough to kill a powerhouse who had achieved mentality-vitality fusion. Then what's the point of talking? Let's go. Qin Fengqing did not hesitate either. At this point, life and death were up to fate. If they died, it would be bad luck. The few of them did not speak anymore. At the same time, they gave a martial arts salute to the corpses on the ground. Then, without looking back, they walked forward. The dead were gone. Dying in the catacombs was a martial artist's greatest glory. This was what Tang Feng said when he first joined the special training class. That day, when Tang Feng said this, many people did not take it seriously. Fang Ping even laughed in his heart. Did you still think it was glory to let you, Tang Feng, die in the catacombs? Today, however, Fang Ping believed it. It was not just Tang Feng. Even the older generation powerhouses, no matter how many grudges they had in the past and how deep their grudges were, when they arrived at the catacombs, they were comrades. They would fight together for the Sino nation and for mankind. These people did not want to die, but they were not afraid of death either. After a few seconds, the four of them stepped out of the passageway and entered the Tiannan catacombs. What entered his eyes was an extremely dilapidated city, and only ruins and broken walls remained. This was the old Tiannan city. As soon as they appeared, a few grandmasters nearby looked on with vigilance. Because they came from the passageway behind, they did not attack. However, someone still cursed in a low voice, "You little bastards, what are you doing?" The one who spoke was none other than Minister Wang of the Education Ministry. At this moment, there were more than 10 grandmaster powerhouses guarding this side of the passageway, including the military department's rank 9 high grandmaster, Li Daong. Seeing Fang Ping and the others, Minister Wang cursed in a low voice. Without waiting for them to speak, he quickly said, "There's still a battle ahead. You guys are not allowed to run around. Stay here. No, retreat to the back and wait." Fang Ping did not utter a word. He glanced into the distance. In the distance, the roars were endless. Beams of brilliant golden light flickered in the air. Gigantic monsters were rampaging in the air, carrying the catacombs' powerhouses and fighting the humans. Towering trees and flowers swayed their branches, tearing through the void. Celestiality filled the air. Li Daong and the other powerhouses did not pay much attention to Fang Ping and the others. Instead, they looked into the distance with solemn expressions. They had their mission to guard the passageway and prevent the catacombs' powerhouses from attacking the passageway and entering Earth. The others, on the other hand, were fighting and killing the enemies at the front. Just as Fang Ping was about to open his mouth to ask, a clear shout sounded in the distance. A beam of light that shattered the void came out. Roar! An earth-shattering wail sounded. The scene that was previously shrouded by celestiality and could not be seen clearly appeared in front of them. Nan Yinue was bathed in blood. She was bathed in golden blood. Holding a dagger, she chopped off the head of a gigantic rat-type monster. In midair, the giant monster whose head was chopped off did not die. The mentality that alternated between reality and illusion was condensing into a line. It was as if the death of the physical body was nothing. The mentality was condensing into a new body. However, in the next moment, a dark light flashed and disappeared. In the distance, Zhang Weiyu waved his spear. The spear and the monster's mentality intertwined, and the sound of explosions rang out continuously. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Nan Yinue let out another clear shout. The dagger left her hand. The void trembled as the dagger slashed into the mass of mentality. Boom! At this moment, an explosion so loud that it could not be any louder was heard. Fang Ping and the others were extremely far away. Their bodies were still swaying constantly. The aftermath hit them. Before it got close, Qin Fengqing's body was already cut into countless bloody scars. Beside him, Li Daong waved casually, blocking the aftermath. He said excitedly, Mayor Nan killed the demon rat. Minister Wang and the others were also extremely excited. They growled, that's great. After killing 2 rank 9 monsters, will Monster Life Clan still dare to continue? In this battle, the 11 cities of the catacombs joined forces to attack. 8 city lords, 3 rank 9 monsters, and 4 rank 9 monster plants came. 15 rank 9s against 12 human rank 9s. As for the humans, they did not focus on the monster plants and city lords. Instead, they focused on the few rank 9 monsters. Until now, they had already killed 2 rank 9 monsters. In front, there was only 1 rank 9 monster left. Hearing Minister Wang and the others' words, Fong Ping asked immediately, Minister, why don't we kill the monster plants first? Monster Plant Clan has been at war with us for many years. There have been countless deaths and injuries. We have long been used to it. Monster Life Clan has been at peace with us for many years. We don't fight much. If we kill them first, they will be afraid. After suffering heavy losses, their will not be strong enough. Naturally, they will retreat first. Minister Wang explained casually. Focusing on killing monsters. This was also Sino Nation's decision before entering the catacombs. Tiannan Catacombs was the first war between Monster Life Clan and humans. After suffering heavy losses, it was possible to continue fighting to the death. However, it was more likely that they would be frightened and retreat. At rank 9, their lifespans were unlimited and long. They were all city lords and the kings of the land. Monster Life Clan was not as determined as Monster Plant Clan. After suffering heavy losses, even the restricted area might not be able to drive these people to continue. Sure enough, after Nan Yunue killed the giant rat, in the distance, an incomparably huge peacock monster spread its wings and flew away. A colorful silhouette disappeared on the spot instantly. King Fuyu. An angry roar resounded through the sky. Some catacombs powerhouses saw the peacock monster escaping and were instantly furious. King Fuyu actually escaped. The catacomb side did not fall into a disadvantage. After Nan Yunue killed the giant rat monster, she was instantly surrounded by 2 great rank 9s. She was in imminent danger. The peacock monster did not escape. 3 great rank 9s besieged Nan Yunue. Nan Yunue could not escape death. Anger was anger, but the other party had already escaped. There was no point in being angry. 2 of the 3 great rank 9 monsters were killed. The peacock monster was worried that it would follow in their footsteps. Its first thought was to escape from this place. It was understandable. The war was still going on. Li Daong held a longsword and tilted his head. You guys continue to guard. I'll go help Elder Nan. Monster Life Clan is already afraid. We must win this war. Before he finished speaking, Li Daong was already like thunder, attacking the 2 people who were besieging Nan Yunue. On the other side, Zhang Weiyu was also fighting 1 against 2. Although he killed the giant rat monster with a sudden attack with his spear, he was also in danger. However, he was slightly better off than Nan Yunue. Nan Yunue killed the giant rat powerfully. She was also heavily injured and was already showing signs of defeat. Great battles were everywhere. In the blink of an eye, some catacombs powerhouses also began to attack the passageway. Minister Wang attacked instantly. He had no time to care about Fong Ping and the others. At the passageway entrance, an unfamiliar rank 7 powerhouse growled, "Get lost. Do you guys want to die here?" At this moment, near the passageway, there were high-ranked battles everywhere. If they were slightly affected, a few rank 5 and 6 martial artists would be covered by the aftershocks and die a violent death. Although Fong Ping wanted to know more information, when he saw this scene, he immediately said, "Go." In the next moment, they ran toward the back. That was the Forbidden Sea. These powerhouses rarely went near the Forbidden Sea when they fought. No one knew how long this battle outside the passageway would last. On the catacombs side, other than the peacock monster who had escaped, the other powerhouses did not leave. Obviously, these catacombs powerhouses had no intention of giving up. Not long after Fong Ping and the others left, another great battle broke out near the passageway. Celestiality shook for dozens of miles, mentality pressure spread for dozens of miles. Tiannan City, which was originally only left with broken walls, completely disappeared after a while after the Great Battle. Dozens of miles away. Fang Ping's face was pale. The others were slightly better. The aftershocks of the mentality vibration were all borne by Fang Ping alone. His mentality was shattered several times. At this moment, there was a vast ocean in front of everyone, calm and still. The sound of the battle in the distance was also gradually weakening. They were all panting violently. Then, Li Hansong said with some excitement, they killed 2 rank 9 monsters. Chief Nan and the others are really too strong. Fang Ping, on the other hand, said with a heavy expression, 12 rank 9s entered Sino Nation, killed 2 monsters, 1 escaped, Guardian Zhang is still fighting 1 against 2. Right now, there are only 11 places with the most intense energy fluctuations. As soon as he said this, Li Hansong's expression stiffened. He said, maybe they ran a little too far. You didn't sense it. Rank 9s were Sino Nation stabilizing force. Sino Nation currently only had 33 rank 9s on the surface. As for guarding the catacombs, each place needed at least 1 rank 9s to guard it. 23 catacombs. Other than the Tiannan catacombs, there were 22 more. This time, on Tiannan's side, almost all the rank 9s who could come were here. Other than the 22 rank 9s who had to stay in various places, there were 12 here, including the one from Polaris City who was not on the list. Sino Nation had almost turned out in full force for this battle. If too many rank 9s died, that would be really big trouble. Qin Fengqing exhaled and said, don't think about it. When these people fight, it's useless no matter how much we think. Even if the few of us join forces, we can't kill a rank 7. It'll be hard even if we don't die. Fang Ping humped and said, if you have Yao Qingjuan's ability, you might really be able to fight a rank 7. Bringing old Yao is better than bringing you. Qin Fengqing looked depressed. Although what he said was heart-wrenching, it was also the truth. Yao Qingjuan's mentality was strong. He could slightly resist the pressure of high-ranked mentality so that everyone would not be crushed to death instantly. Fang Ping's mentality was not weak either. When both of them joined forces, they could temporarily resist the other party's mentality outburst. If Fang Ping was given time to fight a rank 7, there was still hope. Although he was depressed, Qin Fengqing did not say anything. He could say whatever he wanted. Fang Ping did not continue to attack him. He looked back, took a deep breath and said, but you're right. No matter how we look, it's useless. Let's go. While the catacombs powerhouses are out in full force, let's look for someone first. As he said that, Fang Ping looked at Wang Jinyang and asked, did your instructor say where we were going? At that time, President Shen was trapped in the catacombs and couldn't come back. Instructor went to look for him. Before President Shen fell, he was fighting with Rose City martial artists around Half Moon Lake. Let's go to Half Moon Lake first. Fang Ping nodded and did not say anything else. Before everyone came, they had studied the map. Half Moon Lake was between Sky South City and Rose City. However, it was not a straight line. Instead, it was a huge lake in the east. They walked along the Forbidden Sea and began to walk east. The battles between powerhouses were concentrated around the Sky South City ruins. Half Moon Lake was not the battle area. After walking for a while, Fang Ping suddenly glanced at the calm, rippleless sea next to him. He said with slight trepidation, let's go a little further away. This sea is a little strange. I'm panicking. His mentality could not penetrate the sea, nor could he probe it. When his mentality entered the sea, it actually could not penetrate it. This was an extremely rare occurrence. They all knew about the Forbidden Sea's fearsome reputation. Very soon, they were a distance away from the Forbidden Sea. In the catacombs, the Forbidden Sea was the first forbidden land. Mount Royal Sea was ranked second. These two great forbidden lands ran through all the catacombs. Magic City Catacombs, 100 Beasts Forest, 10,000 Ants Desert, and other forbidden lands were practically child's play compared to these two great forbidden lands. After walking a distance, Qin Fengqing turned his head to look at the Forbidden Sea. Suddenly, he said in a low voice, in the sea, there seems to be an island. Do you guys see it? Fang Ping and the others turned their heads to look into the distance. They could vaguely see the existence of an island. Fang Ping exhaled and said, "That's normal. There are also some habitats of sea monsters in the coastal areas. There are also forbidden lands in the sea. Previously, when Magic City Catacombs was in turmoil, there were monsters in the Forbidden Sea that responded. Be it humans or catacombs martial artists, no one will trespass into the Forbidden Sea without permission. If you want to talk about good stuff, the sea has a lot of it." When Qin Fengqing said this, no one paid attention to him. If this guy wanted to die, he could just say it. No one stopped him. Even if there were no catacombs books that recorded the dangers of the Forbidden Sea, humans knew that it was extremely dangerous. Humans had entered the catacombs for so many years. It was not that they had never thought of exploring the sea. In the end, no one who entered the sea survived. Humans had some understanding of Borderlands, Mount Royal Sea, and the Forbidden Lands. Only the Forbidden Sea was almost unknown. The few of them hurried on in silence. Along the way, they were extremely vigilant. Nowadays, the Tiannan catacombs were full of danger. If they were not careful, they would encounter high-ranked powerhouses. Under the lurking danger, the few of them did not even have the mood to worry about those grandmasters. Without that strength, it was pointless to worry. Self-preservation was the priority. Because they took a detour from the edge of the Forbidden Sea to Half Moon Lake, it was about 200 li. They did not dare to rush at full speed. They waited until the sky turned dark before they reached the area of Half Moon Lake. Along the way, the few of them encountered some monsters, but they were all middle and low-ranked monsters. They were quickly killed by the few of them. When they arrived at Half Moon Lake, Fang Ping could not help but ask, "Why did you guys come here back then?" Half Moon Lake was too big. From afar, Fang Ping could hear the roars of many monsters. He even saw some monsters jumping and rolling in the water on the surface of the lake. Although this place was not a forbidden land, there was no guarantee that there would be high-ranked monsters occupying the lake and calling themselves kings. "I was chased and fled here," Wang Jinyang said casually. Wang Jinyang said casually and said in a low voice, "Follow me. I remember that we came across a swamp. That was where Guildmaster Shen went missing." The few of them did not say anything. They followed Wang Jinyang and walked into the distance quickly. The main purpose of entering the catacombs this time was to find someone. Half Moon Lake. As Fang Ping followed old Wang, he said in a low voice, "Everyone, we're here to look for someone. I repeat, we're here to look for someone. Now that the Grandmasters are fighting with their lives on the line, let's not add to their troubles. Qin Fengqing, don't act on your own and cause more trouble for the Grandmasters. Don't provoke the demonic beasts in the forbidden area. If something happens, don't run towards the passageway." Qin Fengqing's expression was ugly. He gritted his teeth and said, "You should say that yourself." Fang Ping sighed. "You're right. I was just saying it to myself." Fang Ping had made up his mind. He would behave himself this time and not cause trouble for the others. If he provoked a demonic beast from the forbidden area like last time, then it would be really troublesome. As he said that, Fang Ping suddenly asked, "Did the few of you bring storage rings in?" The few of them were stunned. Li Hansong couldn't help but say dryly, "Storage ring? CCMAU doesn't have it? This? Of course not. Could it be that MCMAU has it?" Li Hansong's expression changed again and again. MCMAU had storage rings. Fang Ping's voice was low as he said softly, "Actually, MCMAU doesn't have it either, but I have it. Our group of old brothers all had it back then. I'm afraid yours have been lost. I don't know if you can find it again." Wang Jinyang said in a deep voice, "So, you found it?" "Yes." Hearing this, Wang Jinyang and Li Hansong could not help but take a deep breath. "Li?" Hansong asked somewhat anxiously, "Then, do we still have our weapons from back then? Did you have any backup plans back then? Is there anything else?" Wang Jinyang asked in a low voice. Fang Ping had actually found something from his past life. According to Fang Ping, their combat strength back then was extremely strong. If he even had a storage ring, then he might even be stronger than the current absolute peak. since that was the case, if there was a backup plan, perhaps everyone's strength could improve rapidly. This included divine weapons, battle techniques, and even cultivation resources. Since he left the storage ring behind, wouldn't there be some resources in the storage ring? Fang Ping said softly. I don't remember clearly. I don't really remember if there was a backup plan. Actually, I found my storage ring by accident. Are there any records of that time? At this moment, neither of them cared about the appearance of the storage rings. Compared to storage rings, if there were some records of the past, perhaps they could recover some of their memories. It might not be a good thing to have too many memories. However, he had cultivated once in the past and reached that realm. If he cultivated again now, his strength would increase rapidly. Fang Ping shook his head and said, "There's nothing. It's just an empty storage ring." Is that so? Both of them looked a little disappointed. At the side, Qin Fengqin was about to explode from holding it in. He quickly said, "What do you mean back then? What storage ring?" Fang Ping, you have a storage ring? Don't joke around. Isn't this something that only exists in legends? Fang Ping looked at him and said sternly, I brought this up in front of you because I trust you. Qin Fengqin was not allowed to reveal this to the public. I, Old Wang, and the others all have very special identities. If you spout nonsense, the few of us might be killed by you. Qin Fengqin was about to explode, and his face was flushed red. That explosive feeling made him have countless questions to ask, but he didn't know how to ask them. A moment later, Qin Fengqin panted heavily and said, There's really a storage ring? Yes. You have it on you right now? That's right. As he said that, Fang Ping said in a low voice, Only I can use this. This thing is bound to my mentality, so you guys can't use it. Also, it's not just me who has it. Some guys in the sect world seem to have it too. The reason why I'm telling you guys is that I don't want to waste it. Some of the monsters we killed earlier can actually be brought back. We can't use them. If we let those low-ranked martial artists eat monster meat for a long time, it can also help everyone speed up the honing process. Also, I suspect that the peak-level powerhouses probably have it too. As he said that, Fang Ping added, If there's none, we might not be able to get the energy stones and monsters back from Star Town City. I heard that the energy stones they brought back were all in one huge hole. Could it be that the peak-level powerhouses carried this thing back? Storage ring. Storage ring, Qin Fengqin mumbled to himself, swallowed his saliva and asked, How big is it? Not big. Don't lie to me. Qin Fengqin said in a low voice, That hedgehog beast from last time, was it you who stuffed it into a storage ring and brought it back? I was wondering, how did you bring it back? When you went to Skygate City, you didn't bring anything at all. You said that the Jiao gave it to you. Stop bullshitting. When the Jiao charged over, I actually saw it from afar. It didn't bring anything. At that time I was still depressed, but I didn't think much of it. I didn't expect you to have such a divine weapon. Although the storage ring was not an offensive divine weapon, this thing was really too useful. When everyone went down to the catacombs, they could not carry too much weight, including energy stones. Otherwise, the energy would not be able to be concealed, and it would be easy to attract monsters to attack. Even if there were gains in the catacombs, most of them would be discarded. When killing monsters, the flesh and bones of monsters were actually good stuff. However, under normal circumstances, humans would at most take away important parts such as the heart core. The rest would be discarded. If they had a storage ring, every time they went down to the catacombs, their gains would increase exponentially. Thinking of this, Qin Fengqin said immediately, Is there anything else? Give me one. I'll buy it. I'll sell my blood or my kidney, whatever you want. Fang Ping's face darkened. He frowned and said, No. Even if there was, it wouldn't be your turn. Qin Fengqin actually knew that this thing was definitely very rare, but he was still a little unwilling. Suddenly, he looked at Wang Jinyang and Li Hansong and said, He said you have it too? What's going on? Where are your storage rings? Li Hansong hit his head and shook his head. I don't remember. Wang Jinyang frowned. It's been so many years. Who would remember these things? Both of them really did not suspect anything. the dead could be resurrected. Before resurrection, it was not unusual for them to have storage rings. Regarding the storage ring, there had been theories before. The government had actually been researching, always researching, and had never given up. Regarding the theory of folded space, the government's research was not only about the storage ring, but also the question of whether it could seal the passageway of space. The catacombs and Earth were actually 2 layers of space folded and covered. If they could research it thoroughly, perhaps they could seal the passageway completely. Therefore, when Fang Ping said he had a storage ring, both of them were not too surprised. They were just a little surprised that Fang Ping actually found it. How much memory had this guy recovered? Qin Fengqing's heart was twitching. He gritted his teeth. You don't remember? Thinking of this, Qin Fengqing suddenly said, it's okay. When we get out this time, we'll look for it together. But I'll say this. If we find it, if it can be used by outsiders, give it to me too. Having said that, Qin Fengqing frowned. No, you guys, who are you guys? Li Hansong saw that Fang Ping had already said it in front of Qin Fengqing. He heard him and said in a muffled voice, the resurrection of ancient martial artists. Don't ask about the rest. We don't know much either. Fang Ping knows a little more. This guy doesn't say sometimes, so we don't know either. The resurrection of ancient martial artists. Qin Fengqing's pupils contracted. In the next moment, he suddenly exclaimed, F***ck, you guys are all ancient martial artists? No wonder. I was wondering how you guys could cultivate so fast and mutate. So that's how it is. It's not that I'm not as good as you guys. I just don't cheat like you guys. Yes, you guys are all cheating to cultivate. Qin Fengqing said it with bitterness and relief. The bitterness was because he thought, why am I not the resurrection of ancient martial artists? The relief was that these bastards cultivated fast. They were not really stronger than him. They just cheated. He was still rejoicing when Fang Ping said lightly, so what? Why do you care how we cultivate? When we're rank 8 or 9, maybe you'll still be rank 5 or 6. But it's good to have some psychological comfort, lest you give up on yourself. You, Qin Fengqing only felt blood rushing to his head. He said sullenly, you old things, what's there to be proud of? You're still dead. Resurrected from the dead. Shameless. I'm not the resurrection of ancient martial artists. It means I've never died. Fang Ping ignored him and continued, when we find our divine weapons. It's at least rank 9. Maybe it's the kind of rank 9 paragon, maybe even stronger. When we find our combat techniques and the resources we left behind, you can be jealous. When I'm in a good mood, maybe I'll give you a few. You better be obedient now. Don't talk so much nonsense. Right, maybe I was your ancestor in my past life. Be more polite when you talk to the ancestor. You, Li Hansong heard that and laughed softly. Maybe it's really possible. But who knows how many years it's been? It's hard to say. Qin Fengqing was exasperated. He scolded in a low voice, I hope the wives you find are all your descendants. Fang Ping, if Xianxia is your descendant, I'll see how arrogant you can be. Fang Ping sneered and said disdainfully, that won't happen. People like us can still sense our bloodline. I don't have that kind of feeling for Yunqi. You, on the other hand, do. Otherwise, do you think I would take care of you like this? Qin Fengqing, ask yourself honestly. In MCMAU, did I treat you better than others? Why? Because I feel that your bloodline is a little close to mine. Maybe you're my grandson for tens of generations. If I don't take care of you, I'd be too embarrassed. Qin Fengqing's expression changed again. Was it true? Fang Ping seemed to treat him quite well. This guy tricked him. Every time he tricked him, he should at least give him some benefits. Could it be? Could it be? Thinking of this, Qin Fengqing's expression darkened. No way. This bastard was tricking him. As he was thinking, Fang Ping suddenly punched out. Boom, a loud explosion was heard. A sheep-like monster's head was smashed by Fang Ping directly. Fang Ping did not even look at it. He reached out and touched it. The monster's carcass disappeared. Qin Fengqing did not think about seniority anymore. Instead, he stared at Fang Ping's hand and mumbled, "Storage ring." There really is a storage ring. Wang Jinyang stared at it for a while too. Li Hansong even said to himself, "When we get out, I want to look for it too." Fang Ping, does this thing have any special characteristics? Is it similar to a ring? Or is it that when you meet your own, you'll sense it? If you really meet your own, you'll sense it. I suggest you guys go to some museums or something to take a look. Maybe some of the things from back then have been dug out. Of course, it's like looking for a needle in a haystack. The probability of finding it is not high. Don't be disheartened. It's okay if you can't find it. At most, when we reach that level of strength, we'll forge it ourselves. As Fang Ping spoke, Qin Fengqing had already grabbed his hand and said softly, That thing that belongs to us, we're keeping it with you. Will you return it to us when we get back? I'll return it if I don't die. If I die, it's gone. Also, there's a fee for storing things. You're too greedy for money. Qin Fengqing scolded and said, "For the sake of our relationship, you admit that you're my grandson's grandson's grandson." Qin Fengqing cursed in a low voice. "Grandson my ass." After thinking for a while, Qin Fengqing said again, "You said that the sect world has it? If there is, the government should know about it too, right? If there is something ready-made for research, can the government come up with these things? There are a lot of research institutes in Sino Nation, but I feel like they haven't come up with anything useful after so many years." Fang Ping laughed. "It's hard to say. Besides, who said that there isn't anything useful?" As he said that, Fang Ping added, "Have you guys heard of the mentality detector? It's used to check mentality. I think that thing is not bad. Later on, the few of you should go and test it too. See how your mentality is. If you're almost able to expel it, then find some fruits that can increase mentality and consume them. In our school, Dean Luo's mentality has reached more than 480 Hz. He can expel it soon. These few months, Dean Chen and the others have given him all their divine fruit. Maybe he can achieve mentality-vitality fusion soon." When Qin Fengqing heard that, he asked curiously, "There's this? Why don't I know anything about it?" "Because you're weak. You're not the school's higher-ups." When these words were said, it was a critical hit. Yes, he was too weak. The school had some secrets. Fang Ping was very clear about them, but he knew nothing about them. Qin Fengqing sighed. He did not ask any more and did not say anything. The more he went on, the sadder he felt. He did not know anything, and was not strong. The more he thought about it, the more pitiful he felt. Beside him, Wang Jinyang did not dwell on the storage ring anymore. He did not talk much about the mentality detector either. He exhaled and said, "It's good to have this. After killing monsters and collecting corpses, it can also cover up some vitality." As he said that, the few of them continued forward. After a while, a swamp appeared in front of them. Wang Jinyang glanced at it, his gaze slightly complicated. He said, "Back then, we were besieged by the catacombs martial artists here. The few of us escaped and returned. President Shen Quan did not leave, but I didn't see him die. Maybe he himself did not even have the confidence to say that he was still alive. At that time, the NMAU Martial Arts Society president was only rank 3. A rank 3 martial artist was chased by dozens of catacombs martial artists. There were even a bunch of middle-ranked martial artists. How could he survive? Everyone, look around." Fang Ping exhaled and said, "Now that we're here, I'm not afraid to say something disheartening. Even if he's dead, finding his remains is also good." Wang Jinyang nodded and sighed softly. "Actually, I've been prepared for this for a long time. There was not much point in lying to oneself and others. This time, rather than saying that they were here to look for someone, it was more appropriate to say that they were looking for remains." The few of them did not gather together. Instead, they split up and began to search. 2 years had passed. They might not be able to find it. There were monsters here. If a person was really dead, he might have been swallowed by the monsters. Fang Ping used his mentality to probe around. After a while, Fang Ping blasted open a swamp with a punch. In the mud, a skeleton appeared. Fang Ping checked it and said to Wang Jinyang, who was not far away, "There's a human skeleton here. Come take a look." Wang Jinyang hurried over in no time. The clothes on the skeleton were already rotten. Wang Jinyang did not care if they were dirty or not. After searching for a while, he shook his head and said, "It's not President Shen. I think it's a student from Tiannan Martial Arts University." At this moment, Wang Jinyang was still holding a broken blade in his hand. After thinking for a while, he said, "Back then, it wasn't just people from Nanjiang Martial Arts University who were there when they evacuated. There were people from other martial arts universities too. This seems to be a weapon used by a student from Tiannan Martial Arts University." Fang Ping glanced at it and said, "Should we bring it back or bury it here?" Wang Jinyang sighed softly. "If we can bring it back, then let's bring it back. Being buried in the catacombs is a last resort. Dying in a foreign land and returning home is also the last wish of people like us." Fang Ping did not say much. A blanket appeared in his hand. He wrapped the skeleton in it and kept it in his storage space. "It seems like we found the right place. Let's continue searching." As the two of them were talking, Qin Fengqing said in a low voice from not far away, "Come here." Hearing that, Fang Ping and Wang Jinyang hurried over. After a while, Wang Jinyang's eyes moved. They had already left the swamp and were in a small, sparse forest. And in the open space between a few trees, there was a small protruding hill. Seeing that they had arrived, Qin Fengqing said in a low voice, "It looks like a grave?" When human martial artists died in the catacombs, if their bodies could not be taken away, others would bury them on the spot. This small hill looked like a graveyard where humans buried their comrades. Fang Ping used his mentality to probe and nodded. "It's a grave. There are skeletons underneath, more than one." Everyone had already evacuated at that time. There was no time to bury them at all. If that's the case, Wang Jinyang's expression was slightly agitated. "Teacher came back here. Teacher did it. For the past 2 years, the Tiannan catacombs have not opened. Other than teacher, no one else had the time to do it. If that's the case, Teacher Zhang did not die in battle when he came back here. At least he was still alive at that time." Fang Ping thought for a moment. Then where did he go after that? At that time, the catacombs had already been sealed. Teacher Zhang also knew that there was no way out. Under these circumstances, "Brother Wang, where do you think Teacher Zhang would go?" Teacher wouldn't sit still and wait for death. He wouldn't drag out an ignoble existence either. If he was still alive at that time, the biggest possibility is that he would ambush and kill the catacombs martial artists. He wouldn't go to the city to die, but he would probably go to Rose City and lay an ambush outside the city to ambush the catacombs martial artists. Thinking of this, Wang Jinyang glanced at them and said in a low voice, "Everyone, I want to follow the route from here and search in the direction of Rose City. It's more dangerous than it is now." Li Hansong, who had just arrived, laughed. "Since it's come to this, of course we'll go together. Let's see if there are any villages or towns along the way. It's too dangerous for Teacher Zhang to go to the royal city. Maybe he'll lay an ambush in some of the towns." "That's also possible." As he said that, Wang Jinyang glanced at the grave. After some thought, he said, "Let's bring these people along too. There are monsters here. We don't want them to destroy it in the end." Fang Ping nodded and began to dig. Very soon, a few broken skeletons were collected by Fang Ping. As for whether Shen Quan was here or not, Wang Jinyang did not see any iconic relics. Zhang Qingnan might have kept them. There was nothing here. Without any relics, it was hard to tell who was who from the skeletons. After doing all that, the few of them walked toward Rose City. Fang Ping reminded himself in his heart, "I'm only going to Rose City to take a look. I won't enter the city this time. I definitely won't enter the city." He was worried that he would cause some trouble. Not all the powerhouses of the Monster Plant clan were mobilized. This time, there seemed to be a rank 9 monster plant guarding. Fang Ping was worried that there were also rank 9 monster plants guarding Rose City. If he lured them out, it would be troublesome. Before he left, Fang Ping turned his head sideways and swept a glance. As a result, this glance, Fang Ping's expression changed drastically. He lowered his voice and growled, "Let's go. F***ck, there's a high-ranked monster here." At this moment, on the faraway half-moon lake, a monster was floating in the void, as if it was cultivating. Looking at its power, it was most likely a high-ranked monster. Qin Fengqing and the others ran quickly. As they ran, Qin Fengqing looked back and suddenly thought of something. He said in shock, "Feng Ping, your brother is looking for you." Feng Ping was about to say something when he turned his head again. First, his expression changed drastically. Then, he breathed a sigh of relief and scolded, "It's not Jiao. F***ck, it looks a little like it. Don't mention that monster to me. I'm scared to hear its name." In the distance, the monster floating on the surface of the lake did look a little like Jiao. However, it was not a golden armor. Feng Ping could tell that it was not Jiao at a glance. However, it had a giant horn on its head, which was slightly similar to Jiao. Qin Fengqing also knew that it was not Jiao. As he ran, he said, "There's a mine in the lake. You have to be alive to dig it." As he said that, Feng Ping suddenly said, "When we have time, let's dig it." As soon as he said that, Wang Jinyang and Li Hansong's expressions changed again and again. What happened to finding a master? They were quite far away. The monster did not know if it did not notice or did not care. It continued to cultivate, ignoring them. After running for more than 10 li, they could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Outside the village, Feng Ping and the others stared at the village for a moment. Feng Ping said softly, "I'll go in and take a look. You guys stand guard outside. Let's see if we can get anything out of them." All right. They were not worried about Feng Ping's safety. It was just a village. In the catacombs, there was a clear hierarchy. For a village like this, it would be a miracle if they had a rank 3 martial artist. Tiannan's catacombs had been sealed off for the past 2 years, which was why there was space for these villages to survive. If it were any other catacombs, this kind of village would have long been deserted. After saying that, Feng Ping suddenly looked at Qin Fengqing and asked curiously, "Why didn't you rob it this time?" Qin Fengqing was speechless. "Snatch what? In this poor place, can you even grab 3 to 5 grams of cultivation-aiding energy stones?" What was Feng Ping thinking? Do you think I'm interested in something like this? If it was in the past, he would definitely snatch it. However, even though Qin Fengqing was poor now, his standards were also high. Ordinary things really couldn't catch his eye. Feng Ping sneered. He did not say much. He casually put on a long-haired headgear and a catacombs martial artist's attire. With a leap, he entered the village directly. In the village, Feng Ping had long sensed that the strongest martial artist was only a rank 2 martial artist. The village was not big and the population was small. When Feng Ping entered the village, he did not conceal himself too much, but no one noticed him. Very quickly, Feng Ping entered a large courtyard. The courtyard was a little rough, and it was one of the few places in the village that had energy lights on. A moment later, Feng Ping kicked the door open and entered. Inside the house, a rank 2 old man suddenly erupted. Feng Ping's gaze swept across, and the other party was immediately suppressed to the point where he could not move. "How dare you? How dare you attack this commander? Kneel!" Feng Ping barked coldly. At this moment, he had already let go of his opponent's mentality suppression. Even though he had released his suppression, the old man still knelt on the ground and refused to get up. Not only that, the old man hurriedly kowtowed, causing the bluestone floor to produce loud banging sounds. Sir, please forgive me." The old man sounded like he was about to cry. "Commander, how could this be? A commander-level powerhouse actually came to his house." At this moment, the old man was so scared that he almost peed his pants. In the catacombs, commander-level powerhouses were high and mighty. In the royal city, they were the overlords of an area. Some commander-level creatures built their own cities and became city lords, intimidating everyone. A commander-level powerhouse had actually come to their shabby village. The old man trembled. He didn't even have time to think about why his wife and children were silent. Feng Ping sat down on the chair casually. He did not even let the other party get up. Once he was seated, he said, "I'm not from Rose City. This time, the 11 southern territories and the Land of Rebirth are at war. Forget it, what's there to explain to you? As soon as Fang Ping said this, the old man cowed out immediately, as if he had heard a great secret. He trembled and said, Sir. Sir, please spare my life. I won't dare to divulge anything, cut the crap. I saw some Land of Rebirth martial artists hiding in this area earlier. Did you guys notice? Rebirth. Land of Rebirth? They are the martial artists of the ruined city at the edge of the Taboo Sea, Southern Heaven martial artists, the old man understood immediately. He did not know about the Land of Rebirth, but he knew about the abandoned Southern Heaven City. Previously, Southern Heaven City had been built for a few years. Southern Heaven martial artists had also attacked everywhere. All the villages nearby had been wiped out. This place had long been abandoned. It was only 2 years ago when Southern Heaven City was destroyed that these wandering people returned to the original place and rebuilt the village. Hearing that martial artists from Southern Heaven City had returned and even killed their way here, the old man trembled instantly. Was the war coming again? Whether it was the catacombs or Earth, when a war broke out, the people who suffered were always the people at the bottom. In a war between races, both sides would not care about anything. When they encountered each other, they would kill each other. In the past few years, Southern Heaven catacombs had also killed countless ordinary people and weaklings. A commander-level powerhouse had come to kill Southern Heaven martial artists and ask for information. The old man did not dare to hide anything. He told everything in full detail, answering everything he knew. Moreover, from the beginning to the end, the other party did not dare to raise his head to look at Fang Ping. The old man only felt like a small boat that could be smashed to death by a huge wave at any time. The powerful energy wave that flashed and disappeared in a flash made him tremble with fear. Moreover, the other party was not from Rose Capital, but a powerhouse from another royal city. They belonged to Rose Capital, so the powerhouses here might not kill wantonly. However, this kind of foreign powerhouse did not have to worry so much. Even if some of the questions Fang Ping asked had nothing to do with tracking down Southern Heaven martial artists, the old man still answered them one by one, not daring to hide anything. Fang Ping asked for a long time and in great detail, asking a lot of questions. When he was done asking, he sighed softly and did not speak. His mentality exploded, instantly dispersing the other party's weak mentality. The old man died instantly. Fang Ping waved his hand and moved the other party to a chair. He did not look at him anymore, walking out of the door and disappearing into the village. As for what the villagers would think when they found out that the old man was dead tomorrow, Fang Ping could not be bothered. Outside the village, Fang Ping stepped on the air and returned. Very quickly, he said, "Not many people here know, but I have some gossip." Seeing Wang Jinyang looking at him, Fang Ping thought for a while before saying, 2 years ago, after Southern Heaven City was destroyed, the catacombs was in chaos for a period of time. At that time, Instructor Zhang was not the only one who stayed in the catacombs. Yes, I know. At that time, the evacuation was quite urgent. Some people were not in Southern Heaven City. We didn't have time to wait, so we had to give up on these people. Fang Ping nodded and continued, during that time, there were many sporadic battles. Rose City is the closest city to Southern Heaven City. Killing and capturing these people was also Rose City's main mission. Wang Jinyang grasped the main point immediately. He frowned and said, "Wait, capture? When catacombs martial artists and humans fight, they never capture. When both sides meet, only one side will die." Beside him, Qin Fengqing said, "I think it's normal. Previously, they killed them. But our people have evacuated, and they are preparing to attack Earth after the passageway is opened. Isn't it normal to capture some people and ask for information at this time?" Fang Ping nodded and said, "It's not just us who want to get information. I'm afraid the catacombs have the same idea. However, even if they captured each other's people, under normal circumstances, they wouldn't be able to get anything out of them. However, Southern Heaven City was destroyed, and the passageway was sealed. The people who stayed there had no way out, no hope. Maybe, the catacombs powerhouses thought that they could get something out of them now. Understanding the other party's information is something that the higher-ups would consider. The catacombs restricted area might know more about humans, but the powerhouses in this small region might not know much. It's normal to have this idea. Then, our people won't leak the secret, will they? Qin Fengqing asked uncertainly. Fang Ping laughed and said, it doesn't matter. So what if they know? Now I understand a little why some information is not leaked to the public. Even if everyone knows, without reaching that realm, how much do they know? How much do we know about some of the government's secrets? We knew nothing about absolute peak before. Don't think that we know a little now. But how much do you know? How do you know that what you know is the truth? It's all hearsay. That's why even if humans are captured and some information is leaked, it doesn't matter. As Fang Ping said that, he smiled and said, what I'm curious about now is, since the catacombs martial artists in southern Heaven City have captured these people, does that mean that these fellows have learned our language? It was very, very difficult for ordinary people to learn a language that they had never come into contact with before. However, powerhouses had strong memories. As long as both parties communicated more and learned each other's language, Fang Ping felt that it was not difficult. In the past, his teacher had told him that when the catacombs people and humans met, they would only kill each other. Both parties would not communicate. Now, Fang Ping knew that that was only for the weak. Those absolute powerhouses who guarded Mount Royal Sea for hundreds of years did not communicate with the other party. If there was no communication, then there would not be human martial artists entering the restricted area for training. Moreover, Fatty Jiang had also said that Star Town actually had a course to learn the catacombs language. Moreover, it was not just in the past 2 years but had been around for a long time. This meant that humans had actually learned the catacombs language a long time ago. Why not make it public a long time ago for humans to learn? Actually, Fang Ping had some unfriendly judgments in his heart. That was to cut off the humans' intention of making peace with the other party. Sometimes, this language would indeed cause some trouble. For example, surrender. Nowadays, the martial artists guarding the catacombs, no matter how strong or weak, would fight to the death when they met the catacombs martial artists. Both parties did not even have the mood to talk. However, if both parties learned each other's language, perhaps they would not kill each other as soon as they met. Now that they had begun to teach the catacombs language, it was probably because of the situation. At this stage, the hatred between both parties was as deep as the sea. Both parties were stained with the other party's blood. It was impossible for them to sit down and make peace. The higher-ups probably knew about the catacombs language a long time ago. MCMAU is not doing well. They only found out about it now. Fang Ping shook his head. This meant that in the eyes of the higher-ups, MCMAU was still not the decisive core of combat strength. However, this was also the truth. MCMAU's strongest powerhouse was only a rank 8. In the eyes of the human higher-ups, those who were not rank 9 were not considered strategic powerhouses. Wang Jinyang was not interested in this. Instead, he asked immediately, so, humans were captured alive? Yes. Fang Ping nodded. The person I asked just now said that he had seen Rose City's guards capturing human martial artists alive before. However, they had all entered the inner city. He did not have the right to enter. What happened after that, he was not sure. As for Teacher Zhang, I really don't know if he was captured alive. He's just a nobody. He doesn't know much. Having said that, Fang Ping added, also, there was no news of those humans after that. Even if they were alive at that time, they might have been killed in the later stages. Fang Ping sighed. This was very normal. On Earth, there were some catacombs martial artists who were captured alive. However, they were all used for experiments or as energy providers similar to MCMAU's vitality pool. These catacombs martial artists did not end up well. Similarly, when the catacombs humans captured human martial artists, they might also study them or ask for information. The probability of killing them directly was not low either. As for being imprisoned, Fang Ping felt that the probability was not high. After hearing this, Wang Jinyang sighed after a while. That's true. Then let's look around again. The Tiannan passageway is now open. Today's battle between powerhouses has not stopped yet. If Teacher is still alive and here, maybe he will rush to Tiannan City on his own. If that's true, then there's no point in looking. If he's captured, with Teacher's personality, he won't reveal anything to the public. It's very likely that he's killed. If he dies in Rose City, then there's no need to talk about returning. How about I go to Rose City to take a look? Fang Ping said after thinking for a while. Wang Jinyang's expression changed slightly. He shook his head. Forget it. There's no need to take this risk. Although you can conceal your aura, if you encounter a high rank, it'll be very dangerous. Moreover, you're a stranger. If you enter the city, you'll attract some attention. For teacher's sake, it's already very risky to let you guys come with me this time. If I enter the city again, teacher won't agree to it if he finds out. Beside him, Qin Fengqin yawned. This guy, I think he wants to enter the city himself. There's a huge mine in the city. Fang Ping frowned. Get lost. I don't plan to enter the city at all this time. Then don't go. Qin Fengqin chuckled. Fang Ping, let's look around nearby again. If we can't find anything, are you interested in accompanying me to the bounded zones? Get lost. You're crazy, but I'm not. Fang Ping looked unfriendly. A place where even rank 9 paragons could fall was much more dangerous than Royal City. Instead of going to the bounded zones, he might as well go to the Royal City to mine. Moreover, this place was too far away from the bounded zones. It was thousands of miles away. There were many dangerous areas in between. Fang Ping felt that there was no need to make this trip. After scolding Qin Fengqin, Fang Ping looked at Wang Jinyang and said, how about this, let's look around again. If there's still no news, then I'll go to Rose City to take a look and find out about the situation. Or, we can go to some big cities and towns nearby first and capture some powerhouses to ask. That guy inside is only rank 2. We can find a rank 5 or 6 to ask. Maybe they'll know a little more. Before Wang Jinyang could speak, Qin Fengqin said immediately, yes, capture some powerhouses to ask. While the battle over at Tiannan City hasn't ended yet, those powerhouses aren't around. Maybe we can snatch some real cities. Not just Royal City, but those small cities built by rank 7. I've looked around previously. There are 3 such small cities near Rose City. The nearest one is only more than 50 miles away from us. Let's hurry over and snatch it first. What do you think? Seeing that the others were silent, Qin Fengqin egged them on. What are you afraid of? Let's go into the catacombs and kill a few enemies to show our existence, right? Now that the battle is like this time we're here to destroy the catacombs. It's not a big deal if we destroy a few small cities. The more he said, the more Qin Fengqin felt that it was reliable. His eyes were shining as he said, the Royal City probably won't turn out in full force. But in these small cities, if there are rank 7s, they've probably been conscripted. The ones left behind have achieved mentality-vitality fusion at most. Also, there won't be many of them. It won't be too dangerous. Mentality-vitality fusion isn't cabbage. If individual mentality-vitality fusion masters join forces, they can be killed. Everyone, this kind of opportunity to destroy a city doesn't come by every day. In the Tiannan catacombs, there are a few types of energy fruits that can increase mentality. Now that we've cultivated to this stage, we'll soon face the weakness of weak mentality and being unable to withstand rank 7's attack. Take this opportunity to get some fruits that can increase mentality. This is a rare opportunity. Fang Ping was a little tempted by what he said, but he immediately scolded, shut up. We're here to look for someone, not to cause trouble. If we lure the high ranks in front back, then we'll be in trouble. What's there to be afraid of? Just take it as reducing the pressure on us grandmasters. Qin Fengqin's eyes lit up. He continued, if the few of us can't even hold back a high rank when we come in, wouldn't that be embarrassing? If we lure a high rank away, maybe we can sacrifice one less grandmaster. Sacrificing ourselves for others and preserving the grandmaster's strength and lives is what martial artists of my generation should do. Fang Ping, if it really doesn't work, you can go around the 11 cities and blow up their energy mines. Maybe you can hold back 7 or 8 rank 9s. Then you'll be a great hero of mankind. Fang Ping's expression was dark. He gritted his teeth and said, you want me to die right now? Not all the catacombs rank 9s have been mobilized. If we really lure back 7 or 8 rank 9s, I'll just be waiting for death. Qin Fengqing shrugged. Do whatever you want. You won't give it to me even if you snatch it. Why don't we do what we did before, go around the small cities? Rose City has 3 affiliated cities. Snatch these 3 cities as a bonus, then I'll go to the bounded domain. Why do you insist on going to the bounded domain? Fang Ping still had some doubts. Why did this guy always want to go to the bounded domain? Logically speaking, if he really wanted to snatch a few small cities, he would not have to take the risk anymore. Qin Fengqing coughed dryly. He laughed and said, I'm going to see if there are any other opportunities. Fang Ping glanced at him. After a while, he said, Did Fatty Jiang say something to you? Or did you see some ancient records again? Qin Fengqing was actually a top student. This guy read a lot of books, a lot of things. He knew some ancient records that others did not know, but he did. Especially some legends. This guy had a deep understanding of the catacombs. He had told Fang Ping before that some people had obtained great opportunities, some people had consumed Holy Spring, and became grandmasters in one day. At that time, Fang Ping did not believe this. Later on, Fang Ping believed it, for example, life essence. This thing was probably the Holy Spring that Qin Fengqing mentioned. There were also great opportunities and whatnot. Wasn't Zhang Tao like that? Back at Hedgehog Ridge, Qin Fengqing said there was 100 honing fruit. Fang Ping had indeed found it. This guy was very sensitive to such information. He felt that there were benefits there. Under normal circumstances, there were indeed benefits. This time, he wanted to enter the bounded domain from the beginning. Fang Ping suspected that this guy was hiding some secrets from him. Maybe there was something in the bounded domain that attracted him to look for it. Qin Fengqing said calmly, Why would I? I just want to go and take a look. Crossing thousands of miles, there are dangers everywhere. You just want to take a look? Or, are you just doing this for some energy stones? If that's the case, you might as well think of a way to dig the energy mine at Half Moon Lake. Qin Fengqing said unhappily, I really just want to take a look. Seeing that the 3 of them were staring at him, Qin Fengqing was a little embarrassed. He said helplessly, Why are you looking at me like that? Fine, fine, fine. I'll tell you. I'll tell you, okay? Fatty Jiang said that he went back to Star Town's library and flipped through some records of the bounded domain. The bounded domain was different from the catacombs. If the catacombs only had more energy, then the bounded domain was a real ancient immortal world. In the bounded domain, there were many treasures of heaven and earth, of all kinds, for example, the holy fruit that could reconstruct meridians, the holy fruit that could reconstruct flesh, the divine fruit that could increase mentality. These were all worthless trinkets. Over there was also the eternal spring. Do you know what the eternal spring is? It's a pond made entirely of imperishable substances. Motherf asterisk cur, jump in and take a bath. Who knows, you might achieve a golden body. Also, there are countless ruins over there. There are some traces of martial artists from ancient times. I heard that there might be mentality cultivation methods. Of course, there might be, but Star Town doesn't have them. Also, Fatty Jiang said that it's very difficult to produce a top powerhouse, but the bounded domain might have a top secret. In the past, Commander Li might have entered the bounded domain. In short, the bounded domain is very mysterious, also. At the end of his sentence, Qin Fengqing said in a low voice, Maybe those genius martial artists who entered the restricted area, including the geniuses of the catacombs, might have gone to the bounded domain. You think they went to the restricted area, but in fact, they passed through the restricted area and entered the bounded domain. Of course, this is just a guess. Whether it's true or not, I'm not sure. Also, there are many bounded domain. 108 territories, a total of 108 bounded domain. Actually, not every bounded domain has opportunities, but some bounded domain really has a lot of good stuff. My aptitude is not good enough. No matter how hard I cultivate, even if I drink energy stones like water, it's impossible for me to reach rank 8 or rank 9 in a day. But in the bounded domain, everything is possible. This is also the only opportunity for me to break through quickly. Compared to going to the restricted area, the bounded domain is much easier. There's no one guarding there, no one watching over it. Even though it's full of dangers, it doesn't mean that I'll definitely die. As for the restricted area, I'm not you. If I go there, I'll definitely die. There's no way I can go there. Fang Ping stared at him for a while. After a long time, he said, I see. I was wondering why you kept going to the bounded domain. You came to the Tiannan catacombs, probably because these high ranks have all left and are in the middle of a great battle. You think your chance has come, right? In the Tiannan catacombs, a great battle between high ranks was inevitable. Fang Ping and the rest could guess that most of the high-rank powerhouses would come to Tiannan City. And this was also Qin Fengqing's chance. Otherwise, with high-rank martial artists everywhere, it would be very difficult for him to travel thousands of miles. As he said that, Fang Ping suddenly said, You're thinking too simply. If the bounded domain really has countless benefits, would the catacombs just stand by and watch? The catacombs' powerhouses are fools. They won't take it themselves. Will they leave it for you? You're definitely lacking some important information. If you go, you might just be sending yourself to death. Qin Fengqing said indifferently, I'm a rank 5 martial artist. Whether I go to the bounded domain to die or to the royal city to die, isn't it all the same? Even if I go to those affiliated small cities, I'm usually sending myself to death. I'm sending myself to death wherever I go, so I might as well go to a place with more benefits to die. If I don't die, then I'll have profited greatly. Then why did you ask me to go? Fang Ping's gaze was unfriendly. You're going to send yourself to death, yet you want to ask me? Qin Fengqing coughed dryly. Seeing Fang Ping glaring at him. After a while, he said, really, I think you have great luck. You won't die. With you as my protective talisman, I think I won't die either. You're just a mascot. With you around, my heart feels much more at ease. Cough, cough, cough. Beside him, Wang Jinyang and Li Hansong could not help but cough lightly too. What he said made a lot of sense. Actually, they thought so too. An hour later, a small city appeared in front of him. It was a real city, not a town. There were city walls, guards, and a tall energy stone lighthouse in the middle of the city. Fang Ping watched for a while, then turned his head and said, Are we really going to snatch? Cough, are we really going to capture someone to ask for teacher Zhang's whereabouts? Qin Fengqing said eagerly, Definitely. Royal City was too dangerous. In a small city like this, experts would definitely know more about it. They would also know some of Royal City's secrets. While the city lord wasn't around, he would directly defeat the other party. If you catch a rank 6 and interrogate them, there's almost nothing they don't know. Wang Jinyang glanced at the two of them. After a long time, he said, The two of you. I really don't have the fortune to enjoy your kindness. Wang Jinyang heaved a sigh of relief and said, We can enter the city to capture them and interrogate them, but it's still a little dangerous. There are at least 100,000 people in this city. There are thousands of martial artists, and I'm afraid rank 6 martial artists are not uncommon. Then, Wang Jinyang added, We'll be discovered very quickly once we enter the city. Their qi and blood were extremely powerful. Martial artists could restrain their qi and blood, but only against people weaker than themselves. Once he encountered a martial artist of the same rank or higher rank, he wouldn't be able to hide it. Fang Ping did not say anything. He thought for a while and said, Let me check how many powerhouses there are in the city first. Having said that, Fang Ping rose into the air and disappeared into the night. There was no sign of Fang Ping's aura in the air either. Qin Fengqing was so envious that his eyes turned red. He scolded in a low voice, Restrain your aura and have a storage ring. Isn't that what a thief must have? This guy was born to be a thief. Why should he learn saber arts? He should just be an assassin. He definitely has a bright future as an assassin. Shut up. If you speak ill of me again, I'll kill you. Qin Fengqing was stunned. Damn, you didn't leave. At this moment, Fang Ping was right above his head, but he did not notice. Fang Ping, who was floating above his head, cursed. He rubbed his chin and said, I didn't think about it before. Being an assassin seems pretty good. With his ability to conceal his aura, being an assassin was also a good business. Qin Fengqing could not help but curse. If I were you, I would have made a fortune long ago. It's normal for me to kill a few rank 7s, stop talking. He's gone. Li Hansong was speechless. This guy really talked a lot. 10 minutes later. Fang Ping had returned, landing soundlessly. He gently moved behind Qin Fengqing. Although Qin Fengqing didn't sense any energy fluctuations, he instantly reacted and slashed backwards with his saber. Fang Ping took a step back and cursed in a low voice, "You're quite capable to be able to survive until now." This fellow's instincts were too sharp. Qin Fengqing snickered and couldn't be bothered to say more. If he didn't have some ability, wouldn't he have died long ago? How strong is the city? There's a city lord's mansion with 5 rank SIXS inside. One of them. I didn't dare to investigate. He might be a powerhouse who achieved mentality-vitality fusion. Fang Ping's expression was slightly solemn. He said, also, there are a few mansions near the city lord's mansion. There are also rank SIXS. I've detected 3 of them. In addition, there was a military camp in the city, where there were 2 level 6 experts. In total, there were probably 10 rank 6s, there were about 30 to 40 rank 5 martial artists, but he did not count them in detail. There were even more rank 4s, at least hundreds of them. The few of us will not be enough to deal with 10 rank SIXS, one of whom is a mentality-vitality fusion. If the few of them joined forces, they could probably fight a mentality-vitality fusion powerhouse. However, there were 10 rank SIXS. If they joined forces, they could only wait to be blown up. An affiliated city, 10 rank SIXS. This is not a weak force. Qin Fengqing whispered, is the rank 7 city lord sure to leave? Fang Ping nodded. He shouldn't be. Otherwise, even though I've restrained my aura, under the detection of mentality, if I come into close contact with the other party, I might still be discovered. Moreover, I didn't sense any strong energy fluctuations. He shouldn't be here. Fang Ping thought for a while and said suddenly, how about we destroy the city? Fang Ping licked his lips and said softly, if the 4 of us act as assassins, tell me the truth. Do you have the confidence to kill a rank 6 in one move? As long as the commotion is not too big, I'll set up a mentality shield so that the sound won't leak out. If we stay slightly further away from that mentality-vitality fusion martial artist, there's a chance to destroy all the middle ranks in the city. Wang Jinyang frowned. If we unleash our full power and ambush the other party, there's still hope. However, once we unleash our full power, our vitality will soar. There's no way to conceal it. Fang Ping calculated for a while. If one person restrained their aura, 1 minute would be 100,000 wealth. If 3 people, that would be 10 million. However, he did not need 3 people. Qin Fengqing was very weak. Fang Ping did not plan to bring him into the city. That would be adding 2 people, 1 million wealth for 1 minute. Half an hour would be 30 million wealth. Half an hour should be enough, right? Fang Ping exhaled and said, if the 3 of us enter the city, I'll use a secret technique to help you guys conceal your aura. How many times can you guys unleash your aura? I mean, the kind that can kill a rank 6 under an outburst, 10 rank SIXS, 1 with mentality-vitality fusion, and 2 more at peak. The rest are all below peak. Wang Jinyang gave him a look. Beside him, Qin Fengqing wanted to say something but stopped himself. Fang Ping glared at him, not giving him a chance to speak. Wang Jinyang thought for a while and said, if it's the kind that's below peak rank 6, under a sneak attack, unleash your full power, and kill the other party in 1 move, the 3 of us can also kill it together. Then there's no problem. Killing these people is enough. Wang Jinyang said, if the 3 of us join forces and unleash our full power, it won't be difficult to kill those below peak rank 6. If it's peak rank 6, Fang Ping said immediately, if I'm prepared and the other party doesn't notice, even if I can't kill the other party in 1 move, it won't be difficult to heavily injure them. I'm just afraid that the other party will react. If that happens, there will be a huge commotion and we won't be able to hide. Li Hansong said, do we really have to do this? Fang Ping nodded and said, of course. This is a rare opportunity. You can help us conceal our aura? Fang Ping said in a low voice, there's a certain price to pay, and it's not a small price. If there are spoils of war later, I must get a bigger share because my secret technique consumes a lot of resources. That's not a problem. Kill more middle-ranked martial artists now. It'll be helpful for the upcoming battle. The battle in Tiannan was not only a battle between high ranks. When the high-ranked powerhouses from both sides entered a tug-of-war mode, the middle-ranked and low-ranked martial artists would also enter and start killing the catacombs' middle-ranked and low-ranked martial artists. This point was the same whether the human powerhouses killed all the catacombs' high ranks or not. If they really killed all the catacombs' high ranks, the humans' high ranks might withdraw from the catacombs. Because humans were weak, once the battle between the high ranks ended and these grandmaster powerhouses massacred the middle-ranked and low-ranked martial artists, it would attract the interference of the Forbidden Zone's apex. In this point, the catacombs only interfered with high-ranked powerhouses. There were no restrictions on middle-ranked and low-ranked martial artists. If there were restrictions, humans would not do it. At most, they would just fight to the death. Beside him, Qin Fengqing finally had a chance to interject. With bloodshot eyes, he said, "You can even help others conceal their aura?" "Yes. I want to go too." "That won't do." Fang Ping shook his head and said, "I'll have to pay a huge price for one more person. The more people there are, the more I'll have to pay. You can't kill a rank 6 in one move. It's not worth it to bring you in. If you're confident that you can kill a rank 6 martial artist in one move, I'll bring you in. Tell me, can you do it?" Qin Fengqing looked helpless. "I can't." Fang Ping said again, "You have something to do too. If there's a commotion in the city, you'll cover for us outside the city. Create some commotion and lure some people out of the city, lest we get surrounded. How do we split the spoils?" "I'll take 50%. You guys take 1. Qin Fengqing pondered for a moment and said, "Sure, but if I lure that mentality-vitality fusion out, then I'll have more." "Sure." As Fang Ping said that, he took a deep breath and said, "Both of you can't be more than 1,000 meters away from me. Otherwise, the secret technique will be ineffective. You have to end this quickly. Kill the 2 rank SIXS in the military camp first, then go kill the rank SIXS around the House of City Lord. Finally, go to the House of City Lord. Capture them alive at the House of City Lord too. You can't exceed half an hour. This place is not far from Tiannan City. The powerhouses are still fighting over there. They'll be able to rush here quickly." "Understood." Wang Jinyang and Li Hansong were eager to try. Li Hansong's golden bones were starting to emit golden light. Fang Ping frowned slightly when he saw that. He said, "Hold back first. The golden bones are too bright. Brother Wang's bone marrow force is too. When we get there, I'll set up a mentality barrier and kill them in one move." As he said that, Fang Ping took another deep breath and said with slight excitement, "This is a city-destroying battle. To tell the truth, I've never fought against an expert who is fused with his lifeblood. I don't know how strong he is, but he's a tough one. After entering the catacombs so many times, he was either fleeing or killing in seconds. It's really rare to meet such an exciting opponent." The few of them could not help but laugh. Qin Fengqing mumbled, "You've been running 4 times in the catacombs. You've run all the way from rank 3 to rank 6. I'll just call you Fang running next time. You have the cheek to talk about me? Tisk, it's because I'm with you that I'm being hunted every day. I'm alone, so I don't get hunted that many times. It's always when I meet martial artists of the same level or slightly higher level. How can I run?" Beside him, Li Hansong said dryly, "When I go down to the catacombs myself. I haven't really explored it. I don't know what's going on. When I go down to the catacombs with you, I keep encountering powerhouses." Seeing that they were talking, Wang Jinyang said helplessly, "He only likes the good stuff. The good stuff is in the homes of the strong. Of course, he will only meet the strong." It was such a simple matter. Would Fang Ping be interested in ordinary things? In some small towns, the strongest powerhouses were rank 4 or 5. Would Fang Ping go? In some villages, the strongest powerhouses were rank 2 or 3. Would Fang Ping go? It was not that there were no relatively safe places in the catacombs. The problem was that Fang Ping would not go there. There were also some mountains and forests in the catacombs. There were middle and low-ranked monsters. Human powerhouses would go there to kill monsters. Where would Fang Ping go? He would specifically look for places with high-ranked monsters. It would be strange if it was not dangerous. Fang Ping was a little embarrassed. Stop talking nonsense. I don't want to cause trouble every time. I just want to stay in the catacombs in peace for a few days. Who knew that accidents would happen every time? As he said that, Fang Ping exhaled and said, let's go. We'll leave the fusion of mentality vitality for last. The mentality barrier is useless against him. If we fight, we'll definitely expose our whereabouts. This time, it's time for us to show our strength. Whether we can defeat the mentality vitality powerhouse, we'll know this time. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Ping cast an energy barrier on the two of them. In the next moment, they rose into the air and disappeared into the night. As Qin Fengqing watched them leave, he suddenly thought of a problem. He mumbled, this kid has a storage ring. The things must be with him. How much he wants to share with us. Isn't it just a matter of a word from him? Right. Last time when we were mining, this guy said he would give me 50%. Did he give me 5%? Also, he handed over so much to MCMAU. Didn't he save some for himself? There must be something good. At this moment, Qin Fengqing suddenly realized that Fang Ping definitely had a lot of good stuff hidden away. It was not just about the school credits. This guy was really rich. Maybe, he should try to curry favor with him, Laurel City. That was the name of this subsidiary city. Although Laurel City was not too big, it was not smaller than a district in Magic City. Laurel City had a garrison of 3,000 people. Among them, there were thousands of martial artists. A small subsidiary city with thousands of martial artists was not a small number. At this moment, the lights in the military camp were dim. Most of the guards were already asleep. In midair, 3 black silhouettes descended slowly. The 3 of them were dressed in black tights. Even their heads were covered. Li Hansong felt slightly awkward. Was it necessary? They were strangers in the catacombs. Were they afraid of being recognized? However, according to Fang Ping, once their faces were exposed, it would not be good if they were wanted the next time. Doing business was not a one-time thing. If their faces and auras were not exposed, there would still be opportunities to do this kind of business again next time. Very soon, the 3 of them landed in front of a small building. Although it was a military camp, the 2 rank SIXS in the military camp did not live in tents. They had their own private houses in the military camp. As soon as Fang Ping landed, he began to release his mentality madly and began to set up mentality barriers. His mentality was not weak. He could replenish it at any time. The other party did not have mentality vitality fusion, which meant that his mentality could not be released. There was no way he could detect these things. After setting up layers of mentality barriers, Fang Ping held the chaos vanquishing saber in his hand and set up a barrier in front of himself. He said softly, later, the 3 of us will enter the door together. I'll use my mentality to blast him. Then, we'll attack together. Remember to hold back. Don't smash the house. Wang Jinyang said lightly, you should pay attention to the control of your own strength. Fang Ping snorted softly, saying confidently, a scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at in a new light. Do you think I'm still the same as before? On the day I stepped into rank 6, 1/ produced close to 5,000 calories vitality. Even if you guys self-destructed, you wouldn't be as strong as me. Wang Jinyang and Li Hansong's pupils contracted slightly. There was such a thing, they knew about Fang Ping stepping into rank 6. They also knew that he had slashed out the Xianxia gate in 1/. However, when Fang Ping said that 1/ produced 5,000 calories vitality, both of them still found it hard to believe. A rank 5 martial artist. A normal rank 5's limit was only about 4,000 calories vitality. In other words, the power of a rank 5 martial artist's self-destruction was really not as strong as Fang Ping's slash. Forget about rank 5, even early-stage rank 6 martial artists would only have about 5,000 calories vitality. Forget about these normal rank 6 martial artists, even the prodigies of the real catacombs prodigies would not be able to achieve 100% control of their strength. Both of them did not speak anymore. They followed Fang Ping and flew toward the small building. The moment they neared the small building, Fang Ping's mentality suddenly exploded. There was a soft sound in the house. At this moment, Wang Jinyang slammed open the door with his palm. Bone marrow force seeped out of his body, and his saber slashed down. Li Hansong followed closely behind. His golden iron fist punched out. Behind them, Fang Ping's chaos-vanquishing saber flashed and disappeared. All three of them gave it their all. In the house, on the bed, a middle-aged martial artist's eyes flashed with a dazed look. Very quickly, he regained clarity. Under the explosion of Fang Ping's 900 Hz mentality, he could recover so quickly. The powerhouses of the Catacombs army were much stronger than Jiang Chao and the rest. Jiang Chao and the rest might be able to fight a rank 6 among the civilian martial artists. However, if they encountered the powerhouses of the Catacombs army, the difference in willpower alone was huge. This army general regained clarity in an instant. It was far from what those people could compare to. However, the moment he regained clarity, fear flashed in the middle-aged martial artist's eyes. Wang Jinyang's saber had arrived. Boom, a sound that was not considered loud was heard. The middle-aged man raised his hand to block, but his arm was chopped off directly. This was not enough. The moment his arm fell, Li Hansong punched out, smashing the other party's skull directly. Fang Ping's saber was about to fall, when he suddenly stopped, cursing in a low voice, "I haven't even used my saber yet. F***ck, I can't block it for a while longer." Li Hansong ignored his complaints. He grinned uncontrollably and said, "F***ck, this is too useful. Fang Ping, don't use your saber later. Just use your mentality to self-destruct continuously. Your rank 6 skull hasn't been honed. As long as the other party can't wake up from the explosions, it'll definitely be an instant kill." There had never been a time when he felt that a rank 6 was so easy to kill. Fang Ping was speechless. As he packed his things quickly, he said, "If I self-destruct too many times, I'll become an idiot too. Do you really think I can self-destruct infinitely? How many times can you self-destruct, then? 30 to 50 times, that's it. There are only so many rank SIXS. If you self-destruct 3 times, it'll be enough to make the other party unable to wake up. We'll kill them quickly. There'll be no movement at all." Wang Jinyang chimed in too. "This can indeed end the battle quickly. You can use your mentality to self-destruct at full force. Just be a human-shaped shock bomb." Fang Ping cursed under his breath. He did not say anything and continued to search for things. He did not care whether they were good or bad, useful or not. Everything in the room was packed into the storage space. Even the rank 6 martial artist's corpse was stored inside. "We have to be fast. If someone comes to check, we'll be exposed. Let's go to the next guy." After Fang Ping had packed his things, he did not waste any time and flew toward the other side of the military camp. The three of them flew high into the sky. There were no energy fluctuations. The patrolling martial artists in the military camp did not notice that there were people above their heads. They did not expect that the military general would be killed on the spot before he could even make a sound. A rank 6 powerhouse, even if a rank 7 killed the other party, would more or less cause some movement. When a rank 7 attacked with full force, even if they set up a mentality barrier, there would still be energy fluctuations. As for the small building just now, there was no movement at all. In the dark, the three of them repeated the same trick and quickly landed on the second small building. This time, Fang Ping did not use his saber. He set up a mentality barrier and self-destructed his mentality. In the blink of an eye, he killed the second rank 6 warlord. These two people, forget about going all out, they did not even have the chance to show their Sanjiao gate. They were killed in a daze. At this moment, Li Hansong felt that he was about to swell to the point that there was no limit to his ego. When had he ever done something like this? Killing a rank 6 was like killing a chicken. A rank 6 powerhouse, whether on Earth or in the catacombs, was considered a powerhouse. There were a limited number of high ranks. In a royal city, there were at least 7 to 8 high ranks, and at most 10. Rank 6 was the pinnacle existence in the eyes of the public. However, tonight, Li Hansong and Wang Jinyang had experienced the thrill of killing a rank 6 with one move, killing many at once. In the military camp, the three of them did not kill much. They only killed 2 rank SIXs to prevent being discovered early. When they arrived at the 3 mansions near the Castellan's mansion, the 3 of them slaughtered almost everyone in the mansions. When they saw Fang Ping take out a special spray from his storage space, eliminating all the smell of blood. Li Hansong and Wang Jinyang were dumbfounded. This was probably not the first time this fellow had done this. This experience was too rich. This spray that eliminated the smell of blood did not exist on the market. Even if there was, it would not have such a good effect. Fang Ping had obviously found someone to make it. As for the loot, Fang Ping swept it clean. He wished he could even move the tables and chairs away. At this moment, the 2 of them were also wondering how big this fellow's storage ring was. They had never thought about this question before. How big could a storage ring be? However, seeing Fang Ping loot the 3 families' belongings, including the 2 powerhouses' belongings, and even some ordinary energy lamps in the mansions, the 2 of them were shocked. It was a pity that this fellow did not become a thief. Fang Ping did not care what these 2 fellows were thinking. His storage space was 32 cubic meters. The space was huge. It was not a problem to store a few families' belongings. Moreover, he had enough wealth points now. If he really could not store it, he could just expand it. Fang Ping had already thought about expanding it. Sooner or later, he would have to store rank 9 monsters and rank 9 monster plants. It was not a waste to expand it now. When they were near the city lord's mansion, Li Hansong exhaled and said, "I killed 5 rank SIXs in 10 minutes or so. I killed 5 rank SIXs in 10 minutes or so." This fellow repeated it a few times. Fang Ping rolled his eyes. What did Iron Head mean? He was the one who killed them, okay. You just added a punch and it counts as your killing? How could he be so shameless? He was too lazy to correct him. The corpses were in his storage space. Naturally, it counted as his killing. It was not his place to snatch the credit. City Lord's Mansion, 2 rank SIXs in the outer yard, 3 in the inner yard. 3 in the inner yard might be hard to kill with the mentality-vitality fusion. Kill the 2 in the outer yard first. When Qin Fengqing makes some noise, see if the mentality-vitality fusion guy leaves. If he doesn't, we'll kill him. Okay. Both of them did not talk nonsense. Even Wang Jinyang was a little excited at this moment. A rank 6 and 2 rank 5s. Tonight, they really had to do something heroic. As for Qin Fengqing outside the city, no one remembered him. Destroy the city, even if it was just a small affiliated city, a rank 7 grandmaster could not destroy it. Today, they had a chance to do it. After killing all the rank SIXs, the other middle-ranked martial artists were not much of a threat to them. A few minutes later, the 2 rank SIXs in the outer yard were killed. Just as Fang Ping was waiting for Qin Fengqing to make some noise, an angry roar came from the inner yard. After killing 7 rank 6 powerhouses in a row, the mentality-vitality fusion powerhouse in the center of the city lord's mansion finally noticed something unusual. Fang Ping's eyes flickered. He said in a low voice, "Both of you hold that guy back for a while. I'll kill the 2 rank SIXs. Okay." As soon as he finished speaking, both of them leaped into the air and headed straight for the mentality-vitality fusion powerhouse in the sky above the city lord's mansion. At this moment, Li Hansong gave it his all. His whole body was shining with golden light. The mentality-vitality fusion powerhouse in the sky above the city lord's mansion was scared out of his wits. He turned around and ran out of the city. Li Hansong was so stunned that he could not come back to his senses. Although he could not react in time, Li Hansong and Wang Jinyang chased after him without hesitation. At this moment, both of them seemed to have realized something. That guy. Did he think that Li Hansong was a golden body powerhouse? The 3 of them left almost instantly. The remaining 2 rank SIXs in the city lord's mansion were still in a daze. For a moment, they did not know if they should feel lucky or chase after them. Fang Ping did not give them time to think. Just as the 2 of them were hesitating, Fang Ping attacked from behind. Celestiality intertwined on the chaos-vanquishing saber. Above his head, the Sanjiao gate appeared instantly. Fang Ping gave it his all, slashing at one of them. Boom, an explosion sounded instantly. A brilliant red energy light exploded in the air. Bastard! The other rank 6 was furious and afraid. He cursed loudly, throwing a punch at Fang Ping across the air. Early stage rank 6? Fang Ping let out a cold humph. He had not reached the stage where he could fight same-ranked martial artists for half a day. This time, the chaos-vanquishing saber no longer condensed celestiality. Instead, a blood-red color pierced through heaven and earth, a gigantic saber gleam slashed out instantly. Bang, an explosion sounded again. The other party's fist force was shattered instantly. The saber gleam swept past. The other party flew backward, blood spurting from his mouth. On the other hand, Fang Ping's vitality was restored to the maximum in an instant. Once again, he slashed with all his might. In the blink of an eye, Fang Ping slashed 7 or 8 times consecutively. The same-ranked martial artist opposite him had almost no power to fight back. In the blink of an eye, he was slashed into several pieces. In the distance, a deafening roar sounded. Wang Jinyang and Wang Jinyang were fighting with the other party. When the two of them were 1,000 meters away from Fang Ping, the energy shield lost its effect. Sensing the two of them's aura, the mentality-vitality powerhouse turned back in a rage and fought with the two of them. Seeing that, Fang Ping did not say a word. He flew away quickly. Today, the three of them teamed up. He wanted to see if they could kill a mentality-vitality powerhouse. If they could, then after this, as long as they did not encounter any high ranks, they could run amok. At this moment, almost all the high ranks in the Tiannan catacombs were fighting at the passageway. Fang Ping and the others could do a lot more. Just as these people were exchanging blows, Qin Fengqing suddenly appeared outside the city and killed all the guards guarding the city. Due to the disappearance of the two rank 6 battle generals, the military camp was in chaos for a while. They could not even organize a decent resistance force. Qin Fengqing, a rank 5, rushed into the city. In a short period of time, he did not even encounter a single rank 5 martial artist. He began to kill the guards who came to stop him at the last minute. Today, the city will be destroyed. Qin Fengqing laughed wantonly. How much could he gain from destroying a city? At this moment, Qin Fengqing did not even consider how dangerous he was. The rank SIXS in the city were either dead or injured. There were still a lot of rank 4s and 5s. Inside the city, Qin Fengqing was fighting while bathed in blood. The aerial battle was too intense. Everyone was afraid of death, be it the catacombs humans or the earthlings. The battle in the air was extremely intense. These people could not just stand by and do nothing. Hence, almost all the middle-ranked martial artists in the city went to surround and kill Qin Fengqing. In the air, Fang Ping had also rushed over. The Sanjiao gate swayed in the void. Above the chaos-vanquishing saber, the power of the golden bones and the power of heaven and earth gathered in an instant. When the saber slashed out, the sky and earth changed color. Clang clang, in midair, the blade made a clanging sound, followed by the sound of glass shattering. The expression of the blood essence fusion expert in the distance changed drastically upon seeing this. Similarly, the Sanjiao gate appeared above his head. It was not only the Sanjiao gate. This person's entire body was intertwined with celestiality, similarly slashing toward Fang Ping's saber gleam. Rumble. In the instant that the two saber lights collided, an extremely dazzling and resplendent light resounded in the skies above Moon Laurel City. Armageddon! At the same time, Li Hansong let out a roar. The bridge of the heavens and earth crossed the sky and the Sanjiao gate vaguely turned illusory as it floated in the air. Then, he punched out with a giant golden fist. Wherever the fist light passed, everything was destroyed. Around them, some of the martial artists who were just about to surround them didn't even have time to react. When the two saber lights exploded and a fist shadow streaked across the sky, their torsos instantly exploded. At this moment, mournful wails rang out incessantly, and the entire Moon Laurel City was silent for a moment. Wang Jinyang was covered in blood as well. With a loud roar, the bridge of heaven and earth appeared. In the void, the bridge of heaven and earth turned into a bow instantly. A thick blood arrow that seemed as though it was going to pierce through the sky was formed instantly. In the blink of an eye, an arrow pierced through the void. Boom, powerhouses who achieved mentality-vitality fusion were the strongest below high ranks. They were even known as quasi-grandmasters on Earth. Such an expert was not someone with an undeserved reputation. The first slash destroyed Fang Ping's saber glare. The second slash was unleashed in the blink of an eye, destroying Li Hansong's fist glare. As Wang Jinyang's blood arrow pierced through the air, this top powerhouse of Moon Laurel City roared angrily. His body instantly exploded with an incomparably powerful energy, and the void around him seemed to be frozen solid. The blood arrow collided with it, emitting a series of heaven-shaking explosions, but it was unable to advance an inch. "You think you can kill me?" In the air, the long-haired man's face was pale and his eyes were cold. The three people in front of him were indeed very strong, so strong that even he had suffered a small loss against them. He had no choice but to use his full strength, even damaging some of his foundation. Although powerhouses who achieved mentality-vitality fusion could condense celestiality, they had yet to reach rank 7, and their mentality was weak. When they unleashed their mentality would also be damaged, and it would be a huge hindrance for them to enter commander level. But at this moment, this person couldn't care less. These powerhouses from the Land of Rebirth had launched a sneak attack on Moon Laurel City. Apart from him, all the generals in the city had been killed. If he didn't kill these people, even he wouldn't be able to bear the wrath of the city lord when he returned. Especially when he saw hundreds of people besieging a single person, yet they were actually killed until blood flowed like a river. The long-haired man roared furiously, "Moon Laurel Army, kill that person. If this person doesn't die, all of you will." In the city, in the military camp, after a moment of silence, close to 1,000 warriors quickly rushed towards Qin Fengqing. Even if many of them were rank 1 and 2 martial artists, no one hesitated at this moment. The Vice-City Lord was furious. If they didn't kill the enemy, they would really be executed. Just as the long-haired man gave the order to besiege and kill Qin Fengqing, Fang Ping and the other two attacked again. Boom, a tremor was not loud, but an explosive sound reverberated in their minds. The long-haired man's face paled. The frozen energy barrier around his body fluctuated a little, and in the blink of an eye, it was pierced through by the blood-colored long arrow. The long arrow pierced through the man's shoulder blade in an instant. Not far away, Fang Ping's face was also ghastly pale, bleeding from all 7 orifices, but he laughed. How arrogant. While this guy was blocking the attacks of 3 people, he actually had the leisure to give the order to besiege and kill Qin Fengqing. Did he really think that they were vegetarians? You're asking for it. The long-haired man was furious too. Amidst his rage, there was a hint of fear. These Land of Rebirth martial artists were indeed valiant and unafraid of death, self-destructing immortal. The so-called immortal was mentality. In that moment, Fang Ping self-destructed his own mentality. In the long-haired man's eyes, this was unimaginable. Although he was shocked, the long-haired man did not resign himself to death. With a roar, the Sanjiao gate became more realistic. In an instant, the first gate opened completely, boom, monstrous energy gushed out from the Sanjiao gate, surging into the man's body. In an instant, the other party's aura skyrocketed. Fang Ping cursed furiously, Motherf *Ker, this was not going according to plan. This guy was not seriously injured and on the verge of death, yet he had activated the Sanjiao gate directly. For a peak rank 6 powerhouse, the Sanjiao gate had already been completely sealed. If he attacked with all his might now, it would no longer affect his combat strength. However, it did not mean that the other party could not activate the Sanjiao gate. It was just unnecessary. However, once the Sanjiao gate was opened, it meant that the other party had an uninterrupted supply of energy. At this moment, his combat strength would continue to skyrocket. However, once the Sanjiao gate was opened, even if the other party had achieved mentality-vitality fusion, his vitality would still be greatly damaged afterward. The long-haired man activated the first gate. His aura reached its peak in an instant, the Changdao in his hand slashing toward Wang Jinyang. Wang Jinyang did not take the attack head-on. Upon seeing the situation, he shifted his feet hurriedly. Boom, as soon as he moved, the saber glow exploded at the place where he had just been. The sharp saber glow overflowed, and the buildings below collapsed one after another. At this moment, Fang Ping and Li Hansong had already attacked. The long-haired man brandished his saber, and a powerful power of the world burst out. In the blink of an eye, the two of them were covered in blood as they flew back. So powerful. Li Hongzong was not arrogant at all now. The other party was so powerful, his semi-golden body was still fine after being slashed countless times by Li Fei last time. After that, it had strengthened a little. Now, however, it was badly mutilated by the other party's slash. Fang Ping, on the other hand, let out a roar. His golden bones were extremely dazzling. So what if you achieved mentality-vitality fusion? Fang Ping growled. The saber glow on the chaos-vanquishing saber pierced through heaven and earth. Some martial artists who rushed over from afar were instantly killed by the saber glow. Emperor Slayer. A roar of Emperor Slayer was heard. In the void, a faintly discernible silhouette appeared. The silhouette was instantly slashed in half, blood splattering all over the void. The saber phenomenon, the Emperor was slain. Celestial Slayer? Wang Jinyang exclaimed in surprise. Fang Ping's saber technique had indeed achieved full mastery. Celestial Slayer was a saber technique created by Zhang Dingnan himself. Zhang Dingnan's ability might not be too powerful, but that was only in terms of rank. Among the same rank, his combat strength was extremely strong. He had killed a rank 7 powerhouse before. The chaos-vanquishing saber had once tasted the fresh blood of a rank 7 powerhouse. As for the Celestial Slayer series of saber techniques, it was Zhang Dingnan's painstaking work. Its explosive power was also extremely strong. Right now, Fang Ping's saber phenomenon also meant that Celestial Slayer had achieved full mastery. What are you shouting for? Kill him first. Fang Ping roared. Old Wang was such a calm person. It was just a saber phenomenon. What was there to be surprised about? A powerhouse who achieved mentality-vitality fusion was really too strong. Wang Jinyang was only surprised for a moment. It did not delay his action. When Fang Ping attacked, Wang Jinyang also let out a roar and slashed with his saber. There were also some strange phenomena that appeared with this slash. It was not like Fang Ping's phenomenon where the Emperor's silhouette was slashed. Instead, it was the silhouette of a Chongdao slashing continuously. 100 saber slash. On the other side, Li Hongzong was also going all out. His entire body shone with golden light, waving his fists wildly at the other party. In the sky, the phenomenon appeared, illuminating the entire black void. The long-haired middle-aged man also began to go all out. With a furious roar, above his head, the second door opened instantly. At this moment, the other party's aura skyrocketed again. Even his mentality suppression was released. Boom, the deafening roar collapsed countless buildings below. Countless ordinary residents and low-ranked martial artists were killed instantly by the sound waves. A battle between high ranks could even kill rank 5 and 6 powerhouses. Although Fang Ping and the rest were not high ranks, under the battle of life and death, the aftershock force was also extremely strong. Not far away, a large number of martial artists who were besieging Qin Fengqing died instantly. Seeing this scene, Qin Fengqing laughed wildly and roared, "Fight this way. Don't waste it. Destroy all of them." At this moment, Qin Fengqing's body was riddled with wounds, but he did not care. Under his feet, there were already corpses everywhere. In this short period of time, Qin Fengqing had killed more than 50 martial artists. They were all middle ranks, even a few of them were rank 5 martial artists. Tiannan City. At this moment, Tiannan City had completely disappeared. Only the vortex passageway was left. Outside the passageway, at this moment, dozens of Grandmaster powerhouses were on high alert, preventing the catacombs martial artists from ambushing. Since they entered during the day, hundreds of high-ranked powerhouses were fighting, and the battle had not stopped until now. Rank 9 powerhouses were still fighting in front. However, some rank 7 and 8 martial artists had already retreated to recuperate, waiting for the next battle. On one side of the passageway, Lu Fengre glanced at Wu Quishan. At this moment, Wu Quishan's chest was pierced through. His golden flesh was squirming, but the wound could not heal. After staring for a while, Lu Fengre said coldly, "Idiot." Wu Quishan smiled and said nothing. After killing 2 rank 8 powerhouses earlier, he forced his way into the rank 9 battlefield and fought with a rank 9 city lord for a while. Zhang Weiyu took the opportunity to kill another rank 9, making the situation more favorable for the humans. However, he was not a rank 9 after all. The city lord powerhouses were not weak either. The other party and another rank 9 teamed up to fight Zhang Weiyu and did not lose. This proved his strength. Although Wu Kuxian was strong, he was only a rank 8. When both sides fought until Zhang Weiyu killed another person, Wu Kuxian's golden body was almost destroyed. Although he did not die, a lot of his imperishable substance was worn out. If Zhang Weiyu did not come back in time, he would have been killed. Lu Fengru called him an idiot and also scolded him for overestimating himself by participating in a rank 9 battle. Beside her, Xianxia, who was also covered in wounds that could not be healed, laughed and said, "Vice-Chancellor Wu's combat strength is unparalleled. If not for Vice-Chancellor Wu's timely rescue, I would have lost this old life of mine. Now, the other party has lost another rank 9. The chances of winning this battle are getting bigger and bigger. Vice-Chancellor Wu's contribution cannot go unnoticed." Wu Kuxian blocked a rank 9 as a rank 8. He was also a rank 9 powerhouse, buying time and opportunity for Zhang Weiyu and the rest. The rank 9 who was killed also had half of Wu Kuxian's credit. Lu Fengru did not say anything. Wu Kuxian exhaled softly and said, "Now, both sides have 11 rank 9s. From the looks of it, we have a bigger advantage. I'm just afraid that those rank 9s who stayed behind will attack again." The catacombs sent out 15 rank 9s this time. 3 were killed, and the peacock monster escaped. The 15 were not all Tiannan catacombs rank 9 powerhouses. There were still a few city lords who did not come. Some guardian monster plants and monsters were also guarding their nests and did not come. It was unknown whether they did not want to come, or felt that there was no need to come, or perhaps they just wanted to be their own king and did not care about the orders of the restricted areas. However, when the catacombs was in a crisis, these people might still attack again. As for human powerhouses, there were only so many of them. One dead meant one less. There was no way to send reinforcements from the outside. A worried look flashed across Xianxia's eyes. "Soon," he said, "it's useless to worry now. General Zhang and the rest have already started to break out of the encirclement. They're ready to attack the rear and disrupt their nests. As long as some of them retreat, we'll do our best to kill a group of them. Then, we'll clear them slowly." Difficult. Wu Kuxian shook his head and sighed. It's too difficult to break out of the encirclement. Almost all the rank 8s are targeted. As for the rank 7s, even if 1 or 2 of them break out, it won't be of much use. There are still some rank 7 and 8 martial artists guarding the various cities. There's no way to attack into the cities at all. Xianxia was silent. If more people broke out of the encirclement, then it would be dangerous here. If there were less, not to mention whether they could break out of the encirclement, even if they did, they might not be able to make any impact. As the two of them were talking, a rank 7 martial artist beside them laughed. "Didn't Fang Ping and the other brats leave? Will they lure some monsters from the Forbidden Lands to attack the city this time? If they can do it again this time, then they'll earn big." Lu Fengru said exasperatedly, "Don't even think about it. Those fellows were not high-ranked. Even if the catacombs powerhouses found out that these people had left, they would not care too much. That was why when they left earlier, they were not stopped at all." However, counting on a few rank 5 and 6 martial artists to cause any big changes was just a casual remark. Everyone knew about the incident in the Magic City catacombs previously. It was just a coincidence that they encountered the monster's internal strife. As they were chatting, Wu Kuxian suddenly looked into the distance and frowned slightly. There seems to be a battle erupting over there? It's not in our war zone." "Battle? Our people?" The few of them were a little surprised. The powerhouses who came this time were all nearby at this moment. The catacombs powerhouses were also sealing off the perimeter, ready to fight them to the end. A battle erupting inside the catacombs. Was it an internal strife or a battle between normal monsters and catacombs martial artists? However, Wu Kuxian could feel it from so far away. The intensity of the battle was definitely not low. A typical rank 6 might not even be sensed by him from so far away. Although they were surprised, they did not think too much about it. At this time, the people who stayed here were all injured martial artists. After their injuries recovered a little, they still had to continue fighting at the front line. As for what was happening inside the catacombs, they could not be bothered. It would be best if the monsters really attacked the city. Laurel City. The battle had already gone on for 7 to 8 minutes. At this moment, Fang Ping and the rest were no longer fighting in midair. Instead, they had landed inside the city and were fighting madly. At this moment, countless buildings in Laurel City had collapsed. There were countless deaths and injuries. There were wails everywhere. Thousands of guards had also suffered heavy casualties from the aftermath of their battle. In the distance, Qin Fengqing's face was deathly pale. His body was covered in blood. It was unknown whether it was his enemies or his own. Panting heavily, Qin Fengqing, who previously clamored about destroying the city today, was now wailing, "Help!" He could not kill any more. There were too many people. At this stage of the battle, Laurel City's martial artists had also gone crazy. There were even some rank 5 martial artists carrying out suicidal attacks on Fang Ping's side. It was even more difficult on his side. A large number of low-ranked martial artists were charging and killing at the front, depleting his stamina and vitality force. At the back, a group of middle-ranked martial artists had even transported a siege crossbow and were shooting at him. This thing was usually not very useful. At this time, however, it was extremely dangerous. He was surrounded. The giant crossbow bolts were filled with powerful energy. When the crossbow bolts were fired, even Qin Fengqing did not dare to take them head-on. He would be shot and exploded. The giant crossbow bolts were fired continuously. At this moment, these guards did not care about what happened to the residents. When the crossbow bolts were fired, if they did not hit Qin Fengqing, they would often shoot and destroy countless houses. Countless residents died at their own hands. The catacombs night was too dark. Even if there was an energy lighthouse in the city, the battle with Fang Ping and the rest had already destroyed the lighthouse. At this moment, in the dark, martial artists below upper stage rank 3 could hardly see anything. Laurel City suffered extremely heavy casualties. Not only those who were killed by the aftermath of the battle, but also many low-ranked martial artists. In the chaos, in order to protect themselves, they would attack anyone who approached them without mercy. At this moment, in the huge Laurel City, there was not a single place that was not fighting. Qin Fengqing was shouting for help, but Fang Ping and the rest had no time to care. At this moment, Fang Ping and the other 2 were covered in wounds. Li Hansong's defense was slightly stronger than Fang Ping's, but he was the most heavily injured. His golden body had already dimmed. Not far away, the long-haired man was also pale. He stood with his saber, trembling all over. Seeing that Fang Ping and the rest were already powerless, the long-haired man laughed mournfully. "Forcing me to break 3 divine gates, all of you deserve to die." Up until this point in the battle, this person had even opened the last gate. However, although the opening of the last life gate allowed his injuries to recover rapidly, it also consumed a large amount of vitality. This time, aside from the opening of 3 gates, a lot of vitality had been lost. His path to a high rank was also about to be completely severed. Seeing that some rank 5 martial artists around him were slowly approaching, and the long-haired man was also approaching with his saber, Li Hansong, who was already exhausted, whined, "Stop playing. Kill him quickly, I can't hold on much longer." Fang Ping panted heavily, complaining, "I'm not playing anymore. Can't you let me catch my breath and rest for a while?" Vitality and mentality could be replenished, but the battle was so intense that he would also be tired. Right now, his entire body was extremely sore. Seeing that the people from Laurel City were approaching, Fang Ping took a deep breath and cursed, "You can really take a beating. You're still alive. But if you want to kill me, you're still too young." As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Ping's vitality and mentality were instantly restored to their peak. Without another word, Fang Ping's saber swept horizontally. A series of splashes of blood could be heard. The martial artists who had stepped forward were instantly sliced in half at the waist. The long-haired man took a step back, a glint of resentment and despair flashing across his eyes. Again, such a scene had already happened many times. Every time he thought that the other party had exhausted his strength, the other party would soon be full of vigor again. Just now, he had already given it his all, smashing Fang Ping's flesh and blood. He thought that he was really out of strength this time. He did not expect the other party to come again. Why? The long-haired man's face was full of indignation and anger. Why did it turn out like this? Fang Ping would not answer him, continuing to roar. Slay Emperor! The phenomenon appeared again. In the air, the phantom's blood splattered, dyeing the void red. The long-haired man used his saber to block, but it was somewhat powerless, and he kept retreating. Fang Ping's eyes flashed with joy. He quickly wielded his saber and charged forward, shouting "Slay Emperor" continuously. One slash followed by another, slash followed by another. Initially, when he slashed with all his strength, the long-haired man still had the strength to fight back. Earlier, he could still defeat Fang Ping's attack. However, at this time, the other party's mentality was already exhausted, and the energy in his body was also depleted. The Xianxia gate could no longer provide energy. At this moment, facing Fang Ping, who was in perfect condition, a powerhouse who had achieved mentality-vitality fusion, although his physique was extremely strong, was still slashed until his bones were broken, blood splattering from his mouth. At this moment, the long-haired man no longer wanted to fight. Fang Ping slashed again, and the other party used flight step to escape. Before he could rise into the air, Fang Ping's mentality exploded again. Having exhausted his mentality, he could no longer resist at this moment. His vision went black. The next moment, Fang Ping's saber slashed, and his head fell to the ground. This time, Fang Ping was also slightly exhausted. He half knelt on the ground, panting violently. So hard to kill. In order to kill this guy, he did not know how much wealth he had used, how many times he had replenished his vitality force and mentality. A powerhouse who achieved mentality-vitality fusion deserved to be called a quasi-high rank. Fang Ping roughly understood now. In a one-on-one fight, he was still slightly weaker than mentality-vitality fusion. Even if he used all his trump cards, he could still fight the other party for a while. It was extremely difficult to kill the other party. This time, he could kill this person because Li Hansong and Wang Jinyang had put in a lot of effort, blocking the other party a few times, giving Fang Ping time. But, a typical peak rank 6 martial artist is no match for me. Fang Ping weighed in his heart. If a typical peak rank 6 encountered him, the probability of being killed by him was very high. Martial artists who achieved mentality-vitality fusion might not be his match even if they were slightly weaker. There are not many martial artists who achieved mentality-vitality fusion. On the Sino Nation rank 6 ranking list, only the top 20 or so have achieved mentality-vitality fusion. The rest have only sealed their Xianxia gate. Fang Ping was still thinking about this. Beside him, Wang Jinyang spat out a mouthful of blood and laughed. If you don't help, he's going to die. Fang Ping turned his head to take a look. At this moment, not far away, Qin Fengqing had already been surrounded in a small area. The guards were also in a killing frenzy, attacking him continuously in a suicidal manner. This guy was still shouting help, but his shouting sounded a little weak. When Fang Ping saw this scene, he was speechless. This guy was the one who shouted the fiercest just now. If he did not insist on destroying the city, the other party might not have fought to the death. Serves him right. At this moment, countless guards had died. Logically speaking, with this kind of casualty rate, they should have collapsed. In the end, Qin Fengqing insisted on using the catacombs language to shout "Destroy the city." As he shouted and shouted, the other party did not retreat anymore. Instead, they killed until their eyes were red, and they began to fight with their lives. Although he said that, Fang Ping did not delay. His saber swept out. In the air, another phenomenon appeared. This time, the power was greater. The Emperor's virtual image appeared. Blood spurted, filling the void with the color of blood. All the martial artists who came into contact with the blood exploded instantly. This blood was not real blood, but Fang Ping's vitality force. With his ability, killing these martial artists who were below rank 5 was not too difficult. After a while, corpses were everywhere. The few remaining martial artists also began to flee. Some of them had already seen the long-haired man's head. The deputy city lord was dead. Fang Ping could not be bothered to chase after him. He panted and said, start packing up immediately. Everyone, split up. Gather at the residence of the city lord later. Wang Jinyang struggled to get up. Seeing that Qin Fengqing and Li Hansong were rushing to snatch things, he sighed and said, didn't we agree to capture someone alive for questioning? The few of them stopped in their tracks. Fang Ping coughed softly. As he walked, he said, there are still many people in the city. I'll go to the residence of the city lord and capture a few to interrogate. After saying that, Fang Ping left immediately. 10 minutes later. Everyone gathered in the house of Castellan. At this moment, the house of Castellan was quiet and empty. Qin Fengqing was carrying a huge bag. When he saw this scene, he said in a daze, What did you do to the house of Castellan? Such a big place, was empty, Fang Ping sighed. When I came, many people ran away with their things. You get lost. Qin Fengqing cursed and said impatiently, are you kidding me? The middle ranks are almost all killed. The 3 lower ranks can't even see the way out. The city is in chaos now. Where can they run? Fang Ping did not say anything. He stared at him for a while, rubbing his chin. Speaking of which, you're really awesome. I have to give it to you. You've become a fountain. You didn't even delay when you were looting. At this moment, Qin Fengqing was really about to become a fountain. There were countless wounds all over his body. There was even a saber mark on his big bald head. His head was almost cut open. Yet, this guy still had the energy to loot, Qin Fengqing snorted softly. Of course, Fang Ping did not say much. He put his bag into his storage space, as well as the things that Li Hansong and the other person were carrying. After that, Fang Ping carried the 2 of them and walked out. Qin Fengqing saw this and said reluctantly, you're leaving just like that? It was not easy to kill all the middle ranks in the city. At this moment, there were still many good things in the city, almost all for them to loot. If they really looted this kind of small city with more than 100,000 people, it would be no worse than digging a small energy mine. Then you stay. Fang Ping said as he walked, if you don't leave, we'll have to start running again. I thought you didn't come back. I'll be back in a while. As Fang Ping said that, he waved his hand. Many high-ranked energy stones appeared on the ground. Seeing this, Qin Fengqing swallowed and said, there's no need to waste it. He knew what Fang Ping was going to do, blow up the house of Castellan. There's a small energy mine under the house of Castellan, but the high-ranked ones have all been dug out. There's only some low-ranked ones left. There's no time to dig them, and I'm too lazy to dig them. I'll get some high-ranked energy stones and blow up this mine. Fang Ping continued, let's go. When it explodes later, the low-grade energy ores below will also cause a chain reaction. If they explode, Laurel City will be more or less destroyed. With such a huge commotion, the high-ranked powerhouses in front should have sensed it too. Let's get further away first. Li Hansong casually ate a medicinal herb, gnawing on it like a carrot. As he walked, he said, so, you're going to run again? No, it's a strategic retreat. After Fang Ping finished speaking, Qin Fengqing stared at Li Hansong for a while and could not help but scold him. Tai Tu, where did you get the blue moon radish? This thing is worth a few hundred credits. Did you just eat it like a carrot? Li Hansong curled his lips and said, I'm too heavily injured and need to eat some nourishment. Do you think I'm as stingy as you? At most, I'll deduct it from my share later. Be careful not to bleed to death. Qin Fengqing was about to bleed to death, and he still had the time to care about what he ate. Speaking of which, the jade moon radish was really delicious when eaten raw. The taste is not bad, he had never done such a thing in his life. If moon radish could be refined into pills, she could at least refine a few middle-grade pills. Fang Ping could not be bothered with them and continued throwing energy stones. As he threw them, he released his mentality on them, saying with some heartache, it's a pity that bombs can't be used. Using high-ranked energy stones as bombs is such a waste. A waste was a waste. Fang Ping felt that it was still necessary to blow up Laurel City. If the small underground mineral vein was blown up, half of Laurel City would be gone. With such a huge commotion, it would definitely attract high-ranked city lords, maybe even a few of them. This could also be considered contributing to the front line. Even Fang Ping, who was rich and overbearing, felt that it was a waste. Not to mention the others, even Wang Jinyang stared at these high-ranked energy stones, his heart aching slightly. Even NMAU's inventory did not have so many. Fang Ping continued throwing energy stones. As he threw them, he bombarded the ground, revealing the small underground mineral vein. A small city like this also had an energy mineral vein. However, it was usually not too big. It was about the same size as the one occupied by the hedgehog beast last time. Moreover, there was no rank 9 tutelary monster plant in the city. Under normal circumstances, there would not be any sustainable development. They would dig out all the high-ranked energy stones first, but leave the low-ranked ones behind. He also threw some into the exposed mineral vein. Fang Ping was still preparing to blow it up when Qin Fengqing came over and asked, "Fang Ping, did you get a lot this time?" "Average." The energy stones that you used as bombs, who do they belong to?" "Public share." Qin Fengqing looked helpless. This guy threw quite a lot. If this was a public share, he would only get 10%. Wouldn't that be even less? Fang Ping ignored him. After fiddling for a while, he said, "Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Ping rose into the air and flew out using flight step. The other three hurriedly followed. Seeing the chaos in the city, wailing everywhere, Fang Ping and the others did not say a word. War was just so cruel. There were still more than 100 grandmasters fighting a bloody battle at the front line. They were also protecting the humans on the surface. Otherwise, there would be no need to guard the passageway. Since the catacombs' powerhouses did not protect them, then they could not blame them for exaggerating. They had just flown a short distance when Fang Ping detonated his mentality. Boom, earth-shattering explosions resounded, one after another, one after another. A moment later, it became a continuous rumbling sound. The city lord's mansion was reduced to ashes in an instant. The ground nearby collapsed, and countless houses collapsed. Wails and cries of pain came from the city at the back. In the distance, the roars of monsters could be heard. Without the powerhouses holding the fort, without the protection of the rank 9 guardian monster plant's aura, these monsters also saw an opportunity. The reason why every city or town could be free from monsters' attacks was because the rank 9 monster plant would grant these human gathering places an energy stone that was filled with its own aura and pressure. In other words, it was the huge lighthouse energy stone in the city. At this moment, the huge energy stone had been taken away by Fang Ping and kept in the storage space. Without the rank 9 monster plant's aura and pressure to intimidate, blood flowed like a river in Moon Osmantha City. For monsters, this was the best place to feed. When he saw countless monsters' auras rising and attacking Moon Osmantha City at the back, Fang Ping sighed. This city is finished. Even if there were powerhouses rushing over, it would be too late. There were not even a few middle ranks in the city. The 3 lower ranks martial artists were running around like blind people in the city. Once the monsters attacked, they could not even defend themselves. On this night, this small city was truly heading towards destruction. Wang Jinyang turned his head to take a look and said calmly, "We didn't start the war." Qin Fengqing sneered. "Hard to say. Old Wang, are you sure that the war was started by the catacombs? The Monster Plant clan has always been looking for the seed of rebirth. Say, do you think it's because our ancestors snatched their seed of rebirth back then? That's why they're so desperate to invade Earth?" Fang Ping had heard of the seed of rebirth and mentioned it to a few people before. However, they were not too clear about this. They only knew that the Monster Plant clan was looking for this thing. The explosions behind him were continuous. Fang Ping said while flying in the air, "Who cares? Even if the ancestors really snatched it, that's the ancestors' business. If they're so capable, they can fight the ancestors. At least our few generations of martial artists have no intention of initiating an attack. Nobody knows what the seed of rebirth is. Even the powerhouses of the Monster Plant clan don't know what this thing is. How are they going to find it? If it's really useless, we can just throw it to the catacombs. But the other party can't tell us anything. They kill anyone they see. If they do this, don't blame us for retaliating." The seed of rebirth, Qin Fengqing pressed the hole in his chest that was still bleeding and said with a smile, "Say, What do you think the seed of rebirth is? Could it be related to you guys who died and resurrected? When the catacombs martial artists enter Earth and are not killed by vitality, they can still be resurrected. What's the reason for that? Also, they keep talking about resurrection. I've never encountered it even once. Where do they resurrect? Don't tell me they resurrect in the restricted area. I don't know. Fang Ping shook his head. Li Hongzong thought for a while and said, indeed, they resurrect in the restricted area. But to say resurrect, actually, CCMAU only knows that a few rank 9 martial artists have resurrected before. As for the other middle and low-ranked martial artists, on one hand, there are very few who rush to the ground. On the other hand, we're not sure if they resurrected. However, it's true that rank 9 resurrected. Back then, when CCMAU was established, everyone knows why it was established, right? Fang Ping nodded and said, yes. In 1920, the Northwest Catacombs opened. The third catacombs in Sino Nation opened. There was a huge earthquake and hundreds of thousands of people were killed or injured. After that, CCMAU was established, and martial artists officially walked to the forefront. This was what Bai Ruoshi told Fang Ping when he first learned about the catacombs in the catacombs course. Li Hongzong heard this and said, it was that time. When the Northwest Catacombs opened that time, there were so many casualties. It was because powerhouses rushed out and a big battle broke out. At that time, martial arts universities had not yet been established. Some sect powerhouses, including the government powerhouses, and maybe even Star City powerhouses, joined forces and suppressed that riot. Even so, there were still heavy casualties. However, the few rank 9 powerhouses who rushed out that time all died in the end. Some were killed by our powerhouses. Some committed suicide when they saw that they were no match for the enemy. As for the few rank 9s who committed suicide, not long after, they reappeared in the Northwest Catacombs and are still alive until now. That's why humans know that powerhouses in the catacombs can be resurrected. Li Hongzong took a deep breath and said, actually, there are very few middle and low-ranked catacombs martial artists who rushed to the surface. Most of them are captured by us. Moreover, there is no obvious evidence whether these people have been resurrected after they died or not. However, the resurrection of rank 9 martial artists is a real fact. Wang Jinyang frowned and said, what's the principle behind their resurrection? Li Hongzong shook his head and said, I don't know. CCMAU is not sure about this either. Fang Ping pondered and said, could it be related to the seed of rebirth? Perhaps, when these catacombs powerhouses came to Earth, they were actually affected by the seed of rebirth? I don't know. The few of them knew nothing about this. Who knew what the reason was? Fang Ping frowned slightly. Then, without another word, he shot out suddenly. Qin Fengqing and the rest were not surprised. They fled quickly. It was time to run. It seemed that some of the high-ranked powerhouses had started to return. If they did not leave now, they would be chopped to death. Tiannan City, at the passageway entrance. Nan Yunhue returned injured, covered in blood. As soon as she landed, Nan Yunhue said, something seems to have happened in Rose City. If I remember correctly, it's in the direction of Moon Laurel City. The city seems to have been breached. Wu Quishan had a bad feeling in his heart. Sure enough, Nan Yunhue suddenly looked at Wu Quishan and said, Vice-Chancellor Wu, Fang Ping and the rest have come in, right? Yes. Where are they? They said they went to look for Zhang Qingnan. Look for Zhang Qingnan? Nan Yunhue sneered. I think they went to look for trouble. These bastards, are they really not afraid of death? There are still high-ranked martial artists in Rose City who haven't left the city. They're not too far from Moon Laurel City. The breaching of Moon Laurel City might have something to do with these brats. Upon hearing that, Lu Fengru said with some disbelief, Minister Wang said Fang Ping and the rest went in the direction of the Forbidden Sea. Nan Yunhue glanced at her. After a while, she said, you don't know this student of yours very well. There's no point in saying more. Let them be. Moon Laurel City has been breached and 2 rank 7 martial artists have left. Whether it's because of them or not, it's still a good thing. Although rank 7 martial artists could not affect the entire battle situation at this moment, one less person counted. 2 people left. This was also a good thing. Nan Yinue said no more and began to heal her injuries. This battle had been fighting since the day until now. They had killed 3 rank 9 martial artists on the opposite side, and she alone had killed 2 big rank 9 monsters. Despite her outstanding battle achievements, Nan Yinue was also heavily injured. She had just forcefully injured the rank 9 martial artist on the opposite side. Both sides had retreated. Now, it was a matter of who recovered faster. If Nan Yinue recovered her injuries first and then charged over, with her combat strength, she might be able to kill another rank 9. Then, she would have a chance of winning. Nan Yinue began to heal her injuries. Beside her, Wu Kuxian shook his head gently and sighed. Forget about going to the affiliated city. These brats better not go to the royal city. There are still some high-ranked martial artists in the royal city. It's too dangerous. At this time, Wu Kuxian was also sure that it was most likely Fang Ping and the rest who did it. Other than them, most people would not be able to do it. Or rather, they could not do it. If a rank 7 martial artist had made a move and caused such a huge commotion, it would be easier to detect. On the contrary, a rank 6 martial artist would not attract much attention. Lu Fengre raised her eyebrows slightly. She muttered, "It's really them?" "Probably." Wu Kuxian glanced at her and chuckled. "For the past 2 years, you've been in closed-door cultivation most of the time. You don't know much about him. This brat can't stay idle." "It's too dangerous," Lu Fengre sighed. That brat's guts were extraordinarily plump. Laurel City was not too far away. He had actually breached the other party's city. She wondered if he had escaped now. Without saying anything more, Lu Fengre carried her saber and walked out. She had almost recovered. Seeing that Lu Fengre had left, Wu Kuxian did not delay and quickly followed. Although his injuries were extremely serious, it was not a problem for him to hold Lu Fengre back. At the same time, Fang Ping and the rest escaped from Laurel City. They were nearly 100 li away from the city and found a small hill to hide. In a small cave that reeked of blood, a wild boar monster beast lay dead on the side. Wang Jinyang looked at the 2 unconscious catacombs martial artists on the ground. Qin Fengqing and Li Hansong stared at Fang Ping, a little expectant. "Interrogate them. Calculate the spoils of war." The few of them spoke almost at the same time. Wang Jinyang said he wanted to interrogate them. Qin Fengqing and Li Hansong both said they wanted to divide the spoils. After Li Hansong finished speaking, his face flushed slightly. He coughed dryly and said, "Interrogate them first. The spoils of war can wait." Li Hansong was a little embarrassed. He glared at Qin Fengqing. This brat was leading him astray again. Qin Fengqing was a little gloomy from the glare. "Mother ****, why are you glaring at me? You said it yourself." "I didn't force you." Fang Ping smiled and said, "Calculate the spoils of war first. Otherwise, everyone will be distracted and think about these things." Wang Jinyang did not say much. He nodded and said, "Sure." Fang Ping calculated for a while and said, "Energy ores are the bulk. According to the grading in Star Town City, rank 9 is about 30 caddies. The other grades are about 500 caddies." When he said that, the few of them were a little excited. Fang Ping smiled and said, "Let's calculate according to MCMAU's buyback price. 1 gram of rank 9 is about 600,000. 1 caddy is 300 million. Rank 9 is about 10 billion. Although there are a lot of other grades, their value is low too. It's about 10 billion. These are energy ores. They're worth about 20 billion. Gulp, Qin Fengqing swallowed hard. Even if he only got 10%, just the energy ores alone would be worth at least 2 billion. There were also many other things. There's a treasure trove in the House of City Lord. There are many weapons in there too. Their value is not low. There are more than 10 A-class weapons. In addition, there are also many B-class and C-class weapons. There are hundreds of them. There are also many low-class weapons. If we calculate it all, 5 billion is the minimum." At this moment, even Wang Jinyang was a little restless. Fang Ping did not finish. He said, also, there are many energy fruits in the treasure trove. Including the ones we seized from other rank 6, it's worth at least 5 billion in total. It's already 30 billion? Qin Fengqing took a deep breath. Robbing cities was indeed the most profitable business, Fang Ping chuckled. Not only that. There are also many other things, including some books, monster cores, fur, and other miscellaneous things. They're worth about 5 billion, 35 billion. Fang Ping smiled. That's about it. As he said that, Fang Ping added, but before I left, I personally took out a lot of rank 9 energy ores to use as bombs. This has to be deducted first. Deduct 2 billion, Qin Fengqing said hurriedly, it's not as much as 7 caddies, right? Fang Ping glanced at him and said impatiently, nonsense. Does my mentality self-destruct not count as money? Qin Fengqing was speechless. It seemed to be true. Other than Fang Ping, no one else could do this. If that's the case, then it's about 33 billion. Fang Ping smiled. Ironhead and Brother Wang, both of you will get 6 billion each. As for Qin Fengqing, Fang Ping looked at him for a while and smiled. I won't deduct from you. But you owe me 3 billion. Together with this year's interest, that's 3 billion. It's just enough to offset. Qin Fengqing's face turned green, he gritted his teeth and said, I've already signed a 100-year slave contract. Now you want me to repay the debt? Fang Ping grinned. It's fine if you don't return it. I'll help you keep the things for now. I'll charge a 10% storage fee. I'll take it. That you've deposited 3 billion with me. When we get back, I'll give it to you. How about that? 10%. Qin Fengqing's face turned green again. Then, he asked in slight disbelief, you didn't hide anything? Fang Ping humphed. Do you think I'm you? Since we've agreed to share more with me, I'll take 50%. Naturally, I won't joke around with the things that everyone risked their lives for. I said 35 billion worth of things. That's how much it is. I, Fang Ping, won't go so far as to ruin my reputation for such a small amount of money. Small amount of money. Beside him, Wang Jinyang coughed softly. Li Hansong continued hammering his head. Was this a small amount of money? According to Fang Ping's distribution, if he took 50%, then he would have 17.5 billion worth of gains this time. If he charged a storage fee or something, the final gain would be about 20 billion. Was this considered a small amount of money? How much did the Education Ministry allocate to MCMAU every year? At the moment, MCMAU was still the school with the highest allocation. As for NMAU, it was only a few billion every year. It was not even as much as Wang Jinyang's share this time. When Wang Jinyang thought of this, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. He sighed softly. Last time, when you gave me a caddy of rank 9 energy stones, I felt that I took advantage of you. It was just a battle. Now that I think about it, maybe I should eat from the rich and ask for more. Fang Ping, this fellow, was so rich that there was no end to it. Fang Ping did not continue the conversation. He said with a smile, even brothers should settle accounts clearly. You guys have to calculate the storage fee too. After calculating it, you and Tai Tu will each take 6 billion, Qin Fengqing will take 3 billion, and the rest will be mine. What does everyone say? Sure. I have no objections. This time, Fang Ping was still the leader. Whether it was killing those rank SIXS or killing that powerhouse who achieved mentality-vitality fusion, he was the main force. Without Fang Ping, even if they destroyed the city, they would not be able to bring so many things away. If that was the case, it was only logical that Fang Ping would take so much. Fang Ping saw the situation and laughed. Since everyone has agreed, then it's settled. After saying that, Fang Ping waited for a moment. When he saw the changes in his wealth, a smile appeared on his face. As expected, as long as the distribution was done and safety was confirmed, his wealth would be calculated. Previously, when he was in Magic City Catacombs, he only calculated his wealth when he arrived at Hope City and confirmed the distribution plan. This time, it was the same. Wealth, 121. 5 billion, converted, vitality, 3,200 calories, 7,085 calories, mentality, 500 Hz, 933 Hz, bones honed, 177 bones, 100%, 29 bones, 90%, storage space, 32 cubic meters, plus, energy shield, 10,000 wealth/minute, plus, aura simulation, 100,000 wealth/minute, plus. Fang Ping glanced at the data. Before entering the catacombs, his wealth was 101.8 billion. This time, to help Old Wang and the others hide their auras, adding 2 more people, he spent 1 million per minute. In addition to helping Qin Fengqing hide his aura when he left later, he spent less than 100 million wealth. However, fighting with that vitality fusion powerhouse consumed a lot of it. His vitality was depleted many times, and so was his mentality. Also, when he attacked those rank SIXS and set up the mentality shield, he spent about 1 to 200 million. Calculating this, entering the catacombs this time, he spent about 300 million wealth. The system increased his wealth by about 20 billion, which was about the same as his own estimation. Fang Ping did not pocket the spoils of war this time. This time was different from the time he cheated Qin Fengqing. Last time, Qin Fengqing just led the way and disappeared. Fang Ping cheated him, but he made up for it later, although it was an IOU. This time Old Wang and the others, including Qin Fengqing, were really fighting with their lives on the line. Fang Ping had a lot to begin with, so he had no intention of pocketing the spoils of war. I have so much wealth, the storage space is a little full. Fang Ping thought for a while and decided to expand the storage space first. There were a lot of miscellaneous things, and the storage space was full. Let's expand it to 50 cubic meters first. Fang Ping's heart moved. Very soon, the storage space began to increase, reaching 50 cubic meters quickly. As for his wealth, he used up 9 billion, leaving only 112.5 billion. It feels like a lot, but in reality, it can't withstand the consumption, Fang Ping sighed in his heart. Now that he was in the catacombs, he earned a lot, but he also spent a lot. Today, his vitality was depleted. Just replenishing his vitality would consume about 7 million wealth. Not to mention the storage space, 1 cubic meter was 500 million. In reality, it was really not much. Especially the energy shield and aura simulation. It was fine if he brought an individual, but if he brought Qin Fengqing and the other 2, the energy shield would consume 10 million wealth every minute. The aura simulation was even more terrifying. It consumed more than the energy shield, 10 times, 1 minute, that would be 100 million wealth. No matter how much wealth he had, it would not be enough to spend. Therefore, Fang Ping did not consider activating the aura simulation. It was not very meaningful. At the moment, they did not need to pretend to be catacombs martial artists. However, this thing might be useful. If he really encountered a high-ranked catacombs martial artist, he might be able to use it. I can't leave Qin Fengqing alone with the energy shield. 3 people in an hour would consume 600 million wealth. I have to earn more money. Now that they were not being hunted, there was no need to hide for now. However, it was best to keep it open to prevent encountering catacombs powerhouses. Staying in the catacombs for a day and a night would consume 14.4 billion. Fang Ping's heart ached at the thought of it. Looking at Qin Fengqing again. Fang Ping felt that bringing this fellow along was a trap. If he brought 2 people, the consumption would be reduced by 10 times, and it would only be 1 billion or so. Fang Ping felt that he could still afford 1 billion or so. Qin Fengqing was a little gloomy from Fang Ping's stare. Although he did not know what Fang Ping was thinking, he still complained, I've already paid the storage fee. Can you not have any ideas about me? This fellow Fang Ping was extremely rich, but he still had his eyes on a poor family like him. Did his conscience not hurt? Fang Ping sighed, lamenting, Old Qin, you don't know how much I've sacrificed for you. It's only because our bloodlines are close. Otherwise, I really don't want to care about you anymore. Qin Fengqing's expression stiffened. These words. Were he saying that he was his grandson's grandson? Speaking of which, if I called him old ancestor, would you pay? Qin Fengqing thought about it, but he did not really call him ancestor. He only lamented, the catacombs monsters are so poor. Back then, he had raided 2 large rank 8 monsters' nests, but the harvest was so little. This time, it was just a city built by a rank 7 martial artist, but the harvest was much bigger. Fang Ping glanced at him and said lightly, "You better not go to the Magic City catacombs. Jiao is a vengeful fellow. You can't hide your aura after raiding its nest. There was some aura left last time. It will come to you sooner or later." Qin Fengqing pursed his lips. It was just a rank 8 monster. Now that Qin Fengqing was experienced and knowledgeable, a rank 9 was nothing. He had even seen a rank 9 monster being killed before. As for a rank 8 monster, he might be afraid, but he was not so afraid that he would not dare to go to the catacombs. Fang Ping did not forget about business. Looking at the 2 unconscious people on the ground, he said, "Ask them one by one. They are all from the House of City Lord. Although they are not rank 6, they have rank 5 strength. They know something." As he said that, Fang Ping suddenly said, "You guys go out first. I will disguise myself as a catacombs martial artist passing by. See if I can get more information." Wang Jinyang laughed. "You were the one who knocked them out earlier. I didn't show my face. I just changed my aura." As Fang Ping said that, his aura changed. In an instant, he became a catacombs martial artist exuding pure catacombs energy. Seeing this, Wang Jinyang and Li Hansong started hammering their heads. They could not take it anymore. This guy Fang Ping was getting more and more capable, so much that they could not accept it. Qin Fengqing did not care too much. He muttered, "Damn, he lied to me again. Last time, he said he could only disguise my aura. Why isn't he pretending to be me now?" Fang Ping was a super big liar. He did not tell the truth every time. Fang Ping glanced at him and chuckled. "It's just the catacombs energy fluctuation. Our human vitality force is more complicated. Only by blood connection can we disguise each other's aura." Fang Ping sighed. "That's why I'm even more certain that I'm related to you. I don't feel good about it. Do you think I'll believe you?" Qin Fengqing sneered, then coughed dryly and said, "Give me 30 to 50 billion, and I'll admit that we're related." "Get lost." Fang Ping cursed. He waved his hand and said, "You guys go out first. Bring this guy out too." Fang Ping tossed a person over. Wang Jinyang caught him and dragged him out of the cave. Fang Ping stayed in the cave for more than half an hour. Then, he used the same trick and brought the second person into the cave. Outside the cave, Qin Fengqing chuckled and said, "Listen to how badly he screamed. This Fang Ping fellow, his hobby is just so special." Wang Jinyang could not be bothered with him. He looked at Li Hansong and said, "My golden body and golden bones have not recovered. How did you complete the recovery the last time?" Li Hansong didn't understand either. He shook his head and said, "I just suffered some injuries. After that, I casually cultivated for a day, and I achieved a half-golden body. You can ask Fang Ping. He knows a little more." "He might not know much," Wang Jinyang glanced at the cave and said after a while, "This guy. His words are 30% true and 70% false. Do you really believe what he said? He's the Celestial Emperor, and you're the Northern General?" Li Hansong said dryly, "That. I believe it a little. This guy is full of tricks. He might not be the Celestial Emperor. Of course, if what he said is true and there really is a celestial court, I think he's more like a military advisor. Anyway, he's quite cunning." As he said that, Li Hansong looked at Wang Jinyang and said, "I think, if there really is a celestial emperor, you're more like one than him." Wang Jinyang rubbed his temples and said weakly, "The celestial court he said is most likely fake." "You actually guessed it. That's hard to say. Otherwise, who do you think we are?" "This?" Wang Jinyang sighed softly. Yes, it was hard to explain. Who were we in our past lives? Li Hansong believed Fang Ping when he said celestial court, probably because of this. According to myths and legends, celestial court might really exist. If that was the case, then it was not impossible for them to be celestial court powerhouses when they were resurrected. As the two of them chatted, Qin Fengqing looked gloomy. They excluded him again. These guys talked like they were playing around when they talked about cultivation. Seeing that the two of them were talking about this, Qin Fengqing interrupted, "Don't be fooled by Feng Ping. This guy might have been your underling in his past life, pretending to be the big brother." Also, Qin Fengqing rubbed his chin and said, "Is this guy really a resurrected powerhouse?" Li Hansong and Qin Fengqing were stunned. They had never thought of this possibility. Qin Fengqing squinted and chuckled. "It's just a guess. Resurrected powerhouses are all mutated martial artists, right? Feng Ping, this guy, has a golden bone mutation now. His mentality is strong, including his bone marrow. Also, there's the problem of rapid recovery." Qin Fengqing thought for a while and said, "You guys are all the same. This guy is mutated in everything. I think he's still different from you guys." Wang Jinyang's eyes moved slightly, saying softly, "This guy didn't mutate at the beginning. When I knew him, he wasn't too special. Of course, he was still weak then, maybe he didn't notice it. However, as far as I know, his bone marrow mutation did happen later." As he said that, Wang Jinyang added, "Golden bone too." Li Hansong was dumbfounded, thinking of something. After a while, he said, If he's not a resurrected martial artist, then what about what he said to us before?" "I'm bluffing." Qin Fengqing pursed his lips. "How normal." No, I mean, if he's not a resurrected powerhouse, how could he mutate? Who said that only resurrected martial artists can mutate?" Qin Fengqing chuckled. "My celestial bridge mutated. Am I a resurrected martial artist too?" Li Hansong said impatiently, "You call that a mutation? Is your cultivation speed fast?" Qin Fengqing was a little hurt. He kept quiet with a dark face. His cultivation speed might seem fast, but in reality, it wasn't. He relied on throwing countless resources and grinding his way up. Wang Jinyang and the rest, on the other hand, consumed much less than him. Including Feng Ping. Other than the healing last time, Feng Ping did not consume much resources. Naturally, Qin Fengqing did not know about his consumption of wealth. However, it was a fact that Feng Ping consumed little resources. He even sold a lot of pills in the early stages. Mutated martial artists consumed little and cultivated quickly. This was also a characteristic. Actually, Feng Ping still fit this characteristic. Seeing that he was silent, Li Hansong continued, "Feng Ping should be a resurrected martial artist. It's hard to say about Heavenly Court." Wang Jinyang did not think too much. He smiled and said, "Don't think about this. Let him say whatever he wants. Sooner or later, the truth will come out." Qin Fengqing muttered, "That's hard to say. I feel that sooner or later, you guys will fall into a big pit." "You didn't fall?" Li Hansong snorted softly. Qin Fengqing looked at him disdainfully and said in a low voice, "What do you know? I'm jumping into a pit myself. This guy is rich. I recognize money as my father. Unlike you guys, who recognize people as their fathers. How can it be the same?" Li Hansong's face darkened. "What you said makes sense, but I don't want to talk to you." As they were talking, Feng Ping walked out of the cave. He glanced at Qin Fengqing. His gaze was not very friendly. He had heard a lot of what this guy said just now. He would deal with him later. Ignoring this guy, Feng Ping said, "These two guys know a little more. When the humans evacuated, Rose City did capture some human martial artists. At that time, the human martial artists who stayed in the catacombs were close to 100. Some of them died in battle. A small number were captured, including Moon Laurel City. Actually, they also captured a few people. I don't know if Teacher Zhang was among them. The Grandmaster powerhouses had all evacuated. The human martial artists who were captured were rank 6, rank 4, and 5. However, there were not many middle-ranked martial artists, about 4 or 5. Some martial artists of the 3 lower ranks were also captured, more than 10 people. This lasted for more than half a year. At that time, there were catacombs martial artists everywhere. Therefore, the human martial artists who are still hiding in the catacombs are not exactly none. There are probably not too many. 3 to 5 people at most. Wang Jinyang said in a low voice, "These people were all sent to Royal City?" "Yes. If it was just to ask for information, was there a need for such a large-scale search? Capturing a few was enough. According to what you said, it lasted for more than half a year. Even the affiliated cities went all out. Aren't these martial artists being too important? Fang Ping nodded. After thinking for a while, he said, indeed, it was a little too important. There were even high ranks who personally took some people away. As for what happened to these people, I heard that some of them were killed, but not all of them. Some survived. Fang Ping thought for a while and said, during that time, powerhouses from various cities came to Rose City. They seemed to be discussing something. I don't know if it was about attacking Earth or something else. However, after the powerhouses from these cities left, the two fellows I asked just now said that someone saw a few powerhouses from Rose City leading some human warriors out of Rose City. Left Rose City? Wang Jinyang felt a headache coming on. After a long time, he said, if that's the case, it's not just about Rose City. It's also involved other places? If that's the case, even if Instructor is alive, Tiannan's catacombs are not small. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack. Qin Fengqing interrupted, what do we do now? Do we continue to destroy some small cities or go straight to Rose City? Fang Ping looked at Wang Jinyang. Wang Jinyang sighed and said, go wait outside Rose City. Capture a few Rose City martial artists and ask them about the situation. As for entering the city, forget about it. We'll kill some martial artists outside the city and lure the Rose City guards out of the city. Fang Ping nodded and said, that works too. Also, I'll go find out if Rose City's guardian monster plant has left. If it has, I'll take the opportunity to dig into the city and see if there's a chance to blow up the energy mine. The few of them looked at Fang Ping. Fang Ping smiled and said, ask around. But it's hard to blow up a huge mine like this. The core area is guarded. Under normal circumstances, there must be a high rank guarding it. What a pity. Fang Ping felt a little regretful. It was a pity that he could not bring a grandmaster along. Otherwise, he could bring Old Man Li or Wu Quishan and sneak in to kill the high rank guarding it. If the rank 9 in the city left, he would be free to do whatever he wanted. Right now, it was still difficult to blow up the mine. After hearing that, Wang Jinyang said suddenly, if you really want to enter the mining area and blow up the mine, then we'll kill more people in the periphery. When we kill more people, the high rank guarding it might be lured out. Fang Ping's eyes moved slightly. That won't be necessary. Do you still remember the monster at Half Moon Lake? Why? Fang Ping squinted. I think that monster should be guarding a small mine. Say, if I steal this mine, leave my aura, and sneak all the way to Rose City, will this guy chase after me? Wang Jinyang frowned. That's a little risky, I'm not the only one taking the risk. Fang Ping looked at Qin Fengqing with a smile and said, Old Qin, you go and lure that monster out first. I'll go mine. When I'm done, I'll lure it to Rose City. What do you think? Qin Fengqing's expression changed again. Just when Fang Ping thought he would reject, this guy suddenly said, give me half, the real half. I'll go all out and lure it out for you. Fang Ping was speechless. How much did he love money? He was a rank 5, but he dared to lure a rank 7 for money. This was not a joke. If it caught up to him, he would die for sure. Beside him, Li Hansong said, if you really want to do it, let me go. At least my defense is stronger, Fang Ping smiled. What's there to fight about? I haven't decided if I want to do it yet. If this monster doesn't go to Rose City, then it's not worth it to find trouble with a high-rank monster for the sake of who knows how many energy mines. If it goes and it doesn't attack the city, then it'll be useless. Also, I don't know how many powerhouses are guarding Rose City now. If there are a few rank 7 and 8, then one rank 7 monster won't be of much use. How about this, I'll scout out the information first and figure it out, then I'll think about it. Previously at Nanjiang, I couldn't completely blow up gigantic Willow City. This time, if the tutelary monster plant and the city lord aren't here, then maybe I can really blow up Royal City. Fang Ping grinned. Rose City is the closest to Sky South City. Previously, they have also been at war with Sky South City. This time, the probability of the city lord and the monster plant fighting together is not low. Fang Ping had sensed and seen some of the rank 9's war before. This time, 4 of the rank 9 monster plants went. As for the city lord, 8 of them went. As for the 11 cities in Sky South Catacombs, 6 of them belonged to the monster plant clan. This meant that at most, there were only 2 cities with the tutelary monster plant. Moreover, 8 of the city lords went, which also meant that at most 3 cities had the city lord guarding. Monster Life clan might not really turn out in full force. Fang Ping even suspected that 6 of the 8 city lords who went were city lords of the monster plant clan. This was also in line with his expectations. 3 of the rank 9 monsters went, and 2 of the monster life city lords went. Coincidentally, 5 of the monster life cities, each city dispatched a rank 9, one to stay behind. This was in line with his expectations. There was no reason for Monster Life clan to send the tutelary monster beast and the city lord together. In that case, there were no city lords in the 6 monster plant cities. 4 of them did not have a rank 9. Rose City might be one of them. There might not be any rank 9 powerhouses in the 4 cities. If the rank 9 powerhouses left, there might not be many rank 7 and 8. Sky South Catacomb strength is average. This time, we came with so many people and killed so many high ranks in the passageway. Right now, both sides are still confronting each other. Fighting means that the difference in strength is not big. Based on this calculation, Sky South Catacombs dispatched more than 100 rank 7 and 8 martial artists. Under normal circumstances, it is rare for a city to have more than 10 rank 7 and 8 martial artists. The Monster Plant clan might only leave 1 or 2 rank 7 and 8 martial artists to guard. After all, in their opinion, the rear is still safe. This time everyone went out together. Monster Life and Monster Plant clan joined forces. Under such circumstances, the monsters in the Forbidden Land won't dare to provoke them. It's enough to have a high rank to keep watch. Fang Ping said the rest of the sentence. Wang Jinyang frowned slightly. That's true, but do you know that among the rank 9 participating in the war this time, there are no rank 9 from the Forbidden Land? If that's the case, there's something wrong with your judgment. I know. That's why I asked first. I'll know if the Monster Plant clan is here with one look. As for the city lord, we can catch a few people and ask if they are participating in the war. There should be confirmed information too. Fang Ping grinned. Say, if we blow up 4 royal cities, what do you think will happen? Don't be reckless. Wang Jinyang felt that he needed to remind him. He said in a low voice, if the royal city is destroyed, it means that the foundation of these city lords and the Monster Plant clan is destroyed. When that time comes, you will face the pursuit of the entire Sky South Catacombs rank 9. These rank 9 powerhouses have extremely strong mentality. Under the coverage, even if you hide your aura, they might still find you if they search the whole place. I know, but don't we still have the rank 9? As the two of them were talking, Li Hansong could not help but interrupt, both of you, we clearly said that we were going to Rose City to catch a few people and ask about the situation. How did we end up talking about blowing up 4 royal cities? Li Hansong felt like his head was about to explode. We were just talking about going to Rose City to take a look. How did the topic change so quickly, from Rose City to Half Moon Lake, from Half Moon Lake to blowing up the royal city, from blowing up the royal city to blowing up 4 royal cities? If he let them continue talking, he was afraid that they would end up blowing up Mount Imperial Sea. Should they just blow up the restricted area and be done with it? Fang Ping chuckled. It's to reduce the pressure on us grandmasters. Besides, I'm just saying it. How can we really do it? Are you sure you're just saying it? Li Hansong was a little worried. He was even a little uneasy. He said softly, Fang Ping, we are only rank 5 or 6 after all. There are at least hundreds of thousands of martial artists in 4 royal cities. There are at least tens of thousands of middle-ranked martial artists. If we really provoke the 4 cities into a riot, then we really have nowhere to go. Fang Ping grinned. Actually, the more chaotic, the better. As he said that, Fang Ping took a deep breath. If it really becomes a mess, let me calculate, he said to calculate. The few of them looked confused. What did he want to calculate? What Fang Ping calculated was how expensive aura simulation was. After some calculation, if 3 more people were added, it would cost 100 million per minute. In an hour, that would be 6 billion. Fang Ping was a little frightened. That was a lot. However, if the 4 of them killed some catacombs martial artists in a chaotic situation, disguised as one of them, and participated in the search together, then they could avoid some trouble. The more chaotic it is, the easier it is for us to escape. Fang Ping calculated in his heart. Finally, he said, let's not talk about this first. Let's go to Rose City and see the situation first. If there are really very few rank 7 and 8 martial artists, then we'll go to Half Moon Lake and hook up with that guy who looks like Jiao. It's not very practical to blow up other places, but there's still hope to blow up Rose City. The few of them started walking toward Rose City in the distance. Wang Jinyang was silent for a while. After a while, he still said tactfully that, let's still look for someone to take the lead. He was a little afraid of Fang Ping's plan. Motherf asterisk Kerr, this guy was a lunatic. He was afraid that he would really die here this time. Fang Ping nodded. I know. It's necessary to look for someone to take the lead and relieve the Grandmaster's pressure. Don't you think we're very noble? Wang Jinyang sighed. It was not that he did not want to relieve the Grandmaster's pressure. The key was that this guy's plan did not sound reliable no matter how he listened to it. Now, they could only take it one step at a time. As for the others, Qin Fengqing looked very excited. After Li Hansong's reminder at the beginning, he was also a little eager to try. Wang Jinyang reminded himself secretly, I'm here to look for someone, really, I'm here to look for instructor. Bang! Fang Ping killed the catacombs martial artist with one palm. He looked at Rose City in the distance and frowned slightly. This guy doesn't know much. It's too bad it's night. Not many people leave the city. The city lord and the monster plants have indeed left. Fang Ping muttered, I wonder how many high ranks are left. Fang Ping turned his head and looked at them. I'll dig a tunnel into the city first. Dig a tunnel? Li Hansong whispered, can't you go in directly? Fang Ping was speechless. It's so late. The city is sealed. Go in now? Also, dig a tunnel first. When there are more tunnels, it'll be easier to run. After explaining, Fang Ping said, don't just dig one. This time, dig some in all directions. Dig a few more to prevent people from blocking the way. Qin Fengqing, brother Wang, you two don't have to go. Tai Tu, you come with me. We'll dig together. Hurry up. Try to dig dozens of tunnels under Rose City before dawn. Dig deeper, preferably 50 meters below. This way, rank 7 martial artists' mentality won't be able to probe further. Li Hansong muttered, it'll be better if it's below 100 meters. Even rank 8 martial artists might not be able to probe further. Fang Ping muttered, that makes sense, but it'll be difficult to dig below 100 meters. Tai Tu, it'll depend on your iron head technique. Li Hansong was speechless. Did he really have to dig 100 meters below? That was physical work, true physical work. Fang Ping said seriously, it'll increase your experience. Do you usually have this opportunity? Do you dare to dig into the royal city? Have you seen the giant mine under the royal city? If I don't cover your aura, you'll be discovered if you make any big movements. Also, there's actually a defense system under the city. Some low-ranked monster plants are also deeply rooted. Once energy fluctuations appear, they'll be detected. Tell me, if I give you this opportunity, would you still care about putting in some effort? Qin Fengqing wants to go, but I'm too lazy to bring him. He can't dig as fast as you. Qin Fengqing sneered. I'm too lazy to go. Fang Ping glanced at him and sneered too. Have you ever seen an energy mine in your life? Mountains of energy stones, rank 9 energy stones, were everywhere. There was a cultivation building in Suppressing Star City that was said to have been built with grade 9 energy stones. It was said that the Apex Patriarch had excavated several mines in Mount Royal Sea to obtain it. Excited, right? You've never seen it before, right? Do you feel ashamed of your inferiority? But when Jiang Chao and the others told me about it, guess what I thought? So poor, pauper. Do you think I've never seen an energy mine? The Apex Grand Ancestor had actually only brought this much back to send off his descendants. How stingy, it wasn't even as much as the energy mines of a king city. Qin Feng Qing, if I don't help you, you probably won't be able to see the world in your lifetime. Hearing this, Qin Fengqing's expression changed again and again. He snorted softly and said, no matter how many, you won't be able to poach them away. Even if Fang Ping entered the mining area, he would not have the time to mine. Mining energy ores would cause quite a commotion and would be easily discovered. The last time he and the Jiao dug for a while, they were discovered. Fang Ping grinned. At least I've seen it before. As he spoke, he looked at Li Hansong and asked, how is it? Do you still think that digging tunnels is hard work? Don't scream later, calm down. Don't pick up any energy ores you see, we don't like them, understand? Li Hansong hurriedly said, don't worry, we won't. As Fang Ping said that, he said with some regret, it's a pity that we can't record it. Otherwise, I'll bring a camera and record it, so you guys can broaden your horizons. Wang Jinyang was a little speechless. He smiled and said, digging tunnels will cause a commotion. Martial artists have sharp ears and eyes, so it's easy to be discovered at night. How about this, Qin Feng Qing and I will go to some of the surrounding towns and cities, kill some martial artists, and make Rose City move. When Qin Feng Qing heard this, he nodded and said, no problem, but we'll split up and create chaos. Then you guys be careful. Fang Ping said seriously, if you're chased by high ranks, don't wait for us. Run wherever you can. If you get separated, wait at the swamp by Half Moon Lake, we'll meet up again. After thinking for a while, Fang Ping said, if the situation permits, I'll go into the city to check if Instructor Zhang is there. Thank you. Wang Jinyang thanked him, did not say anything else, and left quickly. Qin Fengqing did not waste any more time and walked in another direction. As soon as they left, Fang Ping and Li Hansong found a deserted place and started digging a tunnel. While Fang Ping and the others were digging tunnels, Qin Fengqing and Wang Jinyang also started showing up, breaking into some towns and cities, killing the martial artists there. Wang Jinyang was killing by force. Qin Fengqing first led a group of middle and low-ranked monsters to wander around, then went to the towns and cities to seize the energy stones given by the rank 9 monster plants. Without the deterrence of the rank 9 monster plants, these monsters did not care whether this was a powerhouse's territory or not. At least they did not sense a powerhouse's aura. When they felt the vitality and energy of the catacombs humans, the monsters began to riot. That night, the vicinity of Rose City was in chaos. Inside Rose City, a large number of guards rushed to all directions. The destruction of Moon Laurel City was a big deal. Moon Laurel City's city lord and a rank 7 powerhouse from Rose City, in a rage, began to search everywhere. The Tiannan catacombs, which had been peaceful for 2 years, began to enter a chaotic time. Tiannan City. Wu Quishan's injuries worsened. The hole in his chest was no longer wriggling and healing. Lu Fengger was covered in blood, her eyes slightly red. She said in a low voice, I won't die, right? Wu Quishan panted softly, smiled and said, I won't die so easily. It's good that I won't die, it's good that I won't die. As Lu Fengger spoke, her eyes turned red. You're almost the same as the old man. The old man she was talking about was MCMAU's old vice-chancellor. After a big battle, Wu Quishan, the world's second rank 8 powerhouse, had truly displayed his unparalleled strength. He killed 3 rank 8s, he fought a rank 9, bought time for Zhang Weiyu, and killed 1 person. However, Wu Quishan's injuries were also extremely serious. At this moment, his imperishable substance had been obliterated to the point where it almost could not appear anymore. His path to rank 9 might be severed from now on. Wu Quishan stretched out his hand, gently stroking her scattered hair, smiling. It's good that you're not dead. I don't know when I can enter rank 9 anyway. Lu Fengger said nothing. Wu Quishan smiled again. I'm a little better than Minister Wang. Minister Wang is worse off than me. Beside him, Minister Wang, who was lying motionless on the ground, felt his chest rise and fall slightly. He panted and said, I killed a rank 8. I killed 3. You. What's so great about you? Minister Wang cursed. Wu Quishan smiled, then frowned and said, we killed so many people. Mother ****, if it weren't for the people from Star Town running away, we wouldn't have to do this. ****, his grandpa. At this moment, Wu Kuxian could not help but curse. These people had fought with the catacombs powerhouses for a long time, killing a large number of catacombs high ranks. On Star Town's side, other than the rank 9 who had not left, everyone else, including the rank 8 Liam O, had run away. They did not fight their way into the depths of the catacombs. Instead, they went straight to the edge of the Forbidden Sea and ran along it. There were many powerhouses from Star Town who came this time. Other than a rank 9, there were 2 rank 8s and 5 rank 7s. A force like this was extremely powerful. Of course, they had also lost a rank 7 martial artist earlier. However, the remaining 2 rank 8s and 4 rank 7s had all run away. Minister Wang said weakly, They also have important things to do. Wu Kuxian tilted his head and looked at him, saying, Go to the bounded domain. Is Absolute's body really that important? Beside him, Li Daong, whose head was half crushed, said, Vice-Chancellor Wu, there are some things you don't understand. It's necessary for the people from Star Town to leave. Didn't you notice that this time, no one from the restricted area came? People from the restricted area actually came. Li Daong's broken head squirmed continuously. As he healed, he explained, the people from the restricted area went to the bounded domain. 2 years ago, Senior Yang passed away. After that, a few Paragon powerhouses fought at Mount Imperial Sea. Both sides fought fiercely. At the same time that Tiannan's passageway was sealed, the Paragon powerhouses also shattered Mount Imperial Sea's passageway. That's why for the past 2 years, whether it's us or the people from the restricted area, none of us came to the Tiannan catacombs. This time, when we entered, Mount Imperial Sea's passageway was also opened. Earlier than us, the people from the restricted area went to the bounded domain. They want to snatch Absolute's body? Yes. Li Daong's head had almost recovered completely. He continued, originally, they couldn't enter the bounded domain, but this time, it's a little hard to say. The people from Star Town must hurry over to stop them. Is it very important? Very important. Then which one from Mayor Southern? Li Daong interrupted, the people from Star Town are more suitable. Wu Kuxian nodded slightly and said, What does Absolute's body mean? Li Daong fell silent. Just when Wu Kuxian thought that he would not explain, Li Daong said, The perilous realm is called rank 9, but it's actually not rank 9. You can think of it as a separate realm. As for why it's not called rank 10 or something else, it's because Paragon powerhouses actually belong to a vague realm. Wu Kuxian did not quite understand. Li Daong explained, let's put it this way. Paragon powerhouses are martial artists in rank 6 who have sealed their Sanjiao Gate, Mentality Vitality Fusion, Mentality 999 Hz, and Vitality Force 10,000 Cal. They are only one step away from the next realm, the realm of metamorphosis. As for whether there is a next realm, no one knows. However, Paragon powerhouses can feel it themselves. They are still in rank 9, unable to completely complete that small step of sublimation. They have never experienced the true metamorphosis of one realm and one sublimation. Therefore, Paragon powerhouses do not know if there is a path behind them. Maybe there is, maybe there isn't. However, there might be, because there are demon emperors in the catacombs. The records of demon emperors are very old. According to the records, demon emperors are stronger than Paragon powerhouses. They once suppressed the catacombs and were invincible. Wu Kuxian listened quietly. Although what Li Daong said seemed to have nothing to do with Paragon's body, he still felt that it was necessary to listen more. Li Daong continued, therefore, all the apex powerhouses are searching for a path that can lead them to a higher realm. Including Commander Li, he is also looking for this path. If humans have an existence that surpasses Paragon powerhouses, they may completely quell the threat of the catacombs. Over in the catacombs, their Paragon powerhouses are actually also looking for a path to enter the Demon Emperor realm. Paragon powerhouses are all very powerful, and they all live very long. Wu Kuxian frowned slightly and said, what does this have to do with everyone fighting for the corpses of Paragon powerhouses? Li Daong said softly, actually, I don't know the specifics. I only know that even if a Paragon powerhouse has fallen, there will still be some traces of the martial arts path left on the corpse. Every Paragon actually walks a different path. When they are alive, it is very difficult for everyone to describe and show their own path. After they die, some of their martial arts path comprehension may be revealed in another form. Don't ask me how it is, because I don't know either. Commander Li doesn't know either. Because in the past 100 years, the only paragon who has fallen is Senior Yang. Maybe it is not just in the past 100 years. Ever since the 13 patriarchs of Star City built Star City 300 years ago, they were already paragon powerhouses. For so many years, they were still paragon powerhouses, so no one knew how long they had lived. As for the 13 patriarchs, there were 13 for hundreds of years. Until now, there were only 12. In other words, Senior Yang is the only paragon who has fallen in the past few hundred years. Commander Li is only a junior, so he is not clear about the specific situation. However, the other paragon powerhouses of Star City have communicated with Commander Li before the opening of the Tiannan catacombs this time. This time, no matter what, we must bring back Senior Yang's corpse. Even if Tiannan catacombs has really fallen, it is not as important as this. If it is necessary, we must destroy the corpse and not let the people in the restricted area get it. Wu Kuxian frowned and said, in that case, as long as we snatch the paragon's corpse, there is a possibility that the opponent's paragon powerhouse can advance a step further? Li Daong said, this is not clear, but there is still a possibility. Maybe they can advance a step further through Senior Yang's comprehension. Of course, that may not be the case. If it is really so simple, then perhaps a great war between the paragon powerhouses would have long erupted. As he said that, Li Daong continued, there is a greater possibility, perhaps by comprehending these, continuing Senior Yang's path, they may also be able to enter the impasse realm. If the catacombs has one more paragon, or if humans produce another paragon, the balance will shift. If the catacombs has one more person, we will have 2 less people. If we have one more person, then we will be back to the original state of balance. Beside him, Lu Fengger frowned and said, then why not let Nanchang go over? Nanchang is only 1 step away from the paragon. Maybe he can step into the impasse realm quickly. Li Daong thought for a moment and said, when a rank 9 martial artist reaches Nanchang's level, they actually also have their own path. Other people's path may not be suitable for them. Moreover, the reason for this arrangement is because Senior Yang and the Yang family have a blood relationship. Maybe it will be easier for them to obtain some things. Although Yang Daohong is also a rank 9, he is Senior Yang's direct descendant. Therefore, when we are not so nervous here, he will also leave. As for the others, the 13 families in Star Town more or less have some blood relationship. Wu Kuxian heard that and did not say anything else. In the eyes of the higher-ups, the fight for the paragon was indeed more important than the fall of a few grandmasters. The people in Star Town left for the bounded zones. Perhaps it was to fight for the opportunity to become the paragon. Whether there was one more paragon or one less paragon, it was even more important than all the people here dying in battle. This was a matter of great importance. It was no wonder that the people in Star Town left. This time, the main person in charge, Nan Yunyue and Zhang Weiyu did not say anything. It was probably arranged beforehand. As they were talking, in front, Tang Feng retreated with a bloody face, panting and saying, another 2 rank 7s left on the other side. Guardian Zhang said that over at Rose City, there seems to be some of our people moving around behind. Some of the monsters at the back have also started to riot. As he spoke, Tang Feng shook his hand and looked at Wu Kuxian, saying, Vice Chancellor, do you still have more imperishable substances? Give me some. There's no meat on my hands, it's uncomfortable to hit. Before he could finish, Lu Fengger kicked him and said angrily, are you blind? He's turning into a sieve. Tang Feng said weakly, it's just a joke. Why are you so serious? This kid Feng Ping always does this kind of thing. I just said it in passing. Lu Fengger's tone faltered. She humped and said nothing. Tang Feng saw this and said, Vice Chancellor, are you about to lose your golden body? If you go back alive and get some life essence as a supplement, can you recover? Wu Kuxian smiled and said, it should be possible, but it's a little too much. 30 to 50 caddies? I don't think so. Around 10 caddies should be enough, that's good. Beside them, the others turned to look at them. These guys from MCMAU were so arrogant, life essence and caddies, even Li Daong could not help but say, Vice Chancellor Wu, if we really go back alive this time, based on your merits, the military department will apply for some life essence for you to heal your injuries, but it'll be 300 to 500 grams at most. When he said grams, Li Daong slightly increased the volume of his voice and smiled bitterly, saying, the government doesn't have much in storage. All these years, we only got some during the capital city catacombs battle. As for this time, Li Daong glanced at the few towering monster plants in the distance and sighed softly. When it comes to certain death, unless we kill the other party instantly, it will definitely be destroyed. This time, the Tiannan catacombs apex will not make a move. It's impossible to kill the other party. That's why even if we really kill these monster plants, it'll be very difficult to harvest anything. At most, we'll get some residual life essence. So, around 10 caddies, Li Daong did not want to say any more. He really could not give you that much. Wu Quishan's battle record was shocking. He killed 3 rank 8s and fought against a rank 9. Logically speaking, with such serious injuries, it was only right to give him some life essence to heal. However, around 10 caddies. Stop joking. Even a rank 9 who was seriously injured and dying might not be able to get that much. Lu Fengru snorted coldly. I'm not counting on you guys. Feng Ping had mentioned once before that the next time he went to the Magic City catacombs, he would injure and kill some Skygate City people and see if the Skygate tree would activate the Fountain of Life to heal them. If it was activated, he might be able to snatch some life essence. Around 10 caddies. Alright, it was a lot. However, when she thought about how Old Man Li drank countless life essence, Lu Fengru was not that desperate. Even if she could not do it now, when Feng Ping became stronger in the future, with that kid's ability to hide his aura, she would be able to snatch some back sooner or later. This was much better than having no hope at all. When she thought of Feng Ping, Lu Fengru suddenly said, Feng Ping and the rest from Rose City, right? Tang Feng was stunned for a moment. He said in a low voice, Feng Ping and the rest? Probably, as Lu Fengru spoke, Wu Quishan continued, not probably, it's them. I don't know what these kids are up to. If they're looking for people, they should be looking for them properly. Now, the city has been breached, and the monsters are in chaos. Now, as many as 4 rank 7s have returned. Rose City originally had at least 1 rank 7 guarding it. At least 5 rank 7s. Can the 4 of them escape if they encounter them? Wu Quishan felt a little helpless. A short sword appeared in his hand instantly. He took a step forward and said, I'll go take a look at the front. I'll kill a few more guys and see if those guys at the back can rush over. Vice Chancellor, Tang Feng shouted. Wu Quishan's injuries were extremely serious. If he went to the front line to fight, he might die. It's okay. Wu Quishan waved his hand. After thinking for a while, he turned around and said, I don't have the ability to avenge Duo. There's hope for this kid Feng Ping. When the defense line is loosened, both of you go to the back and look for him. As he said that, Wu Quishan looked at Li Daong and smiled. Deputy Commander-in-Chief Li, the 3 of us from MCMAU have already killed 3 rank 8s and 2 rank 7s. When the defense line is loosened, it shouldn't be a big problem for them to leave, right? Li Daong looked at him for a while and said in a low voice, it's more dangerous to go to the back alone. There are still rank 9s who haven't appeared yet. I know. We'll talk about it later. Wu Quishan did not say much and walked away. Lu Fengru glanced at him and snorted. Useless. Expecting a 20-year-old young man to avenge your daughter. Is this how you, Wu Quishan, do things? Wu Quishan did not even turn his head. He chuckled and said, wait for me to come back. I'll avenge myself. If you die, no one will collect your corpse. It's okay, Lu Fengru suddenly stopped talking. She strode forward too. Tang Feng was just about to follow her when Minister Wang panted beside him. What are you going to do? I just came back. Take a break. Mother *Ker, help me reattach my intestines. These 2 in-laws have been staring at me for a long time. They've only been flirting. They didn't say anything about reattaching my intestines. Around them, a few powerhouses who were severely injured could not help but laugh out loud. Tang Feng glanced at Minister Wang. After a while, he said, "Your intestines have been crushed into pieces. How are you going to reattach them? I'd like to borrow some imperishable substances from you." "Get lost." Minister Wang cursed. He seemed to have regained some of his spirit. He scolded, "MCMAU's problems have been getting worse these 2 years. Mother Asterisk Kerr, you're such an upright guy. Now you've become crooked. When I go back this time, I'll definitely suggest to Minister Zhang to change the Vice-Chancellor. No, change the President of the Martial Arts Society for MCMAU. Mother Asterisk Kerr, I knew he wasn't a good guy the first time I saw him. He was a good guy, but after hanging out with him for a while, he's completely changed. The old guy from CCMAU was scolding me just now. He said that Li Hansong used to be so honest. Now he's been led by MCMAU to such a horrible state." Tang Feng sat on the ground directly and said lazily, "Save your energy. This kid has bribed a lot of people. All the students in the school have been bribed. If you replace him, MCMAU will rebel. If you're not afraid of Dean Li finding trouble with you, then just suggest that you replace him." Mother Asterisk Kerr. Minister Wang continued to curse. He was a rank 8 martial artist, the Deputy Minister of Education. Now he wanted to change the President of the Martial Arts Society, and he was even threatened. Thinking of this, Minister Wang suddenly said, "Ask that kid Fan Ping to get me a few dozen caddies of life essence. If he wants to be the Vice-Chancellor in the future, I'll support him." Beside him, Li Daong could not help but cough softly. "So, in your words, life essence is measured in caddies?" Minister Wang panted. "What the hell do you know?" Cough, cough. "Minister Wang, you're from the Education Department. As a teacher, don't swear at the drop of a hat." Li Daong was speechless. What a lousy habit. After hearing that, Minister Wang pondered for a moment and said after some deliberation, "You don't even know what Aerochi is. That kid Fan Ping can snatch life essence. I'll make some connections first. This kid still owes me some imperishable substance. Hi Grandmaster Li, don't let that kid die. We're still waiting for him to save our lives." Old Wang's injuries were not light. They were more serious than Wu Quishan's. Li Daong did not know whether to laugh or cry. What were these guys thinking? They were actually pinning their hopes on a rank 6 martial artist. He had heard of Fan Ping. He was not that uncanny, was he? Minister Wang glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. He did not explain. "You really don't know anything. This kid is only rank 6 now. When he was rank 4, he could snatch a large amount of life essence and save Li Chongqing. I'll wait for a few years. When this kid is rank 7 or 8, who knows, he might snatch it again." Rose City. Deep underground. Li Hansong's eyes were dull, his face full of greed. He pointed at the huge crystal clear ore above his head, unable to hide his excitement. "Are we digging or not?" He did not say it out loud, but it was clear from his eyes. A huge mineral vein that stretched as far as the eye could see, although they were all low-ranked energy stones, and most of them could only be considered as raw stones, this was still too much. How much reserves were there in such a huge mineral vein? 100 tons, 1,000 tons, or even 10,000 tons, even if they were all raw stones, the value was immeasurable. Of course, if they were all dug up and brought back to Earth, it would probably depreciate. The rarer something was, the more it was, the cheaper it would be. But no matter how cheap it was still an energy stone. It should not be a problem if the raw ore was priced at 10,000 per gram, right? 1 ton was worth 10 billion. How many tons were there here? 10,000 tons. That was 100 trillion. This was all calculated according to the raw ore. Li Hansong felt that he could not calculate it. He heard from Fan Ping that the mineral vein under the royal city was incomparably huge. In the capital city catacombs, he had even seen the remnants of 2 royal city ruins. Although those 2 royal cities were flattened in the war that year, in the final battle, the 2 royal cities' guardian monster plants fought to the death, and even the restricted area powerhouses participated. In the end, although the 2 royal cities were destroyed, the humans did not take much of the mineral vein underground. At this moment, it was already empty, not even a small piece of raw ore was left. The huge mine under Rose City was not destroyed. Such a complete mineral vein. Li Hansong suspected that other than peerless powerhouses, had humans ever seen such a scene before? Energy stones were originally crystal clear, even raw ores were the same. Although the huge mineral vein was deep underground, it was as beautiful as a crystal palace, not as dark and dirty as other mineral veins. At this moment, Li Hansong even fantasized that one day, would he live in a crystal palace like this? Li Hansong regarded the mineral vein above as heaven, as a crystal palace. As for Fang Ping, he was calculating, would this huge mine be easy to blow up? Low-ranked energy stones, because the energy concentration was not high enough, could not produce an explosion. Relatively speaking, it was much more stable. Otherwise, if the royal city was built on explosives, even rank 9s would not dare to live here. Last time in gigantic Willow City, some of them could be blown up because the life essence overflowed and the energy concentration was too high, which eventually led to the explosion. Fang Ping had to think of a way to get to Rose City by himself. I'm afraid the periphery won't be able to blow it up. I'll have to enter the core area and pile up some high-grade energy stones together. Then, I'll use my mental strength to ignite them all. Only then will I have a chance of blowing up the core area and causing a chain reaction that will also ignite the low-grade energy stones on the periphery. There must be a high rank guarding the core area. I can't not get rid of the high ranks. Fang Ping thought about this in his mind, but he did not delay in the slightest. He continued to dig the tunnel, kicking Li Hansong at the same time. You're still looking, let's dig the tunnel first. How can I have the time to look at this? Isn't it embarrassing for someone who hasn't seen the world, other than the scattered energy ores in the mine tunnels? Fang Ping rarely dug into the ore veins. It was because it would cause too much of a commotion and would be dangerous. If he entered the mine tunnels, he would be easily discovered. Fang Ping did not even consider mining when he came here this time. Li Hansong swallowed. He lowered his head and no longer looked at the ore veins above him. This place was 100 meters underground. Actually, what he saw was only a corner of the ore veins that extended downwards. Even so, Li Hansong felt that this corner was enough for him to brag about for the rest of his life. Fang Ping had said before that he regretted not being able to take pictures. At this moment, Li Hansong was also extremely regretful. If he could take pictures, he could record it and bring it back to CCMAU. He did not even dare to imagine how shocked CCMAU would be. Li Hansong was still daydreaming when Fang Ping kicked him again. He gestured with his eyes to the front. Li Hansong raised his head and looked. His expression changed slightly. In front of him, there were some crystal-clear root-like pipes densely covered. Those were the roots of the monster plant. Li Hansong did not dare to move. He looked at Fang Ping. Did he not say that the rank 9 monster plant had left? Fang Ping stared at it for a moment. He shook his head slightly and started digging in another direction. That was not a rank 9 monster plant. It was only a rank 5 or 6 monster plant. However, its roots were quite deep. Rose City's guardian monster plant was a rose flower. This thing was not big, but its roots were not shallow. Fang Ping glanced at the monster plant in front of him. It could be a descendant of the rose monster flower. I wonder if I can imitate the monster plant's aura? As Fang Ping thought about this, the options to imitate its aura started flashing in his mind. Very quickly, Fang Ping's eyes moved. It could actually work. The system's 100 billion upgrade function was really out of this world. The monster plant just now was not strong. He could imitate its aura. If that's the case, if I go to Half Moon Lake, I can imitate the aura left behind by this monster plant? However, would that monster that looks like a Jiao dare to chase after me? If this was really a descendant of a rank 9 monster plant, the monsters at Half Moon Lake should be able to recognize the aura of a rank 9 monster's descendant since it was not far from here. Would it dare to chase after me, or would it be angry but not dare to say anything? Would it just admit defeat? As he thought about this, Fang Ping did not slow down and continued to dig the tunnel. After digging for who knew how long, the underground was densely covered with tunnels that extended in all directions. Only then did Fang Ping signal Li Hansong to leave with him. Emerging from another tunnel, Li Hansong could not contain his excitement and anxiety. He whispered, I was scared to death just now. Why are there other monster plants underground? It's normal. Fang Ping, on the other hand, was not too surprised. He explained, some rank 9 monster plants can reproduce some offspring. The cities of the monster plant clan usually don't summon monsters. Some monster plants don't reproduce either. They only have one and only tutelary monster plant. However, it depends on the situation. Some monster plants will reproduce a few to act as guards. Previously in Gigantic Willow City, there was a descendant of a big willow tree at the city gate. It could identify the aura. The Monster Plant Clan is still okay. Monster Life Clan, I used to think that it was easier to mine. Later, I found out that there are many monsters in the cities of Monster Life Clan. Some monsters specialize in living underground. They are even more dangerous than the Monster Plant Clan, is that so? Li Hansong murmured. He did not ask any more questions. He instantly shifted to the energy mine and said excitedly, so many mines. Fong Ping, if we dig the giant mine in Royal City, then... Stop dreaming. Fong Ping glared at him impatiently. What was wrong with these people? They wanted to dig as soon as they saw a mine. Did they really think that the mine belonged to them? Fong Ping could not be bothered with him. He took a look at Rose City, which was not far away. At this moment, there was some commotion in Rose City. At the city gate, large groups of guards began to leave the city, sweeping in all directions. It must be Old Wang and the rest who made the move, causing these people to leave the city to search. Staring at a group of guards who had just left the city, Fong Ping said in a low voice, let's go. We'll kill a few fellows first and ask about the situation. See how many high ranks there are in the city. Li Hansong nodded. He followed Fong Ping and carefully made his way over. At this moment, Li Hansong felt quite excited. Following Fong Ping and ambushing their guards near Royal City was too exciting. In the past, they did not dare to go near Royal City at all. It was too easy to be discovered. Now, however, the two of them were less than 100 meters away from the group of guards in front of them. The other party did not even notice them. A few minutes later, Fong Ping and Li Hansong quickly killed a group of guards. Fong Ping put away the corpses immediately and changed into the guard's armor, disguising himself and Li Hansong's aura as guards. Fong Ping used 100,000 wealth points per minute to simulate aura. With Li Hansong, it would be 1 million per minute. Although the consumption was not low, for the current Fong Ping, adding another person was still bearable. Both of them wore armor and helmets. Their heads were lowered. If one did not look closely, no one would be able to tell whether they were real or fake. Li Hansong was so excited that his heart was about to jump out of his chest. Just now, a group of guards passed by them like the wind. They clearly saw the two of them, but they ignored them and left just like that. This is so exciting. As soon as Li Hansong opened his mouth, Fong Ping scolded in a low voice, speak in the catacombs language. Hearing that, Li Hansong hurriedly said in his unpracticed catacombs language, Fong Ping, what do we do now? After asking, Li Hansong said excitedly, do we enter the city? Fong Ping pondered for a moment and said, according to what the guards said earlier, there was originally only one rank 7 commander in the city. But I'm guessing that there are 2 of them. There should be one underground. He doesn't know about it, or he didn't say it on purpose. Now, the one on the surface has left Royal City and gone to Moon Laurel City. The City Lord of Moon Laurel City has also returned and is searching for us. There is only one rank 7 in the city now. Of course, it could be a rank 8, the one underground. If the high-ranked monster attacks, he will definitely come out. I'm just afraid that the monster at Half Moon Lake won't come. Fong Ping had a slight headache. If the other party did not come, then he would not be able to lure out the high-ranked powerhouse guarding the mine underground. Whatever, let's try it first. Fong Ping exhaled and said, let's go to Half Moon Lake now. Qin Fengqing has left. Ironhead, can you lure the monster away for a while? Li Hansong was about to speak when Fong Ping turned around and said with a straight face, I can refuse. Honestly, it is indeed extremely dangerous. Once it catches up to you, you're dead meat. This time, we can do it or not. After all, our abilities are limited. If we really don't do it, no one will say anything. If we do it, it's just for the comfort of our hearts. As for the benefits, most probably none. Half Moon Lake doesn't have any mineral veins. Even if there are, we won't be able to dig much. When we reach the underground of Royal City, even if the high-ranked guard has left, the probability of me digging is not high. I don't have the time. Li Hansong grinned and said, of course, I have to get involved in such a big matter. I only hate that I'm not a grandmaster. Otherwise, during the battle in Tiannan, I would have joined the battle at the passageway long ago. I wouldn't have to do something sneaky like this. Since you want to do something big, then I, Li Hansong, will accompany you anytime. You're not even afraid to enter Royal City. Do you think I'm afraid of a rank 7 monster? Go ask, how many of the martial artists in the modern times are afraid of death? If it were someone else, they would also do it without hesitation if they found out. So, don't worry about me. You should worry more about yourself. Fang Ping heard that and immediately laughed. Alright, then let's do it. Just one sentence, don't die. Even if you're injured or disabled, keep your lives. I will cure you too one day. No problem. After saying that, the two of them did not waste any more time and started running toward Half Moon Lake. Along the way, they also encountered some guards who were leaving the city. However, the two of them were extremely fast. Sensing their auras, no one questioned them. Half an hour later, Fang Ping and Li Hansong arrived at Half Moon Lake. On the surface of the lake, the monster was still floating in the air, cultivating. Fang Ping did not know if the monster came out for a breather or if it thought that it was better to come out at night to cultivate. He could not be bothered. Glancing at the fellow that looked a little like cunning in the distance, Fang Ping said in a low voice, later, I will disguise myself as a Rose City martial artist and chase after you. Make a big commotion, and I will do the same. I will provoke it on purpose. If it is provoked and chases after us, then I will find a place to hide my aura midway and hide. You continue to run and lure it to continue chasing after you. I will go back and raid its nest. After raiding its nest, I will make a big commotion to lure it back. There will be a time lag in between. You be careful. You too. Li Hansong took a deep breath and said, what if it doesn't chase after us? Then we will fight. Fight, but stay a little further away from it. The aftershocks will affect it. A high-ranked monster will not be indifferent when it is provoked like this. Otherwise, this weak monster's territory would have been snatched by others long ago. Although he said that, Fang Ping swallowed and said, if you want to affect it, then the distance is quite close. Ironhead, you can't run too fast. You really have to be careful. Don't worry. My golden bones and golden body are half awakened. Stimulating the golden body's strength, I can run quite fast too. The two of them communicated for a while and prepared to act. They had to go through with the act. High-ranked monsters had high intelligence. If Fang Ping pretended to be a catacombs martial artist and chased after Li Hansong, it would not think that it was a human after Fang Ping raided its nest. Otherwise, if Li Hansong deliberately lured it away, even if Fang Ping left the catacombs martial artist's aura, it would be easy to suspect Li Hansong. At this moment, Fang Ping dared not underestimate these monsters. Over at the Magic City catacombs, that Jiao was very smart. A few minutes later, Li Hansong's vitality erupted, and he ran madly with a muffled sound. Behind him, Fang Ping disguised himself as a catacombs martial artist. He roared angrily, don't run. As soon as he said that, Fang Ping threw a punch. He did not hit anyone, but he blasted a huge crater on the shore of Half Moon Lake. In the middle of the lake, far away, the monster moved slightly. It glanced at the two of them but did not move. Seeing that, Li Hansong gritted his teeth, stepped into the air, and entered the lake directly. Fang Ping, on the other hand, was in hot pursuit and continued to kill it. Boom, the two of them fought in the air. Vitality force and energy force exploded, blasting the calm lake surface into waves. On the lake, the gigantic horned monster seemed to be a little angry. It suddenly roared, these two dared to fight in its territory, and not far from it, Li Hansong came here to lure it. Seeing that, he shouted angrily, if you continue to chase me, I'll die with you. He did not care if the monster understood him or not. With a roar, he ran toward the monster. Fang Ping seemed to be a little hesitant, but he gritted his teeth and chased after it. the two of them continued to fight. The aftershocks shook and the lake surface boiled. In the distance, the gigantic horned monster was a little angry. Roar! The gigantic horned monster roared again, but the two of them did not care and continued to fight. It was so loud that huge waves were stirred up on the surface of the lake, and the sound of explosions was endless. Roar! This time, the gigantic horned monster could not stand it anymore. Its huge body moved instantly and attacked the two of them. Without another word, Li Hansong and Fang Ping hurriedly sprinted toward the shore. Behind them, the gigantic horned monster was extremely fast, chasing them all the way. After chasing for a distance, the gigantic horned monster seemed to slow down a little. It did not have the intention to chase them to the end. In the end, just as it slowed down, Fang Ping, who was running in front, seemed to want to turn around and kill Li Hansong. He threw a punch. This punch didn't hit Li Hansong, but the force shot out and hit the giant horned demonic beast in the distance. In front of the gigantic horned monster, a faint ripple appeared in the air. Its mentality blocked the energy force. But this time it had completely angered this monster that did not want to meddle. It was fine that the two of them trespassed into its territory, and it was fine that they fought. After a few warnings, not only did the two of them not leave, they became even more intense. It was fine that it chased the two of them out of the half-moon lake. It had no intention of killing them, so after chasing them out of the lake, it did not want to care about them anymore. It did not expect the other party to attack it first. This was the biggest provocation to it. At this moment, the gigantic horned monster could not restrain its anger. With a roar, a mentality attack instantly attacked the two of them. At this moment, Fang Ping's mentality overflowed and exploded instantly, blowing up a strand of the gigantic horned monster's mentality. Mentality was extremely important to high-ranked powerhouses, whether it was humans, monsters, or catacombs martial artists. At this moment, the gigantic horned monster's anger had reached its limit. Roar! The sound of an explosion rang out. The gigantic horned monster chased after them in an instant. It wanted to kill these two bastards who provoked it and even damaged its immortal spirit. Fang Ping and Li Hansong had already sprinted forward the moment Fang Ping made his move. After running for a few thousand meters, the two of them landed on the ground instantly. In the next moment, Fang Ping's aura disappeared. Li Hansong's vitality surged, and he began running in the direction of the Forbidden Sea. Fang Ping, who was hiding in the swamp, quickly sensed a rank 7 pressure above his head, mixed with infinite anger, leaving quickly. After a while, Fang Ping crawled out of the swamp, glancing at the direction Li Hansong had gone in, worry flashing in his eyes. Without further delay, Fang Ping quickly flew toward the Half-Moon Lake. Half-Moon Lake. At the bottom of the lake. At the place where the monster was floating, Fang Ping showed a hint of joy. As expected, there was indeed a small mineral vein. No wonder the monster was hovering here. Without time to look, Fang Ping quickly dug. There was a cave at the bottom of the lake, probably where the monster usually lived. There were not many things in the cave, but there were some bones of monsters, probably leftovers from the gigantic horned monster's hunting. Monsters are really poor. This small mineral vein is probably the gigantic horned monster's entire fortune. Why wouldn't it fight to the death when all its fortune was taken away? Fang Ping thought of this and quickly dug. There were not many high-ranked energy stones, very few, but there were quite a lot of middle-ranked and low-ranked ones. Fang Ping, however, did not have the time to dig them all away. He dug out some of the high-ranked ones and stuffed them into his storage space. Then, he took out some of the high-ranked energy stones that he already had. He did not know if the high-ranked energy stones he dug out this way would be counted as his wealth, but there was no harm in trying. Taking out the original high-ranked energy stones, Fang Ping quickly gathered them together and stuffed them into the small mineral vein. Then, Fang Ping filled it with mentality and quickly drilled out from the bottom of the lake. He had just drilled out when a loud rumble was heard. At the bottom of the lake, Fang Ping detonated the high-ranked energy stones. Worried that the commotion here would not attract the monster's attention, Fang Ping unleashed all his strength and blasted the surface of the lake. In the silent night, the sound was extremely loud. The explosions from before gradually stopped, and the surface of the lake regained its calmness. Fang Ping used his mentality to probe the area. The small energy mine below had completely disappeared. There were only a few low-grade energy stones left that had not exploded. However, they had been blasted into pieces and scattered everywhere. Along with the turbulent water flow, they were scattered everywhere at the bottom of the lake. There's nothing left. If Jiao's brothers saw this, they'd probably go crazy with rage, wouldn't they? Fang Ping left a faint catacombs martial artist's force in place as he looked into the distance. Did the large-horned monster notice? Li Hansong did not bring it too far, did he? According to what they had discussed, they would first circle around the half-moon lake. I hope Ironhead is fine. Just as he thought of this, Fang Ping's eyes flickered and he quickly returned to the shore by midair. His aura disappeared in a flash, and then he quickly fled in the direction of Rose City. Not long after Fang Ping left, the large-horned monster broke through the air and returned. When it felt the energy tide in the center of the lake, the large-horned monster hurriedly dove into the bottom of the lake. Roar! In the blink of an eye, a powerful celestiality light pillar rose from the center of the lake. The large-horned monster's two big eyes were blood red. For these high-ranked monsters, rank 7 monsters had the lowest status. It was extremely difficult to find a suitable place for them to cultivate. In the forbidden area, there were king-level monsters. The mineral veins did not have a share at all. In other places, the mineral veins belonged to the monsters and monster plants that guarded the veins. Wild monsters like them lived an extremely difficult life. The small mine in Half Moon Lake was this monster's only hope of advancing. Now that the mineral veins were gone, the large-horned monster had gone completely mad, its giant nose twitched slightly. The large-horned monster's eyes were blood red. It felt the remnants of that force and broke through the air, chasing in the direction Fang Ping had fled. As Fang Ping ran, he released his energy aura. When he felt the strong pressure chasing after him, Fang Ping started running. Along the way, he met some Rose City guards. Fang Ping shouted, "The monsters are rioting. Run!" Some of the guards did not react. After a while, a huge figure flew past them. The mentality pressure was fully released, crushing some of them instantly. In the distance, some of the guards who were not suppressed were terrified. Someone shouted, "Go back to Royal City. The giant horned beasts are rioting. Run!" At this moment, no one could remember who Fang Ping, who had been the first to run away, was, or which troop of guards he belonged to. They only knew that if they did not run, they would all die. Fang Ping, who was in front, left them in the dust. His speed was extremely fast. Behind him, a large number of guards were being overtaken by the giant horned beasts. Those who were overtaken almost certainly died. There were no rank 6 martial artists here. A rank 6 martial artist would not be crushed to death by a rank 7. However, almost no one below rank 6 could survive. The giant horned beasts were furious. They had no intention of holding back. As they chased after Fang Ping, they swept through everything along the way. Their pressure was fully released, killing a large number of guards. Fang Ping, who was in front, was still roaring. At this moment, he heard the shouts of the catacombs martial artists behind him. "The giant horned beasts are attacking the city. The giant horned beasts are attacking the city." Fang Ping bellowed as he sprinted madly. The soldiers he met along the way were scared witless when they felt the pressure. They all ran in the direction of Rose City. Along the way, Fang Ping kept roaring, reminding the soldiers who came to search. That night, because Moon Laurel City was destroyed, many cities were attacked. Many soldiers came out of the cities to kill the thieves. At this moment, Fang Ping revealed a rank 6 aura. Although many people did not recognize him in the rush, it did not stop them from running with Fang Ping. Therefore, with Fang Ping in the lead, they quickly formed an escape team of a few hundred people. The giant horned beasts were extremely fast. Fang Ping ran fast too. However, the people behind him could not. The team of a few hundred people gradually became smaller. A few hundred people, a few dozen people. When Rose City appeared in front of them, the giant horned beasts were less than a few hundred meters behind them. The moment Fang Ping reached the city, he roared, "Gigantic horned beasts are attacking the city." This roar not only startled the entire Rose City, but it also provoked the giant horned beasts behind it to go hysterical. Roar! When beasts reached high ranks, they could understand the catacombs language as well. Did it attack the city? It was the thief in front who had dug out its life organ. Not only that, but he had also blown up the ones that hadn't left. They had gone too far. Even if it was a wild demonic beast that hadn't entered the forbidden area, it wouldn't be bullied like this. It and the two kings' realms of Rose City had minded their own business. This time it had been bullied to this extent, and now they even slandered it for attacking the city. The gigantic horned beast was completely enraged. Seeing that the thief was right in front of it, celestiality flickered on its giant horn and attacked Fang Ping instantly. Fang Ping stopped near the city gate on purpose. Sensing danger, he rushed into the city hurriedly. At this moment, the soldiers guarding the city did not stop him. Instead, they quickly closed the city gates. However, to a rank 7 monster, it made no difference whether the city gate was closed or not. The power of heaven and earth instantly exploded at the city gate. Boom, a loud noise was heard. A hole appeared in the huge city gate instantly, and the guards guarding the gate were instantly killed and injured. Screams and wails completely disrupted Rose City. The soldiers of Rose City probably did not expect that there would be monsters that dared to attack the royal city. This was a royal city that was guarded by 2 kings' realms. There were also venerables and chieftains. How could a mere rank 7 chieftain monster have the guts to attack the city? On the city wall, a few rank 6 battle generals were shocked and angry, but they couldn't care less. In the next moment, the city wall exploded with brilliant energy light. Several incomparably huge light beams instantly attacked the gigantic horned beast. Fang Ping, who had just rushed into the city, turned his head to take a look and was slightly surprised. What was this? A city defense cannon? It was similar to the energy cannons used by humans. It should also be a city defense weapon that used energy stones as a source of power. However, he had not seen it before. Very soon, Fang Ping felt relieved. Previously, 2 rank 9 beast kings had come from Skygate City, so this thing was useless. That time in gigantic Willow City, he had already entered the city. This kind of gatekeeping energy cannon was also useless against him. However, this time, the gigantic horned beast was still outside the city, so it was a little useful. Several huge light beams instantly attacked the gigantic horned beast. The gigantic horned beast was also furious. Its pressure instantly erupted to the extreme. The martial artists within a radius of nearly 100 meters died almost instantly. Only a few rank 6 battle generals blocked the pressure. They roared and continued to fire energy cannons at the gigantic horned beast. Rumble, an incomparably loud noise rang out at the city gate. They've started fighting already? Fang Ping curled his lips. It was simpler than he thought. Monsters were still monsters after all. They had some intelligence, but a rank 7 monster's IQ was only average. They attacked the moment they arrived. It would be strange if the people of Rose City would let it go. Watching as dozens of rank 6 aura soared into the sky from the inner city and flew toward the city gate, Fang Ping was secretly speechless. Other than high ranks, there were also many rank SIXS in the royal city. Dozens of rank SIXS were nothing. The key was that there were even a few powerhouses who had achieved mentality-vitality fusion. With so many people, it would not be too much of a problem to resist a rank 7 monster. Of course, if the battle really came to an end, Rose City would definitely lose. Although rank 7 powerhouses were only 1 rank lower than these people, the difference in strength was huge. That high rank in the mine still hasn't come out. Fang Ping thought about it and felt that the pressure was still not enough. The next moment, Fang Ping, who was in the city, suddenly released his aura. It was extremely provocative. His aura flashed and disappeared instantly. Roar. Outside the city, the gigantic horned beast's eyes were blood red. With a roar, it headbutted a rank 6 martial artist in front of it who was blocking its way. Boom. With a loud explosion, the rank 6 who was blocking its way was directly smashed into pieces. Damn it. Gigantic horned beast, how dare you invade the royal city? Quick, go find Commander Qinglan. It was chaos at the city gate. Inside the city, Fang Ping released his aura from time to time to provoke the gigantic horned beast. When he provoked the gigantic horned beast outside the city until its roar turned into a mad roar, Fang Ping felt that the other party was about to enter the city. Only then did he quickly retract his aura completely, not daring to provoke it anymore. This Jiao's brother was about to go crazy from his provocation. In the inner city, more and more rank 6 powerhouses went over to support. A large number of middle-ranked martial artists also began to go to support. Fang Ping looked around and raised his eyebrows slightly. That high rank who was guarding the mining area, did he sense it? He was so tolerant. At this moment, the city was filled with people everywhere. Many people walked out of their houses. Some were panicking, some were calm, thinking that nothing would happen to the royal city. Some middle-ranked and low-ranked guards also began to maintain order. These people maintained order, and they were more brutal. In an instant, some of the chaotic crowd was killed. Very soon, it quieted down. Seeing this scene, Fang Ping sighed. Silence was not good. Chaos was coming. The next moment, Fang Ping's mentality erupted, killing a group of guards in an instant. After killing these people, Fang Ping, who was also wearing a guard's armor, shouted angrily, "Insolence! How dare you fight back?" After cursing, Fang Ping slapped his palm. Dozens of people around him were killed by him in an instant. Ah! Screams rang out again. The crowd was in chaos again. Some people hurriedly fled in all directions. As for Fang Ping, he revealed his rank 6 aura. Looking at the other soldiers who rushed over, he shouted, "Kill them!" These soldiers did not know what had happened, but seeing their comrades' corpses, they were instantly enraged and began to chase after the fleeing residents. Chaos, the more chaos, the better. It's a mess. Just cleaning up the mess will take a lot of time. Fang Ping murmured in his heart, starting to create chaos continuously. At this moment, there was a deafening roar from the city gate. A section of the city wall had collapsed. Insolence! You have a death wish. At this moment, a high-ranked pressure soared from the inner city, charging toward the city gate in an instant. Fang Ping's eyes flashed with joy. He was finally lured out. Looking around, Fang Ping quickly found a sewer pipe. He sighed softly. Were all the royal city's designers the same person? The layout was all the same. Too uncreative. Following the sewer pipe, Fang Ping ran all the way toward the inner city along the underground pipe. After a while, Fang Ping felt a strong energy fluctuation. As for the great battle outside, he could not feel it too clearly, but he could faintly feel the fluctuations of a high-ranked battle. From the underground pipe, Fang Ping penetrated the mineral vein and entered the mine passage. Along the way, there were some guards who stopped. Seeing Fang Ping in armor, some were stunned. Just as some wanted to ask questions, they were quickly killed by Fang Ping. After killing these people, Fang Ping collected their corpses and changed into their clothes. The armor of the underground guards was slightly different. They might not be from the same team. After killing these people, Fang Ping disguised one of their auras and continued forward. Along the way, he encountered many guards again. Fang Ping lowered his head and pretended to be one of them, repeating the same trick. First, he used his mentality to suppress, then he killed quickly. Almost no one below rank 6 was a match for him. Rank 6 martial artists were not everywhere either. It was not until he was near the core mining area that Fang Ping sensed 2 rank 6 auras at the entrance of the mine passage. In the core mining area, there were 2 rank 6 guarding the mine passage. As soon as Fang Ping appeared, both of them were on high alert. They shouted, "Stop! Sir, the giant horned beast is attacking, the commander-in-chief can't fight it, let us go and support." Both of them were slightly stunned. The commander-in-chief could not fight the other party, even the mining area guards had to go and support them. While these thoughts were still flashing in their minds, Fang Ping was already near them. His mentality self-detonated again. Seizing the moment when they were in a trance, Fang Ping pulled out his saber and swept both of their heads. Puff! With a sweep of the saber, the 2 rank 6 who were still thinking of helping were killed instantly. As for Fang Ping, his face was also extremely pale. I've self-detonated more than 20 times tonight. Fang Ping felt that his head was really going to explode at this moment. Even if it was not all of his mentality self-detonation, it was still extremely harmful to the body. If it happened another 3 to 5 times, he might self-detonate and become an idiot. I can't self-detonate anymore. The Chaos Vanquishing Saber appeared in Fang Ping's hand. Celestiality filled the Chaos Vanquishing Saber. He kept the two corpses and continued walking inside. In this place, the energy was already extremely rich. As Fang Ping walked, he encountered some patrolling martial artists again. Very quickly, he killed them. And the commotion started to get bigger. There are too many guards. And rank 6, while Fang Ping was thinking, a person walked out from the depths. When he saw Fang Ping, he immediately shouted, "Zimu, what happened?" Fang Ping's pupils contracted slightly. Peak rank 6, this was not a matter of killing them in seconds. At this moment, Fang Ping kind of missed what happened in Skygate City last time. At that time, Jiao was in front, leisurely and carefree. When rank 6 encountered Jiao, they would all be killed in seconds. He followed behind and casually entered the core area. Now, the high ranks had left. These rank SIXS were all giving Fang Ping a headache. Although he was thinking about it, Fang Ping still hurriedly said in a muffled voice, "Sir." As soon as he said that, the expression of the peak rank 6 powerhouse who was walking toward him changed. He changed his expression, but Fang Ping changed his expression even faster. Fang Ping let out a low roar. His entire body shone with golden light, and his flesh burst apart instantly. Even if the current him had an extremely strong physique, there was still a state of collapse. It could be seen how strong Fang Ping's outburst was. Fang Ping's entire body was intertwined with celestiality. The Chaos Vanquishing Saber was even making creaking sounds. Early on, when he saw this person, Fang Ping began to rapidly condense celestiality. Currently, he had already condensed tens of celestiality. The distance between both parties was extremely close. Fang Ping gave it his all, even to the extent that his flesh collapsed. This move was even more powerful than when he killed the peak rank 6 evil sect martial artist at early stage. Boom, a deafening roar, accompanied by Fang Ping's slash, resounded through the ground instantly. The underground mining area shook instantly. As for the peak rank 6 powerhouse opposite him, his head exploded instantly. Then, his entire body collapsed. He was killed in one move. As for Fang Ping himself, he was also bleeding profusely. His face was deathly pale. Motherf asterisk Ker, the commotion is too big. Fang Ping panted. He did not care about his body collapsing. This was nothing, as long as his vital parts were not damaged too badly. The peak rank 6 opposite him almost did not have time to react before he was killed by him. Actually, Fang Ping could not see the other party's ability at all. Footsteps were heard all around. Fang Ping held the Chaos Vanquishing Saber in his hand. He did not hide anymore. At this time, he could only force his way into the innermost core area. As for the method to blow up the mine, Fang Ping had also thought of it. He planned to pile up all the high-ranked energy stones that he had left behind in the core area, then condense a large amount of celestiality and use mentality to detonate them. There were no high ranks keeping watch here. There was no one to suppress these. Once they were detonated, the core area might blow up instantly. Motherf asterisk Ker, the most important thing is that I don't get blown up myself. There were too many energy stones here, so many that Fang Ping was a little scared. He would not be blown up by himself, would he? Sir Zimu, Fang Ping was still moving forward when someone rushed out from inside. Seeing Fang Ping with his head lowered, he shouted. Fang Ping was currently acting as one of the 2 rank SIXS guarding the door. His energy waves were released. These martial artists did not even have time to see his lowered face. Fang Ping did not reply and rushed over quickly. While these people were still in a daze, he killed these rank 4 and 5 martial artists very quickly. There are so many middle ranks. Fang Ping felt a little helpless. The move earlier caused too much commotion. If the giant horned beast could not hold the high rank back, the high rank powerhouse would rush back very soon. Even if the high rank did not come back, Fang Ping would not be able to withstand a few mentality-vitality fusion. After fighting with all his might for a while, he killed dozens of people. Fang Ping finally reached the core area. Here, there were high-ranked energy stones everywhere. However, they did not exist individually. Instead, they were connected together. Fang Ping did not have time to dig them. There was still one last rank 6 guarding the core area. On the surface, several rank Sixs were fighting the giant horned beast. Underground, in such a short time, Fang Ping had already encountered 4 people. There were so many rank 6 powerhouses in a royal city. This made Fang Ping doubt himself. Were rank Sixs really like cabbages? MCMAU had been accumulating for 61 years. Until now, there were not many rank 6 martial artists. Were they not as many as a royal city? After all, MCMAU was not just a city or a city. Those rank Sixs came from all over the country. Although Fang Ping had never counted how many rank Sixs there were in Sino Nation, he knew that there would not be more than 10,000. Fang Ping was exaggerating when he said 10,000 people. In reality, a few thousand was the most he could think of. How many rank Sixs were there in a royal city and affiliated towns? 100. How many rank Sixs were there in a catacombs? 1,000. Or a few thousand, perhaps. The number of rank Sixs in a catacombs was equal to the number of rank Sixs in Sino Nation. It's not easy for humans. Fang Ping suddenly had this thought. The strength of humans in the middle and upper echelons was too far away from the catacombs. There was no time to think about these. The last one was also a peak rank 6 powerhouse. The other party was already prepared. The moment he saw Fang Ping, he roared, "Zimu, raise your head." Fang Ping raised his head immediately, grinning. Boom, mentality self-destructed again. If one was not enough, Fang Ping self-destructed again. After 2 consecutive self-destructions, the peak rank 6 opposite him was slightly dazed. The flesh on Fang Ping's right hand collapsed completely, revealing the golden hand bones. He grabbed the chaos vanquishing saber, filled it with a large amount of celestiality, and slashed down. Huh! The peak rank 6 powerhouse came back to his senses in an instant. With a furious roar, the Xianxia gate on top of his head opened completely in an instant. His strength was extremely powerful, and he threw a punch at Fang Ping. Boom! Fang Ping flew out backward, smashing into the energy crystal wall. Blood flowed from his mouth. The chaos vanquishing saber had also hit the other party. The saber slashed the other party's shoulder blade. Half of his body was cut open by the slash. At their level, life and death could be decided very quickly. Fang Ping flew out backward. Without any delay, the chaos vanquishing saber slashed out again. This time an emperor's shadow slashed out in the void. What splattered was no longer red blood, but white celestiality. As for Fang Ping himself, he was like a porcelain doll, starting to crack. Motherf *Ker, I've still underestimated Royal City and overestimated myself. Fang Ping scolded loudly, slashing his saber violently. The rank 6 powerhouse whose body was mutilated also let out a wild roar. The Xianxia gate flew directly toward Fang Ping. Fang Ping scolded, "You self-destructed the mining area. The king will kill your whole family." As soon as these words came out, the other party hesitated for a moment. Just now, he was prepared to self-destruct and perish together with Fang Ping. However, when he thought of blowing up the mining area, this person did not have time to think anymore. The emperor's shadow in the void pierced through his body, bursting the other party's skull directly. "Serval!" Fang Ping scolded. He was about to die, yet he was still overcautious. This kind of person would die in vain. 2 explosive slashes finished off the other party. There was no one left in the core mining area. At the periphery, the sound of hurried footsteps began to rush in this direction. Fang Ping did not delay either. He took out a large number of high-ranked energy stones. Last time in Magic City's catacombs, he had hidden quite a lot. At that time, the system increased his wealth by 9 billion. Fang Ping did not use much for himself. He had also handed over a large number to MCMAU. The ones used by the school were not his private stash either. At this moment, Fang Ping still had a lot left. What he had left behind were all high-ranked energy stones. Somewhat worried that it was not enough, Fang Ping thought about it, gritted his teeth, and took out the high-ranked energy stones he had obtained in Moon Laurel City and Half Moon Lake. Tens of billions of energy stones. Fang Ping gritted his teeth, his heart aching terribly. This time, the military department had to compensate him, or he would definitely fight them to the death. Although the core mining area was full of high-ranked energy stones, Fang Ping really did not have the time to mine them. I'm so great. I'm so great. I actually sacrificed myself, sacrificed countless interests, just to blow up Royal City and restrain one or two rank 9s. Humans have me, Fong Ping. Sino Nation has me, Fong Ping. How lucky are we? What a shame, I can't record it. When I go back, I must get someone to record it. Fong Ping roared madly in his heart. Once again, he condensed a large amount of celestiality in his hands and poured it into those energy stones. Mentality began to pour in madly too. After a while, Fong Ping turned around and began to dig a hole. He dug 100 meters down. He had dug a tunnel earlier, so he should be able to escape quickly. What he was afraid of was that 100 meters was not deep enough, and he would still be blown to death. Fong Ping had no doubt that if the core mining area was blown up, the destructive power of the explosion might not be weaker than a 100,000-ton nuclear bomb. I'll really be blown to death, 100,000 ton equivalent. Killing radius of more than 3 kilometers, killing area of more than 30 square kilometers, Fong Ping looked at his own golden bones. Could he take it? The last time he blew up gigantic Willow City, it only blew up a little. Later, it was destroyed by a rank 9 monster plant. This time, no one came to destroy it. If it really blew up, even if the rank 7 came back, it would be useless. Whatever. I'll run for a while first. Fong Ping hurriedly began to dig a hole. He dug all the way down, detonating his mentality. He could barely do it within 100 meters. Even if it really blew up, there was a time limit. It would not explode all at once. Fong Ping calculated the time he needed to escape. He did not know if he could make it out of the core area. As for how many people would die from the explosion this time, Fong Ping did not want to think about it. The killing area was 30 square kilometers, and this was only the core area. If the periphery was blown up, it was hard to say whether Rose City would still be there. This time, I've really sinned. Fong Ping sighed in his heart. He did not have time to grieve over this. He continued to run down. When he could not sense his mentality anymore, he cut off the connection. Only then did Fong Ping grit his teeth and suddenly self-destructed his mentality. After the self-destruction, Fong Ping found the tunnels he had dug earlier and began to run wildly out of the mining area. At the moment when Fong Ping's mentality exploded. In the core mining area, a large number of high-ranked energy stones exploded instantly. Boom, a deafening roar resounded. This was just the beginning. When the powerful explosion sounded, a large amount of energy self-destructed, and a chain reaction began. The rich energy in the core mining area became the fuse. A large amount of energy began to compress and explode instantly. Rumble, as if an earthquake with a magnitude of more than 10 hit, the inner city was almost blown away in an instant. The ground cracked, and the entire royal city began to shake violently. The explosion was not over yet. This was just the beginning. The rumbling sound of the explosion became louder and louder. At the city gate, the rank 7 martial artist who was fighting with the giant horned beast saw this scene, and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. D***it. I'm going to kill you. D***it. The commander-in-chief was mad with rage. The mining area had exploded, the commander-in-chief's eyes were about to bleed, but when he saw the explosion getting louder, he could not care less about the giant horned beast anymore. He roared, "Run, everyone run!" With a roar, the commander-in-chief was the first to escape from the city. The energy tide had already swept over, and countless residents were instantly turned into ashes. If they did not leave, even he would be in danger. The giant horned beast's eyes were filled with shock and confusion, followed by fear. Rose City was finished, and it seemed to have been misunderstood. This thought flashed across its huge brain. The giant horned beast was so scared that it turned around and ran. Run, it had to run far away. What Half Moon Lake? It could not even stay in the 11 Southern Territories anymore, to the Forbidden Sea, to Mount Imperial Sea. Anyway, the other places in the 11 Southern Territories, even the forbidden areas, could not protect it. It was finished, it had destroyed a royal city. 2 monarchs would not let it go even if it died. Boom boom boom, the incomparably loud sound of the explosion and the energy light that illuminated heaven and earth were displayed in the Tiannan catacombs tonight. Even the rank 9 powerhouses who were fighting hundreds of miles away stopped their movements at this moment. The next moment, a towering giant flower turned around and left. A rank 9 city lord, with a shrill roar, also turned around and left. A few rank 8 and rank 7 martial artists, too, ran toward the back. Something had happened to Rose City, something big had happened, hundreds of miles away. They could all feel the intense energy turbulence. What was that giant light pillar that shone so brightly that the entire catacombs could see? At this moment, some people already had a bad feeling. Could it be? Could it be that the mining area had exploded? Then, was Rose City still there? Were the family, friends, and subordinates in the city still there? At this time, who could care about fighting with the Land of Rebirth martial artists? As for the humans, they were slightly dazed for a moment. The next moment, Nan Yunue and Zhang Weiyu had a tacit understanding. Both of them roared at the same time and joined forces to kill one of the rank 9, the weakest one. Two of them ran away at once. If they did not kill them now, when would they do so? Both of them were top-notch powerhouses below the paragon level. With a tacit understanding, they attacked the same person. The rank 9 city lord was terrified to the extreme, and also hated to the extreme. The Rose King had run away, the tutelary monster plant had also run away. Bastards! I'm not satisfied. A shrill roar of extreme unwillingness rang out. 11 against 11. They were not at a disadvantage. The catacombs also had powerhouses, even Monster Life Clan powerhouses had rushed over to help. Why did it suddenly turn out like this? No. The shrill roar dimmed instantly. Nan Yunue and Zhang Weiyu joined forces to kill the weakest person. There was no such thing as failure. Their original opponents were also blocked by the two rank 9s who had just lost their opponents. One person died in an instant. Two left. Here, there were only 8 rank 9s left in the catacombs. The next moment, a top-notch powerhouse wearing a crown said angrily, "Retreat. Go. D***it. B** starred. All retreat. Kill." Nan Yunue took the lead. With a roar, she chased after them instantly. Li Daong even roared, "Kill them all." A turning point had come. No one had expected that 2 rank 9s from the catacombs would actually run away just like that. The rumbling was endless. Night fell. The pitch-black catacombs was now as bright as day. Tiannan Catacombs 11 cities. Other than Rose City, even the farthest city was alarmed. Some rank 9 powerhouses who had not been mobilized looked toward Rose City's direction with solemn expressions. Not only Rose City, over there, the most intense battle of the day had also erupted. 15 rank 9s were mobilized. 4 were killed. Including the peacock demon who escaped earlier, 3 had escaped. The remaining 8 rank 9s were furious and anxious. They clearly had the upper hand. First, King Fuyu escaped. Then, the 2 from Rose City escaped. The entire situation had been reversed. At this moment, the 8 of them were facing the danger of being strangled. At this moment, the 8 rank 9s were enraged enough to burn heaven and earth, too hateful, too indignant. They did not lose to the people from the Land of Rebirth. They lost to themselves. It was at this moment that an angry roar that traveled thousands of miles spread throughout the catacombs. All rank 9s, mobilize. How dare you? Similarly, a roar resounded throughout the Tiannan catacombs. The next moment, the human powerhouses heard an angry roar that resounded throughout heaven and earth. Kill them all. At first, Nan Yunue's expression changed drastically. At this moment, he was overjoyed. He roared, "Kill. Kill these beasts." Behind him, the rank 7 and 8 grandmasters caught up one after another, fighting a bloody battle with the catacombs martial artists. Even the grandmasters, who were heavily injured, fought bravely, bathed in blood. The ground cracked, the sky cracked, and the world changed color. Within a radius of tens of miles, the aftershocks were overflowing. Other than the grandmasters who were still fighting, there was no life. Nan Yunue and Zhang Weiyu joined forces again. Both of them used all their strength. One saber and one spear, shadows covered heaven and earth. As the aftershock spread, some rank 7 and 8 catacombs martial artists were killed instantly. As for the monster plant that was targeted, its mentality fluctuation was also extremely strong. Squeak. An ear-piercing scream rang. In an instant, a saber and a spear attacked and killed the monster plant. Rumble, the sound of an explosion rang again. On this night, such an explosion had been heard many times. The golden corolla was instantly shattered. This rank 9 demonic plant was not willing to die just like that. Large amounts of life essence poured out and began to heal its wounds. Nan Yunyu and Lin Ming were also domineering to the extreme. Nan Yunyu's long hair fluttered in the wind. With a roar, a pair of heaven-covering hands instantly appeared in the void, wrapping around the towering monster plant and squeezing it so hard that it emitted creaking sounds. At the side, Zhang Weiyu roared. In the blink of an eye, the tiny divine spear expanded in size, becoming a 100-meter-long spear. As the spear pierced downwards, it pierced through the crown of the flower all the way to its stem. Squeak, the corolla demon plant let out a shrill cry, and an extremely powerful energy fluctuation suddenly erupted from its body. Zhang Weiyu and Nan Yunyu's complexions changed as they were sent flying backwards. He conveniently took away a few rank 7 and 8 martial artists nearby. In the next moment, an explosion that was even louder than the one that had exploded in Rose City earlier resounded. Below, the land within a radius of several thousand meters had completely disappeared, leaving behind only a bottomless black pit. Damn it! Nan Yunyu roared angrily. The other party had self-destructed. This was the first rank 9 monster plant that they had killed. Monster plants were harder to kill than monsters, and the benefits of monster plants were greater. They might obtain some special seeds or even large amounts of life essence. But now, under the other party's self-destruction, everything turned into nothingness. Not only that, with the other party's self-destruction, the other rank 9 powerhouses also began to flee frantically. In the distance, in a faraway place, rank 9 auras were also rising. There were 11 cities in the catacombs. There were 22 rank 9 city lords and monster plants in total. The Tiannan catacombs maintained the standard of 2 rank 9s per city. At this moment, the humans had already killed 5 of them. There were still 17 left. Other than the 2 rank 9s from Rose City who were still rushing to Rose City, the other rank 9s were beginning to rush here. Seeing that the rank 9s had escaped the attack area, Nan Yunyu said angrily, "Kill all the rank 7 and 8 martial artists." At this moment, these rank 9s were no longer chasing after those people. Instead, they began to chase after the rank 7 and 8 powerhouses. Usually, they could not slaughter these people. But this time, in the great battle between both sides, the catacombs rank 9s outnumbered them. Now that they had taken the initiative to escape, even the Paragon could not interfere when they slaughtered these people. Previously, the 2 Paragon powerhouses were confronting each other. The Catacombs Paragon requested all the Tiannan Catacombs rank 9s to mobilize. Similarly, Commander Li also wanted them to kill these people. This meant that they could be killed. When all the rank 9s had escaped, some of the rank 7 and 8 Catacombs martial artists were also taken away. But there were still some who were left behind. There were 11 human rank 9s, with so many rank 9 powerhouses around, almost in the blink of an eye, the remaining rank 7 and 8 martial artists were all slaughtered. A few minutes later, the explosions in Rose City stopped. In the distance, there were also 11 or 12 rank 9s gathered at this moment. The Catacombs rank 9s had gathered. Nan Yunyu and the others did not pursue anymore. These people floated in midair, confronting the other party from afar. After a while, Li Daong said ecstatically, "In this battle, starting from the moment we entered the Tiannan catacombs, we killed 5 rank 9s, 17 rank 8s, and 82 rank 7s. Victory!" At this moment, all the grandmasters, no matter how serious their injuries were, could not help but burst into tears, cheering loudly. The catacombs powerhouses killed in this battle was comparable to the capital city catacombs battle back then. In this battle, the losses were not as heavy as back then. In fact, the difference was huge. Li Daong continued, "On our side, King X has fallen, 6 rank 8s have died, 11 rank 7s have died. At the cost of 18 grandmasters' death, they killed more than 100 catacombs powerhouses, including 5 rank 9s. This was a great victory that had never been achieved before." At this moment, everyone could not care less about sorrow. There was only ecstasy, only hot tears in their eyes. In the Tiannan catacombs, this battle had carved out a bright heaven and earth. In the Tiannan catacombs, the rank 7 and 8 powerhouses were either dead or injured. At this moment, there were less than 30 rank 7 and 8 powerhouses left in the Tiannan catacombs. As for the rank 9s, there were only 17 of them. In this battle, he had killed so many people that they were afraid of him. Would these 17 rank 9s still dare to continue fighting with humans? Would Monster Life Clan still dare to continue fighting? Among the 5 rank 9s killed in this battle, 4 were from Monster Life Clan. Other than the last monster plant, the rest were all Monster Life Clan powerhouses. Would they still dare to fight with humans, kill until they were terrified? Of the 10 rank 9s in Monster Life Clan, almost half were dead or injured. Should the remaining 6 fight to the death, or continue? Among the 3 monsters and 2 city lords who came, other than the peacock monster that escaped, of the 5 rank 9s in Monster Life Clan's 5 cities, 4 were killed, and 1 escaped. At this moment, everyone believed that they were afraid. If they were not afraid, right now, the rank 9s who had converged on the opposite side would not have stopped moving forward. Other than the 2 from Rose City, they still had 15 rank 9s. More than humans, however, at this moment, they had stopped moving forward. No one moved. Both sides were just facing each other. A hint of disdain flashed across Nan Yunyua's eyes. She snorted coldly. A bunch of cowards. This is good too. Right now, we're also exhausted. Rest well. This battle has just begun, not over yet. This time, when we enter Tiannan catacombs, if we don't kill until they're terrified, until they have no more strength to fight, we won't stop. The Tiannan catacombs battle this time was a great battle that Sino Nation had been preparing for 2 years. We must kill until the catacombs are terrified, kill until they have no more strength to fight against humans. 17 rank 9s. A cold glint flashed across Nan Yunyua's eyes. He had to kill at least 4 or 5 of them, 1 city. Leaving 1 for him was already the limit. Thinking of this, Nan Yunyua suddenly thought of the key to turning the situation around this time. She murmured, "What's going on with Rose City?" If it were not for the sudden departure of the 2 rank 9s from Rose City, the situation would not be like this. Beside her, the heavily injured Wu Quishan hesitated for a moment. He coughed softly and said, that Fang Ping said long ago that he wanted to blow up the royal city for real. Fang Ping? He blew up Rose City. This is impossible, right? How could it be? Even if some people knew Fang Ping very well, they were stunned at this moment. Nan Yunyue, on the other hand, was somewhat convinced. After a while, she said, "It's really him. That was such a big explosion, Fang Ping." As soon as she said this, Wu Quishan and the rest's expressions changed. The explosion was too powerful. It was so powerful that even if it was 100 or 200 li away, the energy tide began to sweep across the land. The explosion lasted for 4 to 5 minutes. In these 4 to 5 minutes, the entire catacombs was illuminated. With such a powerful explosion, Rose City was probably completely finished. Detonating the energy mine was not something that could be done with remote control. At this moment, Wu Quishan, Lu Fengru, and the rest's expressions darkened. Zhang Weiyu said suddenly that it might not be Fang Ping's doing. He's only a rank 6 after all. Minister Wang, who was like a candle in the wind, sighed and said, "If it's not him, who else could it be? Can people like us enter the royal city? Only he can." When he was in the Nanjiang catacombs, he sneaked into Gigantic Willow City and blew up half of Gigantic Willow City. After that, in the Magic City catacombs, he also sneaked into Skygate City and destroyed half of Skygate City. This time, he entered the Tiannan catacombs. I knew that a royal city would suffer this time. Nan Yunyua's expression changed again and again. After a while, she said, "You said that they went to look for someone." This time, Fang Ping and the rest entered the catacombs. Everyone knew their purpose. They were looking for someone. Looking for someone. If they found someone, they would blow up the royal city. In the crowd, someone sighed softly and said, "Even if something really happened, it would be a worthy death. If it was really done by them, then they would be Sino Nation's heroes." Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Fengru suddenly scolded, "He won't die even if you die. Don't jinx me." Beside her, the pale Qian Yaoting also said, "If it's really them, I believe that with Fang Ping's shrewdness, he won't seek his own death. Nan Yunwei interrupted, there's no point in talking now. Everyone, go back and recuperate and rest first. When you've recovered, we'll attack Rose City tomorrow. Although the human rank 9s were not as many as the other party, there were still many rank 7s and 7s. Rank 8 powerhouses like Wu Quishan, could fend off rank 9s. For the weaker ones, 3 or 5 of them could also hold off a rank 9s for a while. As for rank 7 martial artists, 3 to 5 of them were naturally not a match for a rank 9s. However, if there were more, 10 to 20 of them, as long as they cooperated well, they could also hold off the other party. At this moment, there were more than 10 rank 8s and more than 60 rank 7s left. Even if the other party sent out all the rank 9s, Nan Yunwei and the rest still had the confidence to win. However, everyone was severely injured now. Even Shi and Zhang Weiyu, after killing many rank 9s consecutively, were now an arrow at the end of its flight. Going to Rose City at this time would only increase the casualties. Let's go back first. Having said that, Nan Yunwei and the rest began to return. Wu Quishan and the rest took a look at Rose City in the distance, sighed, and began to return too. The few of them had no energy left now. If they went, they would only be sending themselves to death. In the distance, the 2 rank 9s from Rose City had already gone mad. The rank 9's coercion had erupted to the extreme. The other catacombs rank 9s, who were initially still approaching, probably wanting to hold them accountable. Now, they all retreated one after another. Wu Quishan could even sense the 2 deranged rank 9s beginning to attack those people. The royal city that had been guarded for hundreds of years was gone, everything was gone. For these rank 9s, the royal city was not only about power and status, it also represented the hope of advancement, the hope of entering the pinnacle. Whether it was the underground mineral veins or the royal city itself, they were all paths to advancement. The mineral veins were energy requirements, while the royal city was a path to enter the pinnacle. Rank 9s built cities to walk this path that many catacombs paragons had walked. However, at this moment, the royal city was gone, and the mineral veins were gone. This dead-end path of one man and one monster plant was probably completely hopeless. How could they not go mad? All the rank 9 city lords, rank 9 monster plants and monsters had guarded the city for hundreds and thousands of years. Was it just for power? Others might not understand, but the city lords and the monster plants and monsters of the Guardian clan all understood. Including the paragon in the restricted area. Therefore, at this moment, these 2 rank 9 were deranged, and no one said anything about escaping earlier. The catacombs powerhouses were selfish in nature. Outside Rose City, more than 50 li away. Qin Fengqing hid in a burrow, shivering. He was really shivering a little, it was too terrifying. First, there was an earth-shattering explosion. Not long after that, a rank 9 went mad. Even from dozens of li away, he could feel that kind of madness and rage. The roar was even more earth-shattering. In the burrow, Qin Fengqing wiped his sweat, swallowed, and said in a low voice, Motherf *Ker, this kid is too crazy. He really King blew it up just like that. Don't tell me he's dead? At this moment, he did not dare to go near Rose City anymore. Over there, the rank 9's pressure was rampant. And after such a huge explosion earlier, was that kid Fang Ping still alive? He's probably alive. The key is that this kid better pray that those rank 9s don't find him. Even if they grind his bones and scatter his ashes, there's no way to vent their anger. Qin Fengqing shuddered. If Fang Ping was caught, it would be more than just a matter of grinding his bones and scattering his ashes. They could torture him for 100 years and it would not be enough. Moreover, the power of this explosion was really King huge. At this moment, Qin Fengqing did not even dare to imagine how many energy mines Fang Ping had blown up. The power of the explosion in Munazmantha city previously was not even 1% of this. No, not even 1/1000. The catacombs, which was comparable to half the size of Sino Nation, had been blown up for a moment. One could imagine how many energy ores had been blown up at that moment. Even tens of li away, Qin Fengqing could feel that the energy concentration in the air had actually increased. Qin Fengqing was trembling. Wang Jinyang, on the other hand, was sighing. He said in a low voice, Instructor, even if you're really still in Rose City, this time, it's still a worthy death. Fang Ping had blown up Rose City. If his instructor was still in Rose City, then this time, he would definitely be dead meat. However, Wang Jinyang could not say anything. He could not blame anyone. Using the existence of a city in the catacombs to accompany his instructor in death. It was worth it. It was too worth it. For this matter, forget about the rank 5 Zhang Qingnan, even if he asked a rank 8 powerhouse to carry out a suicide attack, the other party would not hesitate and think that it was worth it. A rank 9 might not seem to be worth it, but using a rank 8's life to wipe out a city of people was definitely worth it. Wang Jinyang sighed. This time, he had also given up the thought of continuing to look for people. At the same time, in a small mountain forest some distance away from Half Moon Lake, Li Hansong was lying limply on the ground, covered in blood. He grinned. Exciting. Exciting enough. I can't believe I can still see such a grand scene in this lifetime. Tonight was too exciting, destroying a small city, seeing a giant mine, luring a rank 7, watching Fang Ping blow up a royal city with a smile. Looking back at it now, even the previous joint effort to kill a powerhouse with mentality-vitality fusion was nothing. What was killing a rank 6, what was destroying a small city, directly destroying a royal city, in the past 100 years, only when hundreds of grandmasters participated in the battle in the capital city catacombs that year, and even a paragon intervened, could they finally destroy 2 royal cities. Now, Fang Ping, a rank 6 martial artist, did it. This was the real legend. Not only were these people shocked and excited. North Lake Catacombs, Mount Royal Sea. Commander Li was a little confused. Tiannan Catacombs. Who the F***CK had the guts to blow up a royal city? The paragon opposite Mount Royal Sea was almost going crazy with anger. A few rank 9s dying was actually not a big deal. The key was that this kind of giant mine was limited. The number of giant mines in a catacombs depended on how many cities and forbidden areas there were. Cities and forbidden areas did not exist randomly. Without a giant mine, there would not be the existence of cities and forbidden areas. One less giant mine meant that from now on, the 11 southern territories would have one less city. Even if 2 rank 9s were still alive, it would be the same. If a city was destroyed, it could still be rebuilt. Or even relocated. However, if a giant mine like this was destroyed, it also meant that Rose City would truly become a thing of the past. The catacombs paragon opposite was so angry that he wanted to kill his way in. Even for a paragon powerhouse, a giant mine like this could not be regenerated. Commander Li might be puzzled, but he was also extremely vigilant. Although both sides had reached a tacit agreement before, this time, it would not involve a battle between the paragons. However, now that the giant mine was blown up, it was hard to say. He had to be more vigilant. The key is, who blew up Rose City? Silhouettes flashed across Commander Li's mind. For now, he had not thought of Fang Ping and these few young fellows. Even if they could be a few old fellows, he had not considered their strength yet. Outsiders guessed and were shocked. The paragon was enraged, and the rank 9s were mad. And deep underground, at least 700 to 800 meters underground. Fang Ping felt like he was dying. Who's going to dig me? Get out. I am really going to be blown up by myself. At this moment, Fang Ping felt like he was about to fall apart. Although the explosion did not happen in a moment, when the core mining area was blown up, he was also affected by the aftershock. His flesh was obliterated again, and he was also blasted deep underground, buried by countless soil and stones. This time, the explosion caused him to be seriously injured again. It was not even lighter than the injury caused by the evil sect that day. So painful. My flesh is gone again. Fang Ping wanted to cry but had no tears. The losses were too heavy, tens of billions of energy stones were gone. The half-golden body that he had spent more than 10 billion to forge was also gone. Whether he could recover on his own was hard to say at the moment. If he could not, then he would have to spend more than 10 billion to find a rank 8 to save his life. Tens of billions were gone just like that. The key was that he had blown up a giant mine. There were hundreds of trillions. In this life, he had never been so wasteful and extravagant. I'm really numb to killing people now. I've killed until blood flows like a river. Fang Ping really did not know how many people were killed in this big explosion. However, with so many people in Rose City, there might not be many who survived. Sigh, I'd better run first. I'm afraid the rank 9 will come back. Fang Ping could already feel that oppressive feeling, although it was so painful that he had the urge to die, he could not care less. He carefully dug a hole underground and escaped. The further he got from Rose City, the better. He had no doubt that now that he had been discovered, maybe he could pretend to be a Rose City survivor, Fang Ping muttered in his heart. He could disguise his aura. Moreover, when he blew up the mine earlier, the underground guards were probably all dead. No one might know that he was the one who did it. Could it be that the Rose City rank 9 knew everyone in the city? Should I pretend to be a survivor? Seeing that I'm a rank 6, maybe the 2 rank 9s will take extra care of me? After thinking about it, Fang Ping felt that it was still necessary to run. Who knew what a rank 9 would think when he was angry? As he dug, Fang Ping suddenly felt a little awkward. Old Wang's instructor isn't in Rose City, right? This time, he was looking for someone. As he was looking, how did he end up blowing up Royal City? Qin Fengqing misled me. Li Hansong misled me. Old Wang didn't even try to persuade me. Sigh, really? Fang Ping pushed all the blame away. He would accept the credit of saving mankind. As for the matter of missing the person, he really could not be blamed. However, he thought of what those people said earlier. These humans who were captured had been taken away long ago. Fang Ping felt that perhaps he could continue his journey of finding the person. Continue to find the person. Don't blow up Royal City anymore. If I blow up more, I'll really torture myself to death. Previously, he was thinking about blowing up 4 royal cities. Now, Fang Ping felt that he was thinking too much. If he did it 4 times, he could really torture himself to death. As he dug a hole, Fang Ping thought about these messy things. Finally, he looked at his mangled body again. Fang Ping let out a long sigh. Thinking back to a few hours ago, he had great ambitions. He had promised not to run this time. Running away every day did not feel good. Now, forget it. It was better not to mention it. While Fang Ping was still digging underground, the sky brightened. A day had passed. In just one day, the Tiannan catacombs had undergone earth-shattering changes. 11 royal cities had stood strong for thousands of years. The Great War 2 years ago did not even affect Rose City. This time, Rose City was reduced to ashes in less than a day. In the sky above the ruined Rose City, a powerhouse wearing a crown stared at the commander who was kneeling in the void in front of him. After a long time, the crowned powerhouse said coldly, "You said it was done by the gigantic horned beast?" "King, I think the thief who sneaked into the mining area of life must be related to the gigantic horned beast. If not for the gigantic horned beast's attack, I would not have left the mining area of life." "Damn it." The King Crown expert roared angrily and sent Commander Qing Lan flying several hundred meters away with a palm strike. When Commander Qing Lan flew back and knelt down again, the crowned powerhouse bellowed, "Who allowed you to leave the mining area of life without permission?" Rose King was furious. If Commander Qing Lan had not left his post, the thief might not have been able to sneak into the mining area. He had already checked. Although the mining area had been destroyed because of the explosion, some residual marks told him that the thief who sneaked into the mining area this time was not very strong. They might only be rank 7, if so, if Commander Qing Lan did not leave, the thief might not be able to destroy the mining area. He glanced at Commander Qing Lan coldly. If Rose City had not been destroyed and all the chieftain powerhouses had not been lost, he would have killed him with a palm. Rose King looked around, suddenly feeling a little desolate. In the huge Rose City, apart from him and the tutelary, there was only 1 venerable and 2 rank 7 chieftain powerhouses left. They had left quickly, so there were still 3 rank 7 and 8 people left. As for the other cities, the rank 7 and 8 powerhouses did not leave. In some cities, all the rank 7 and 8 powerhouses had been wiped out. As for the tens of thousands of guards and countless subjects, almost all of them were killed. Now, only a few survivors were left in the ruined city, moaning and crying. Among the survivors, there were only 5 rank 6 warlords. Royal City was really done for. The mineral vein of life was gone, the subjects were gone, even after so many years, there were only a few commanders and venerables left. In this battle, he and the tutelary had sustained considerable injuries. Looking to the south, the powerhouses of the Land of Rebirth had yet to retreat. The restricted area's order was to fight to the death with the other party. Could it be that he had to continue fighting to the death? Why were they fighting to the death now? Previously, it was because Monarch City was here. Monarch City was a dead end for him and the Guardian. He had to fight whether he wanted to or not. But now, Rose King looked to the west and suddenly said, "Gather all the generals." The only Exalt Realm expert at the side didn't say anything, and it didn't take long for him to fly into the ruined city and gather everyone. A moment later, 5 Rank 6 powerhouses flew over cautiously. There were almost 100 Rank 6 powerhouses in Rose City. Now, only a few were left. After a while, a gigantic rose moved through the air, swaying gently as it approached. The Rose King glanced at the guardian deity. After a while, she said in a gloomy tone, "Royal City has been destroyed. Green Jade, our path, is broken." On the rose, the mentality was fluctuating violently. On the branch, a human face was vaguely visible, but it was not very clear. When the Rose King saw this, she said with a bleak expression, "The path to becoming a true king has been broken. Green Jade, you can't materialize any more in this lifetime. You and I have been together for 200 years. When Japan's Wang Jianqing was here, he promised to help you materialize so that you can walk freely in this world, but now," the Rose King sighed again. After a while, she said, "I want to go to the bounded zone and seize the last chance to step into True King realm. However, 3 monarchs have gone to the restricted area, and there are powerhouses from the Land of Rebirth rushing there too. Green Jade, do you want to fight this time?" The rose shuddered. The Rose King said coldly, "A true king can't enter the bounded zone. There's a risk of dying. Unless it's absolutely necessary, these people won't trespass the bounded zone. As long as I step into True King realm in the bounded zone, I won't have to worry about them anymore." The rose's mentality began fluctuating violently. The Rose King said in a low voice, "I've decided. Green Jade, I need you to help me once." The rose's mentality did not fluctuate this time. "Stay here and help me attract the attention of others, including the attention of the true kings at Imperial Sea Mountain. I'll bring the others to the bounded zone. As long as the true kings and the monarch's attention are on you, they won't be able to discover my whereabouts from such a distance. When I become a true king, I'll definitely help you materialize." The rose trembled slightly for a moment. After a long while, a wave of mentality spread out. A smile appeared on the Rose King's face, but it quickly turned into coldness. She tilted her head to look at the others and said in a low voice, "The few of you, follow me to the bounded zone." King, the only venerable realm powerhouse, looked worried. He said in a low voice, "The bounded zone is filled with danger. Moreover, we can't enter the sealed world at all." The Rose King said coldly, "Do you think I didn't make any preparations in the past few years? I naturally have a way to enter the sealed world. I'm bringing the few of you along just in case. Help me avoid unnecessary trouble." "Yes." The few of them dared not say anything else. They lowered their heads. The Rose King stopped talking and looked into the distance. Now that things had come to this, they could only take a gamble. After thinking for a while, she turned to look at the rose and said, "Green Jade, give me the fountain of life. If there's a chance to cross over, you can lend me a hand." The rose did not say anything else. Soon, a transparent door opened on the trunk. In the door, the life essence that was like a fountain kept tumbling. At the side, the few Rose City powerhouses looked on with envy. The fountain of life could only be condensed by monster plants. Monster plants of average strength could not do it. Rank 7 and 8 could, but rank 7 and 8 monster plants were all in the cultivation stage. Without a huge mine, they could not condense much. In fact, they would not condense much. These rank 7 and 8 monster plants absorbed the energy directly for their own cultivation. At rank 9, these monster plants had no future and did not need much energy. That was why they accumulated so much energy and condensed life essence in preparation for the future. The fountain of life floated out of the rose branch. The Rose King wasted no time. Her mentality erupted and quickly began to compress and wrap the life essence. After a while, the life essence was condensed into a green sphere the size of a human head. The Rose King opened his mouth wide and swallowed the sphere, storing the life essence in his body. This was Rose City's 200 years of accumulation. It was also the last thing of value in Rose City. After swallowing the life essence, the Rose King did not absorb and digest it. At this moment, even if he absorbed it, it would not be of much use to him. There was only hope for him to use it when he broke through the realm. As for himself, although he had not reached the highest stage of rank 9, as long as he found the path to becoming a true king, these small barriers were no big hurdles. The life essence would be enough for him to break through the realm quickly. After doing all this, the Rose King glanced at Rose City again, then looked at the bounded domain thousands of miles away. Originally, unless it was a dead end, these people did not want to go to the bounded domain. This time, however, he had no choice but to go. No matter how dangerous it was, as long as he achieved true king, he would no longer have to listen to the orders of the restricted area and fight to the death with the Land of Rebirth powerhouses. A few king realms had fallen one after another. The Rose King was afraid. He did not want to go on. If the restricted area wanted to enter the Land of Rebirth, then they should come themselves. Even if he and his people really entered the Land of Rebirth and found the Seed of Rebirth, what could they do? They would still be at the mercy of the restricted area. Only by achieving true king could he control his own destiny. The Rose King tilted his head and glanced at the rose flower. Without another word, he landed on the ground. The other powerhouses followed suit. The Rose King did not say a word. Although he did not use flight step, his speed was still extremely fast, rapidly heading west. As soon as he left, the rose flower, which was left behind, unleashed an extremely powerful mentality pressure. Its branches whipped at the void, causing the void to explode and the ground to crack. In the distance, the other catacombs rank 9 powerhouses were all distracted. Someone could not help but curse in a low voice. Crazy again, Rose City had been destroyed. The 2 king realms of Rose City had gone completely crazy. No one knew how long this kind of days would last. Now, they were counting on these 2 fellows to continue fighting with the Land of Rebirth powerhouses. Not to mention whether they would attack. Even if they did, these people had to be careful that these 2 fellows would go crazy at any time and attack their own people. If it really came to that, they might as well not let them fight. Other than these 2, there were only 15 rank 9s left in the 11 southern territories. As for the monster feather city where King Fuyu was, King Fuyu did not come. Neither did King Fuyu. King Fuyu had escaped earlier. Now, he had simply holed up in the mining area of life, refusing to come no matter what. Even the true king's order was useless. With this calculation, there were only 13 left. Monster Life Clan. As for the other 4 cities, 2 castellans and 2 guardian beasts had fallen this time. There was only 1 rank 9 left in a city. Now, he might not be in the mood to fight anymore. The reason why he came to meet up was probably because he had no other choice. In this case, there were even fewer rank 9s who could fight. Looking at the rebirth passageway from afar, it was a magnificent sight. After a long time, someone said in a low voice, "Everyone, what should we do next?" Someone said slowly, "Wait. Wait. Wait for the few from the restricted area to return. Otherwise, I don't want to die. It's not easy to cultivate to our level. We can wait, but will the people from the Land of Rebirth wait?" Everyone was silent. After a while, someone said again, "Let's not split up to prevent being defeated one by one. As long as we stay together, the people from the Land of Rebirth won't dare to risk fighting us to the death. Yes, wait for the restricted area to make its move. As long as the other territories have the restricted area's order, they will take the initiative to attack and create pressure on the Land of Rebirth. There won't be so many king realms gathering in the 11 southern territories anymore. Then we'll wait. What about Rose King and the rest? Don't care about them. If they didn't leave, this situation wouldn't have happened." Many king realms discussed for a while. Very soon, more than 10 king realm powerhouses began to retreat, retreating to a city behind Rose City. At this moment, Fong Ping was still unaware of the changes in the current situation. He also did not know that when Rose City exploded, the humans had killed another 2 rank 9 powerhouses. After digging underground for half a day, Fong Ping felt that he was far away from Rose City. Only then did he start to poke his head out. After poking his head out from the ground to check for a while, Fong Ping let out a long breath. After exhaling, Fong Ping suddenly cursed under his breath, "My whole body is leaking air. Why am I still panting?" He had become a sieve. He did not know what was the point of having to exhale. Where are Old Wang and the rest? Fong Ping had previously agreed to meet them at the swamp on the other side of Half Moon Lake. But now, could he still go? Did Giant Horned Beast go back? Did Rose City's rank 9 go after it? Fong Ping did not know that Giant Horned Beast had already escaped without a trace. It did not return to Half Moon Lake at all. When Half Moon Lake's mineral vein was blown up, it did not even pack its luggage and run away. It ran away directly. As for Rose King, she also brought people to the bounded domain. She did not go after Giant Horned Beast at all. In reality, there was no need to go after it. Rose King also knew that Giant Horned Beast must have run away. If she had the time to chase after this monster everywhere, she might as well go to the bounded domain to fight for opportunities. Looking down at his leaking body, Fong Ping felt a little helpless. He crawled out from the ground, looked around, and murmured, "Where is this? Should I go back to Sky South City now? Or continue looking for people? Forget it. I'll meet up with Old Wang and the rest first." Fong Ping did not know if those fellows had gone to the swamp on the other side of Half Moon Lake. But even if they did not go, he still had to look for Iron Head. Li Hansong had lured Giant Horned Beast away for a while. He did not know if it was still alive. He took out a spare set of armor from the storage space and put it on. Fong Ping continued to pretend to be a catacombs martial artist, ready to ask someone for directions. Now, Fong Ping was not afraid of getting lost. Everyone was on the same side. It was not a big problem to ask for directions. After wandering around for more than half an hour, Fong Ping encountered a group of people fleeing. A group of people fleeing from Rose City. There were not many people who survived in Rose City. Now that the guardian monster plant was going berserk, these people did not dare to stay in Rose City anymore. They began to flee in all directions. Half an hour later, Fong Ping said goodbye to this group of people fleeing. Before leaving, the leader of the group thanked Fong Ping profusely. This lord was too kind. At this time, he actually escorted them and helped them kill a rank 5 monster. If not for the destruction of Royal City, some of the young martial artists in the group would have wanted to rely on this lord and join the defense force. A few of the young martial artists looked regretful and worshipful. Some of the elders also thanked him profusely. If Fong Ping did not stop them, they would have kowtowed to express their gratitude. Fong Ping also said goodbye to everyone reluctantly. As he walked, he said, "Everyone, wait for me to go back and see if any of my family members survived. When I find them, I will go to Iris City to visit you." "Lord, you're too serious. We should be the ones visiting you." A few of the elders were panic-stricken and hurriedly thanked him again. Fong Ping chuckled. "It's okay. Since your son is also a member of the Rose military, then we are all family. Now that the royal city has been destroyed, people like us who are wandering around outside should keep in touch. Then we will wait for you, Lord." The survivors bowed and thanked him again. This lord was very powerful. Now that Rose City was destroyed, if they went to other cities, they would be living under someone else's roof. Although some of them had relatives in other cities and did not die this time, they had only just achieved rank 5. They could not compare to this powerhouse who could kill a rank 5 monster so easily. Fong Ping said no more and left quickly. When he was a distance away, Fong Ping muttered, "Good people will be rewarded. A kind person like me should be rewarded." Look, both sides were mortal enemies, and he even saved their lives. Where else could he find such a good person? As for why these people would leave their homes and flee, that had nothing to do with Fong Ping. I wonder if they have the habit of erecting a longevity temple here. Just because I saved their lives, it would not be too much for them to erect a longevity temple for me later. Iris City, Fong Ping rubbed his chin. Maybe he should go there. Of course, this time it was not to blow up the city. Fong Ping did not want to court death again. Moreover, the battle at the Tiannan passageway seemed to have stopped. It was possible that these rank 9s had returned. After bypassing the ruined Rose City, Fang Ping also saw the towering giant flower going crazy. After more than an hour, Fang Ping arrived at the swamp of Half Moon Lake. As soon as he arrived at the swamp, Fang Ping said hurriedly, "It's me." As soon as he said that, Li Hansong emerged from the side and breathed a sigh of relief. "I thought you were from Rose City. Are you okay? What could happen to me? Are you okay?" Li Hansong was not much better than Fang Ping at this moment. His body was also badly damaged. Hearing Fang Ping's question, Li Hansong said helplessly, "I'm fine. If you didn't lure that guy away in time, I would be in trouble. When I saw you bringing a group of high ranks out for a stroll, I thought it was pretty easy. Only now do I realize that it's more dangerous than I thought." If Fang Ping had not lured the giant horned beast away in time, he would have been killed. Fortunately, the giant horned beast was furious that its lair was raided. It did not pursue to the end and ran back. "It's good that you're okay. Did old Wang and the others not come?" "Not yet." As he spoke, Fang Ping turned his head and glanced at them. He said, "Come out if you're here. I thought you guys wouldn't come back. You're not dead yet. How can we die so easily?" In the small forest, Qin Fengqing and Wang Jinyang walked out together. Qin Fengqing circled Fang Ping and grinned. "You didn't die even after that. I told you that you're a mascot. Look, how tough you are." Fang Ping glanced at him. He was too lazy to say more. He said directly, "Previously, to blow up the royal city, I threw out all the energy ores we harvested as primers and detonated them." "Qin Fengqing, your harvest is gone now." Qin Fengqing's expression stiffened instantly. He could not help but curse in a low voice, "Are you crazy?" This guy had thrown away all the energy ores, Fang Ping said indifferently. "Later, report to the military department and see if they can compensate me. After all, I blew up a royal city. It's good enough that I didn't ask them for extra fees. What should be compensated, right? The military department is penniless. Do you expect the military department to compensate you?" Qin Fengqing cursed again. Fang Ping sneered. "What do you know? The government might not have a lot of reserves, but they do have good stuff. The government is nervous about this kind of public resource because there are many people who need it. However, the government has a lot of high-end resources, and they're still in their hands. Usually, they can't even exchange for it. This time, they should at least share some with me. Otherwise, who would do such a huge loss next time, right?" Without saying anything more, Fang Ping thought for a while, looked at old Wang and said, "The purpose of our visit this time is to look for someone." As soon as he said that, their expressions stiffened. "You had already blown up the royal city. What was there to look for?" Fang Ping coughed softly and laughed dryly. "We can still continue looking for people. Didn't I say it before? Back then, Rose City captured a group of people, killed some of them, and brought the rest away. There wasn't any news before, and I wasn't sure if it was true or not. Now, I know some news. Before I came back, I saved a group of refugees from Rose City." The three of them looked at him strangely. "You saved a group of refugees?" Why did these words sound so weird? Fang Ping ignored them and continued, "The son of the leader of this group is also a member of Rose City's garrison, but he's in Iris City now. I heard that he went to Iris City to carry out a mission. As for what the mission is, although I'm not too sure, I heard that it's to escort a group of people to the west and be in charge of the handover with Iris City. Do you think the group of people escorted are the martial artists who were captured? Why don't we go to Iris City to take a look and find that guy to ask about the situation?" Qin Fengqing was speechless. "You destroyed someone's royal city, and you still want to find someone to ask about the situation? Nonsense. I'm his father's savior. What's wrong with asking about the situation?" Everyone was speechless. What he said made sense. The point was, did he not feel guilty when he said the word savior? Ridicule aside, the few of them did not say anything else. Wang Jinyang glanced at Fang Ping. After a while, he sighed and said, "Why don't we just forget about it?" He did not really want to continue. This trip to look for people made his heart skip a beat. Now they had to go to another royal city. Who knew what would happen? Fang Ping said seriously, since I promised you that we would look for people together, of course we have to find them. Now that we haven't found them, I don't think we should give up halfway. We still have to continue looking. Even if we can't find them, or if they're confirmed dead, it's not too late to give up. Brother Wang, that's your instructor, Wang Jinyang smiled bitterly. Of course I want to continue looking, but according to the way you're looking, don't worry, Brother Wang. I'll definitely keep a low profile this time. Fang Ping said solemnly, then said helplessly, we can't blow up the city anymore. Without the high-ranked energy stones and a catalyst, it'll be very difficult to blow up the city. Moreover, my injuries are not light now. If I enter the underground of the royal city again, I'll be done for. This time we're really looking for people. If we really can't find them, we'll give up and return to Tiannan. Wang Jinyang thought for a moment and nodded. Then I'll have to trouble everyone. Having said that, he looked at Fang Ping and added, this time we're really looking for people. Of course. Fang Ping agreed readily. Then, he took out a few sets of armor and handed them to everyone. Let's go. Let's go to Iris City and take a look. Now that my flesh has collapsed, I wonder if I can get some life essence to repair my body this time. As soon as he said that, Wang Jinyang's body stiffened. Don't tease me, Mother Asterisk Kerr, you just said that you wouldn't mess around this time. Where can I find life essence? Of course it's where the plant monster is. This guy actually wants to get some life essence. Seeing that, Fang Ping coughed dryly and said hurriedly, I'm just saying. Don't take it seriously. This thing isn't everywhere. Wang Jinyang sighed and said nothing more. They said they wanted to go to Iris City, but considering that the fleeing team was not fast, it was useless to go there early. Plus, they were all injured, so they decided to heal first. They found a secluded place. When it was time to heal, Fang Ping looked left and right, and finally decided to heal with Li Hansong. Therefore, Li Hansong, who had just sat cross-legged, quickly stiffened. Fang Ping was hugging him, he was hugging him. Li Hansong's face turned green. What was Fang Ping doing? What was he trying to do? They were two grown men, and this bastard was hugging him. It was too mushy. Qin Fengqing was stunned. Fang Ping had this kind of hobby? This was 2F** King Evil. Wang Jinyang was not surprised. He distanced himself from Fang Ping. He was starting to doubt now. Was Fang Ping really a resurrected powerhouse? This guy had been injured a few times, but he did not see his imperishable substance recovering. His injuries were not light. Li Hansong's injuries were not light either, but his injuries were healing. Wang Jinyang, who also had imperishable substance, could sense that Li Hansong's imperishable substance was reviving and helping him heal. Fang Ping, Li Hansong was about to cry. What was going on? Fang Ping chuckled. It's okay, it's okay. You heal your injuries and pretend that I don't exist. No, how can I pretend that you don't exist? Li Hansong wanted to cry but had no tears. You're hugging me so tightly, how can I pretend that you don't exist? Qin Fengqing looked at Fang Ping cautiously, muttering, pervert. Fang Ping glanced at him and sneered, too lazy to explain. He coughed lightly and said, Ironhead, hurry up and heal. Don't waste time. Don't martial artists even have this bit of willpower? Li Hansong really wanted to cry. If you were a woman, I would accept it. You're a man, hugging me and saying that I don't have willpower? Helpless as he was, Li Hansong had roughly guessed Fang Ping's intention and could only start healing. As he healed, his damaged flesh began to heal rapidly. As for Fang Ping, his flesh was also sizzling. He was starting to recover. Qin Fengqing, who was originally healing himself, saw this scene as if he had discovered an earth-shattering secret. The next moment, Qin Fengqing suddenly looked at Wang Jinyang with an eager expression. Wang Jinyang growled, Come, I'll kill you. His injuries were not too serious. At this moment, he was also not using the imperishable substance to heal his injuries. However, this Qin Fengqing fellow seemed to have some designs on him. He let it go after Fang Ping rubbed against him the last time. If Qin Fengqing dared to do so this time, he was prepared to kill him first. Qin Fengqing swallowed his saliva and moved his butt. Then, this fellow quickly moved to Li Hansong's side and hugged him from the other side. Li Hansong's body stiffened even more. Damn, these two shameless fellows, what did they take him for? for a moment, he didn't even want to heal himself. Qin Fengqing didn't care about this. The moment he hugged Li Hansong, he moaned happily, "Damn, it feels so good, it felt so good." Tai Tu could actually use the imperishable substance to heal himself. He had only just found out. If he had known this would happen, he would not have waited for Fang Ping to come first. Not only Tai Tu. Qin Fengqing stole a glance at Wang Jinyang. Old Wang could do it too. If there was a chance like this next time, he would definitely come and rub off the imperishable substance. This feeling, this taste, could not be more enjoyable. Just as Qin Fengqing was about to roar with joy, Li Hansong stopped healing his injuries not long after. Fang Ping gave Qin Fengqing an unfriendly look. This fellow's moans were worse than a pig's. Was it necessary? Look, he scared Tai Tu. His injuries had not even healed, and he stopped healing. However, Fang Ping looked at his flesh that had healed quite a bit and suddenly felt a little excited. If that was the case, even without the life essence and imperishable substance, he might not be unable to heal his injuries. Glancing at Li Hansong and Wang Jinyang, Fang Ping grinned. Both of you will get more injuries from now on. How can a martial artist not get hurt? Wang Jinyang ignored him. Li Hansong wanted to cry but had no tears. Don't do this next time, okay? Don't say it. Qin Fengqing, this bastard's moans are so *king unpleasant. Qin Fengqing did not mind. He chuckled. Tai Tu, you're good. If you're hurt next time, you must call for me. Don't be shy, I'll take care of you. As he said that, Qin Fengqing looked at Fang Ping and said with some disdain, "Imposter." Fang Ping's expression was ugly. He humphed. What do you know? Where's your imperishable substance? Fang Ping's gaze was ferocious. He glared at him. What do you know? At the peak, the imperishable substance no longer exists. It is transformed into another substance. My ability is too low. I can't revive it at all. I need to be at least rank 7 and above. You don't know anything. You only know how to talk nonsense. Qin Fengqing was a little suspicious. Li Hansong could not help but ask, another substance? What is it? Fang Ping shook his head. I'm not sure. I don't remember. It's just a thought. But I know it's true. You guys can revive the imperishable substance. I can't. Just like how you guys can't revive the imperishable substance before rank 5. My requirements are higher. Is that so? Li Hansong pondered for a moment. I thought the imperishable substance was the only quality after rank 8, of course not. Fang Ping coughed softly. Alright, let's not talk about this. You guys have saved it for so many years. It should be quite a lot. It doesn't matter if it's consumed. Having said that, Fang Ping stood up. Let's go to Ira City. We're going just like that? Wang Jinyang glanced at him and asked, aren't we going to cover it up? Fang Ping felt a little helpless. He needed to spend money, energy shield. The 4 of them would cost 600 million in an hour. Or a simulation. That would cost 6 billion. This kind of expenditure was a headache. He glanced at his stats, wealth, 112. 3 billion, converted, vitality, 7,000 calories, 7,085 calories, mentality, 310 Hz, 933 Hz, bones honed, 177 bones, 100%, 29 bones, 90%, storage space, 50 cubic meters, plus, energy shield, 10,000 wealth/minute, plus, aura simulation, 100,000 wealth/minute, plus, the ores that he dug at Half Moon Lake were not calculated for his wealth. It was probably because they exploded in the later stages and he did not escape danger in the early stages. More than 100 billion seemed like a lot. If he really activated aura simulation continuously, it would be less than 20 hours. Fang Ping could not bear to waste so much. After thinking for a while, Fang Ping said, helping you guys hide your auras and change your auras is too costly. How about this, Qin Fengqing, I'll help you change your auras. You carry Brother Wang. Brother Wang, don't use your vitality force. Pretend to be seriously injured and cover it up. I'll carry Iron Head. Both of us will hurry. This way, the cost will be much lower. If he only helped Qin Fengqin change his aura, the cost would be lower. It was only 60 million per hour. If Li Hansong and Wang Jinyang did not make a move, unless they encountered a high-ranked powerhouse, they would not be able to sense their vitality force. Now, high-ranked powerhouses were not everywhere. The front line was still in a war. Qin Fengqin muttered, "Then why don't you let old Wang carry me?" Fang Ping glanced at him and said impatiently, "I asked you to carry a person and you won't do it. Do you still want to freeload the imperishable substance in the future?" As soon as he said that, Qin Fengqin had nothing to say. He immediately looked at Wang Jinyang and said, "Old Wang, come, I'll carry you. We're brothers after all." Wang Jinyang sighed again. There was never a time when he entered the catacombs with these fellows. However, Fang Ping said that the price to pay was too high. He could not say anything more and accepted the suggestion. Fang Ping, on the other hand, carried Li Hansong on his back. As they walked, he turned around and said, "Iron Head, you can try to heal your injuries again. It's best if your injuries can recover completely. I think you're still lacking a little." Li Hansong did not want to speak. He pretended that he did not hear anything. As they walked toward Iris City, Fang Ping said, "Mount Royal Sea is more than 1,800 li away from here, right?" "Yes." Fang Ping's eyebrows twitched. He said in a low voice, "The strength of Absolute Peak is beyond imagination." "What's wrong?" Wang Jinyang was puzzled. "Didn't you guys hear it?" "Hear what?" Qin Fengqin was curious now too. He continued, "Explosion?" "No." Fang Ping said strangely, "Didn't you guys hear it earlier? There's a powerhouse in the catacombs who asked all the catacombs rank 9s to move out. Then, there's a powerhouse who said to kill them all. Didn't you guys hear it?" The other three looked at each other and shook their heads. Fang Ping was puzzled now. He mumbled, "Did I hear it wrong?" Wang Jinyang hesitated. "You said it was the voice transmission of Absolute Peak powerhouses?" "I think so. Then, only those with strong mentality can hear it? Otherwise, voice transmission more than 1800 li. This is almost impossible. However, if it's mentality spreading, it's possible." Fang Ping suddenly understood, but he was still a little shocked. Absolute Peak is too strong. The two people who spoke might not be in Tiannan's catacombs. According to the previous information, they were confronting each other at Mount Royal Sea. Even if it's just mentality spreading, more than 1800 li. This is almost from Capital City to Magic City. Doesn't this mean that Magic City and Capital City's powerhouses can chat across half of Sino Nation? They don't even need to use their phones. Wang Jinyang did not know whether to laugh or cry. This guy's way of thinking was really strange. Even if Absolute Peak could do it, who would be so free to do such a thing? This kind of voice transmission from thousands of li away would probably cost them something. Although that was what he thought, Wang Jinyang said solemnly, "Indeed, it's a little scary. Close to 2000 li. According to what you said, if you can hear it, it means that mentality has spread to here. Compared to rank 9 powerhouses, the difference is too big. Mentality spreading to here did not mean that it could unleash its power. However, since it could spread so far, it meant that these powerhouses' mentality covered a huge area. Even if it shrunk by 100 times, did it not mean that within a radius of 20 li, everything would be under their mentality intimidation? How big was the area within a radius of 20 li, with a radius of 10 kilometers? That would be hundreds of square kilometers. If this was the range of their mentality intimidation, then under these people's outburst, Magic City's urban area would almost be within their coverage area. With one burst of pressure, Magic City's urban area would be finished. This was just a burst of pressure. Just thinking about it made the few of them shudder. Every burst of pressure could destroy a city. Was this really something that martial artists could do? Although rank 9 martial artists were also very strong, even rank 8 martial artists dared to say that they could destroy a city. That needed time, and it required massacres everywhere. Compared to the other peerless powerhouses, they could directly complete the magnificent feat of slaughtering a city with just a casual outburst. And this was just a few people's guess. Maybe the other party was even stronger. Fang Ping thought about this, shook his head and said, "No matter how strong they are, they're just decorations anyway. If they really wanted to fight, they would have done it long ago. At their level, the probability of them fighting is not high. These peerless powerhouses were just like what Xianxia and the others said. You scare me, I scare you. Anyway, it was just scaring each other. The chances of them actually fighting each other were extremely, extremely rare. The few of them stopped talking about this and began to hurry on with their journey. Iris City was still quite far away from here. More than 5 hours later, Fang Ping caught up with the fleeing team from before. When they saw Fang Ping's arrival, everyone in the team was extremely excited. The old man in the lead hurriedly thanked him again, saying with great gratitude, "Sir, are you going to Iris City to settle down too?" With a powerhouse like Fang Ping following them, it meant that they would be much safer. At this moment, they were still more than 100 li away from Iris City. Although the sky was not dark yet, it was still very dangerous in the wilderness. Yes, these are a few of my colleagues. They're also from the Rose Army. Fang Ping began to chat with them, asking for some information at the same time. Now that he knew which team the old man's son belonged to, it would not be good if there was a conflict later. Of course, Fang Ping felt that it was more likely that they would directly kidnap the other party's son. Where would they have the time to slowly get close to them and ask for information? The fleeing team was also made up of martial artists. Almost all the non-martial artists had died when the royal city exploded. Although this team was not strong, there was still a rank 4 martial artist. The rest were all rank 2 and 3 martial artists. More than 100 li was not considered too far for them. Qin Fengqing and the others did not say much. They just watched Fang Ping chat with these people. The few of them were filled with emotion. This guy was the main culprit behind the royal city's explosion. Now, these people were almost treating him like a father. Did this count as acknowledging a thief as a father? They walked and chatted. In less than 2 hours, Iris City was right in front of them. At this moment, it was not only this team. Outside Iris City, some other fleeing teams had also rushed over. However, Iris City was not open to the public. These fleeing people were all waiting outside the city. Fang Ping glanced at them. He did not dare to get too close. There were still 2 fellows who had not concealed their auras. Fang Ping also tried it on the way. He helped the 2 of them activate their energy shields and found that it was feasible. Both of them activated their auras and activated their energy shields. The consumption was very small. It was only 120 million wealth points per hour. Fang Ping also found a loophole in the system. As long as Old Wang and Ironhead pretended to be seriously injured, they would not be exposed as long as they did not encounter high ranks. When they were outside the city, the old man and the team had also gone to communicate with the armored soldiers guarding the city gate. He was probably looking for his son. Fang Ping was not in a hurry. He mingled with the others and continued to chat for a while. Not long after, the old man walked over with a middle-aged martial artist. The middle-aged martial artist was also wearing Rose City's armor. When he saw Fang Ping and the others, the middle-aged martial artist hurriedly said, "Thank you for saving us, sir. Thanks to your rescue, my father could arrive at Iris City safely." The middle-aged martial artist was very polite. He was also a rank 5 martial artist, but only at early stage rank 5. As for Fang Ping and Qin Fengqing, Fang Ping displayed peak rank 5 aura. Qin Fengqing, on the other hand, was middle stage rank 5. Both of them were stronger than him. In addition, they were carrying 2 people. In the catacombs, powerhouses would not carry weaklings unless they were family members. Obviously, the remaining 2 people were not weak either. Fang Ping and the others looked young. However, when martial artists reached middle ranks, they would slow down their aging. The man did not think much of it. Rose City was very big. There were tens of thousands of guards. They were divided into several armies. It was normal that they were not familiar with each other. He still knew some rank 6 generals. There were also many rank 5 martial artists in the guards. They were not from the same army. It was not surprising that he had not met them before. Seeing this person constantly thanking him, Fang Ping laughed and responded. Wang Jinyang and the other 2 mourned for these people for 3 seconds again. After chatting for a while, Fang Ping said, "Brother Wusu, can we find a place to talk?" Now that Royal City has been destroyed, we have nowhere to go. I would like to understand the situation and see if we can stay in Iris City. The man was very understanding. He said in a somewhat complicated tone, yes, we did not expect that not long after we left Royal City would actually sigh. After sighing for a while, the man did not think much of it. He walked with Fang Ping and the others to a secluded place outside the city and began to chat. These people were stronger than him. Now that Royal City had been destroyed, as the survivors of Rose City, they might have to rely on more in the future. The fellow who called himself Wusu did not hide anything from Fang Ping's inquiry. Now that Rose City was gone, some secrets were no longer secrets. They had all become a thing of the past. According to Wusu, they had arrived at Iris City more than a month ago. He was not alone. It was a team of 100 people. Moreover, they were indeed escorting people to Iris City. We are the third batch. The first 2 batches have already gone to the bounded zone. At the bounded zone, the first batch of Land of Rebirth martial artists brought away by the restricted area powerhouses were all dead or injured. Later on, news came from there that there were not enough resurrected martial artists. So, Commander Qinghong led a team to send the second batch of Land of Rebirth martial artists. In the end, it was still not enough. So, we sent all the remaining resurrected martial artists to the bounded zone. After arriving at Iris City, we don't have to follow anymore. The people of Iris City and General Xianxia will escort those people to the bounded zone together. Wusu gave a simple explanation. Fang Ping and the others' expressions did not change, but their hearts were in turmoil. Went to the bounded zone, why did they want to bring human martial artists to the bounded zone? Moreover, there were indeed human martial artists who were still alive. Although Fang Ping did not ask about the exact number, since they were divided into 3 batches, it was probably not a small number. Just as Fang Ping and the others wanted to know more, Wusu did not talk about this anymore. Instead, he talked about Iris City. He even specially introduced the division of forces in Iris City to Fang Ping, as well as some forces that were on good terms with Iris City these few days. It seemed like he wanted Fang Ping and the others to rely on the other party. At this moment, Fang Ping did not have the mood to care about this. After listening for a while, Fang Ping asked hurriedly, Brother Wusu, does this mean that Commander Qinghong and the others are still in the bounded zone? Wusu nodded. They haven't returned yet. Seeing Fang Ping's hesitation, Wusu said softly, Sir, the bounded zone is full of danger. Even Commander Qinghong might not be able to return safely. Now that Royal City has been destroyed, I'm afraid the king and the tutelary will not have the mood to care about people like us. The Lord Commander also looks down on us. We don't even know if Royal City can be rebuilt. Since we've come to Iris City, we might as well settle down now. Wang Jinyang, who had been silent all this while, suddenly opened his mouth. How many of the Land of Rebirth martial artists are still alive? As soon as he said this, Wusu gave him a strange look. After a while, he said, there are a total of 3 batches of people. The first 2 batches are probably all dead. The third batch that we escorted had 7 people. I'm afraid they're all dead now. Sir, you're asking about this. Wang Jinyang did not speak again. Instead, he took out a portrait from his chest, unfolded it and asked, is this person inside? Wusu took a look at the portrait, then at Fang Ping and the others. His expression was slightly different. To make it easier to find people, Wang Jinyang brought along Zhang Qingnan's portrait, including Shen Quan's. Of course, it was not a photograph, but a portrait that was drawn by someone. Even so, there were very few catacombs martial artists who would carry a portrait of a Land of Rebirth martial artist with them. Wusu glanced at them, his gaze changing slightly. His body moved slightly. Wusu paused before saying, seems a little familiar. But I've never seen this batch of people that we're escorting. They might be among the first batch that was taken away. The restricted zone powerhouses took away a few warrior-level martial artists first. After that, Commander Qinghong took away all the level 4 and level 5 martial artists. We're only escorting a few level 3 martial artists. This person is not among them. Warlord, Fang Ping glanced at Wang Jinyang. Wang Jinyang did not say anything. Zhang Qingnan was originally a peak rank 5 martial artist. Perhaps during the time when the passageway was closed, he had activated his Sanjiao gate and achieved rank 6. It was not impossible. However, according to Wu Su, the first batch that was taken away was probably all dead. Thinking of this, Wang Jinyang's gaze dimmed slightly. Previously, when he heard that a batch of human martial artists had been escorted away, Wang Jinyang was still rather expectant. But now, the first 2 batches of people were probably all dead. This made Wang Jinyang a little disappointed. He had been given hope, but now, his hope had been shattered. Are you sure that this person is among the first batch that was taken away? Fang Ping asked again. Wu Su's expression changed slightly. He swallowed his saliva, glanced at the city gate not far away from him, and said in a low voice, I'm not too sure. After all, we're only responsible for escorting the 3rd batch of people. Before this, these people have always been under guard in the palace, is that so? Before Fang Ping's voice died away, his mentality erupted instantly. Wu Su was only an early-stage rank 5 martial artist. How could he withstand this? His gaze instantly became dull. Fang Ping pursed his lips. This fellow still wanted to pretend. Ever since old Wang took out the portrait, this fellow probably had some suspicions. He could not be bothered to play dumb anymore. Fang Ping helped Wu Su up, smiled at the refugees in the distance, and said in a clear voice, Sir, Brother Wu Su and I are going to welcome the other guards. We'll come back later to settle everyone down. Upon hearing that they were going to welcome the other members of the Rose Army, Wu Su's father did not suspect anything. He hurriedly said loudly, Sir, you can go by yourself. Fang Ping smiled, put his hand on Wu Su's shoulder, and started walking into the distance. As for Iris City, Fang Ping decided to give it up for now. No, he had never intended to blow up the city, so there was no need to talk about giving up. However, this Wu Su, he could ask more questions. His father was still here. Fang Ping felt that using the threat of killing his father might be of some use. He actually went to the bounded domain. This is a little troublesome. Fang Ping sighed softly in his heart. He could not help but glare at Qin Fengqing beside him. This fellow, as soon as he came in, he said that he wanted to go to the bounded domain. Jinx, now, the person might be in the bounded domain. Could it be that the few of them were really going there? It was very dangerous. Qin Fengqing looked innocent. I was just saying, I might not really go. Why are you looking at me? However, if the person really went to the bounded domain, would Fang Ping go there? Previously, he said that he wanted to go, but Fang Ping ignored him. He could not do anything about it. Sir, I've told you everything I know. Outside Iris City, Wu Su begged for mercy, still in a daze. These people's questions were not normal. However, these people did not look like they were from the Land of Rebirth. He was a rank 5 martial artist and had been in contact with the Land of Rebirth martial artists for a long time. He believed that he would not mistake them for someone else. Fang Ping grinned. What are you looking at? We're from the Monster Life clan. If the Monster Plant clan wants to reap benefits from the bounded domain, they have to ask us first. As soon as he said that, Wu Su's pupil shrank. People from the Monster Life clan, yes, those powerhouses from the restricted area who came earlier were all powerhouses from the Monster Plant clan. Now people from the Monster Life clan were here too. No wonder, just as Wu Su was in shock, Fang Ping laughed again. We destroyed Rose City too. The Monster Plant clan is so bold. How dare they swallow the benefits of the bounded domain? Destroying Rose City was just a small warning. Wu Su's pupils shrank again. Fang Ping said again, our 8 kings have already gone to the bounded domain to kill the bastards from the Monster Plant clan. Wu Su's eyes were almost like dead fish eyes. His pupils shrunk almost to nothing, then, he could not hide anymore. Fang Ping crushed his internal organs with one palm. He was completely dead. Qin Fengqing saw this and said impatiently, can you change your bad taste? This guy really had a bad taste. Every time, he would make people die in shocking lies. He was already dead, yet he did not give people peace. His conscience was so black that there was no end to it. Fang Ping grinned. We have to prevent them from coming back to life. This way, even if they really come back to life, we won't know what happened. How safe? As he said that, Fang Ping looked at Wang Jinyang and said, the people from the restricted area have only left here for 2 months. According to him, the people from the restricted area will pass by a city and stay for a few days. It will not be long before they reach the bounded domain. He also said that we don't know if those people are still alive. Maybe Teacher Zhang is fine? Wang Jinyang sighed softly and looked to the west. After a while, he said, from here to the bounded domain, there is still close to 3,000 li. We will pass by 3 royal cities and countless affiliated cities. We will also pass by a restricted area. It was too far and too dangerous, moreover, so what if he went? According to Wu Su, there were 3 level 9 powerhouses and 5 level 7 and 8 powerhouses in the restricted area. It was a high-ranked team of 8 people. The second batch of escorts was led by a strong commander from Rose City. When they passed by other cities, they were also escorted by commanders from other cities. There were at least 3 or 4 people, and this was just for the sake of safely reaching the domain. For the third batch, although Rose City didn't send a commander, the other cities did. This was because going to a domain was very dangerous. Not only was the domain dangerous, but the journey was also dangerous. At this moment, there were probably more than 10 high-ranked powerhouses in the restricted areas and Royal City in the bounded boundaries. With so many experts present, so what if Zhang Qingnan was there? So what if he was alive? Could it be that he could snatch the hostage from the hands of these people? In order to find Zhang Qingnan, they had put everyone in danger. Previously, it was already extremely dangerous in Royal City. Now, they had to go to an even more dangerous domain. Wang Jinyang sighed and said, forget it, let's not look for him anymore. He gave up. Although he did not want to give up, the current situation forced him to give up. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Fengqing said with a straight face, how can we do that? Since we're here and know Teacher Zhang's whereabouts, if we give up just like that, isn't that putting us in a bad position? Old Wang, even if Fang Ping doesn't go, I'll go with you. Wang Jinyang smiled bitterly and said, forget it. Also, don't say these things under the guise of helping me find my teacher. I won't accept this favor. This guy was bent on digging his own grave. He could not afford to accept this favor. Qin Fengqing was speechless. He looked at Li Hansong and said, Iron Head, what do you say? Li Hansong said gloomily, let's listen to Fang Ping. Even if we want to go, we can't. Without Fang Ping's help to conceal his aura, they might be hunted down by the catacombs martial artists before they even reached the domain. Under the siege of many royal city, would the catacombs martial artists let go when they encountered human martial artists? Fang Ping rubbed his chin and said in a low voice, this journey is indeed very dangerous. It's a few thousand miles. But Fang Ping gritted his teeth and said, Brother Wang, since the goal this time is for Teacher Zhang, if he really dies in the domain, at least help him return to his roots. When the time comes, we'll decide based on the situation. If there's no chance, then we'll give up on the rescue. If there's a chance, we can give it a try. Don't forget, we have people over there too. You mean, people from Star Town? Fang Ping frowned and said, Star Town came to the catacombs this time to go to the domain and retrieve the remains of the Yang family's elder ancestor. As for the people from the restricted area, I'm guessing that they might also be after Absolute Peak's remains. Star Town has the elder ancestor guarding Mount Royal Sea. I don't believe that they won't have the slightest confidence to go to the domain and compete with the other party. Obviously, they still have some confidence. If that's the case, then this is our chance. We can't count on the people from Star Town to save Teacher Zhang. For Absolute Peak's remains, these guys might not even participate in the war, let alone a few captured middle and low-ranked martial artists. As for why the people from the restricted area are bringing Teacher Zhang and the others to the domain, Fang Ping thought for a while and said suddenly, do you think it's to scout the way or something? Or maybe the remains of human Absolute Peak can only be touched by humans, and the people from the restricted area will fight back or something? Of course, it's useless to speculate about these things. What I mean is, if that's the case, they won't deliberately kill human martial artists. Unless the human martial artists themselves encounter a crisis and die, Wang Jinyang said in a low voice, Fang Ping, this matter has been my personal selfishness from the beginning to the end. If you want to return my favor because of what happened in Sun City previously, actually, the moment we enter the catacombs in Tiannan, this favor has already been repaid. Fang Ping chuckled and said, actually, it's not all. I also want to go to the domain to take a look. I want to see what exactly exists in the domain that these rank 9 and even absolute peak can't forget about. Previously, I said that the domain is a real immortal world with countless good things. This time we entered the catacombs, we didn't get anything good. Since we're here, we can't return empty-handed. Of course, Fang Ping looked at Qin Fengqing and Li Hansong and said, both of you, don't go. It's too dangerous. Qin Fengqing coughed dryly and said, I'm not afraid of danger. I'm a very loyal person. Fang Ping was speechless. Who cares if you're dangerous or not? What I'm saying is, if you go, you'll drag us down. 2 people is much smaller than 4 people. The danger is also relatively smaller. Don't, Fang Ping. Bring me along, Fang Ping frowned and said, I'm not joking with you. It's really much more dangerous. As long as you're 1,000 meters away from me, I won't be able to help you conceal your auras. Once you're exposed, you'll almost certainly die. It's better if there are fewer people, but if there are more, how can we guarantee that we'll be together at all times? Li Hansong heard that and said, then I won't go. You're right. Even if we go, we won't be of much use. I'm only rank 5. Even the high ranks in the domain are full of danger. I'll only be a burden if I go. Qin Fengqing was silent for a moment. He mumbled, so, you've decided not to bring me along? That's right. You think I'm too weak and will drag you down? Yes. You're so straightforward. Can't you put it in a nicer way? I'm telling the truth. Besides, you're thick-skinned. If I don't say it in a straightforward way, it'll be troublesome for you to pester me. Qin Fengqing cursed under his breath. He thought for a while and said, then I won't go with you. Give me some high-ranked energy stones first. Don't tell me you don't have any left? Fang Ping did not waste any time. He fished out a few high-ranked energy stones and threw them at him. Qin Fengqing said again, give me some medicinal pills too. Those that heal wounds. It'll be better if they have life essence. Fang Ping could not be bothered with him. After thinking for a while, he threw a bottle of healing medicinal pills at him. Seeing that, Qin Fengqing said again, that. Why don't you give me some, get lost. Qin Fengqing curled his lips. If you don't want to give, then don't give. Why are you scolding me? Besides, I still have 3 billion with you. Fang Ping said no more. He looked at Wang Jinyang and said, Brother Wang, let's go together. Wang Jinyang said in a low voice, if I go, he wanted to ask if he would be a burden if he went. However, if he did not go and let Fang Ping go alone, that would be even more inappropriate. Fang Ping knew what he was thinking. He chuckled and said, Brother Wang, it's still necessary for you to go. If it really comes to a critical moment, like when I'm seriously injured and on the verge of death, I'll have a little more confidence if you're there. When he said that, Wang Jinyang did not know whether to laugh or cry. He understood now, if he was really seriously injured, he could also injure himself and recover some imperishable substances to save his life. This way, he would not be too seriously injured to the point where he would not even have the strength to escape. Thinking of this, Wang Jinyang nodded and said, all right, let's go together. If there's really an emergency, your priority is to stay alive. Teacher and you don't know each other. There's no need for you to throw your life away for this. Fang Ping chuckled and said, even if you don't say it, I'll do it. I'm not that noble. If there's really a danger, forget about Teacher Zhang. Brother Wang, we're both looking for a way to survive. Don't blame me for leaving you behind in the face of danger. That won't happen. After the two of them had discussed these matters, Wang Jinyang looked at the two of them and said, I've troubled the two of you this time. I'll go with Fang Ping now. You two wait until it's dark and return to Tiannan. This time I, Wang Jinyang, have come back alive. If you need anything next time, feel free to look for me. We're brothers, let's not talk about this. Be careful. I will. Qin Fengqing didn't speak until the two of them were about to leave. Then, Qin Fengqing mumbled, "Damn, he really isn't bringing me along. I really want to kill all of you." Although he said that, Qin Fengqing still opened his mouth to say, "When you go to the domain, don't dig holes. There seems to be some kind of sealed domain there." It was a protective shell that separated the domain from the catacombs. If you were to dig a hole, there would be a sealed realm underground, and you would be easily killed. Thinking about the sealed world. Forget it, I don't know how to get there either. You can try asking the people from Startown. They seem to know how to get there. Only after passing through the sealed world could one be considered to have entered the domain land. Fang Ping, remember to share some of the benefits with me. Fang Ping was speechless. He said gloomily, "So you still want to hide it from me and kill me?" "In the beginning, I was the one who said I wanted to go. You didn't say anything. Why would I tell you? Are there any other secrets?" "Yes, but I won't tell you. Fatty Jiang told me about a top-secret place." "There are a lot of benefits." Fang Ping's face was full of disdain. Only a ghost would believe that. Jiang Chao knew about the top-secret place of the domain land? That would be a ghost. Without further ado, Fang Ping looked at the two of them and said, "Be careful, Qin Fengqing. Stop fooling around. Return to Sky South City as soon as possible, and then go back to the surface. Do you hear me?" I know. I'm not a child." Qin Fengqing looked impatient. He waved his hand, too lazy to pay him any attention. Fang Ping did not say much either. He started walking west with Wang Jinyang. After they had walked for a while, Qin Fengqing cursed again. "You really didn't bring me along. I've been given the cold shoulder." Li Hansong chuckled. "Me too. Besides, you're weak to begin with. You don't know sh*t. Qin Fengqing swore. "I, Qin Fengqing, have roamed the catacombs for so many years. I'm the only one who gives the cold shoulder. This time, I've been dragged down by someone. What a joke." Having said that, Qin Fengqing looked at him and said, "You go back first. I'm going to walk around." Li Hansong looked at him and said in surprise, "You're still going to rob? It's very chaotic now. Without Fang Ping." "So what if I don't have Fang Ping?" Qin Fengqing said disapprovingly, "Before he entered MCMAU, I was already roaming the catacombs. Can't I live without him? Ironhead, do you think I'm a greenhouse flower like you? When I was rank 3, I could roam the catacombs freely. I'm already rank 5 now. Stop talking nonsense. I'm leaving. Where are you going? Why do you care where I'm going?" Li Hansong watched him walk away. His expression changed slightly. He said, "Don't do anything stupid, don't bother me. Don't follow me." Qin Fengqing. Li Hansong hurried to catch up. He said seriously, "Where do you want to go?" "This is the direction to the Forbidden Sea." "Don't tell me you want to. You want to go to the bounded domain through the Forbidden Sea?" Thinking of this, Li Hansong's expression changed drastically. He said in a low voice, "The edge of the Forbidden Sea looks calm, but it's the most dangerous place. Even high-ranked powerhouses don't dare to go to the edge of the Forbidden Sea. Even if they do, it's only a small part of it. The people from Star Town walk the edge of the Forbidden Sea. The danger has been cleared." "You're crazy. You really want to go to the bounded domain alone?" Li Hansong was stunned. He was just testing Qin Fengqing. He did not expect Qin Fengqing to really have this idea. Qin Fengqing said as he walked, "Riches come from danger. I came here this time for the sake of the domain. Only by going to the domain can I hope to enter the martial scholar realm in a short period of time. Otherwise, with my aptitude, even if I can eat origin stones like fruits, it will still take more than 10 years. 10 years. Based on the current situation, it'll be too late. Fang Ping won't bring me along. It's not like I don't have legs. It's too dangerous." "Which part of the catacombs isn't dangerous? Can you guarantee that I won't meet a high-ranked on the way back to Sky South City and kill me without a second thought? Entering the catacombs is a gamble with your life. I'll bet on a place with a greater reward." Li Hansong was speechless. He watched him walk further and further away. Just as Qin Fengqing was about to disappear, Li Hansong suddenly chased after him, gritting his teeth. I'll go with you. Qin Fengqing turned his head to look at him. He sneered. Stupid, right? You're an ancient powerhouse resurrected. Your future is destined to be limitless. You're different from me. I'm a gambler with a worthless life. You want to come with me? Gamble with your life? You're destined to become a grandmaster. Your golden bones have recovered. Maybe you'll reach rank 8 soon. What do you want to gamble? Gamble that you'll become a grandmaster in 1 year instead of 3 years? I can afford to gamble because I might not have any hope of becoming a grandmaster. It's not worth it for you to gamble. Li Hansong said in a low voice, since you, Qin Fengqing, dare, why can't I? What do you mean destined to become a grandmaster? I, Li Hansong, don't think I'm weaker than anyone, and I'm not less courageous than anyone. You're only a middle stage rank 5. I'm about to reach rank 6. You dare, but I don't? Not to mention, you ran faster than me before. Now, you can't run as fast as me. I just outrun a rank 7 monster. Also, Fang Ping brought Wang Jinyang with him as a life-saving pill. Don't forget, I have imperishable substances too. Qin Fengqing looked at him for a while. He suddenly squinted and smiled. Ironhead, are you sure you want to come with me? Of course. If I die, everything will be gone. Martial artists have always been walking on the edge of death. All right. Qin Fengqing was suddenly filled with heroism. He laughed. Then let's do something big this time. Fang Ping dares to look down on us and treat us like a burden. Let's go back and sweep the bounded zone. Let him run wild. Ironhead, if I don't die this time, I'll go back and help you find your storage ring. Next time, let's go to the catacombs together. I'll rob people, and you can just follow me like a moving warehouse. If we get anything good, we'll split it 50 to 50, no, 60 to 40. I'll take 60 and you take 40. Don't worry, I'm fair to Fang Ping. That guy is too stingy. He gets 50%, you get 20%, and I get 10%. How despicable. Li Hansong muttered, you're not as strong as me. What's the use of being strong? Grandmasters are stronger than us. You want grandmasters to bring you along to rob? I'm a famous treasure hunter. No good stuff can escape my eyes. Fang Ping not bringing me along is the biggest loss of his life. Li Hansong was silent for a while. As he walked, he suddenly said, Qin Fengqing, do you think you're the reincarnation of the legendary Erlangshan's dog? Qin Fengqing stopped in his tracks. Then, his face darkened. He pulled out his saber and was about to slash him. You're the dog, and a female one at that, I'll slash you to death. As Li Hansong ran, he explained, it's true. I'm being serious. Fang Ping said that we're the reincarnation of heavenly court powerhouses. You might not be a powerhouse. Cough, cough. What I mean is, you're really good at treasure hunting. They say that a dog's nose is the sharpest. You might be a divine dog, you're still talking. Stop fooling around. We're still near Iris City. Li Hansong hurriedly stopped him. He could not help but say, even if you're not a howling celestial hound, could you be another divine beast? Without imperishable substances, maybe you're a reincarnation of a rank 7 divine beast? With strong mentality, you might be resurrected too, don't run. I'll kill you. Qin Fengqing was furious. Why am I a beast resurrected? You better make it clear. Meanwhile, Fang Ping looked back. His eyebrows twitched slightly. After a while, he said, Qin Fengqing and the rest have gone back, right? I think so. This guy can't forget about the bounded zone. With his dog temper and fearless personality, will he really go back obediently? Wang Jinyang hesitated. You mean, Fang Ping shook his head and said nothing more. That guy, he wouldn't be so suicidal, would he, without him bringing him along? If he wanted to go to the bounded zone alone, it would be extremely dangerous. He did not care about them anymore. Now that he was only bringing Wang Jinyang, Fang Ping did not hesitate anymore. He rose into the air, his energy aura revealed. He smiled and said, let's go. We'll fly over openly. Just say that the royal city has been destroyed. We're going to inform Commander Qing Hong to return to the royal city. Wang Jinyang was stunned. But he did not hesitate anymore. He rose into the air. Fang Ping changed his aura. It was the aura of a Rose City rank 5 martial artist. After that, the two of them rose into the air and flew toward the west. After flying for more than an hour, a city appeared in front of the two of them. Fang Ping began to take a detour. The two of them flew over with such great fanfare. In the vicinity of the city, they were quickly noticed. A powerhouse rose into the air from a subsidiary city below, bellowing, "Who are you?" Using flight step without permission. Before he could finish, Fang Ping's eyes were blood red. He bellowed furiously, "We are the Rose City Royal Guards. The royal city has been destroyed. We're going to the bounded zone to inform the Lord Commander. How dare you stop us?" Rose City Royal Guards, the powerhouse in the air paused. He knew that something big had happened last night. However, before the news reached him, he did not expect that Rose City had been destroyed. Hearing this news, the person's expression changed drastically. Seeing that Fang Ping was ready to risk his life if he dared to block his way again, the person in the way coughed softly and said, "If that's the case, both of you must be careful on your way. Also, no matter how urgent the situation is, the royal city cannot be crossed. Otherwise, the lord in the royal city will not sit and do nothing, thank you." Fang Ping did not waste any time. After saying that, he sped away at an extremely fast speed. Seeing how hurried they were, the person in the way sighed softly. "I didn't expect Rose City to be destroyed." As he said that, he shook his head, his expression full of pity and sympathy. As for Wang Jinyang and the other person in the distance, old Wang looked at Fang Ping with admiration. Disregarding everything else, just the ability to lie without blushing or panting made him feel ashamed of his inferiority. His expression was on point too, that mournful, "If you stop me again, I'll fight you to the death" attitude just now was not something an average person could pull off. After flying for a distance, when there was no one nearby, old Wang coughed softly and said, "Fang Ping, does MCMAU have an acting department?" "What? That acting department, or the training courses for actors?" "Brother Wang, I've always called you Brother Wang. I don't like to get carried away, but, from now on, you're Old Wang. Old Wang, I risked my life to accompany you 10,000 miles to save your master, and you're still mocking me. Where's your conscience?" Wang Jinyang did not know whether to laugh or cry. He said helplessly, "I'm not mocking you. I'm impressed, I'm really impressed. Do you think I believe you? You're mocking me." "I'm really not. Old Wang, why do I feel like you're just making a fuss? You just want to call me Old Wang a few times?" Cough, cough. "Is that so? Old Wang, you're such a schemer. I've never thought of it that way." Wang Jinyang was powerless and did not want to speak again. "Old Wang, so be it. Call me whatever you want." Speaking of which, the feeling of flying freely in the catacombs was really great. In the past, the most he could do was fly in his own territory. Once he left his territory, he had to hold it in, hide, and hide. This was the first time he had flown in the sky above the catacomb cities in such an arrogant manner. Fang Ping did not stop in some small towns. When he encountered some affiliated cities, Fang Ping would bluff them a little, and no one would stop him. Other than not flying above the royal city, Fang Ping was practically unrestrained. Not only that, when he flew to the second royal city, he even deliberately flew one round at the royal city's gate and borrowed some energy stones from a rank 6 battle general. He said he wanted to recover his energy and report the news to the land of boundaries. When the rank 6 battle general heard that Rose City had been destroyed, not only did he borrow some energy stones, but he also specially escorted them, reminding them to be more careful along the way. Wang Jinyang really had to give it up. Before he entered the catacombs, he would not have dared to imagine such a scene, a royal city battle general escorting. He could even ask someone to take the initiative to give him some energy stones. Other than Fang Ping, no one at the pinnacle could do this. Compared to Fang Ping and the other two impostors, the real Rose King was more cautious. He brought along a few subordinates and was extremely vigilant along the way, afraid that they would cause a commotion and be discovered. If someone discovered that he was heading to the land of boundaries, he was afraid that something big would happen. The boundary zone was more than 3,000 li away from Iris City. Both Fang Ping and Wang Jinyang were very fast. Ever since he entered rank 6, Fang Ping could reach 500 li per hour at top speed. Of course, this kind of high-speed flight was also very taxing on the body. Unless he was running, Fang Ping would not do it. Fang Ping could still burst forth with a faster speed during a short escape. Wang Jinyang was not slow either, but both of them did not maintain their maximum speed. Right now, both of them maintained a speed close to 300 li per hour as they headed west. Along the way, not only did they encounter the catacombs' human cities, but they also encountered some mountains, rivers, lakes. They even encountered high-ranked monsters showing off. The catacombs was very dangerous. Sometimes, even if Fang Ping released his mentality, he could not detect the danger in time. Just like back in Magic City's catacombs, when Jiao concealed its aura, Fang Ping could not detect its existence at all. Not long after leaving the second royal city, Fang Ping and Wang Jinyang encountered a crisis. Both of them passed by a forest. Fang Ping did not detect the danger in time, and a rank 8 monster released its pressure instantly. A few minutes later, Fang Ping, who was arrogant and despotic earlier, was dispirited. Right now, Fang Ping's face was as white as a sheet, blood flowing out of his orifices. If he did not release his mentality in time to block it, and the monster did not have the intention to chase after him, he would have died from the shock. Wang Jinyang was not much better than him. Although Fang Ping blocked most of the pressure, he was still affected by part of it. In a small kernel, Wang Jinyang looked at Fang Ping with a worried expression. He sighed. "How is it?" "I'm fine." Fang Ping forced a smile, but then said, "We can't fly so openly anymore. After the third royal city, there are no more royal cities in the west, and there are no signs of human activity in the catacombs. In the west, monsters roam freely, and there are also forbidden areas. We have to keep a low profile." Wang Jinyang smiled bitterly. "You're the one who wants to be high profile, but you're also the one who wants to keep a low profile." Although he thought about it, Wang Jinyang still said with a serious expression, "Wu Su had said before that every time a human warrior is escorted to the domain lands, there will be many commander-level experts escorting them, and they may not even arrive safely. These people go to the boundary zone, and when they reach the far west, they even start to walk, visiting every high-ranked monster and monster plant that occupies the mountain. Fang Ping, what should we do? Those high-ranked catacombs powerhouses could also communicate with these beasts and monster plants. Everyone's status was still equal. High-ranked monsters and plants had intelligence and were willing to communicate with powerhouses of the same rank. However, Fang Ping and Wang Jinyang were only rank 5 and 6 martial artists. The other party might not give them face. The far west was full of territories occupied by high-ranked demonic beasts and demonic plants. It was hard to avoid them. If we conceal our presence, it will be very difficult for them to discover us. Take to the skies, the higher the better. It's going to be dark soon, so we'll move at night. We'll directly cross the far west and enter the border of the domain." Wang Jinyang said in a low voice, "There are high-ranked beasts in the sky too." "I know, but there aren't many high-ranked beasts flying in the sky at night. The chances of encountering one aren't high. I can only take a gamble." In the catacombs, as Qin Fengqing had said, it was all a gamble. No matter what rank humans were at, unless they were at the peak, including rank 9 powerhouses, all actions were a gamble. Gambling with life and death. If a rank 9 went out alone, if he was unlucky, he might be surrounded and killed. If Fang Ping and the others wanted to reach the domain, they could only gamble on their luck. Wang Jinyang exhaled softly. After a while, he said, "Also, after crossing the far west and reaching the domain, we still have to cross a small section of the Forbidden Sea tributary. That is the most dangerous place, Fang Ping. Although I know it's useless to say these things now, I still want to say thank you." Wang Jinyang was very serious. This trip to the domain was full of danger. Not to mention Fang Ping, even grandmasters, rank 7 and 8 would not dare to come here alone. They might not even be able to cross the 3 royal cities. Not to mention, the more dangerous far west, the Forbidden Sea tributary, and the final destination, the domain. What's the point of saying all this? Fang Ping laughed. After resting for a while, he felt that his head was not as swollen and painful. He stood up and said, "Let's go, it's getting dark. Let's cross the far west at night. Otherwise, it'll be very difficult for us to cross during the day." Even if he could conceal his presence, 2 living humans were not invisible. There were many beasts in the far west. The probability of being discovered was very high. In broad daylight, the flight step was also a big target. As for digging a tunnel, a few thousand miles, Fang Ping would not be able to dig it even if he dug himself to death. Not to mention, there were monsters and monster plants everywhere. There were also many monsters and monster plants living underground. The Forbidden Land where monsters and monster plants roamed was actually more dangerous than the Royal City. At least the Royal City was not that messy. After a while, Fang Ping and Wang Jinyang set off. Night fell once again. Day and night in the catacombs changed in an instant. There was no gradual process. The night was also extremely dark. This was Fang Ping's second night in the Tiannan catacombs. And just as Fang Ping and Wang Jinyang flew over the third royal city and entered the far west, the 2 of them turned around and flew back. After fleeing desperately for a few minutes, they neared the third royal city. Only then did Fang Ping gulp, cursing under his breath, "What the hell?" Just a few dozen li ahead, there was actually a group of flying monsters resting in the sky. Fang Ping had never heard of monsters not landing on the ground or landing on trees to rest at night. These flying monsters were actually resting in the sky. Moreover, the moment they neared, Fang Ping sensed the rank 7 monster's presence. That was the king of the clan. Wang Jinyang was also scared. It was not just one rank 7 monster there. There were thousands of flying monsters, and many of them were rank 5 and rank 6. If Fang Ping and he really barged in, they would not even know how they died. No wonder the escorts from Rose City are so slow. Wang Jinyang exhaled and said in a low voice, "What should we do? Take a detour?" Fang Ping looked around. If they took a detour, they would reach the edge of the Forbidden Sea further south. If they went north, they might pass by the Forbidden Land later. Of course, the distance between these 2 places was also very far. There was still a gap in between. However, there were flying monsters here. Were there no other places? After thinking for a while, Fang Ping said, "Let's fly to both sides and look for the gap. See if we can go around it." Okay. Half an hour later, Fang Ping and Wang Jinyang returned again. At this moment, Fang Ping's expression was extremely ugly. He cursed under his breath, "Is the far west a monster nest? *CK, there are monsters and monster plants everywhere." Just now, they flew more than 10 li south, ready to cross over. In the end, they had only flown for a short distance when the branches of a towering giant tree suddenly shook, whipping the void, almost whipping Fang Ping and Wang Jinyang down. The monster plants here were different from the monster plants of the Guardian clans. Usually, the Guardian monster plants would not uproot from the ground. In fact, they rarely moved and were like inanimate objects. However, the monster plants here were the wild ones. They would uproot and fly straight into the sky. Not only that, further south, 2 rank 7 monsters were fighting, energy rays reflected in the void. No one knew if they were fighting to the death or playing. In the north, there were also monsters roaring in the forest, restless. The far west was more chaotic than Fang Ping expected. He thought that these monsters and monster plants would not move at night, but he forgot that most of these animals and plants were active at night. In such a mess, even if Fang Ping hid his aura, he still had to be careful of being affected by the aftermath. If they were affected, both of them would be easily discovered. Fang Ping pondered for a moment, turned his head to look at the royal city not far away, and suddenly gritted his teeth. Chaotic, right? Then it's even messy, eh? If it's a mess, I don't believe there won't be a place for us to walk. Fang Ping, what are you going to do? Old Wang looked at him cautiously. Fang Ping exhaled and said, "What else can I do? Same old rules, lure the monsters to attack the city, then take advantage of the chaos to pass through. It's too dangerous." "It's the same," Fang Ping said in a low voice, "otherwise, we can only go to the edge of the Forbidden Sea or the forbidden area of Wanya Mountain." These two places are more dangerous to me. There are only some rank 7 and 8 monsters here. Not to mention the edge of the Forbidden Sea, there are many rank 9s in Wanya Mountain. As he said that, Fang Ping suddenly squatted down and began to dig a hole. Soon, he looked at old Wang and said, "Brother Wang, you hide here for a while. I'll go and lure the flying monsters here. When the road is clear, wait for me, then we'll leave." "You want to go alone?" "I'm a rank 6. My speed is faster than yours. If I unleash my full power, even a rank 7 would have a hard time catching up to me. It'll be more convenient." Wang Jinyang said no more. He wormed his way into the hole in silence, hiding all his aura. If one did not probe carefully or investigate deliberately, it would be difficult to notice that there was someone here. Fang Ping did not waste any time either. He used flight step and left. As soon as he left, Wang Jinyang, who was buried underground, had a determined look in his eyes. His bones suddenly began to disintegrate. Fang Ping said that Qin Fengqing was a burden. He was the same. He wanted to try and see if he could revive himself into a golden skeleton. If he could, he would have completed honing his bone marrow long ago. Perhaps he could achieve a golden skeleton physique that was stronger than Li Hansong's. When that time came, he would no longer be completely helpless against anyone below rank 7, even if he achieved mentality-vitality fusion. In the distance, Fang Ping first hid his aura and carefully approached the edge of the flying monsters. When he was near the edge, Fang Ping suddenly unleashed a catacombs martial artist's rank 6 wave. With a slash of his saber, a few flying monsters at the edge were killed instantly. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Ka. At this moment, in the central area, a crow-like monster screeched. Then, thousands of monsters began to attack Fang Ping. Fang Ping quickly turned around and flew toward the third royal city. His speed was so fast that there was even a sonic boom. Disregarding all consequences, Fang Ping's speed was not slower than that rank 7 monster. The sound of something breaking through the air resounded throughout the land in the dark night. In the distance, the huge city seemed to have heard the commotion. Very soon, a rank 7 aura rose. Fang Ping did not fly above the city. When he was close to the royal city, he suddenly hid all his aura. Then, he landed on the ground and disappeared without a trace. Behind him, a large group of flying monsters chased after him. They began to scream at the place where Fang Ping's aura disappeared. In the royal city, a rank 7 powerhouse came using flight step and shouted, "Blackwing Beast King, you've crossed the line." A Beast King was not necessarily a king realm powerhouse. The strongest powerhouse of a clan could also be called a king. The royal city of the Far West Land had an agreement with the monsters of the Far West Land. Both sides would not invade each other. Now, the Blackwing Beast King had brought its clan and trespassed into the royal city's territory. It had already crossed the line. If it were not for the fact that the two kings in the city had not returned yet, a king realm powerhouse would have chased them away. Ka. A cry mixed with anger was heard. The crow monster was also extremely furious. Myriad Monster Mountain had ordered that the monsters of the Far West Land were not allowed to have conflicts with the humans of the royal city. However, that was under the condition that the other party had not entered the Far West Land. Now, it and its clan were resting when they were ambushed by the royal city martial artists. Some of their descendants were even killed. This made the crow monster furious. As for the royal city at the border of the Far West Land, the guardian monsters and king realm powerhouses had already left. The crow monster had sensed it long ago. Many chieftains and venerables in the city had also left. The crow monster was not afraid. At this moment, hearing the other party scolding, the crow monster also cawed and roared furiously. In the sky above the city, the rank 7 powerhouse said angrily, "It was not done by the Na City martial artists." Ka ka. Insolence. I know all the generals and martial artists of my Na City. That person just now is not from the Na City. Ka ka. A man and a demon conversed for a while. After a while, the crow monster left angrily, bringing thousands of flying monsters with it. After all, this was the royal city. Although it was furious that a few middle-ranked monsters were killed, these monsters would not dare to attack the royal city unless it was absolutely necessary. Not long after the crow monster left with the herd, Fang Ping also sneaked away from below. As for taking advantage of this gap to cross the border with Wang Jinyang, Fang Ping felt that it was not too safe. If both parties met, it would be troublesome. Therefore, not long after the crow monster led the team back, it was ambushed again. It was the same routine as before. At the border, a few flying monsters were killed instantly. Just like before, Fang Ping continued to run in the direction of the royal city, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. 2 consecutive times, in a rage. The crow monster bombarded the place where Fang Ping disappeared. It did not even bother about the rank 7 chieftain and led the team away again. Just when the crow monster and the royal city chieftain were extremely vigilant, guarding against the third ambush, further south, a towering giant tree rose into the sky, whipping the void, heading straight for the royal city. Not long after, to the north, a striped tiger roared, unable to restrain its anger. Fang Ping lit fires everywhere, taking the initiative to provoke them. After provoking them, he ran toward the royal city. However, the few monsters were more timid. After roaring for a while, they did not dare to attack the city and quickly retreated. Inside the royal city, there were already 2 rank 7 chieftains. They were extremely vigilant, not daring to leave the royal city's perimeter without permission, in case the monsters attacked the city. Not long after, the rank 9 monster aura energy stone guarding the lighthouse in a subsidiary city suddenly disappeared, stolen. After a while, dozens of monsters began to attack the city. This kind of thing did not happen only in one place. Before this place had calmed down, chaos broke out in another place. At this moment, Fang Ping suddenly discovered a good idea. As long as he stole the gigantic energy stone from those places that did not have high-ranked powerhouses guarding them, it would be very easy to attract the attention of the monsters without the suppression of the rank 9 monster plant aura. And this was also a trick that Qin Fengqing liked to use. However, Qin Fengqing could only snatch these energy stones by force. Fang Ping was different. He concealed his aura and approached quietly. Unless a powerhouse who could release mentality kept an eye on him, otherwise, no one would be able to discover his whereabouts. The energy stone suddenly disappeared. That was because he had kept it in his storage space, leaving almost no trace. There were many monsters in the land of Far West. It was also easier to attract monster herds here. When Fang Ping attacked everywhere, the area near Na City began to fall into chaos. The battle cries were endless. Every city and city's distress signal kept rising. The monsters were rioting. Without the 2 king ranks guarding, there were only 2 rank 7 chieftains left in the city. At this moment, they did not dare to leave the royal city at all. Under such a situation, Na City, which had been peaceful for many years, seemed to be in a precarious situation. Chaos, chaos. Far away from Na City, in the darkness, Fang Ping muttered in his heart. The more chaotic it was, the more advantageous it was for him. At this moment, Fang Ping felt a little regretful. If he still had a lot of energy stones, or if he had reached rank 7, this royal city would be finished tonight. It was a pity that the high-ranked monsters did not attack the city now. The 2 rank 7 chieftains were in the city as a deterrent. He did not know if there were stronger powerhouses underground. He dared not take the risk to go to the underground mineral vein. When I reach rank 7 or 8, these royal cities are almost free for me to plunder when the rank 9s are not in the city. However, it was rare for 2 rank 9s in a city to leave at the same time. At this moment, Fang Ping still did not know that the 2 rank 9s in Na City did not just leave. The monster that Nan Yunyue killed the first moment he entered the catacombs was actually the guardian monster of this royal city. The city lord was currently in another city thousands of miles away, not daring to leave without permission. A large number of killings and the soaring smell of blood caused the monsters in the entire land of Far West to be a little restless. While Fang Ping was lighting fires everywhere, somewhere not far away from him, Rose King almost cursed. Why did the land of Far West suddenly fall into chaos out of nowhere? Initially, he wanted to go over quietly. With his rank 9 strength, as long as he was careful, it would be easier for him to cross the land of Far West than Fang Ping. Although Fang Ping could restrain his aura, his speed was not as fast as him. His flight step was also not as high as him. In fact, it was easier for him to be discovered than him. But now, the situation was chaotic. There were monsters everywhere. It was not so easy to hide his whereabouts. After killing a rank 6 monster with one palm, Rose King's face was gloomy. When he saw a rank 7 monster flying over, he gritted his teeth and said coldly, "Let's do it together. Kill it quickly and cross the land of Far West quickly." At this moment, if they left this place, they would be discovered by this monster. If they did not leave, it would be even worse. As long as they got close, the monster would discover their existence very quickly. Only by killing this demonic beast would they be able to silence it and leave the Far West region as quickly as possible. King. The rest of them were visibly moved. Once they killed a rank 7 monster, the movement would not be small. Not only would it be easy to be discovered, it might also cause a stir in Xianxia Mountain, making the situation even more chaotic. Hurry up. Before Xianxia Mountain can react, I will have crossed the land of Far West. Rose King's eyes were cold. This time, it was either succeed or die. Entering the bounded zone was a big taboo. Now that things had come to this, even if Xianxia Mountain found out that he was the one who killed the commander-level monster, so what? Since Rose King had spoken, the others did not say anything else. When the monster flew over with flight step, a rank 9, a rank 8, and 2 rank 7 powerhouses attacked at the same time. At this moment, the monster did not have any strength to fight back. It was killed instantly. Boom, a loud explosion was heard. In the next moment, Rose King grabbed a few subordinates, rose into the air, and flew toward the west. They could not delay any longer. While Rose King was crossing the land of Far West with her people, the rank 7 monster was killed. Some high-ranked monsters nearby also noticed it. The mournful roar resounded throughout the vast wasteland. A large number of high-ranked monsters and monster plants began to gather near Tooth City. A commander-level monster was killed. Roar. Gaga. The chaotic roar spread throughout the entire land of Far West. In the land of Far West, there were only 2 places that had the ability to kill a commander-level monster quickly. Tooth City and Xianxia Mountain. Xianxia Mountain would not do that. Then it could only be Tooth City. Although many monsters knew that the 2 monarchs of Tooth City had left, no one knew if the king of Tooth City had returned. If the rank 9 did not deliberately reveal his whereabouts, it was difficult for monsters like them to find out. A large number of monsters began to gather in Tooth City. As for Fang Ping, he stopped fanning the flames and found Wang Jinyang. As soon as he found Wang Jinyang, Fang Ping said with a pale face, "Take the chance to cross the land of Far West now." F***ck, guess what I saw? What? So many powerhouses. Just now, when Rose King killed the rank 7 monster, Fang Ping was not too far away from him. He hid his aura and did not move, so Rose King did not notice him. Fang Ping, on the other hand, could feel that extremely powerful energy fluctuation. It might be a rank 9 powerhouse. Fang Ping quickly rose into the air with Wang Jinyang and said quickly, "I seem to feel a familiar energy fluctuation. It's the aura of the rank 7 who fought with the giant horned beast in Rose City." Wang Jinyang's expression changed slightly. He asked in a low voice, "What do you mean?" "Rose City's rank 9. Fang Ping's eyeballs kept moving. He said quickly, "Rose City's rank 9 brought a group of people, killed a rank 7 monster, and flew west too. I'm afraid their goal is also the land of boundaries." "Old Wang, what do you think they want to do? Are they going to help the people in the restricted area?" "But the catacombs powerhouses have a peace agreement with the monsters and monster plants. Why would they kill a rank 7 monster out of nowhere?" Fang Ping said these things quickly. At this moment, many of the monsters that blocked the way had gone to Royal City. Some seemed to be chasing after Rose King's group, which gave them a chance to cross the land of Far West. Wang Jinyang thought quickly and said, "You mean, they are lurking here and don't want to be discovered?" "Yes. For the corpse of a peerless powerhouse?" "It's very likely," Fang Ping said, his eyes flickering. "If that's the case, the catacombs are not united. Otherwise, since someone from the restricted area has come, there's no need for him to come again." Fang Ping said quickly, "Forget it. Let's take this opportunity to cross this place first. We'll talk later." "All right." Both of them stopped talking. Taking advantage of the monsters and monster plants that blocked the way ahead to leave, they quickly began to cross the dangerous area. The land of Far West spanned thousands of miles. Even if they moved forward at full speed, it would take 2 to 3 hours. Fang Ping and Wang Jinyang were also very vigilant. The monsters and monster plants at the periphery had been lured away. There were no monsters in the central area or the western area. Fang Ping was looking forward to Rose King's group in front. They could attract more monsters and monster plants' attention, giving them a chance. As for the people from Rose City, why did they come to the land of boundaries instead of dealing with the aftermath of Royal City's explosion? Fang Ping had a rough idea. However, he did not know if he could make use of it. He would think about it when the time came. That night, there was a riot in the land of Far West. Rose King and her entourage killed another rank 7 monster along the way, but it also caused quite a commotion. A large number of monsters began to chase this group of people. In the forbidden land of Myriad Demon Mountain, there were also rank 9 monster kings chasing along the way. Fang Ping and Wang Jinyang, on the other hand, were cautious, rushing along the way. Fang Ping made up his mind. If he obtained some energy stones in the bounded zone this time, he would come back to blow up the city. It would be a pity. A few royal cities did not seem to have rank 9 guards. Just as Fang Ping and his entourage crossed the land of Far West, Tiannan City, Nan Yingyue and her entourage also retreated. Although they returned without any success this time, Nan Yingyue was extremely surprised. Looking in the direction of Rose City, she murmured, "Where's the city lord of Rose City?" Beside her, Zhang Weiyu also said with a strange look, "Not in Rose City. Not here. This is interesting." Just now, this group of people set out together, preparing to kill the 2 rank 9s in Rose City. In the end, they almost surrounded and killed the Rose. It was the powerhouses from the city behind who arrived in time, forcing them to retreat. But now, the situation was getting more and more interesting. In the midst of the battle, everyone realized that Rose King was missing. Previously, the Rose was going crazy, and the others did not notice it. The other party covered up the fact that Rose King was not there. But now, everyone realized that the Rose King had disappeared. At this moment, there seemed to be some turbulence in Rose City. A king suddenly disappeared. Where could he go? Rose King said that Rose King went to chase the culprit who destroyed the city, but did he need to go in stealth to do so? As a rank 9 powerhouse, would Rose King not have anything to chase the culprit who destroyed the city? Nan Yingyue and her entourage were still puzzled. In the Na City in the west, a rank 7 commander-level powerhouse was almost here, looking for the 2 kings to return. There was a riot in the land of Far West. Monsters began to attack the city. A commander-level powerhouse was extremely fast when he unleashed his power without any regard for his life. Although the distance between the two was extremely far, a rank 9 powerhouse's sensing range was also very wide. Of course, a rank 9 martial artist would not be able to sense the movement in Na City from here, unless rank 9 powerhouses fought and a great battle broke out, the pressure shaking the sky. The fight between rank 7 and 8 would not affect them. However, when the rank 7 chieftain unleashed his full power, the city lord of Tooth City, who was a few hundred li away from Rose City, still sensed a familiar aura. In the next moment, this king's expression changed violently, and he turned around and left without even looking back. The expressions of the other experts who were still questioning the rose flower changed again and again. What now? In less than 2 days, 5 king realms had died, Rose City had been destroyed, and the Rose King had gone missing. Monster Feather City had been sealed off, and the 2 kings had not come out. Now, even the Tooth City seemed to be in trouble. The Tooth City was located in the extreme west. Could it be that the Wanyao Mountain had rebelled? While these catacombs kings were still thinking, the Rodent King, who had already gone far away, suddenly unleashed a powerful psychic pressure. In the next moment, it led its subordinate commander-level powerhouses to the west without looking back. The Rodent King is gone. Bastard! At this moment, the other King Realm experts were furious. Another guy who ran away at the slightest disagreement. Out of the 22 King Realms, 5 were dead, and 2 were not leaving the city. Out of the 2 in Rose City, 1 was missing, and the other was playing dead without saying a word. Now, the Rodent King had also left. Here, other than the Rose Flower, there were 12 King Realm experts left. There were fewer and fewer people. What was going on? If this went on, something big would happen. the other Monster Life Clan powerhouse's eyes were also flickering, a little uneasy. Monster Life Clan had suffered a great loss this time. Now, the Rodent King had left, and the Monster Feather City was not leaving. Only 3 Monster Life Clan powerhouses, 2 guardian monsters, and a city lord were left. Seeing that the 3 of them were wavering, a Monster Plant Clan powerhouse said angrily, "What are you trying to do? Do you really want to be caught in one fell swoop? Right now, we have more people than them. Once you leave." Iris King. This time, Monster Life Clan has suffered a great loss. Those who were killed were all Monster Life Clan powerhouses. The true king opposite Imperial Sea Mountain is a true king powerhouse of your Monster Plant Clan. You and the Land of Rebirth powerhouses really didn't have a secret agreement? At this moment, the only remaining Monster Life City Lord said eerily. Without waiting for the other party to speak, he said eerily, "Did you destroy Monster Life Clan's foundation in the 11 southern regions? Where did the Rose King go? Something big seems to have happened in Rodent City. Don't let me know that it has anything to do with the Rose King, or else." Having said that, the Monster Life Clan City Lord Powerhouse turned around and shouted, "Venerable Earth Dragon, go after them and ask the Rodent King what happened. Why did he suddenly leave? What happened in Rodent City? Did something happen in Myriad Monster Mountain, or is it that someone is playing tricks in the dark, trying to do something?" As soon as he said that, a rank 8 powerhouse quickly flew toward the west. The 2 level 9 monster beasts also stood together with the King Realm expert with great vigilance, slightly distancing themselves from the expert of the Monster Plant Clan. Before this, they did not think much about the Monster Dragon King's suspicion. But now, 4 of the 5 dead King Realm powerhouses were from Monster Life Clan. As for the Monster Plant Clan, as the pro-war faction, they only had 1 dead, and the Rose King had disappeared without a trace. Was there something wrong with them? The restricted area True King opposite Imperial Sea Mountain was a True King powerhouse of the Monster Plant Clan. Currently, Monster Life Clan did not have a True King guarding the 11 southern regions. In fact, the True King of Monster Life Clan did not even care about this place. Without a True King holding the line, who knew what the Monster Plant Clan was thinking, the Monster Dragon King's words enraged the Monster Plant Clan powerhouses. For a moment, both sides were in a state of mutual hostility. But at this moment, the Monster Plant Clan powerhouses also knew that they could not fight among themselves. Even if they wanted to kill the Monster Dragon King right now, that would prove his words and cause great trouble. One should know that there were still 6 rank 9 monsters alive in Monster Life Clan. Over at Rose City, it was a little chaotic. Tiannan City. Nan Yinue and the others were also confused. Why did another person leave? The Rodent City Lord has left. Nan Yinue was also a little confused now. She frowned and said, "Could it be that he went to invite the monster beasts and monster plants of Myriad Monster Mountain to come out of the mountain?" Zhang Weiyu frowned and said, "There are 13 rank 9s on the other side now, but Rose City was severely injured previously. There are only 12 of them who still have rank 9 combat strength. Mayor Nan, should we?" Nan Yinue said with a slight headache, "The current situation is somewhat out of our control. Where did the Rose City Lord go? Did he really disappear, or is he hiding in the dark? Why did the Rodent City Lord suddenly leave? Will he come back when we're fighting?" Nan Yinue was really having a headache. If the rank 9s on the other side were not separated but gathered together, she would not have so many doubts. But now, both sides were facing each other out of nowhere. A great battle could break out at any time. However, the other side left 2 rank 9s. This was a little confusing. She even suspected that there was a conspiracy. The situation in the Tiannan catacombs is getting more and more confusing. Nan Yinue murmured. Beside her, Minister Wang coughed softly and said, "Don't tell me those kids are stirring up trouble again?" Nan Yinue was speechless. Stirring up trouble? How could they provoke Rodent City? Rodent City is 2,000 li away from here. She did not even want to say it. Could those guys make it through? If something had happened in Iris City, she would have believed that these fellows were the culprits. But they were already in the far west. Where could those guys run to? Minister Wang thought about it and felt that it made sense. At this moment, Yang Daohong, who had been quiet all this while, suddenly said, "Chief Nan, Guardian Zhang, Deputy Commander Li, now that the Rodent King has left, I have to leave too. When he said this, Nan Yunhua frowned slightly. Now, the humans had 11 rank 9s on their side. Plus those rank 7s and 8s, they had a huge advantage against the other side. But with Yang Daohong's departure, there was one less rank 9. The advantage of the Rodent King's departure was instantly evened out. However, the bounded domain was indeed very important. Nan Yunhua sighed softly and said, although I really want Clan Lord Yang to stay, I've already made it clear before we came. If you want to leave, you can do as you please. However, Clan Lord Yang, please be careful, thank you. Yang Daohong did not say anything more. There was indeed no way for him to stay any longer. The others in Stellar Sky City had already left for a day. If he did not leave, these people would be in great danger. Yang Daohong soon left, walking along the edge of the Forbidden Sea. As he left, Nan Yunhua helplessly said, with Clan Lord Yang gone, our advantage has diminished. What a pity. As she said this, Nan Yunhua's expression turned solemn. Everyone, although there have been many accidents this time, they have all developed in a direction that is advantageous to us. This is a rare opportunity. As I said before, focus on killing rank 9 monster beasts and monster plants. As for the other ranks, focus on killing monster beasts and monster plants. Only by killing these monster beasts and monster plants can we rapidly increase our combat strength. As Nan Yunhua said this, she looked at Wu Quishan and said, Vice-Chancellor Wu, in this battle, you have contributed greatly. Although the 2 rank 9 monster beasts were severely damaged, most of them were still preserved. We will first help you condense your divine weapon into a true rank 9 divine weapon. Later, Guardian Zhang and I will each restrain 2 rank 9s while the Rodent King is away. You guys surround Rose Flower and the other rank 7 and 8 martial artists and monsters. Kill them all. Wu Quishan's gaze flickered slightly. His short sword was not a true rank 9 divine weapon. After all, his heart and brain were only rank 8. Although he had added a section of the Sky Gate tree's trunk in the later stages, it was still only a small section. Although it was stronger than a typical rank 8 divine weapon, it was still not as good as a true rank 9 divine weapon. Today, Nan Yunhua and the others had killed 2 rank 9 monster beasts, but they did not preserve too many valuable items. Even so, it was enough to help him condense a rank 9 divine weapon. After all, his divine weapon was not far from a true rank 9. Nan Yunhua saw that he did not speak and paused before saying, however, to help you condense a rank 9 divine weapon, you and the other 2 from MCMAU have all used up your battle merits. Originally, I wanted to wait until we returned to apply for a batch of life essence for you. But now, a country had its laws, and a family had its rules. In this battle, everyone had contributed. There was no reason for Wu Quishan to take all the spoils in the end. That was unfair to the others. Even if it was important to increase Wu Quishan's combat strength, the 3 from MCMAU were not enough to exchange for these materials to help Wu Quishan condense a true rank 9 divine weapon. At this time, they had already made an exception. It was necessary during wartime. When the war was over, there would be no benefits for Wu Quishan. Wu Quishan heard this and laughed. That's how it should be. If not for the current situation, helping me condense a rank 9 divine weapon should not have been necessary. Since I've already taken advantage of you, I will naturally think of a way to deal with the subsequent matters. He was not the only rank 8 in the country. His life essence was limited. Although he had destroyed a large amount of imperishable substance, he was not dead. His combat strength was still there. It was just that the chances of advancing were slim. Because of this, the government might not be willing to pay a huge price to help him replenish those imperishable substances. After all, whether Wu Quishan could break through to rank 9 was also unknown. Using an incomparably huge price to gamble on the unknown, the government was rational, not emotional. The probability of gambling on this probability was not high. Unless it was someone like Nan Yunhua who gambled on the chance of advancing to the peak. The government would agree no matter how big the price was. This was a transformation that could really change the situation of the war. After Nan Yunhua said this, Lu Fengre wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, she did not speak. At this moment, helping Wu Quishan condense a rank 9 divine weapon would increase his chances of survival. As for the follow-up, if he lost his life here, there would be no follow-up. Even if the imperishable substance was destroyed, he would not die immediately. Even if he could not advance to rank 9, being alive was the biggest hope. Lu Fengger glanced at Tang Feng and said in a low voice, "Your battle achievements. I will think of a way to compensate you later." Tang Feng grinned. "No need. When Fang Ping comes back, just ask him to get some life essence for me to replenish." Lu Fengger was speechless. "You're so King confident. I've never thought about this. What do you think? Besides, it's hard to say where those brats are now." Just as Nan Yingyue and the group were helping Lu Quishan condense a real rank 9 divine weapon, Fang Ping did not know that there were a lot of people in South Sky City who wanted him to help them get the life essence in the future. At this moment, Fang Ping and Wang Jinyang could not be more careful. Even so, the two of them were still targeted by a rank 7 flying monster. Flying, burrowing, playing dead, digging holes, in short, the two of them used all kinds of techniques. Only when their brains were about to explode did they escape the pursuit. Deep underground, Fang Ping panted. After a while, Fang Ping said with a face full of hatred, "A rank 7 monster dared to chase me like this. I will definitely raid its nest later. Old Wang, I'm a rank 6 martial artist after all. This is only one rank higher than me. Why is it so bad? When Old Manly was rank 6, he even dared to kill a rank 8. This is too unfair." Wang Jinyang said weakly, "You still have the mood to talk about this at a time like this." Along the way, Wang Jinyang really had some faint thoughts of giving up. This was the way to come. What about the way back? This time, the journey to find a master was really a million times more difficult than climbing a mountain of swords and diving into a sea of flames. Rank 7 and 8 monsters and monster plants were everywhere. He had not met any rank 9 monsters yet, but he would probably meet them when he reached the boundary zone. If the teacher was still alive, did he know how many earth-shattering things he had done to find him? No, perhaps it should be Fang Ping. Did the teacher know how many things a young man he did not know had done to find him? However, after glancing at Fang Ping, Wang Jinyang felt a little helpless. This guy seemed to be quite excited. Did this journey to find a master give this guy a reason to indulge himself? Without the excuse of finding a master, Fang Ping might not have done these things. Not thinking about it anymore, Wang Jinyang said in a low voice, "We are more than 200 li away from the Forbidden Sea tributary. Should we rest for a while or continue?" "Continue." Fang Ping licked his lips and said softly, "The people from Rose City are just ahead. Although they are faster than us, there are many monsters and monster plants blocking their way. Their speed is not much faster than ours. Don't lose them. See if we can trick them to death." For example, when they want to cross the Forbidden Sea tributary, they must be very careful. If we make a big commotion, can we trick them to death? Don't you mess around. Wang Jinyang's face turned green. This guy must be crazy. The Forbidden Sea was the catacombs' first forbidden land. Even if it was just a tributary, there were countless hidden dangers. If they messed around in the Forbidden Sea, even a rank 9 would die, let alone them. Fang Ping laughed. "Don't worry. I said if there's a chance. If there's no chance, of course I won't mess around. If I'm discovered by a rank 9, I can't even escape. I don't want to die young." Wang Jinyang warned, "It's good that you know. Let's go. Don't talk nonsense. This time, let's have a good time. Enjoy the pleasure of crossing thousands of beasts without a single leaf touching us." Fang Ping said excitedly, "You don't say. This environment is really exciting. Even the circulation of my vitality force and mentality is much smoother. Between life and death, there are great horrors, but there are also great opportunities." Wang Jinyang nodded slightly. He was about the same. Although he had not fought with monsters many times, this environment alone was enough to make people feel the danger of death at any time. This sense of danger also stimulated him to become stronger. At this moment, Wang Jinyang felt that if he was given a little more time, he might be able to step into peak rank 5 very soon. After chatting with Wang Jinyang for a while, Fang Ping dared not chat too much here. Very soon, both of them used flight step again, flying toward the west. This time, Fang Ping felt that he was really the son of destiny. Just as they were about to leave the far west land, Fang Ping and the others' route coincided with Rose King's party. After the coincidence, Fang Ping actually found a broken monster's carcass underground. Rank 7 monster. Fang Ping landed, extremely vigilant, but also a little excited. He stood a distance away from the carcass and could not help but say excitedly, "The people from Rose City killed it. They didn't take it with them." That's right, they did not have a storage ring, and they were in a hurry to leave. Why would they take the carcass with them? At this moment, Fang Ping even remembered what happened before. At that time, the people from Rose City had also killed a monster. It seemed like they had just killed it and ran away immediately. Fang Ping felt a little regretful. He was a little scared at that time, so he did not dare to go over. Otherwise, he might have picked up another monster's carcass. In front of him was a monster's carcass with spotted leopard patterns. There were some big holes in the carcass, but it was still considered intact. Fang Ping glanced at it and said excitedly, "The heart and brain are intact. The people from Rose City did not dig them away either. Does this mean the heart and brain are still there? They can be used to forge divine weapons?" The other party seemed to have a rank 9 powerhouse with them. These rank 7 monsters might not have the chance to self-destruct. Looking at the monster's carcass, these two parts did not suffer too much damage. They probably did not have the chance to self-destruct. Thinking was just thinking. Fang Ping did not have the time to dig them up. He took a step forward and quickly collected the carcass. Now, the 50 cubic meters of space, together with some of the gains from before, was completely filled. If we encounter more monster carcasses, there will be no place to put them. Fang Ping muttered in a low voice. He did not stay for long and left quickly with Wang Jinyang. This time, Fang Ping really walked in the direction that Rose King and the others left. Maybe, he could still pick up the carcass. Back then, Zhang Tao could pick up the carcass of a rank 9 monster plant. Fang Ping felt that he might be able to too. Of course, it would be extremely difficult for Rose King and the others to kill a rank 9. They might not have the chance. However, picking up a rank 8 carcass might not be impossible. Thinking was just thinking. Although they did not encounter any danger along the way, they did not encounter the opportunity to pick up the carcass either. At this moment, Fang Ping pulled old Wang and squatted down quietly, hiding behind a huge rock. In front of them, there was a river that was not too wide. At a glance, it seemed to be less than 1,000 meters wide. 1,000 meters was considered extremely wide for an ordinary river. However, the Forbidden Sea was boundless. In front of them was a tributary of the Forbidden Sea. It was only 1,000 meters wide, which was not considered much. However, it was this 1,000-meter wide tributary that made the group stop in their tracks. About 2,000 to 3,000 meters away from Fang Ping and the others, a group of people stopped in their tracks. It was the group from Rose City. Previously, Rose City had 1 rank 9, 1 rank 8, 2 rank 7s, and 5 rank SIXS. However, right now, there were only 2 rank 6 martial artists left. The rest of them had already perished when they crossed the far west. Fang Ping and Wang Jinyang did not dare to move. Even their breathing stopped. Both of them peeked their heads out quietly. It was the first time they faced a catacombs rank 9 so close to a rank 9. Of course, it was Wang Jinyang's first time. Fang Ping had also come into close contact with catacombs rank 9 when he was in Gigantic Willow City and Skygate City. Just as both of them peeked their heads out carefully, in front of them, Rose King suddenly lifted a rank 6 martial artist and threw him toward the opposite side. "King!" A shrill cry rang out. The next moment, in the calm Forbidden Sea tributary, a long black object suddenly shot out from the water, piercing through the rank 6 martial artist instantly. The long object wrapped around the corpse and fell into the water surface quickly, disappearing without a trace. Rose King was indifferent. After watching for a while, she suddenly walked to the right. After walking for about a few thousand meters, Fang Ping almost could not see the other party. At this moment, the shrill cry rang out again. Queen Rose tossed the other rank 6 martial artist out. In the water, another beam of light shot out, killing the rank 6 martial artist in an instant and disappearing with the corpse. behind the boulder. Fang Ping wiped the non-existent sweat off his forehead. Was she testing whether there were monsters in the water or not? The Forbidden Sea's seawater was very strange. Mentality could not penetrate it, even rank 9 martial artists. Whether there were monsters in the water or not, one could not sense it when the other party did not emerge from the water surface. Rose King tossed 2 rank 6 martial artists consecutively, perhaps to test the water's safety. Even a rank 9 was so cautious. It was just a small tributary. With 2 rank 6 martial artists dead, there were only 1 rank 8 and 2 rank 7 martial artists left on Rose City's side. Fang Ping did not dare to look there directly, but he was staring at it from the corner of his eyes. Would Rose King use rank 7 and 8 martial artists as test subjects? Also, how would he and Old Wang go over? Even a rank 9 was so cautious. Also, why did she not fly higher? Could it be that there were dangers at high altitudes too? No matter how strong the monsters in the water were, they could not possibly kill a rank 9 in a few thousand meters in one move, could they? Why did Rose King not fly higher to cross the Forbidden Sea? Fang Ping stared at it carefully. He was unfamiliar with this place. Whether or not he could trick Rose King and the rest, he had to figure out how to cross the sea. If flight step was dangerous, then he would have to be careful. Before this, Fang Ping was actually thinking of using flight step to cross. Fang Ping and Wang Jinyang did not speak. They did not dare to speak. Although they were a few thousand meters away, it did not mean that rank 9 powerhouses could not hear them. These people's skulls had long been honed. Even if they could not sense auras, they had sharp ears and eyes. It was not strange for them to hear sounds. While looking at Rose King and the rest from the corner of his eyes, Fang Ping was also looking at the opposite side of the Forbidden Sea tributary. In the dark night, the opposite side of the river was dead silent. Even Fang Ping's eyesight could not see too far. He only felt that it was a little frightening. In the distance, Rose King and the rest walked forward again. They gave up on this side and walked further away. Fang Ping did not follow them. When he could no longer see them, he said in a voice as low as a mosquito, "Let's follow them and see how they cross the river." Wang Jinyang nodded slightly. He and Fang Ping floated in the air, afraid that they would make a sound when they stepped on the ground. After a while, a few silhouettes appeared in front of them again. At this moment, Rose King was still holding 2 deer-like monsters in her hands. Their abilities were not strong, only rank 3 or 4. Fang Ping saw the Rose King being tossed out again. This time, the deer-like monster was knocked unconscious. It did not make a sound. As soon as the monster was tossed out, it was once again swallowed by a huge mouth that emerged from the water. Fang Ping could not determine the abilities of the monsters in the water. However, Rose King continued to leave, walking further away. This happened a few times. They walked more than 10 li in a row. A few high-ranked powerhouses from Rose City had also caught some monsters as pathfinders. Rose King seemed to have confirmed the place to cross the river. At this moment, Fang Ping's expression changed. Rose King, who seemed to be preparing to cross the river, also changed her expression. She turned her head to look behind her. In the pitch-black sky, a monster that looked like a pterosaur was flying through the air. Its rank 9 aura was exuding without restraint. Roar! A loud roar was heard. Rose King shouted, "Giant Wings King! I'm just passing by Myriad Demon Mountain and heading to the bounded zone. I have no intention of offending you." Roar! The roar became louder. In the distance, the pterosaur monster did not listen at all. He had killed a few commander-level monsters in the far west. Was this how he was passing by? A violent roar was heard. In the next moment, the pterosaur flew through the air, its 2 huge wings flapping violently. Fang Ping and the others were still very far away. At this moment, they also felt a huge force coming at them. They felt like they could not stand still. As for the few people from Rose City who were facing it head-on, other than Rose King who did not move an inch, the other 3 could not help but take a few steps back. One of the rank 7 chieftains took a few steps back, approaching the calm river. In the end, before he could react, a huge claw emerged from the river, grabbed him, and dragged him into the water in an instant. The water rippled for a moment, then returned to normal. Fang Ping's face turned green. This was 2F** King dangerous. What rank was the monster in the water? A rank 7 powerhouse was dragged away just like that. There was not even a ripple. Rose King's expression changed drastically. Obviously, he did not expect that there would be a powerful monster hiding in the place he had just probed. Not only him, even the pterosaur monster's movements were sluggish. Only then did he remember that this was the Forbidden Sea area. The first forbidden land of the catacombs. Even the Forbidden Zone was not as dangerous as this place. One could imagine how terrifying it was. A small tributary had subdued 2 rank 9s. Fang Ping and Wang Jinyang broke out in cold sweat. Giant Wing King, are you really going to stop me? A commander-level powerhouse died just like that. Rose King's expression was extremely ugly. Rose City did not have many powerhouses to begin with. Although they came with the mentality of winning or dying, the rank 7 martial artists were still useful in the future. Dying just like that was much more serious than losing a few rank SIXS. In the air, Giant Wing King roared continuously. Rose King's expression was ugly, continuing to shout, I want to go to the bounded zone. Do you really want to fight with me here? Giant Wing King seemed to hesitate. After a moment, he suddenly retreated a distance, but he did not leave. This time, it was Rose King's turn to be in a dilemma. Cross the river, or what? Giant Wing King did not leave, looking like he was watching a show. If he wanted to chase the other party away, he could only fight with the other party. However, if he did not chase the other party away, if he was ambushed while crossing the sea, then he would be in big trouble. It was only a distance of 1,000 meters. With full outburst, he could cross it in 2 seconds. However, for a powerhouse like him, 2 seconds was enough to decide life and death. Also, this place was very dangerous. He had to change places. Now that Giant Wing King was here, could he still go and capture monsters to test the waters? If he did not capture monsters, could he let the remaining rank 8 and rank 7 scout the way? Moreover, now that Giant Wing King had arrived, if he did not cross the sea to the bounded zone, would he still have the chance to go? Just as Rose King was in a dilemma, Fang Ping was looking forward to the 2 rank 9s fighting. Killing one was one, a dead rank 9 monster. Even if its heart and brain were dug out, Rose King would definitely not take the carcass away. It was also a good thing. If Rose King was killed, humans would have one less rank 9 enemy. It was also a good thing. At this time, Fang Ping still did not know that Rose King's body stored a large amount of life essence. Otherwise, he would probably want both of them to fight as soon as possible. It would be best if both of them died. However, these catacombs rank 9s were not so impulsive. A fight between rank 9s rarely happened unless it was a last resort. Unless it was against the land of rebirth martial artists. Rose King paused for a moment, bringing the remaining 2 trembling martial artists and continuing to walk to the right. After walking for a while, Giant Wing King also moved, looking like he was going to watch the show to the end. This made Queen Rose's expression turn extremely ugly. However, he did not care about Giant Wing King. This time, after walking a certain distance, Rose King instructed the remaining rank 7 to attack the surface of the water instead of letting the other party cross the river. Attacking the surface of the water was relatively safer. But in reality, the Forbidden Sea was very special. When a powerful attack reached the water's surface, it would be weakened countless times, unable to harm the demonic beasts in the water. This kind of attack could only be said to be better than nothing. Let's see if it can probe the existence of some demonic beasts. The rank 7 martial artist was also extremely careful, only starting to attack the surface of the water from a great distance. The powerful attack hit the surface of the water, but it only set off weak ripples. Rose Queen was very dissatisfied, but she had no intention of doing it herself. Demonic beasts were very vengeful. Once he attacked, it would be easy for the demonic beasts to attack him. Now, however, the one who made the move was this rank 7 martial artist. Even if there were really monsters lurking later, their first target would not be him. The Catacombs King realm was selfish to begin with. In Rose King's opinion, it was worth it to reduce the risk and lose a rank 7. The rank 7 chieftain attacked more than 10 times in a row, but there was still no movement on the surface of the water. Rose King turned her head and glanced at Giant Wing King, her gaze cold. Initially, she wanted to probe clearly before crossing the sea. Now, this was the only way. As a rank 9 powerhouse, even if there were really powerful monsters lurking in the water, they could forget about killing him instantly. As for the probing earlier, it was mainly to protect the few rank 7 and 8 martial artists around her. But now, at this point, if these people really died here, there was nothing she could do. Not thinking about this anymore, Rose King waited for a moment, then said in a low voice, "Cross the sea here." King, the remaining rank 7 chieftain was Commander Qinglan, whom Fang Ping was somewhat familiar with. At this moment, Commander Qinglan's eyes were full of fear. In front of him was the Forbidden Sea, behind him was a rank 9 beast king. Right now, the most dangerous person to cross the sea was none other than him. Earlier, his companion was dragged into the sea by a monster. That was at least a rank 9 monster, in this small tributary, who knew how many rank 9 monsters were hiding. Cross the sea? Rose King's expression was cold. She glanced at him. After a moment, she said, "Qinglan, you stay in the middle. I will support you from the back. Qinghe, you go in front." The rank 8 golden body Qinghe did not speak. He did not have the guts to refuse. Walking in front might be the most dangerous, but it might also be the safest. If there were monsters in the sea, the probability of them attacking the person in front first was not high. Although Qinglan was anxious, he could not refuse at this time. He knew that if he dared to refuse, the king would definitely kill him. The few of them finished discussing. Rose King suddenly turned around, looked at Giant Wing King, and said coldly, "Giant Wing, if you dare to interfere, I will bring you along with me even if I have to die." The giant wing beast was slightly dissatisfied, roaring. Further away, Fang Ping was a little excited. "I'll bring it along with me. This giant wing beast better not give up. Sneak and attack on him." Although he thought about it, Fang Ping still hid. He glanced at Rose King from the corner of his eyes, watching how he was going to cross the sea. After a moment, Rose King was ready. In the next moment, the three of them erupted with lightning-fast speed, shooting up and flying toward the opposite side. At the same time, there were monsters in the sea attacking as expected. The moment the three of them stepped into the air, countless tentacle-like flesh tentacles suddenly rose from the sea. The flesh tentacles attacked Commander Qinglan immediately. Commander Qinglan's expression changed drastically. He unleashed a powerful burst of energy, leaping into the air and shooting high into the sky. "Idiot!" Rose King seemed to have cursed under his breath. Fang Ping did not know if he was hallucinating. At this moment, Fang Ping had no time to pay attention to it. He only saw that the moment Commander Qinglan shot high into the sky, his body suddenly split into two. His upper body disappeared abruptly, while his lower body was wrapped by the flesh tentacles and dragged into the sea. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. On the shore, Giant Wing King was not really watching the show. The moment the Rose Queen rose into the air, this fellow condensed an extremely dense amount of power of the heavens and earth, mixed with a golden substance, on its beak. With a flick of its head, this extremely powerful mass of energy shot towards the Rose Queen. Damn it! At this moment, Rose King did not care about Commander Qinglan's life or death. He watched as the flesh tentacles began to attack him. Not only the flesh tentacles, but other monsters in the sea seemed to be attracted as well. At this moment, a giant claw and a golden crab pincer broke out of the water. The flesh tentacles, giant claw, and long pincer belonged to three monsters, all of them rank 9. The Rose King probably did not expect that there would be 3 rank 9 monsters hiding in the place she had chosen out of thousands of people. During normal fights, even if he really encountered 3 rank 9 monsters, he was not really that afraid. However, here at the Forbidden Sea, once he was entangled, there might be 5 or even more rank 9 monsters coming very quickly. Moreover, if he could not reach the other side quickly and was eventually dragged into the water, even if he was also a rank 9, he would be in big trouble once he entered the water. In the water, he would not even have 1/10 of his strength. He would be killed very quickly. Sensing the danger, Rose King could not care less about settling the score with Giant Wing King. With a roar, a long sword suddenly appeared in Rose King's hand out of thin air. He swept the sword across, the flesh tentacles, giant claw, and long pincer were swept by this sword. Golden blood splattered instantly. The surface of the sea churned violently. By the riverbank, Giant Wing King roared hysterically. He roared hysterically. For a moment, he even wanted to kill his way to the other side. Even though he restrained his impulse, Giant Wing King did not give up. With a roar, a lifelike miniature Giant Wing King appeared out of thin air in front of him. In the next moment, this half-real, half-intangible Giant Wing King arrived at Rose King's feet as if it had teleported. Boom, a sound that was not too loud, but it caused the void to tremble was heard. Evil creature! Rose King roared furiously, but his figure was blasted up into the sky. The long sword in his hand slashed out, once again slashing the flesh tentacles that were attacking him. Rose King's body, however, was shot upwards involuntarily. At this moment, Rose King roared again. An invisible giant hand grabbed the rank 8 powerhouse who was about to reach the other side of the river. With this pull, the rank 8 powerhouse could not help but take a step back. Rose King, on the other hand, took advantage of the situation and shot towards the other side. The rank 8 powerhouse who was pulled back let out an indignant roar. In the next moment, the attacks of the 3 monsters at the bottom of the sea arrived, piercing through the other party's torso in an instant. At this moment, this rank 8 golden body was still alive. Even the 3 rank 9s could not pull him into the sea for a while. The rank 8 Xianxia's eyes revealed a hint of despair. He roared mournfully, "Bamboo life, you're ruthless." With this mournful roar, Xianxia's eyes revealed a hint of madness. His body flickered with golden light instantly, and a large amount of imperishable substance surged out. In the blink of an eye, an earth-shattering explosion was heard. Rumble, the flesh tentacles that pierced through his body were blasted into tatters. Rose King, who was about to reach the other side of the river, also staggered. Xianxia's self-destruction was mainly aimed at him. A rank 8 powerhouse's self-destruction was not weak. At this moment, the explosion caused Rose King to spit out a mouthful of blood. However, Rose King also took this opportunity to reach the other side of the river in an instant, landing on the other side. As soon as he landed, Rose King turned his head to look at the place where Xianxia self-destructed. He did not say anything. Instead, he looked at the Giant Wing King who was roaring furiously and sneered. "Are you curious why I have a divine weapon? Are you furious? Giant Wing, if I tell you that this came from the restricted area, what would you think? Rose City is the first city outside of the Resurrection Passageway. I was fortunate enough to be rewarded with a divine weapon by the restricted area. Originally, I wouldn't use a divine weapon unless I had no other choice. You forced my hand. Not only that, I'm not the only one who has a divine weapon. I don't know about the others, but everyone who came from the restricted area has a divine weapon. Giant Wing, go back and tell the Myriad Demon King that your clansmen in the restricted area might have been slaughtered to the last." Ha ha ha. Rose King laughed out loud. Giant Wing King, on the other hand, let out a mournful roar. His tail swept wildly, causing the ground to crack. On the other side, Rose King did not care about him. His body flickered with a rich life force. In the next moment, the injury on his back healed instantly. Without further delay, Rose King did not say anything else. His body moved and disappeared on the other side quickly. Giant Wing King roared for a while again. Then, he soared into the sky and flew toward Myriad Demon Mountain. After a long time, Fang Ping and Wang Jinyang walked out cautiously. Fang Ping swallowed his saliva. "I'm really amazing. I provoked the monsters and catacombs martial artists from the restricted area to fight again." Wang Jinyang was speechless. "Are you sure you want to take credit for this?" Fang Ping did not have any self-awareness. He muttered, "Does this count as me slaughtering all the Rose City martial artists? Now, other than this rank 9 city lord, I don't see the tutelary monster plant. Everyone else seems to be dead." In the huge Rose City, there were millions of people and hundreds of thousands of martial artists. However, at this time, other than the 2 rank 9s, everyone seemed to be dead. Fang Ping felt that he should take credit for it. After all, if he did not blow up Rose City, would these people really come to the restricted area? If I kill this rank 9 too, I will really destroy the city. Royal City. Wang Jinyang was speechless. "You're still in the mood to think about this? How do we get there? It's too dangerous. Even a rank 9 almost died here." Fang Ping stopped thinking about the destruction of the city. he muttered, Rose King has life essence on her. Fong Ping. Fong Ping waved his hand and said, don't be impatient. There's danger in the sky. It seems like a space-time rift. It directly sliced a rank 7 commander in half. Even a rank 9 doesn't dare to fly too high up in the sky. Therefore, it's not reliable to fly high up in the sky. Wang Jinyang could not help but roll his eyes. Nonsense, I saw this too. Do I need you to tell me? There are rank 9 monsters underwater, and there are quite a few of them. Fong Ping rubbed his chin and said, they're using aura to locate us? Using sound to locate? Or can you see above from underwater? He couldn't see the situation underwater. The Forbidden Sea was somewhat mysterious. If it's an aura, then we'll retract our auras and head straight over. If it was a sound, it would be fine as long as he kept the commotion down and moved. What I'm afraid of is that the monsters underwater can see us. If that's the case, we can forget about going over. Fong Ping thought of this and said, throw a rock over and see if they'll attack something without any signs of life. As he said that, Fong Ping picked up a rock. It was at least 1,000 meters away from the calm water. Only then did Fong Ping throw it with all his might. Bang! In the next moment, a tentacle stretched out and smashed the rock. Fong Ping's expression changed slightly. He said in a low voice, was it too loud? Or did they see it? If they really saw it, would they attack the rock? If that's the case, it's more likely that it's caused by the sound. Wang Jinyang saw him mumbling to himself and could not help but ask, Fong Ping, are we really going over? At this point, he was also a little nervous. It was too exciting. Below, there were many rank 9 monsters. The rank 9 monsters were all very careful. Fong Ping ignored him and continued, that's not right. If it's really so dangerous, then how are the others going to escort those human martial artists over? Or do the people in the restricted area have their own ways? Fong Ping could not figure it out for a moment. This Forbidden Sea tributary was so dangerous that even a rank 9 would find it hard to cross. Could it be that the others were here to die? There were many rank 7 and 8 martial artists in Star Town who were also preparing to come to the bounded zone. Could it be that they were also here to die? Star Town, the restricted area, there are rank 9 paragons. Rank 9 monsters and monster plants can release pressure and leave behind auras. Could it be that the monsters in the Forbidden Sea are also bullies the weak and fears the strong? They can cross the river easily just by carrying an item with a paragon's aura? Fong Ping seemed to understand something. Beside him, Wang Jinyang said helplessly, even if they can, we can't do anything if we don't have it. Fong Ping smiled and said, let me first determine how the others crossed the river. If I'm not wrong, it's probably like this. It's related to paragons. Otherwise, there's no reason for Rose King and her group to suffer such heavy casualties. In that case, the monsters under the sea are actually invisible. Otherwise, even if you carry a paragon's aura, it's not really a paragon. Once you see so many people and so many martial artists, some of them are very weak, this can be seen. Therefore, I determined that the monsters under the sea can only sense things from auras and sounds. As soon as this was said, Wang Jinyang understood why he wanted to guess how the others crossed the river. If Fong Ping's guess was right, then it was indeed like what he said. The monsters could not see the situation above the sea. In that case, as long as we don't make any noise, we can cross the river safely. As Fong Ping said that, he looked at old Wang and said, take off your clothes. Huh? Clothes will make wind noise easily. After we take them off, the two of us can run naked in the air. If we move quietly and don't make any noise, it's not a big problem. Wang Jinyang's expression changed again and again. He was still changing his expression, but Fong Ping had already started to take off his clothes. Wang Jinyang smiled bitterly. How straightforward, thinking about it, he also started to take off his clothes. As he did so, he said, let me cross the river first. Can't you cover up to 1,000 meters? Wait until I'm almost at the other side, then you can cross the river. After all, Fong Ping's guess might not be right. What if the monsters could see people? Then they would die for sure. Fong Ping glanced at him and said in a low voice, to be honest, I'm just guessing. If I'm wrong, then it's over. I believe you. Wang Jinyang chuckled. Moreover, you're here for me. At this point, don't tell me I don't even have the guts to try it first? What you said makes sense. I think it's fine. Fang Ping thought about it and did not argue. He nodded and said, if you die, then I'll go back. When I'm stronger, I'll come back again. I'll take care of your little wife for you. Wang Jinyang was speechless. As Fang Ping said that, he added, Old Wang, take off your underwear too. I'll keep it for you. If you die, I can still erect a cenotaph. Wang Jinyang was extremely helpless. Could he not King say this? It would have been better if he did not say it. If he did, he would think that he was dead for sure. Without another word, Old Wang took off his underwear. He glanced at Fang Ping and asked, why aren't you taking it off? If you die, I won't have to cross the river anymore. Then why should I take it off? If you're not dead, it won't be too late for me to take it off later. What he said made sense. However, seeing Fang Ping staring at him, Old Wang could not help but curse in a low voice, what are you looking at? Don't you have any? Fang Ping grinned. I do. It's more majestic than yours. I'm very proud of it. Get lost. Wang Jinyang had always thought of himself as someone who could keep his cool, but now he almost exploded in anger. End of chapter 502. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.